In the brightly decorated apartment, the atmosphere was very tense. With red eyes, Qiao Jiangxin faced her husband, looking exhausted. Chen Wendy, that's my mom. The country says men and women are equal. I'm her only daughter, so if I don't take care of her, who will? It's my duty to support my parents in their old age. Chen Wendy looked impatient. Qiao Jiangxin, don't lecture me with these big ideas. Don't I understand this better than you? Yes, you're your parents' only daughter, but before they expect you to fulfill the responsibilities of a son, shouldn't they also provide you with the same treatment as a son? What have your parents contributed to this house and car? When you married me, they even asked for a bride price of 180. Sons and daughters are not the same. Just like the Zhang family, they had a daughter, and now they all relax, saying they have no pressure and just take it day by day. While her dad carries cement at the construction site, Mr. Zhang plays cards in an air-conditioned room, and her mom works late into the night while Mr. Zhang's wife sleeps soundly. Families with sons work hard to leave behind houses and cars for them, building a strong foundation. Their daughter gets a house and a car when she marries, and they even receive a bride price. It's only natural for families with sons to work hard all their lives and expect their sons to take care of them in old age. Why should a family with a daughter expect her to take on the same responsibilities? I'll tell you, Qiao Jiangxin, since your parents only have you, they should have realized this long ago. If they only want to rely on their son-in-law, am I just a fool? If you want to support your parents, you should do it yourself. If you think you can rely on me to support your parents and let them enjoy life, I'm telling you, that's not going to happen. Qiao Jiangxin was so angry that her chest heaved. Chen Wendy, you need to have a conscience. When I married you, do you remember what your family was like? After being dismissed from university, you stayed home writing your pretentious poetry and obscure novels, chasing your literary dreams. It was me who married into your family, cooking and washing for everyone. My parents raised me, and yes, I should take on the responsibilities of the household like a man. I'm the one who has been selling the vegetables I grow and the meals I sell at the construction site to buy medicine for your parents and pay for your siblings' school fees, supporting your family. Don't forget, you only started making money in recent years. For the first 10 years, weren't you hiding in that dark house with the lights on all day? Did you ever take care of anything at home? I, Qiao Jiangxin, married into this family and helped support it. I raised your siblings like a mother and a father. I feel like a widow taking care of this household and looking after your parents. Can't you see my contributions to this family? Don't I have a share in the money here? Without me taking care of the kids and your parents, cooking and cleaning for you, could you focus on writing your nonsense? If it were just you, your whole family would have starved by now. Shut up. How did I end up marrying such a rude and disrespectful woman? The scene changes, and the argument continues in the Qin family. Qiao Jiangxin looks at the woman protected by her husband, filled with hatred. Qi Suzhen is going to live in our house? Did I agree to that? Chen Wendy, I'm still alive. When your parents were in the hospital, I was the one running around taking care of them. You say I lack education, but I was the one asking all those complicated questions, facing the staff's impatience. Now that my mother is sick, you want to go traveling with Qi Suzhen? Enough with the arguing. Mom, you're getting old. Why are you still acting jealous? Besides, you and Dad have a traditional marriage without love. Why does it matter? At your age, stop making things hard for Dad. Let him be happy for a few years. It's the only wish he has left. Qiao Jiangxin, with red eyes, looks at the child she has raised for over a decade in disbelief. Chen Ji, who do you really consider your mother? Chen Ji, looking impatient, replies, I would rather Qi Aunt be my mom. You and Dad have been arguing for years. Just let it go. With your temper, who can stand it? My dad is educated, unlike you. Inside the mud brick house, a girl sleeping on a bamboo mat furrows her brow, beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and a clear tear rolls down her cheek. In her dreams, her nose twitches, and her pink lips tremble slightly, as if she has suffered a great injustice. Mother the voice was filled with sorrow and despair. In the nearby kitchen, A thin woman heard her daughter's call and hurried into the room. Jiangxin? Jiangxin? What's wrong? Did you have a bad dream? Xiao Jiangxin woke up to Lu Afong's worried voice. Seeing her mother's youthful face, she hugged her tightly and cried out loud.
Mom. Wah. I'm sorry.
I'm useless. You'd be better off raising a dog. Lu Afong wiped the sweat from Xiao Jiangxin's forehead. You silly child. Why are you saying such things? Feeling her mother's calloused hand on her forehead, Xiao Jiangxin slowly became more aware. With tear-filled eyes, she cautiously said, Mom? This was not her mother, who was suffering from illness. Lu Afong remembered the fire still burning in the kitchen and hurried to leave, reminding her daughter, You really were in a daze. Quickly wash your face to wake up. Your uncle and grandfather will be back for dinner soon. Xiao Jiangxin's gaze fell on her mother's rounded belly, and her pupils shrank as she quickly became fully alert. Watching her mother leave, she turned to look around the room. The mud-colored earthen walls had nails hammered in, with many things hanging, ropes, a plastic mirror, and a straw hat. Isn't this the house where I lived before I got married? Looking down at her hands, although there were calluses, they were not the rough, weathered hands she remembered. Instinctively, she touched her cheek and felt the softness of her skin. Xiao Jiangxin's heart raced, and her breathing became rapid. She quickly got out of bed, put on her shoes, and rushed to the mirror hanging on the wall. In the mirror, she saw her tan skin, big eyes, and though she was thin, her face still had a hint of baby fat. This is her younger self? Xiao Jiangxin stared at her reflection, her pupils narrowing in shock. Didn't she end up in a pot of chicken soup with the Qin family? How did she return to her younger days? She pinched her cheek, feeling the pain and seeing the clear nail marks on her cheek. Xiao Jiangxin smiled, and as she smiled, her eyes began to well up with tears. She wondered if it was her strong attachment before death, or if fate had given her another chance, as she found herself back in her youth. Reflecting on her mother's pregnant belly, it was the year she turned 16, in 1983. That year, after overworking during the harvest, her mother fell ill and lay in bed for 2 days. The situation in the Qiao family was complicated. Now, her younger cousin Xiao Jiangxin was already a teenager, and the whole family of about 10 people still lived together, without separating. Her grandfather, Qiao Zhiwang, had just turned 60 and was still a strong farmer. At 18, he married his wife Yang Mei as arranged by the family, and they had 2 sons, the elder, Qiao Youfu, and the younger, Qiao Yukai. When Qiao Youfu was about 10, Yang Mei passed away. 2 years later, with the help of relatives, Qiao Zhiwang married Lei Honghua, a widow from the village with a daughter. After they married, Lei Honghua had 2 more sons and a daughter, Qiao Jianhua, Qiao Zhengwo, and Qiao Fongfong. Xiao Jiangxin's father was Qiao Yukai, the younger son of Qiao Zhiwang and his first wife, Yang Mei. Uncle Qiao Youfu was now 38 years old and remained unmarried, due to a skin condition. He passed away at 49 without leaving any children. Qiao Yukai, now 37, married Lu Afong, and they had Qiao Jiangxin. During her pregnancy, Lu Afong faced health issues and lost another child. After more than 10 years, she was finally expecting again. Xiao Jiangxin's expression darkened as she remembered that her little brother was born weak due to her mother's poor nutrition during pregnancy. He faced several health issues at home and passed away before turning 2. To save her brother and to secure the 180 yuan bride price, Xiao Jiangxin married into the Qin family before turning 18, marrying 25-year-old Qin Wendi. The Qin family was also large. Chen's father was unwell, and Chen's mother had to care for him, while Chen Wendi had younger siblings in school. Chen Wendi was talented in his studies and became the only college student in the village when the National College entrance exam was reinstated. However, for unknown reasons, he was advised to leave after 2 years and struggled to recover from that setback. Chen's mother carefully selected Xiao Jiangxin, the hardworking eldest granddaughter of the Qiao family, as a potential bride. During a difficult time for Qiao Yukai and his wife, they were approached for Xiao Jiangxin's hand in marriage. Even though she knew her son Chun Wendy had feelings for Chi Sujin, the Chin family could not afford the dowry and gifts required by the Chi family. Moreover, Chi Sujin was not the kind of hardworking woman who could support the entire Chin family. Chun Wendy was a handsome and cultured man, and he was the only person in the village who had attended university. Xiao Yukai and Lu Afeng genuinely believed this was a good match. After asking Xiao Jiangxin for her opinion, they agreed to the marriage. In the end, their youngest son could not be kept, and Xiao Jiangxin fell into a difficult situation. Her father could not bear and fell ill. Her uncle worked hard to help pay for her father's medical expenses, but also suffered as a result. After marrying into the Chin family, Xiao Jiangxin worked tirelessly, tending to the family's fields and managing the household, caring for her scholarly husband, in-laws, and younger siblings. Meanwhile, her husband, Chun Wendy, who felt unappreciated, seemed oblivious to the empty rice jar at home and the patches on his wife's clothes, spending all his time locked in his room writing obscure poetry. The whole family believed that Chun Wendy's writings would eventually earn money, but he faced repeated rejections from publishers. Xiao Jiangxin, like a man, sold vegetables, carried bricks at construction sites, and took on various short jobs, earning small amounts of money. Time and again, she encouraged her frustrated husband. Finally, after many years, as people's lives improved and they had extra money, Chun Wendy abandoned his poetry and, at Xiao Jiangxin's suggestion, began writing novels, which became a huge success. The Chin family's life changed dramatically. They moved into a spacious apartment, enjoyed good food, and bought health products. However, they looked down on the farming wife, and the divorced Chi Sujin returned. Chen's parents felt they owed their son for marrying a village girl with no education. They looked at Xiao Jiangxin with disdain, and Chun Wendy's younger siblings believed that their sister-in-law was a burden to their extraordinary brother. Even their biological son, Qinji, felt that Xiao Jiangxin was not worthy of Chun Wendy, and many wished for her to leave so that he could reunite with Chi Sujin. Everyone waited for Xiao Jiangxin to ask for a divorce. Chun Wendy, who valued his dignity, could not abandon his wife and child. Xiao Jiangxin felt resentment, but was isolated and unsupported. With everyone's tacit approval, Chi Sujin moved in. Chun Wendy traveled with Chi Sujin, buying her expensive silk scarves and bracelets. They sang and played music together, rekindling their romance after 30 years apart. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiangxin, who had devoted her life to the Chin family, knelt down to ask Chun Wendy for 10,000 yuan for her mother's surgery, but was unable to get it. The entire Chin family had forgotten that, at first, the villagers had taken Chen's land. It was Xiao Yukai and Lu Afeng, wielding hoes, who argued fiercely with others and managed to reclaim 2 plots of land for the Chin family. With no rice to cook, Lu Afeng secretly brought grain in the middle of the night to maintain Chun Wendy's dignity. Finally, after Lu Afeng died in her arms, Xiao Jiangxin felt completely hopeless. She bought 3 packets of rat poison from a vendor at the market and made a pot of soup for the Chin family. Watching them writhe in pain on the ground, crying out for help and forgiveness, she set a fire and perished alongside them. Before Xiao Jiangxin could gather her thoughts, she heard Lei Honghua shouting outside. "Xiao Jiangxin, are you still lying around in there? Don't you see the workers are almost back? You're old enough to help, yet you pretend to be sick. How shameless. Your grandfather is already 60 and still working hard in the fields." As she listened to the insults, a flash of anger crossed Xiao Jiangxin's eyes. If the Chin family had pushed her to the brink, then Lei Honghua was the instigator of her family's downfall. Although Grandpa Xiao Jiwang was the head of the family, he was quiet and uninvolved. Uncle was single and strong, while Xiao Yukai and his wife were both very capable. 16-year-old Xiao Jiangxin was known for her hard work. Back when they had a collective system, Lei Honghua prevented the family from splitting up, so all the work points were combined, and at the end of the year, the grain was divided, with all the money controlled by her. Now that land ownership was privatized, Lei Honghua was even less willing to divide the family. The old man was getting older and she was also too old to work in the fields. Her eldest son, Chao Jianhua, was 25, married to the daughter of a local mason, and they had just celebrated their second anniversary. Their son and his pregnant wife were learning the trade from their father-in-law and working everywhere. Her eldest daughter, Chao Fongfong, was 22 and had just left home 6 months ago. The youngest son, Chao Jingwo, was only 19 and spoiled, spending his days wandering around. The family's fields mainly relied on the efforts of Chao Youfu and Chao Yukai, and dividing the family would mean splitting the land, house, money, and power. Since her youngest son was not yet married, how could she possibly let go of Chao Yukai and Chao Youfu? There were not many families like the Chao family left in the village, still living together and sharing meals from one big pot. In the past life, Chao Youfu was a single man and Chao Yukai and his wife only had one daughter, Chao Zhengxin. Lu Afong was also believed to be unable to have children, and the Chao brothers had argued about splitting the family several times. Every time, Lei Honghua insisted, "Not splitting the family is for your own good. Look at you two brothers. Neither of you has a son. When you grow old, there won't be anyone to help you. Isn't it better for brothers to live together?" She claimed it was for their benefit, saying that when Jianhua got married, his wife could have 2 sons, and one could be passed on to Youfu, giving him hope for the future. So, the brothers needed to work together. Chao Youfu and Chao Yukai were honest farmers. Even though they were treated unfairly since childhood, they had no money and were easily swayed. In the countryside, a man without a son couldn't hold his head high, so despite their dissatisfaction, the brothers felt trapped under Lei Honghua's control. When Chao Yotsai's youngest son, Chao Zhengmu, was born, the brothers felt a bit more confident. However, Zhengmu was weak, and Lu Afong couldn't nurse him. Lei Honghua still refused to spend any money and even tried to arrange a marriage for Jiangxin to benefit her youngest son, Chao Jingwo. This led to a big argument, and the brothers finally split from the old Chao family. They ended up with only 2 broken houses and some farmland, but nothing else. Chao Zhengxin shook off her thoughts and walked outside. Lei Honghua was directing Lu Afong to pour hot porridge into an aluminum basin and take it to the dining table in the yard to cool. "Oh, the precious young lady is finally getting up?" Lei Honghua said sarcastically, glancing at Chao Zhengxin. "The elders are busy in the fields, and you should be too." Chao Zhengxin replied coldly, "Grandma is right. My uncles and aunt are heartless. One acts like he lost his parents, fawning over his father-in-law, while the other wanders around like someone who never had a mother. The village women are saying that if they had children like that, they would have drowned them at birth. That uncle knows how to be a servant to his in-laws, and this aunt doesn't even bring her husband to help. She's truly a waste. My father is almost 60, yet he is still working hard in the fields under the hot sun. These ungrateful people just watch him suffer. Everyone else helps during harvest time, and even my little niece is sick from exhaustion. They are truly heartless. They don't help when they should but eat more than pigs. Such people deserve to be scolded harshly. No, they should be punished." Lei Honghua stared at Chao Zhengxin in disbelief. You worthless person. What nonsense are you talking about?" Chao Zhengxin quickly reassured her, "Grandma, don't be upset. I know you feel frustrated. You've worked hard all your life, raising 3 ungrateful children. Chao Zhengxin, are you crazy? You, a worthless person, have no right to criticize your uncles. This is outrageous. Lu Afeng, is this how you raised your daughter?" Lei Honghua cursed, her eyes scanning the area as if looking for something to use as a weapon. "What's going on?" I can hear the shouting from outside. Chao Zhuang entered with his 2 sons. Before Lei Honghua could speak, Chao Zhengxin quickly said, "Grandpa, Grandma is worried about you. She said it's too hot for you to be working in the fields at your age. I'm sick from exhaustion, while Uncle just sits around at the in-laws' house. He doesn't even know who he is. And Uncle, that ungrateful child, Grandma said a dog would be better than him. And doesn't even help out with Uncle." Lei Honghua jumped up. "Chao Zhengxin, you're talking nonsense. When did I say such things? Your uncle is learning a trade from his father-in-law, and your other uncle is still young and doesn't understand. What are you saying? This is outrageous. Why are you trying to slander them? As she spoke, Lei Honghua raised a bamboo stick to hit Xiao Jiangxin. Xiao Youfu quickly grabbed the stick, saying, "Mom, let's talk calmly. Why argue with a child?" Lu Afong hurriedly pulled Xiao Jiangxin back. Lei Honghua, unable to pull the stick away, shouted at Xiao Zhuang, "Are you just going to watch them bully me?" Then she turned to Xiao Youfu and yelled, "You ungrateful children! Don't forget who raised you." Xiao Youfu, confused, let go of the stick. Lei Honghua swung it at Xiao Jiangxin, who quickly dodged to the side of Xiao Zhuang, causing the stick to hit Xiao Zhuang in the face. Lei Honghua was stunned, and Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai stared in shock. Xiao Zhuang was already extremely tired and was feeling very angry. He snatched the bamboo pole from Lei Honghua's hand and slammed it on the table. Is this ever going to end? It's chaos all day long. Can't we have some peace? If you all have the energy to make noise, then come work in the fields with me this afternoon. Xiao Jiangxin pretended not to hear, but Lei Honghua couldn't take it anymore. Being yelled at in front of the children made her cover her heart and sob as she went into the room. Seeing Lei Honghua leave, Xiao Zhuang shot a glare at Xiao Jiangxin and went to wash his hands and face. Lu Afong quickly pulled Xiao Jiangxin toward the kitchen. "Jiangxin, why did you provoke her? You'll be the one suffering later." "Mom, it's fine. I can't stand her nagging. She keeps pushing us not to split the family, treating us like workhorses to support her whole family, and not a single kind word." With that, Xiao Jiangxin turned and entered the chicken coop. Lu Afong followed her. "Jiangxin, the chickens have already been fed." Before she could finish, Xiao Jiangxin grabbed a plump hen, twisted its neck in one swift motion, and before the chicken could even squawk, it was dead in her hands. Lu Afong gasped and quickly snatched the hen from Xiao Jiangxin, trying to twist its neck back, but no matter how she tried, the neck just hung limp, making her face turn pale with fear. "Oh no, Jiangxin, what are you doing? This is serious. If your grandma asks, just say it was me, okay?" Xiao Jiangxin yanked the chicken back from Lu Afong and headed toward the kitchen. "We raised this chicken. Uncle San can take it to his mother-in-law's house, and Uncle C can kill it. Why can't we? Mom, hurry and boil some water. You're pregnant with your brother. Even if you don't eat, he needs to eat. Look at you, you're 6 months along, and your belly is still so small. Aren't you worried your brother will be weak later? Don't forget what happened to San at Aunt Neo's house. Plus, Dad and Grandpa are working so hard every day. If they don't eat well, their health will suffer." Despite Lu Afong's fear, thinking of San made her place a hand on her belly. She stopped arguing and, with determination, turned to boil water. San was born underweight because Aunt Neo didn't get enough nutrition during her pregnancy and passed away at 8 months old. The hen was soon plucked and gutted. Seeing the eggs inside, Lu Afong looked regretful. As Xiao Jiangxin chopped the chicken, she said, "Why are you worried? This chicken isn't ours. We raise so many every year, but we hardly get any eggs. Now that Aunt San is pregnant, we definitely won't get any in the future." The purebred chicken was thrown directly into the pot with water and cooked. In less than 40 minutes, it was served at the table. Xiao Jiangxin gave Xiao Zhuang a bowl of chicken meat, not forgetting to stir up trouble. "Grandpa, hurry and eat. We raised 8 chickens at home. When Annie got married, we killed one for guests. Uncle San took 2 to honor his in-laws, and Uncle C secretly took 1 to share with his friends. That leaves us with 4. 1 is for hatching, 2 for the new year, and Grandma says she wants to send 1 to pregnant Aunt San. Look at how tired you and Dad are. Grandma wouldn't even spare 1 for you. She almost scolded me just because I suggested killing a chicken for you. Why should everything go to Aunt San's parents? Grandpa raised Uncle San and even helped him get married and have kids, but he never expected him to be dutiful. He hasn't even shared a bowl of soup with you, so why should he take Grandpa's chicken to honor his in-laws? Grandma keeps saying my parents have no sons. Honestly, with a son like Uncle San, It might be better to have a daughter like Aunt San. A son-in-law brings a chicken today and another tomorrow, surrounding you with care. That makes the father-in-law enjoy more than Grandpa, who is the real father. The more Xiao Zhuang listened, the darker his expression became. Xiao Jiangxin pretended not to notice and quickly served big bowls of chicken soup with more meat than broth to Lu Afong, uncle, and dad. Grandpa, Grandma is going to scold me later, so you have to intervene. Look at my mom's belly. It's only this big after 6 months. Grandma always claims to care for my parents, yet she hasn't even given my mom an egg to nourish her. And what about Uncle and Dad? If they get sick, will Uncle C and Uncle San come back to help you? My mom's baby is your eldest grandson. Uncle San, her biological son, is honoring his in-laws, but when my mom has a brother or sister, who would they be closer to, Grandpa or their maternal grandfather? But my mom's son will definitely be close to you. Lei Honghua was sulking inside the house, waiting for someone to come in and invite her, but she forgot that Qiao Fongfong was already married. The third child went to her in-laws, and the fourth had disappeared early in the morning. Smelling the delicious aroma in the air, she could no longer sit still and walked out by herself. As soon as they went out, they saw Xiao Zhuang with his son, daughter-in-law, and granddaughter gathered around a table, each holding a large ceramic bowl and enjoying their meal. The delicious smell in the air and the chewed-up bones on the table made Lei Honghua suddenly remember something, and she ran towards the chicken coop with a shout. Soon, her screams echoed outside. Lu Afong, you greedy thief! How dare you kill my chickens? Lu Afong instinctively shivered, while Qiao Yukai turned to look at the door, positioning himself protectively in front of his wife, who was sitting on a long bench beside him. Xiao Jiangxin tugged at his anxious father, saying, Dad, why are you so nervous? It's just our own chickens. Grandpa has already eaten a few. My grandpa works so hard. He deserves to eat too. Xiao Yukai, Xiao Youfu, and Lu Afong instinctively looked at Xiao Zhuang. Hearing Lei Honghua's insults, Xiao Zhuang's face turned bright red. Shameless thief. Your whole family is just a bunch of chicken stealers, born to be hungry. Smack, all while cursing, Lei Honghua rushed into the house. As soon as she entered, she was slapped to the ground by the fed-up Xiao Zhuang. In the countryside, hitting one's wife was quite common, but Xiao Zhuang was not one to intervene often. He usually kept quiet, so it was rare for him to hit Lei Honghua. Feeling humiliated, Lei Honghua got up from the ground and charged at Xiao Zhuang, saying, Xiao Zhuang, you old fool! How dare you hit me? Woe is me, I'll fight you back. Stop it, stop it. Mom, Dad, can't you talk it out? Xiao Youfu stepped in to mediate. Xiao Jiangxin pulled Lu Afong aside and shouted, Grandma, can't Grandpa even eat one of his own chickens at 60 years old? He works so hard under the sun, taking care of Uncle San and Uncle C, who are almost 20. Does he really have to send a chicken to Aunt San to honor Grandpa? Uncle San is honoring Grandpa, and Uncle C just takes without giving. My grandpa works like a mule to support them. Why should we be treated this way? If Qiao Jiangxin were only speaking up for Qiao Yukai and Xiao Youfu, Qiao Zhuang might think they were family, and it wasn't necessary to count everything so carefully. But now she had included herself in the argument. Isn't it true? At 60 years old, he works like a mule every day and still has to support the two strong young men, Qiao Jianhua and Xiao Zhengwo? It's simply unfair. Grandma, we should split the family. Grandpa is getting old and should be taken care of. Uncle 3 and Uncle 4 don't care about him, but Dad and Uncle are concerned. We care, so Grandpa should be with us. At his age, he shouldn't be treated like a workhorse. You all should see that. This statement struck a nerve with Lei Honghua. Split the family? Let me tell you, that's impossible. The only way to split the family is over my dead body. Xiao Yukai and Xiao Youfu, you ungrateful kids. When your mother died, I raised you both from nothing. You needed me for clothes and food, but now that you've grown up, you want to abandon me? Is this how you treat your mother? Aren't you afraid of the consequences? If you want to split, fine. You can leave, but don't expect to take anything from this family. Lei Honghua panted with anger, glaring at Lu Afong. Lu Afong, are you the one stirring trouble? Just because you're expecting a child, you think you're special? Being pregnant doesn't mean anything unless you can actually have the baby and raise it well. You two brothers are so ungrateful. You deserve to be cut off. As soon as she said this, Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai turned pale, and Lu Afong looked even more frightened. Qiao Jiangxin glared at Lei Honghua with resentment. In the past, his younger brother Jiangmu had several accidents at home, including being scalded and falling while climbing. His health worsened day by day, and after a severe fever from measles, he didn't survive despite being taken to the county hospital. Hearing Lei Honghua's words now, Qiao Jiangxin had reason to suspect that his brother's accidents might not have been accidental. After all, if their father had no sons, Uncle and Dad would forever be the hardworking ones in the Qiao family, toiling for Uncle 3 and Uncle 4. Lei Honghua, shut up. Qiao Zhiwang, hearing Lei Honghua's curses, grabbed her hair and threw her out, even kicking her hard when she tried to get up. Qiao Yukai and Qiao Youfu were his own sons, and Lei Honghua cursing them felt like cursing herself. Even though Lei Honghua usually favored her own children, Qiao Zhiwang always thought the older ones should take care of the younger ones. Even in other families, the older siblings would look out for the younger ones, and he never saw a problem with Lei Honghua's favoritism. But now, Lei Honghua's harsh words made it impossible for him to pretend to be dead. Lei Honghua didn't see Yufu and Yukai as her own children at all. What mother in this world would curse her own child to have no descendants? Oh no, what's happening? Why are they fighting? Hey, Brother Qiao, stop it. Let's talk calmly. Why are you resorting to violence? The kids are watching. Someone pull them apart. Lei Honghua's cries and screams attracted the attention of the neighbors. With everyone's persuasion, the two finally separated. Lei Honghua sat on the ground, crying uncontrollably. Qiao Zhiwang, you heartless beast. I've been married to you for almost 30 years, raised these two ungrateful kids, and given you children, and this is how you treat me. Wu, you only act tough because Jianhua and Zhengwo aren't home. If you're so brave, why don't you really hit me? You're useless. Just know how to bully your wife. After scolding Qiao Zhiwang, Lei Honghua began to criticize Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai, then Lu Afong and Qiao Jiangxin. Qiao Zhiwang looked at the onlookers gathered at the door, his face burning with embarrassment. Shut up and go back. At your age, you should be ashamed. Wu, why should I care about being laughed at? If anyone should be laughed at, it's the Qiao family for not being decent. Seeing Lei Honghua throwing a tantrum, Qiao Zhiwang felt extremely uncomfortable and grabbed her arm, dragging her inside. Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai quickly turned to the onlookers, saying, "Everyone, please disperse. It's just a couple arguing, there's nothing to see." Once the crowd left, the brothers Qiao Youfu sat in the yard, heads down, listening to Lei Honghua's cries and Qiao Zhiwang's voice from inside. Qiao Jiangxin seized the moment, saying, "Mom and Dad, this family needs to be divided. Third uncle earned a trade, but hasn't contributed a penny to the family and still takes food from us. Fourth uncle is unreliable. Last year, when uncle wanted to marry off someone, he said he needed 200, but then he took 300 to hire a temporary worker, who was fired after just 2 months. I was only allowed to study for 3 years before they stopped me. Fourth uncle couldn't pass the exams, but still tried to use connections to get in. My mom was pregnant and wouldn't even let me have an egg to eat. Aunt San has caught only 2 chickens in 6 months. My mom and I take care of all the livestock, and we save all the eggs to give to Aunt San. Why do we do all the work while the benefits go to third and fourth uncle?" Jiao Yukai looked at his older brother with a complicated expression. His brother was 38 this year. Last year, someone introduced a 30-year-old widow to him who had a 9-year-old son. The widow asked for 200 yuan to settle the child, but Lei Honghua firmly refused and instead arranged for Jiao Zhengwo to get a temporary job in town. Jiao Youfu kept his head down, picking at the calluses on his hands without speaking. All the family's money and resources were in Lei Honghua's hands. She insisted that if they wanted to split the family, they would have to leave with nothing. It didn't matter for him alone, but his brothers had families to support, and one of their wives was expecting. Where would they all go? Seeing that his father was moved, Jiao Jiangxin pressed on. Dad, has our family had any rest this year? Just look at what my mom and I are wearing. It's a big deal that my mom is pregnant again. You see how thin she is? Fourth uncle is about to get engaged, and I heard Grandma and Aunt discussing using me to swap for a match for my younger uncle. This time, Grandpa seems a bit more open to it. We must take this chance to split the family. You and Uncle are both capable, and even if we face some losses, our lives will improve quickly. If this continues, we'll just keep filling the bottomless pit for third and fourth uncles. Jiao Yukai took a deep breath. All right, I'll talk to your grandfather later. After working hard for this family for so many years, I feel I owe it to your mother. Jiao Youfu sighed. It's not about owing anyone. When she came to our family, we were both around 10 years old enough to earn our own keep. We've worked for over 20 years without a break. If it were any other family, we wouldn't have let our lives turn out like this, without even clothes we can wear outside. In the yard, Jiao Youfu and Jiao Yukai were discussing how to talk to Jiao Zhuang later, second brother at worst. We can take our own people and land with us, and split the house we live in now. The rest of the property can be divided, however. We can share this year's grain, and if Lei Humhua doesn't want to give any money, that's fine. Inside the house, Lei Humhua was pouring her heart out to Jiao Zhuang, crying, "What am I doing this for? How did I become such a bad person in your eyes? If I really had bad intentions, would Youfu and Yukai have grown up so well? Yes, over the years I have favored my own children, but Youfu and Yukai are much older than Jianhua and Zhengwo. You know the situation at home. We only collect 2 eggs a day. Jianhua and Zhengwo are still growing and studying. Should Youfu and Yukai really compete with their little brother for food? Isn't it normal for older siblings to take care of their younger brothers and sisters? I know Youfu is upset about the relationship he mentioned last year, and he blames me, but I'm doing this for the family. Jiangua is restless and struggles with school and work. I worry about him so much that I can't sleep at night. I just want him to succeed and help his brothers and support the family. Who knew he would be so disappointing? And then there's Jianhua, still bowing down to my father-in-law, unable to stand tall just to learn a skill. When I send my in-laws a couple of chickens, it's to make life a bit easier for the kids, so they can breathe a little in front of my father-in-law. If we parents were more capable, the kids wouldn't have to suffer like this. I didn't expect that because Jianhua didn't come back for the autumn harvest, your older child would hold such a grudge, killing my chickens and encouraging us to fight, saying those divisive things. Jianhua is suffering outside, and now he has to deal with resentment from his brothers and father. Jianhua, I'm so sorry for bringing you into this world to suffer. Xiao Zhuang's expression softened. All right, enough crying. We're family. Let's talk things through. We've said before that Youfu and Yukai, being older, should take care of their younger siblings. Now that the younger brother has his own family and the sister is married, and Ah Fong is expecting a child, you can't be too unfair. Lei Humhua paused, then softened her tone. There are some things I don't want to say in front of Youfu and Yukai, to avoid embarrassing them. It seems unlikely that Youfu will ever marry. That widow from last year didn't seem reliable to me. What does she want from Youfu? Is it because of his age or something else? Plus, that widow has a big son from a previous marriage, so she probably won't focus on building a life with Youfu. In the end, all of Youfu's hard work could end up benefiting her son. Isn't that unfair? That widow's in-laws won't let her bring her child over. Can that child really support Youfu in his old age? In the end, Youfu will still have to rely on his brothers. Jianhua and Zhengwo can't ignore their older brother. There is also a wealthy family that hasn't had a child in many years. 10 years ago, they had a pregnancy that ended in loss. The doctors said she was hurt and couldn't bear children anymore. Now she is pregnant again, which is good news, but there are worries about the child's health since the doctors had previously warned her. We still don't know if the baby is a boy or a girl. I admit I haven't been able to support her as much as I should, given our family situation. But she has been eating with us, so I can't be blamed for her small belly. If the baby turns out to be a girl, Or, if something goes wrong, any future wealth will depend on Jianhua and Zhengwo. After all, a girl will eventually have to marry. Even though I didn't give birth to them, I raised these children myself. I wouldn't harm my own brothers. Jianhua and Zhengwo are busy with the family farm, and I know they work hard for it. They might be facing some difficulties now, but their future care will be Jianhua and Zhengwo's responsibility. I've already told Jianhua that due to family planning, we can only have one son. In the future, his wife can have more children, so we can have a household with both wealth and prosperity. Real brothers should work together for unity. The chairman said that brothers united can achieve great things. If we split the family now, the bond between brothers will weaken. You really think I'm only considering Jianhua and Zhengwo? I'm actually thinking more about Youfu and Yukai. Lei Honghua spoke sincerely, laying out her thoughts with concern for her stepsons. Xiao Zhiwang thought carefully and sighed, realizing she was right. That evening, Qiao Youfu brought up the topic of dividing the family at the dinner table, but he firmly refused and shared Lei Honghua's earlier words. Your mother is tough on the outside but soft on the inside. She truly cares for you brothers. She just struggles to express it, and you both misunderstand her. Look at your ages. You don't have a son yet. When you grow older, you will still rely on Jianhua and Zhengwo. If we split the family now, the brotherly bond will fade. Your parents are thinking of your future. Your mother even said that if Jianhua's wife has a son, he could be adopted by Youfu. That would be a son who could take care of you in your old age. Would a non-brother do that for you? Now it seems that your brothers are at a disadvantage, but since we are all family, we shouldn't hold grudges. Xiao Zhiwang tried to reason with them, appealing to their emotions and emphasizing family ties and filial piety. He controlled everything in the house and refused to share, ultimately bringing up the idea that being unfilial is the worst sin. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai lowered their heads, and Lu Afong's hopeful expression slowly faded, replaced by disappointment. Xiao Zhengxin scoffed, Grandpa, you say all this for the good of my dad and uncle, but don't you just want them to work hard for Uncle San and Uncle Si? You say my dad and uncle have no sons, but if Grandma didn't have her own selfish motives, how could my uncle still be single? When my mom was pregnant with me, if Grandma hadn't pressured her, my mom wouldn't have been in such poor health. Even 10 years ago, when my mom was expecting that child, the doctor said she needed to take care of herself, but Uncle San was already 15 and out wandering around while Grandma made my mom work in the fields. Now, pretending to care for my dad and uncle, Grandma actually wishes they had no sons, so Uncle San and Uncle Si could have them as their servants for life. Xiao Zhiwang's face darkened. Be quiet. Is that how you speak to your elders? Xiao Zhengxin raised her voice. Grandpa, they say when there's a stepmother, there's a stepfather. Even if my dad and uncle aren't Grandma's biological children, at least they are your own, right? In the whole village, my uncle and dad are among the most capable. How did life turn out like this for them? Yet Uncle San and Uncle Si have always had everything they needed: food, clothing, education, and weddings. Wasn't that earned by my uncle and dad? Don't say it was you who earned it. Grandma doesn't work in the fields. It's impressive enough that you can earn enough for 2 old people to eat. Uncle San and Uncle Si, along with my aunt, rarely work in the fields. Can you really say that this family has been supported all these years by anyone other than my uncle and dad? Lei Honghua, who had been pretending to be loving, jumped up from her seat when she heard Xiao Zhengxin. What nonsense. I raised those 2. Isn't it their duty to work for their own family? You really have a lot of nerve suggesting that Uncle San, Uncle Si, and Auntie were raised by your dad and uncle. Don't you worry about people laughing at you? Your grandpa is still out in the fields under the sun at his age, and I really raised 2 ingrates. Ignoring Lei Honghua, Xiao Zhengxin focused on Xiao Zhiwang. Grandpa, just tell me if it's true or not. Over the years, do you think it has been fair to my uncle and my dad? Xiao Zhiwang, seeing both sons waiting for his response, blushed and said, Yes, I admit your mother was indeed biased before, but just like fingers, they are not all the same length. Jianhua and Zhengwo are much younger than you 2. In the countryside, it's common for the older siblings to take care of the younger ones. I know you both feel wronged. I have already talked to your mother about treating everyone equally from now on. No more favoritism. As for the fourth one, when he comes back, I will tell him to join us in the fields tomorrow. Hey, Dad. Xiao Jiangxin wanted to say more. Xiao Jiwang, interrupting angrily, said, Adults are talking. You kids shouldn't interrupt. I'm still here, and this family is not yours to control. Then, Xiao Jiwang quickly turned to Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai, saying, If you still recognize me as your father, don't say anything else. With that, Xiao Jiwang stood up and walked into the inner room, while Lei Honghua snorted and proudly followed him. Want to split the family? Dream on. These two brothers are only fit to be stepping stones for their own children. Doesn't Xiao Jiwang see through Lei Honghua's thoughts? They still want him to take charge? It's simply a joke. Lei Honghua understood Xiao Jiwang's thoughts perfectly. With these two sons showing no promise, they must be placing their hopes on the other two. After all, whichever one succeeds is still his own son. If all four sons are unsuccessful, it might be better to sacrifice two to lift the other two. If you want to blame someone, blame your mother for passing away early. Xiao Jiangxin looked at her dejected father and uncle, feeling very upset. She had spoken so frankly earlier, and neither her uncle nor her father were fools. They knew that if the family didn't split, they would always be the ones being taken advantage of, with no chance to rise. But Grandpa still refused, choosing to side with Lei Honghua. Xiao Youfu rubbed his rough hand across his face and looked at his brother, saying, I can let it go, but your family has a pregnant sister-in-law. We have no money or food. Xiao Jiangxin sighed. Uncle, Dad, don't be sad. They don't want to split because we are easy to control. Once Lei Honghua realizes things aren't as she expected, she will beg us to split. At that time, you both must not easily agree. I won't agree to a split unless I say so, understand? Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai looked at Xiao Jiangxin at the same time. Jiangxin, what do you want to do? Xiao Jiangxin scoffed. What do I want to do? Since we are all living in such hardship, no one should expect to be comfortable. I want Lei Honghua to regret keeping us here. She glanced at the simple food on the table. Let's put the rest aside for now. Dad, go boil some water. Right now, our family's health is the most important thing. No one is going to starve, and look at us, we're all so thin. We still have 3 chickens at home. If we don't eat them, someone else will benefit. It wasn't until Xiao Jiangxin brought out a chicken with a broken neck from the coop that Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai realized what was happening. Jiangxin this. Dad, stop with the this and that. You and Uncle have lived half your lives. Have you ever had a good meal? As for me, besides lunch today, I haven't had a decent meal. Everything at home goes to my uncles. Even the leftovers don't come to me first, they go to my aunt. Luo Feng's eyes were already red. Although Jiangxin was the youngest, whenever her uncles and aunt had sweets or good food, she always stood by and watched. Despite her good grades, she was forced to drop out of school to work. It was unfair to her as their child. Xiao Youfu looked at his niece's small face with pity. He had no children and always treated Jiangxin like his own. It's not that your uncle and your dad are incapable. Your uncle will boil the water. Just say it was your uncle who did it. With many hands, in just over an hour, a pot of stewed chicken was brought to the brothers' room. Luo Feng smelled the aroma in the air and, while sipping the chicken soup, hesitated. Should we call your grandparents to eat with us? Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai looked at Xiao Jiangxin, who helped herself to a chicken wing. Why go looking for trouble? Is the soup not good? Or is the chicken not tasty? Don't you want to sleep tonight? Eat up. If we get scolded, that's tomorrow's problem. Our family needs to be well and healthy, and live longer than they do. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai immediately bowed their heads to eat. They had not received much education, only attending a few days of literacy classes after the liberation and learning a few big characters. They weren't good with words or deep ideas. They only knew how to farm. In their hearts, they thought Xiao Jiangxin, who had studied for 3 years, was much smarter than them. They ate without hesitation, trusting Jiangxin's judgment. Even if they took a bowl to Xiao Jiwang and Lei Honghua, they would only receive scolding in return. It would be foolish to do something so thankless. A family of 4 finished a 3-pound chicken, soup and all, leaving nothing behind. Xiao Jiangxin felt satisfied and let out a big burp. After eating, she tried to convince her uncle and parents, saying the chairman said that health is the foundation of revolution. Having a good body is more important than anything else. If we are not healthy, do you think Lei Honghua will spend money to help us with medical care? Don't take reputation and filial piety too seriously. If we can't survive, what do those things matter? Have we not been filial enough over the years? We've given our all, but what have we received in return? Has anyone outside said anything nice about us? Instead, they look down on us, thinking we are foolish and lack opinions, all while Lei Honghua controls us. Early in the morning, before dawn, Lei Honghua got up. As usual, she hurried to the chicken coop to check for eggs. Her 3rd daughter-in-law was pregnant, and her 4th child was still growing, both needing nutrition. In the countryside, eggs were the only source of nourishment for the family, and she couldn't let anyone steal them. Soon, a sharp scream woke up the entire Qiao family. "Ah, there's a thief in the house. Which shameless person stole my eggs?
Huh?
Where's my chicken?" Lei Honghua peeked into the coop, her eyes wide as she stared at a dark shadow in the corner. There should be 4 precious chickens left. One was killed by Qiao Jiangxin yesterday, so there should still be 3. Why did it look like there was one missing? She grabbed a nearby bamboo stick and poked inside. No, she wasn't mistaken. There were still 2, one broody hen and one crowing rooster. Where was the other hen? Frustrated, Lei Honghua shouted at the figure busy in the kitchen, "Lu Alfeng, you lazy person. Didn't you close the chickens up properly yesterday? You didn't even notice one was missing? You useless fool. Go find it. I swear if that chicken is lost, I'll make you pay for it." As she yelled, her gaze fell on some chicken feathers that hadn't been cleaned up in the kitchen. "Hey, weren't those feathers swept out yesterday? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Let go. Qiao Jiangxin, you little troublemaker who has no one to teach you about life. How dare you hit me? Qiao Jiangxin was on top of Lei Honghua, gritting her teeth, and she slapped Lei Honghua's wrinkled face hard twice. The loud slaps made her own arm feel numb. Lei Honghua was stunned by the slaps. Qiao Zhuang stood at the kitchen door, veins popping on his forehead, and shouted, "What are you doing?" "Qiao Dia, she is your grandmother." It seemed that Lei Honghua only realized this now. She tried to push Qiao Jiangxin but couldn't move her. Covering her face, she pitifully cried out to Qiao Zhuang, "Wu, old man, look at how they bully me, your wife. I've been married to you for almost 30 years, raising 2 ungrateful children and helping the Qiao family grow. And now that I'm old, this is how you treat me? Wu, if you don't give me an explanation today, I won't live anymore. Wu, I won't live anymore." Qiao Youfu stopped Qiao Zhuang and explained in a flustered manner, "Dad, it's not like that." Mom was about to hit the second family with a rolling pin, and Jiangxin was worried about the second family. Qiao Zhuang slapped Qiao Youfu across the face. "You ungrateful child. Even if you're not her biological children, she raised you all these years. Is this how you treat an elder? While I'm alive, you dare to act like this. If I die, will she and her child have a way to survive?" Seeing that her grandfather didn't care about her uncle's explanation and slapped him against the door, Qiao Jiangxin felt a surge of old grievances and new anger. In her past life, her uncle and father had begged her grandfather with her younger brother, who was his own grandson. What did he say? He coldly replied, "You can't blame Dad for being heartless. This is fate. We farmers can't afford to be reckless. I have more than just Zhongmu as a grandson. I can't drag the whole family into despair for him. It's better to have a bad reputation than to end up with nothing. Don't worry, your grandma and I have already talked to Jianhua and Zhengwo about adopting a son under your name. Zhongmu has been sickly since he was born, always having one illness after another. Even if he gets better this time, what about next time? Second brother, think carefully. This is a bottomless pit. Spending money on him, who can guarantee he will be fine? Why not just keep the money and let Jianhua and Zhengwo have another child to raise properly? Qiao Jiangxin really couldn't understand what kind of father would say such cruel words to his own son. If he hadn't ignored the danger, she wouldn't have rushed to marry into the Qin family, Zhongmu wouldn't have missed his treatment and passed away, and her father wouldn't have fallen ill. Her uncle wouldn't have had to bear the burden for her father and died young. If Lei Honghua is the executioner, then Qiao Zhiwang is the one who silently condones her actions. Qiao Jiangxin reached for the knife on the stove, glaring fiercely at Qiao Zhiwang. Try to hurt my uncle again. Lei Honghua was wailing with her eyes closed when she suddenly felt something against her neck. She opened her eyes to see the knife and nearly fainted, squawking like a chicken caught by the neck. Qiao Yukai was startled.
Jiangxin, no.
Don't do anything rash, stay calm. Lu Afong felt weak and almost collapsed to the ground. She glanced resentfully at her father-in-law at the door. Lei Honghua was bad enough, but Qiao Zhiwang was Jiangxin's own grandfather, pushing her to this point. If this got out, Jiangxin's reputation would be ruined. Woo, Jiangxin, listen to your mother. Give me the knife, don't do anything crazy. Qiao Zhiwang's anger faded instantly, and he couldn't even meet his granddaughter's hateful gaze. He could only scold Qiao Yukai. Look at the trouble you've caused. Before Qiao Zhiwang could finish, Qiao Jiangxin pressed the knife closer to Lei Honghua's neck, causing her to scream like a pig. Qiao Zhiwang's anger deflated immediately. He looked nervously at Qiao Jiangxin. What do you want to do? If this gets out, how will you ever marry? Your grandmother is still your elder. Look at what you're doing. This is disrespectful and goes against morality. He took a couple of deep breaths. In the past, your actions would have been punishable by death. Even if you don't want to live, think about your dad and mom. Qiao Jiangxin replied coldly, as long as there's a way to survive, who wouldn't want to live well? You blindly protect this wicked woman, as if you can't see how our family is living at home. My uncle and dad are kind-hearted and don't understand what you're thinking. Don't think I can't see it either. Lei Honghua noticed we were missing a chicken, and without asking, she raised a rolling pin to hit my mom in the stomach. Last time we were short a chicken. She pulled my mom's hair. What happened then? That guy Guzi even came to thank Xiao Zhengwo for inviting them to eat chicken. My mom just took a beating for no reason, and Lei Honghua didn't even apologize. This time is the same. She just wants my dad and uncle to have no children, so they can work for Qiao Jianhua and Xiao Zhengwo forever. That wicked woman Lei Honghua wants to use my dad and uncle as stepping stones for her 2 sons. Don't tell me you didn't notice. You're their son too. We accepted that you favored us, but you actually want to block my uncle and dad's future for your 2 boys. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Qiao Jiangxin's eyes were red. You only saw me hit Lei Honghua, but you didn't see her raise the rolling pin to hit my mom. Don't pretend you don't know what she's up to. No, you definitely know. Otherwise, you wouldn't have gotten angry and hit my uncle after he spoke up. Qiao Zhiwang frowned. We're all family. No matter what, your grandma is an elder. She's old and confused. If there's a misunderstanding, let's talk it out. Qiao Jiangxin held a knife to Lei Honghua's neck and slapped her face with the other hand. Who considers her family? Who wants to be with this wicked woman who doesn't even spare unborn babies? Old man, woo. Lei Honghua cried, tears streaming down her face, reaching out to Qiao Zhiwang for help. Qiao Zhiwang's eyes were filled with anger. What do you want to do? Qiao Jiangxin stared at him. Don't you know what we want? We want to fight for our own future. Qiao Zhiwang turned to Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai. Do you 2 brothers think the same? Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai exchanged glances and stayed silent. Qiao Zhiwang felt his dignity as the head of the family was seriously challenged, but he tried to suppress his anger. Fine, I agree to split the family. Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai looked pleased, and Lu Afan quickly took advantage of her daughter's distraction to grab her hand holding the knife. Jiangxin, did you hear what your grandpa said? Quickly put down the knife. After Lei Honghua got out of trouble, she seemed to come back to life, hiding behind Qiao Zhiwang and shouting, Ungrateful wolf, if you want to split the family, you can just leave. Every penny in this house belongs to me and your dad. You deserve to be cut off. Xiao Yukai stepped forward angrily. Lei Honghua, if you say one more word, I'll tell you you're the elder, so I can't hit you, but I can take it out on the third and fourth. Hearing this, Xiao Zhuang turned around and punched Lei Honghua, sending her stumbling back several steps, cursing, "Troublemaking woman, just watch me. Didn't I tell you yesterday? You ignored my words, didn't you? Didn't I warn you yesterday that you should treat Yufu and Yukai the same as Jianhua and Zhengwo? Do you have to tear this family apart to be satisfied? You old troublemaker, I'll make sure you don't harm my children anymore. Look at the mess you've caused. How did I end up marrying you? The source of all this trouble?" As Xiao Zhuang cursed, he kept punching Lei Honghua, making her cry out in distress. Neighbors who heard the commotion rushed over to break it up. Oh no, why are they fighting again so early in the morning? Old Xiao, please stop. Let's talk it out. You two, Youfu and Yukai, why are you just standing there? Hurry up and pull your dad away. Xiao Zhang's eyes darkened. To avoid splitting the family, Xiao Zhuang and his wife were really going all out, even using a tough approach. He turned to look at his uncle and dad, and sure enough, both seemed a bit moved. After hitting Lei Honghua, Xiao Zhuang seemed to regain some of his lost dignity. He sat on a bench in the yard, catching his breath, while Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai stood beside him, awkwardly trying to comfort him. Xiao Yukai said, "Dad, it's okay. Don't be angry. Getting too upset isn't good for you." Xiao Youfu added, "Exactly, sigh." A calculating look flashed in Xiao Zhuang's eyes, and his voice trembled. "How can I not be angry? My family is being torn apart by this foolish woman. You are my own sons, and she bullies you right under my nose. How can I not be upset? I warned her yesterday, saying you two are older now. Before, it was right to let Jianhua and Zhengwo take the lead, because they were younger. But now, you are all my sons, and everything must be fair. Do you really think your dad is confused? Over the years, I have seen everything you two have done. If it weren't for your hard work, our family wouldn't be in this situation today. Dad understands that I owe you both, and it's only right for you to feel that way about me." Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai had never felt such deep fatherly love, and they softened immediately.
Dad, we don't blame you.
Xiao Zhuang let out a sigh of relief. "Even if you blame me, it's understandable. Jianhua and Zhengwo are your brothers, and I want to see you all united in my lifetime. With the second son's wife yet to give birth, I worry about you both.
If it comes to it,
you'll still need Jianhua and Zhengwo. I know you blame me for favoring them, but I am thinking of you too. Dad is sharing his heart with you. Can you understand his worries? Are you still set on splitting the family?" Xiao Zhuang said, looking sadly at his two sons. "Dad." Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai lowered their heads in silence. They had already heard everything from Jiang Xinxin yesterday, and they weren't foolish. Xiao Zhuang's gaze dimmed. I'm getting old and can't manage everything. The younger generation will have their own fortunes. Since you've made your decision, so be it. But you know the situation at home. Jianhua has gone to learn a trade with his in-laws, and Zhengwo is not reliable. The crops haven't been harvested yet, so let's wait until the end of the year to discuss splitting the family. By then, the crops will be stored, and there won't be any work left in the fields." Xiao Zhengxin felt a heaviness in her heart. He was indeed a clever old man. Seeing that his emotional plea wasn't working, he quickly resorted to a delay tactic. She quickly stopped her uncle and father from agreeing. "Grandpa, there's no need for that. Besides, with Grandma in this state, we can't let Mom live under the same roof with her. Just divide the house and land among us, write up the separation agreement, and we'll continue to work the fields. Once the season's crops are harvested, you can distribute the grain to us." Xiao Zhuang looked at Xiao Zhengxin, who had jumped back into the conversation, his forehead veins throbbing. "We're adults talking here. What does a girl like you have to say?" His tone was filled with frustration. "Are you confused like your grandmother? Do you not see me as your grandfather? Do you think I'm someone who can't tell right from wrong? No need to say more. This matter is settled." Xiao Zhengxin said directly, "Dad, you keep playing with our feelings and delaying things. In the end, you just want to control us and make us work like servants at home. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai finally came to their senses. Dad, we don't have to wait until the end of the year. Xiao Zhuang looked at Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai with a blank expression. Even if parents make mistakes, they raised you to this age. That's not an excuse for you to be ungrateful. If you really have the ability, like your mother said, you can leave this house with nothing. After saying this, Xiao Zhuang tossed his sweat towel and left, not even eating breakfast, taking his and going out. Xiao Jiangxin was furious. Why should we leave with nothing? Everything in this house was earned by my uncle and my dad. How can you say you're not biased? You still have the nerve to act all sentimental here. I'm telling you, if you don't make a decision now, you'll regret it. Luo Fong quickly stepped forward to hold her daughter, shaking her head with worry. Leaving with nothing? They didn't have that kind of courage. The baby was about to be born, and they didn't even have a place to stay. How would they live? Jiangxin let it go. Since he said we would get our share by the end of the year, it's only a little over 3 months. Why don't we just endure it a bit longer? Uncle and the head of the family are his own flesh and blood. He can't just ignore them. Xiao Jiangxin scoffed. You still think he's too kind? Even if he has a bit of fatherly love for Uncle and Dad, Uncle wouldn't still be single after all these years. You and Dad have been trying for a child for so long, and Grandma often uses that against you. Have you ever heard Grandpa say to take some money to the clinic for a checkup? Xiao Yukai hung his head. Brother, what is it about us that he looks down on? Why does he have to restrict us like this? Xiao Youfu also lowered his head, but from his clenched fists, it was clear he was not at peace inside. The villagers laughed at him. Even the younger kids mocked him. He was a man too, longing for a family, wanting a warm home with a wife and children. Last year, a widow approached him privately. She said if he could take care of her son, she would live a good life with him. He had been hopeful, but Lei Honghua said one thing, no money. Later, he tried to negotiate. The widow said she could give him 100 first, and the rest later. Yet Lei Honghua still insisted there was nothing. Xiao Zhuang didn't say a word. After all these years of hard work, how could they possibly have only 100 yuan? Sure enough, Lei Honghua turned around and spent 300 to buy a temporary worker for Zhang Wo. He understood better than his younger brother that if he stayed in this family, he would see no future. He had all this strength, and he was unwilling to accept that even if he could leave something behind, it would only go to Jiangxin and the child in the second brother's family. Taking a deep breath, Xiao Youfu looked at his niece, Jiangxin. How about we leave everything behind? Your dad and I are strong. I believe we can take care of you and Afong. Xiao Yukai glanced at his wife's belly with mixed feelings. There are 2 abandoned rooms at the village's youth station. I heard from the short guy that we can rent them if we pay a little money.
Food.
We can borrow some for now. If Dad won't let us take anything then. Luo Fong listened to her uncle and the men, instinctively looking at Xiao Jiangxin. Xiao Jiangxin straightened her neck. Why should we? If it weren't for Uncle and Dad, could the 3rd and 4th uncles have gone to school? Could we have saved so much? The 3rd uncle got married, the little aunt got married, and the 4th uncle found a job. Where do you think all that money came from? You could earn adult work points when you were teenagers. My mom worked hard too. I was in 3rd grade when I started helping in the fields. Uncle and Dad have gone without food and clothes for over 20 years, raising younger siblings. Why should we leave empty-handed? We'll stay here for a few days. I have a plan to make them beg us to split the family. If they won't give us a way out, then they can't blame us for fighting back. Xiao Jiangxin whispered a few words to her uncle and parents, then turned and went into the chicken coop to kill the only hen they had. If they wouldn't share, then they would eat it themselves. Hearing the chickens' cries, Lei Honghua rushed out of the house, only to see Xiao Jiangxin coming out of the coop with the chicken. She was so angry that her vision went dark, and she nearly collapsed. Xiao Jiangxin, enduring Lei Honghua's harsh curses, went back into the coop and killed the only hen they had for hatching. Lei Honghua fainted from anger. The family of 4 sat around the table enjoying the chicken, when a voice from outside exclaimed, "Wow, what delicious food! It smells so good!" Qiao Jiangxin turned to see Qiao Zhengwo returning after a night of playing cards. Hey, you killed a chicken? Qiao Zhengwo's eyes lit up as he grabbed Qiao Jiangxin's collar and pulled her outside, reaching for the chicken leg in front of Lu Afeng. Qiao Jiangxin pushed back with a hand. What are you doing? Are you a dog? Why are you stealing? Qiao Zhengwo glared, raising his hand at his niece. Seeing Qiao Jiangxin's fierce look, he hesitated and turned to look for Lei Honghua. You troublemaker, you've gotten bold, right? Mom, come out quickly. Qiao Jiangxin scoffed. If you hit him, it hurts his mother. Uncle, Dad, hold him down. What are you doing? Hey, you two troublemakers, do you dare to hit me?
Mom.
Oh my, please stop, please stop. The sharp cries woke Lei Honghua, who had fainted from anger. She shakily got up and saw her precious son being beaten by the Qiao family. She felt dizzy and almost fainted again. Pinching her thigh hard to stay awake, she rushed over to protect her son, shouting insults at the Qiao family. After eating and drinking, Qiao Zhengwo gave Qiao Zhengwo another beating, then filled a bamboo jar with ash from the stove and ran next door to the Li family with her uncle. Her third uncle's mother-in-law lived in the Li family. On the way, curious villagers asked Qiao Jiangxin, Qiao girl, what's going on at your house? It's early morning, and there's crying and shouting. Qiao Jiangxin remained calm. Oh, it's just a little fuss.
You wouldn't know, Auntie.
Look, there's so much work in the fields, and my third uncle keeps hiding at his father-in-law's house. He only comes back to grab chickens, eggs, and food. My fourth uncle is always wandering around, and my grandpa, uncle, and dad are working like oxen. There's not a bit of meat on the dinner table. Yesterday, my grandma said she would send a chicken to my third uncle to please his father-in-law, and my grandpa got so angry that he hit her. He scolded my grandma for being ungrateful, only thinking about her in-laws and not caring for her husband. He said she raised two ungrateful children who are lazy and only know how to take advantage of their father, claiming it was for the sake of raising my third and fourth uncles, to support their education and to help them find jobs and wives, which is why she never let my uncle marry. And now my third uncle is acting like someone else's son. As soon as Qiao Jiangxin finished speaking, everyone was in shock. Oh, I told you before that Lei Honghua isn't a good person. If there were any blessings, they would be from her own children. Just look at how things have turned out. You can tell from a young age that the third and fourth children in that family are different. The boys are always chasing chickens and dogs, while the two older brothers left behind work like oxen without any care for themselves. Oh, Yangmei passed away too soon. If she knew her own flesh and blood were being treated this way, she would be restless even in the ground. People say when there's a stepmother, there's also a stepfather. Jiawang is still family, but the heart can be so cruel. Aunt Nyo, full of gossip, asked, what happened today?
What are they arguing about now?
When I went out to cut pig grass, I saw your grandfather with a dark face carrying her into the mountains. Qiao Jiangxin rubbed his eyes and said, do you remember the last time when my fourth uncle stole a chicken? Last night he stole again. My grandma woke up and noticed there were fewer chickens, so she hit my mom, specifically targeting her stomach, saying that my dad and my uncle would never have sons and would have to serve my third and fourth uncles for life, raising their kids. So it started up again. As soon as he said this, the room fell silent for 3 seconds. After a while, Aunt Nyo exclaimed, oh my, that's terrifying. What a cruel heart. How could we have such a wicked woman in our village? No wonder there are brothers with wealth and blessings. Aunt Nyo turned to look at Xiao Yufu, who was standing at the edge with a hunched neck, her sympathy barely contained. No wonder he wasn't lazy. He was known for being hardworking. Besides having a skin condition, he shouldn't have trouble finding a wife. It's so tragic, truly tragic. Lei Honghua is no different from digging up someone's ancestral grave. No, she's even more heartless. She's cutting off their roots. Xiao Youfu, equally shocked, turned to his red-eyed niece. She spoke so sincerely, so genuinely. If he hadn't experienced it himself, he might have believed her half-truths. Oh, the two brothers, Youfu and Yukai, have it tough. Yes, how can your grandfather just watch and not do anything? Xiao Jiangxin sniffed, eyes red, and said, my grandpa said it doesn't matter if it's my dad's bloodline or my third and fourth uncle's bloodline. It's all his bloodline. Getting married costs money, and he told my uncle not to marry so he could raise the kids for my third and fourth uncles. He said a nephew is the same as a son. This morning there was even a family dispute. My grandpa said either serve my third and fourth uncles for life or let my uncle and dad leave with nothing. Wow, I think Uncle Jiao Wang is getting a bit confused, right? You don't understand. This is called the influence of a close relationship. Men can be so. Well, you know. Xiao Jiangxin believed in the principle that family troubles should be shared with a bit of exaggeration. After chatting for a while with her aunts and sisters-in-law, she tearfully took her uncle to Li's village. Xiao Youfu was a simple man. When no one was around, he said to his niece, with how you're spreading this, in no time, everyone in the village will know. Your grandpa will be upset. Xiao Jiangxin rolled her eyes. Upset? He has plenty more to be upset about. Getting upset is fine. It's easy to let it out. Jiangxin, what are we going to do now? We're going to Li's village. The whole village knows that third uncle is ungrateful, taking advantage of my father and brother. My grandma is so upset she got sick. My grandpa is over 60 and still working in the fields.
I have to go talk to them.
Plus, Grandma and Grandpa have always said they want to help raise the child third Aunt has for you. Don't you want to see your future son? The main thing is. Xiao Jiangxin patted the bamboo jar filled with ashes in her arms. We need to give third Aunt the secret to having a baby. What if she has a daughter? Grandpa and Grandma promised you a son, so third Aunt has to have a boy. Xiao Youfu listened to his niece, his eyes wide open. This isn't good, is it? Xiao Jiangxin turned to her uncle, whose head was mostly bald with many red bumps and scars, some of which looked fresh and still bleeding. Many areas had permanent hair loss and would never grow back. In his previous life, after his father passed away, when uncle had a bit of money, he would grit his teeth and go to the hospital when the itching became unbearable. It was actually a fungal infection causing folliculitis, but this condition had troubled him for a lifetime, making him feel rejected and too ashamed to look up. People in the village said he was contagious, so no one wanted to play with him. When guests came to the house, Uncle would usually eat alone, afraid of being looked down upon. Despite all the discrimination he faced, he also had to endure physical suffering. When it itched, he wanted to bang his head against the wall, scratching until he bled. Those bumps were both painful and itchy, tormenting him constantly. All these years, no one in the family had ever suggested taking him to the clinic for a checkup. Xiao Jiangxin sighed. Uncle, don't hide your neck. You look great, and you can still do a lot. Look around. How many men can compare to you? I heard that the spots on your head aren't contagious and aren't a serious illness. As long as you have money, you can manage it well. Xiao Youfu was taken aback. You mean my spots can be treated? Seeing the joy mixed with shock in her uncle's eyes, Xiao Jiangxin nodded sadly. Yes, as long as you take medicine and apply ointment, it can be controlled. People say it might come back, but if we take care, you can be just like everyone else. Xiao Youfu's lips trembled. Does it cost a lot of money? Looking at her uncle's worried expression, Xiao Jiangxin shook her head firmly. It won't cost much. Grandpa should have taken you to see a doctor long ago. Uncle, in life, if you are not loved and only give without receiving, everything feels wrong. Supporting a family is wrong. Having children is wrong. Being frugal is wrong. And even trying to be loved is wrong. Xiao Jiangxin blinked, clearing the tears from her eyes. So, let's not be those who love too much. Don't think that if we treat others well, they will treat us well in return. Be a little selfish. Take care of yourself. If you're tired, lie down. If you want to eat something, eat it. If you're uncomfortable, speak up. Being too diligent and submissive will only make life harder. We care too much, which is why we suffer so much. We worry about our reputation and face, thinking that being filial will earn praise, and that being hardworking and uncomplaining will also earn praise. But what is praise worth? It's often a big loss. Xiao Youfu looked at Jiangxin, confused about why she was saying these things to him. Soon, a look of concern crossed his face as he reached out his calloused hand to Xiao Jiangxin's dry, yellow hair. Jiangxin, you've been wronged all these years. It's my fault for not being able to help. Jiangxin smiled at her uncle. No, uncle, you're the best. Let's go. Once we split the family, we will all be better off. Then you can see a doctor, and we can have meat at every meal. The crops will be from our own land. When mom has a little brother and finds a wife for you, we will be even better. Xiao Youfu looked at his niece's bright eyes and couldn't help but smile back. Okay, we will all be well. Once we split the family, Jiangxin will go back to school, and uncle and your dad will support you. Gaoshi Village and Lijiago are only about 5 miles apart. When Xiao Jiangxin arrived with her uncle, it was just past 9 o'clock. In his previous life, Xiao Jianhua always worked with his father-in-law, Li Sanfa. After the reform and opening up, Li Sanfa was one of the first to go out and find work. He quickly formed a small team to take on jobs, becoming one of the better-off families in the area. Xiao Jiang clearly remembers one thing from his past life. His father fell ill, and his uncle went to earn money. While working at a construction site, he had the chance to work alongside his brother Xiao Jianhua for a while. However, Xiao Jianhua was a skilled mason, while Xiao Youfu did the heavy lifting, carrying stones, sand, and cement up to the upper floors. Xiao Jianhua resented Xiao Youfu for leaving home and made things difficult for his older brother, who had supported him for many years. He even teamed up with others to load Xiao Youfu's burdens heavily, making it hard for him to carry. This caused Xiao Youfu to fall and get hurt, and during one serious incident, he almost fell down the stairs. Because of this, Xiao Youfu and Xiao Jianhua had a fight, and Li Sanfa's team held them back and beat them up. After that, Xiao Youfu never returned to that site and went to work in a more distant place, so much so that he didn't even see his father one last time. Hello, Andy, could you tell me how to get to Li Sanfa's house? A few curious women sitting at the village entrance looked at the unfamiliar face. Go north, and the first house at the corner is theirs. But they should not be home right now. I just saw Li Sanfa take his son-in-law to the fields. By the way, who are you? Are you looking for him for work? Oh, my uncle isn't home. He's working in Li's field for his father-in-law, Xiao Jiang said, blinking his eyes, looking a bit hesitant. I'm from Gaoshi Village. I came to find my uncle. He's Li Sanfa's son-in-law. The women perked up. You're that young man's niece? Wow, Jianhua has a niece your age? Is this next to you his father? Another woman nudged the one who spoke.
What are you saying?
Isn't Li Sanfa's father-in-law old Xiao? I know him. They aren't brothers. But I heard old Xiao seems to have had 2 wives. The woman said, looking Xiao Youfu up and down. Xiao Jiang quickly interjected, this is my uncle. My grandparents are strict and my uncle brought me to find my uncle. A few ants' eyes lit up. Oh, dear girl. Don't rush to leave. Why are your grandparents fighting? Xiao Jiangxin looked troubled. It's harvest time. My 3rd uncle hardly comes home except to carry grain. My 4th uncle doesn't work in the fields either. My grandfather, who is 60, still works tirelessly in the fields. He can't support my 3rd uncle anymore and is exhausted. Yesterday, he got upset and ended up fighting with my grandmother. He scolded my 3rd uncle, calling him an ungrateful person who only flatters his father-in-law. After all these years of support, he said it would be better to raise an animal. While his elderly father works hard in the fields, my 3rd uncle enjoys life in the background. He said if my 3rd uncle doesn't return, he should just stay and leave family ditch and not come back. The aunt was visibly excited. Oh my, it's just a short distance. If I were in your shoes, I would be angry too. Oh dear, the grain will rot in the fields. Who wouldn't be anxious? Come on, I have nothing to do, so I'll take you to Li Sanfa's house. Come on, it's just ahead. The aunt's face showed unhidden excitement. There is so little entertainment in the countryside. Who wouldn't want to see some excitement? The other ants also stood up, dusting off their clothes, and followed Xiao Jiangxin and the others. The ant led them to a large tiled house and began shouting from a distance, Li Sanfa's family, Li Sanfa's family. You have guests. It's your son-in-law's niece. She came to find you, saying her father-in-law sent her to look for someone. Her voice was loud and filled with glee. Lee Sanfa's family. A plump woman came out. Aunt Sayu, my mom went to the well to wash clothes. As she spoke, her gaze fell on Xiao Jiangxin and Xiao Youfu. Seeing they were empty-handed, her smile faded. Oh, it's Jiangxin and your brother. What brings you here? Why don't you come in and sit? Xiao Jiangxin was not polite and pulled her uncle inside. Aunt San, Grandpa sent us to find you, and Uncle San. We're exhausted from the walk. Is there any tea? The aunts outside, who had gathered to watch, did not disperse and stood around. Aunt Sayu was even more anxious than Xiao Jiangxin. She shouted, Xiaoping, your in-laws are fighting. The family is busy with the harvest, and the elderly are exhausted and angry. They sent your brother and niece to find someone, saying if Jianhua doesn't come back, he should just stay and leave family ditch and not return. Li Xiaoping's expression stiffened, and she quickly turned to the onlookers, saying, Aunt Sayu, where did you hear that? My in-laws don't have much land, and there are still my older brother, second brother, and fourth brother at home. With so many strong men, how could they not manage? Just recently, my mother-in-law brought me a basket of eggs and didn't mention anything about this. Where did you get such rumors? You must have misunderstood. After saying this, Li Xiaoping hinted, Aunt Sayu, please don't be like those annoying gossipers who have nothing better to do than spread rumors about others. Hearing Li Xiaoping's sarcastic tone and noticing the strange looks from the crowd, Aunt Sayu became anxious. What rumors? Your niece said it herself. Your father-in-law was cursing in Gaoshi village, saying your husband is ungrateful, only looking after his father-in-law, while your elderly father is working hard to support you all. He even said it would be better to raise a dog than to support your husband. Wow! As soon as Aunt Sayu said this, the crowd began to discuss. How angry must he be to say such harsh words? It shows he is really upset. Oh, if it were you, wouldn't you be angry? After Jianhua and Xiaoping got married, they spent most of their time at her family's home. They say they are learning a trade from Li Sanfa, but aren't they just working for him? Well, working for Li Sanfa is one thing, but they're still getting their food from Gaoshi village. They work hard for Li Sanfa while their elderly family members support them, and they don't even come home during harvest time. Old Xiao has been quite patient. If it were me, after raising a son with so much effort, I would be furious. Exactly. It's not even worth raising a child. At least if you raise a pig, you can have meat for the new year. A chicken lays eggs, and a dog can guard the house. What's the use of raising a son? Li Xiaoping shot a fierce look at Xiao Jiangxin and gritted her teeth, saying, Jiangxin, did your grandfather really say that? Or are you just resentful about working and spreading lies about your uncle to tarnish his reputation? Xiao Jiangxin opened her big eyes, looking as innocent as possible. Aunt San, it's true. Because of you and Uncle San, Grandpa has been upset and even scolded Grandma yesterday and today. With all this hard work in this weather, we haven't even had a proper meal at home. Grandpa said it's because Uncle San went to your father-in-law's house. He said you only think about going home to carry grain and catch chickens and ducks, and that you're ungrateful. He even said that Grandpa is harsher than Joe and called you and Uncle San ungrateful and heartless. Li Xiaoping did not expect Xiao Jiangxin to shout such things in public, ruining her family's reputation and involving her parents. She was furious. What do you mean we are hiding at my mother-in-law's house? Your Uncle San has a legitimate reason to be there. My dad kindly taught him a skill. What apprentice doesn't do some work? Many people want my dad to teach them, but he doesn't take them. How are we ungrateful? I'm still carrying the bloodline of your family, and you treat me like this. The Jiao family is bullying us too much. If the family is really that busy, why didn't you send a message? If we had received a letter, even if we couldn't come, we would have prioritized home, right? Hey, at first, my in-laws insisted that Jianhua learn from my dad, saying we wouldn't have to worry about home. Now they're putting all this blame on us. It's really unfair. And if the family is truly overwhelmed, do you really need two people to come just to deliver a message? As soon as Li Xiaoping finished speaking, the crowd turned their attention to Jiao Jiangxin and Jiao Youfu. Jiao Youfu had never felt so embarrassed in his life. Jiao Jiangxin stretched out the bamboo tube she was holding. "We came for a reason. My uncle is coming to see his son, but he's a man, and Aunt San is his sister-in-law. Even though we're family, there should be some boundaries to avoid gossip that would embarrass Uncle San, so he brought me along." As soon as Jiao Jiangxin finished speaking, the crowd erupted.
What?
"Uncle is coming to see his son? Whose son? Is it Xiaoping's? No way. Did I hear that right? Is Xiaoping pregnant with brother Jianhua's child? Oh my, is it what I think it is? This. Jiao Youfu's face turned red. He didn't know what Jiao Jiangxin was trying to do, and remained silent. Li Xiaoping was about to explode with anger. "Jiao Jiangxin, what nonsense are you talking? Have you lost your mind? Stop saying such ridiculous things in broad daylight." Jiao Jiangxin saw that Li Xiaoping was so angry her fingers were shaking, so she quickly stepped forward to support her. "Aunt San, please calm down. Don't be anxious. You are still carrying my uncle's child. If you get too upset and something happens, what will we do?" Li Xiaoping pushed Jiao Jiangxin away. "Don't touch me. Let me tell you, even if you kneel and apologize today, this matter won't be resolved. You are being too much. I am an innocent girl, and after marrying into your family, this is how you treat me? Someone call my dad and Jianhua. The people from Gaoshi village are bullying us at our doorstep." "Oh, Aunt San, where are you going with this? Who said anything about bullying you?" "I'm just speaking the truth. Let me explain." Li Xiaoping was so upset she started to cry. "I don't want to hear it. I'm not someone you can easily push around. Today, neither of you will leave here unharmed. Aunt San, please listen to me. Be quiet." From behind the crowd, a strong woman rushed over, already shouting before she arrived. It was Gao Cuelon, the wife of Li Sanfa. Li Xiaoping ran into her mother's arms, sobbing with frustration. Gao Cuelon glared fiercely at Jiao Jiangxin. "How dare you bully my daughter at our doorstep? What has my Xiaoping done to deserve this? You are trying to drive her to despair." Just then, Li Sanfa and Xiao Jianhua hurried back from the fields. Xiaoping, what happened?" Gao Cuelon pushed Xiao Jianhua aside. "What happened? I want to know what your family has done to my Xiaoping. Has she done something wrong, or are you just slandering her? You are driving my daughter to despair." Xiao Jianhua turned pale with fear. "Mom, what are you saying? I'm here. Who would dare to bully Xiaoping?"
Who dares?
"Are you blind? Can't you see your family is bullying us? If I hadn't come back in time, they would have driven Xiaoping to despair." Xiao Jianhua turned to see Jiao Jiangxin and Jiao Youfu. Jiao Jiangxin looked timid. "Uncle, Aunt misunderstood." Xiao Jianhua was furious and embarrassed in front of so many people. He raised his fist and swung it hard at Jiao Jiangxin's head. Jiao Youfu was quick to act, grabbing Jiao Jianhua's wrist and glaring at him. "Don't hit Zhang Xian." Zhang Xian took a big step back and shouted at Li Sanfa behind Xiao Jianhua. "What we said is all true. You only know how to hit people. I didn't lie when you hit me. Go ask everyone in Gaoshi village. They all know the truth. Why should you hit us?" Li Sanfa had already heard what happened from others and scolded Xiao Jianhua with a stern face. "Jianhua, don't you dare lay a hand on anyone. If you do, Xiaoping will really be in trouble. Besides, everyone around here knows that I, old Li, am a reasonable person. I believe in doing the right thing. I want to see who dares to cause trouble at my doorstep." Zhang Xian felt a bit relieved. She knew bringing her uncle here was risky, but she also figured Li Sanfa would step in. After all, his reputation was important since he was just starting his construction business in the area. If word got out that he was a bully, he wouldn't be able to find work as a tile setter. Li Sanfa's righteous words quickly silenced the noisy crowd. He looked around, pleased with the effect of his speech. Turning seriously to Qiao Youfu, he asked, "Why did the Qiao family come to Li Jiago today?" Qiao Youfu's heart raced, and he hesitated to meet Li Sanfa's gaze, struggling to find the right words. Li Sanfa scoffed, about to speak, when Jiang Xian jumped in. Grandpa, can we talk? Or should we discuss this privately? Otherwise, you might say we're just making trouble and ruining your family's reputation. Li Sanfa's expression tightened. The Li family has nothing to hide. If you have something to say, just say it. Jiang Xian exaggeratedly sighed in relief. Will you keep your word? If I speak, you can't bully us if you don't like what I say. I keep my word. Go ahead. Okay, if you don't keep your word, you can admit that Erling Shen is your master. Several onlookers couldn't help but laugh. Daughter, go ahead. Sanfa is a man of his word. He keeps his promises. Just like that, Xiao Jiangxin felt relieved and shouted loudly, my grandfather told me to call my uncle home to work. He said my uncle is ungrateful, only hiding at his mother-in-law's house, taking advantage of our parents and siblings. He never brings home a penny all year and only comes back to carry grain and catch chickens to please his father-in-law. My grandfather said this son was raised for nothing, given to the in-laws. He is closer to them than to his own parents. My uncle and aunt are unreliable, and my grandfather wants to adopt the son born to my aunt and give him to my elder uncle. Now my elder uncle has come to Li's Valley to see his son. At his age, he finally has a son, and he is very anxious about it. At this point, Xiao Jiangxin handed the bamboo tube to Gao Zuelan, saying, this is a secret recipe for having a son. My elder uncle only wants a son, not a daughter. Please, grandmother, make sure my aunt is fed once a day, and don't let her go hungry or overwork herself. This is my elder uncle's first son, and the medicine must be taken properly. We can't have a disappointment. My elder uncle won't accept that. By the way, uncle, my grandfather also said that if you don't go back, you might as well stay in Li's Valley. He also asked me to check if the grandfather-in-law is holding on to your son because he has no sons of his own. Are you doing so much work for your father-in-law and not getting a single meal? And your own father has to work under the hot sun to support you? No wonder the Li family is doing well. With this kind of thinking, if they had a few more daughters, they could be wealthy. At this point, not just Li Xiaoping and Xiao Jianhua, but also Gao Zuelan and Li Sanfa looked shocked. Li Xiaoping asked in a hoarse voice, what did you say? Your grandfather wants to adopt the child I give birth to for your elder brother? Xiao Jiangxi nodded. Aunt, you didn't know? The whole village already knows. Don't worry, my elder uncle only wants one son. You can have a few more later. Besides, what's mine and yours? We are family, so why worry? The younger brother will still grow up in front of you. It won't make a difference. Moreover, my grandfather said that if my uncle is being ungrateful, raising the child under you means he will only be close to his maternal grandparents. This child belongs to the Qiao family. We can't let the grandfather-in-law take away another son. At this point, Xiao Jiangxin seemed to be defending his grandparents and quickly turned to Xiao Jianhua, saying, Uncle, what kind of trick did the grandfather-in-law use on you? Is he keeping you from going home? Grandpa and Grandma raised you. How can you do something so ungrateful? Li Xiaoping was so angry that she started to cry, shaking her fist at Xiao Jianhua. You, Xiao Jianhua, my own child, what right do your parents have to decide for me? I want to hit you. I want to hit you. The onlookers began to shout. Wow, old Xiao is really mad. He doesn't even want a son anymore, and his grandson is being given to the eldest son? Well, you can't blame them for being angry. If it were you, wouldn't you be upset? Xiaoping has been married for 2 years and mostly lives in Lijiago. They spent so much money to get a daughter-in-law to help with the housework, and what happened? They worked hard to raise a son, got him married, and now the daughter-in-law is gone, and they've lost their son too. Yeah, Sanfa is being a bit overbearing. Isn't this just taking someone else's son? Plus, Jianhua works for his family and has to bring home food. Isn't that just a free ride? But seriously, Sanfa has a son too. Why take someone else's? Is there something wrong with his own son? That's hard to say. Sanfa's family is doing well, but look at that kid Xiaobing, he's so thin. Xiao Jianhua finally came to his senses, panic in his eyes. He turned to look at Li Sanfa. Seeing his dark expression made his heart sink. He stammered, Dad, let me explain. I didn't know. My parents didn't mean it like that. Yes, it must be that Xiao Zhengxin spread the wrong message. Xiao Zhengxin seemed to realize she had caused trouble and grabbed Xiao Youfu to run outside. This is all what Grandpa and Grandma said. It has nothing to do with me. Everyone in the village knows. Just ask around to see if I'm lying. As they spoke, the two had already rushed out of the crowd and onto the main road leading out of the village. Li Sanfa's face changed colors, red and then blue, his eyes glaring fiercely at Xiao Jianhua. Don't call me Dad. I can't take it. Go ask around the street. How many people want to learn from me? If it weren't for Xiaoping, would you even have a chance? Which apprentice doesn't work for their master for a few years? Yet you act like you're special? You tell everyone when you worked with me, how many times did I not give you money? How did it turn into me taking their son and plotting against you, in your parents' words? Am I just a fool? What do you think of me, Li Sanfa? Li Sanfa clenched his fists, angry enough to spin around in place. He then gritted his teeth and pointed fiercely at Xiao Jianhua, saying, You did well. Your dad was right. You really are an ungrateful person. I've never seen someone who brings trouble to their in-laws. Xiaoping hasn't even had the baby yet, and you just bypassed our Li family to give the child away? No, that's not it, Dad. Xiao Jianhua looked terrified and reached out to grab Li Sanfa's sleeve. Li Sanfa forcefully shook off his hand. This is still in front of my house under my nose, and you dare to bully me like this? If you went back to your Qiao family, what would happen? Would Xiaoping even have a chance to live? Saying this, Li Sanfa turned to Gao Zuelon and waved his hand. What are you still standing there for? We can't afford such a precious son-in-law. Pack his things and let him leave. Xiao Jianhua's eyes turned red. Mom and Dad, this must be a misunderstanding. I know how good you are to me. I remember it all. I'm not the kind of person who forgets kindness. Please don't be angry. There must be a misunderstanding. Xiaoping, quickly talk to your parents. Seeing her husband's panicked and helpless expression, Li Xiaoping felt more pain for him than her own grievances.
Dad.
But Li Sanfa was too angry and interrupted her with a wave of his hand. Don't say anything more. A married daughter is like spilled water. You should just leave with him. As your parents, we've done our best for you, raising you without expecting anything in return. To help you too, we've been splashed with such dirty water. I've lost all my face. Li Sanfa was furious, and as he spoke, he slapped his own cheeks twice. Gao Zuelon was so scared she didn't dare to speak, only supporting her daughter as she cried softly. The onlookers, although excited and curious, didn't dare to say a word. The main instigator, Xiao Zhengxin, ran quickly with his uncle until they were out of Gaoshi village, then stopped to catch his breath. Xiao Youfu looked worried. Zhengxin, do you think we went too far? Your third aunt is still pregnant. Xiao Zhengxin sighed. I can't worry about that now. In life, you can't please everyone. Life is short. I just know I must not let myself be wronged. Li Xiaoping is not a good person either. My mom has suffered a lot because of her. She and Xiao Jianhua are married, so they are naturally against us. Thinking about how Li Xiaoping used to act arrogantly in front of her mother and allowed her son to bully Jiangmu repeatedly, Xiao Zhengxin felt no guilt at all. Let's go, Uncle San. We have a tough battle to fight at home later, so don't think about those unimportant people. Xiao Youfu followed his niece and asked, Will your grandma really split the family like this? Xiao Zhengxin shook her head. I don't know, but whether they split or not, I know they won't have an easy time. With our commotion, even if Li Sanfa doesn't come to confront us, at least Xiao Jianhua will be driven away. He is the son that Grandpa and Lei Honghua value the most. Xiao Youfu's face twitched. Zhengxin, your grandma might be so angry she could get sick. She might even want to harm us. Xiao Zhengxin smiled.
Right.
If Uncle San gets sent back, it might take half of Lei Honghua's life. So while the news from the Li family hasn't reached us yet, let's hurry back and take half of her life. By the time we hear about Uncle San, Lei Honghua might just go looking for my grandma. Xiao Youfu felt a bad premonition rising in his heart. Zhengxin, what are you planning to do? Gaoshi village. A few ants sat under a big tree chatting. When they saw Qiao Zhuang walking over with A, He looked very energetic. Everyone visibly straightened their necks and puffed out their chests. "Hey, old Xiao, are you back from the fields? At your age, you should take a break. Let the kids handle the work. We, the older generation, have worked hard all our lives. It's time for the younger ones to step up." Another woman quickly added, "Exactly. Uncle Jiwang, you spoiled Jianhua and Jiangwo too much. Kids like Yufu and Yukai have been working since they were 6 or 7. Your youngest is almost 20 and still running around playing instead of helping. At this age, he should be more considerate of the elders." A young woman chimed in, "That's right. During the busy harvest, even families with young children and pregnant women are out in the fields. But your third son is just lounging around at his in-laws' house. You must feel like you've wasted your efforts on him. They say you can tell a person's future by the age of 3. I think you can't rely on your third and fourth sons. Be nicer to Yofu and Yukai." "Oh, Shi Chui, you don't understand. The third and fourth sons are dear to Brother Chiao. How can they be compared to those with fortune and wealth? Besides, even if Brother Chiao is willing, Sister Manhwa won't agree. We don't want Brother Chiao to end up with a bloody face." Aunt Neo finished speaking, and the women around laughed together.
Ah.
Ha ha ha, such obvious teasing made Xiao Zhuang's face turn slightly sour. Women just talk too much. They have nothing to do all day but gossip about others. Have you cleaned your own house? Have you cooked? Do you have time to meddle in other people's affairs? Aunt Neo, who came from the same village as the late Yang Mei, felt offended by Xiao Zhuang's harsh words and retorted, "With your family's little issues, do we really need to gossip? We're just standing up for those with fortune and wealth and for Sister Yang Mei." It's like a play, only hearing the new people laugh and not seeing the old ones cry. The brothers with fortune and wealth are also unfortunate. Their mother died young, and they ended up with a father like you. Sister Yang Mei must be crying her eyes out down there. Lu Shitsue was excited. "Yes, Uncle Jiwang. Although the brothers with fortune and wealth aren't from the same family as your third and fourth sons, they're still your blood. You shouldn't be so unfair. They're your own sons. As a father, how can you not worry about your children and cut off their future? Even a tiger wouldn't harm its own cubs. Aren't you afraid that Aunt Yang Mei will come to find you at night?" Xiao Zhuang's face turned red with anger. "Nonsense. This is ridiculous. If you keep talking like this, do you believe I will tell Wu-Wu?" Wu-Wu is Lu Shitsue's father-in-law, and Lu Shitsue fell silent, not daring to respond. Aunt Neo, with her neck held high, said, "You can do these things but don't want us to say anything? You just bare your teeth at us. Why don't you bare your teeth at Lei Honghua? Everyone in Gaoshi village knows you are keeping the brothers with fortune and wealth from separating, just so you can use them as servants for your own sons. And you still have the nerve to confront us? You won't let Yufu marry and have children, and now that Yotsai's wife is finally pregnant, Lei Honghua wants to make her lose the baby, so she can raise your third and fourth sons, right?" "Exactly, Uncle Jiwang. What you've done is really shameful." Jiao Jiwang was very angry when he left home in the morning, and when he returned, a group of women stirred up his anger again. He kicked the door open and saw Jiao Yukai squatting in the yard, sharpening A with his back turned to him. With nowhere to vent his anger, Jiao Jiwang stepped forward and kicked, "You ungrateful person. At my age, I'm still working in the fields, and you didn't even drink a sip of water this morning while you hide at home." The on the ground was kicked towards Jiao Yotsai's face. Startled, Jiao Yukai quickly leaned forward to dodge, his feet firmly planted on the ground, lifting his abdomen high to avoid the sharp. Lu Afong, who was coming out with a basin, gasped, "Master, are you okay?" Only then did Jiao Zhuang notice that Jiao Yukai had almost fallen onto the. His expression changed as he saw Jiao Yukai getting up, glaring at him fiercely. His anger flared up again, burning away any trace of guilt he had felt earlier. "What kind of look is that? I'm your father. Is it wrong for me to teach you a lesson? Where's your older brother? With so much work to do in the fields, you all just stayed home doing nothing all morning? Don't you need to eat?" Hearing Jiao Zhuang shouting, Lei Honghua stumbled out, crying before she even arrived. "This is outrageous, old man. We can't live like this anymore. Those two ungrateful wolves killed the chickens at home, even the ones meant for breeding, and the roosters. I only said a few words and they beat me up. They're taking their anger out on me because of you. Jiao Zhiwang turned to glare at Jiao Yukai. Did you hit your mother? Jiao Yukai stood protectively in front of Lu Afong, taking a defensive stance. If you believe everything she says, then why are you asking me? For so many years, my brother and I have been right in front of you, and you don't even know what kind of people we are. You've never seen what they've done. Jiao Yukai felt a sharp pain in his wrist and looked down to see a scrape, fresh blood oozing out. Seeing his father look at him like an enemy made his nose tingle and his voice tremble. Have my brother and I not done enough? Haven't we been obedient enough? For all these years, you've said whatever you wanted, and we never once argued back. What do you want us to do before you are satisfied? Xiao Zhiwang hesitated to meet his son's gaze, but as the head of the family, he couldn't lose face. In a fit of anger, he threw the behind the door, making a loud crash. Lei Honghua, seeing Xiao Zhiwang not take action, became even more furious. It's them. They are the ones who attacked me. If they can hurt me today, they can hurt you tomorrow. Oh no, my chickens. For chickens. They were all ruined in just 2 days. I can't live like this anymore. Thinking about her 4 chickens, her heart ached. She squatted down, crying and slapping the ground. For her, losing a laying hen felt like losing a person. She hadn't even seen their bodies. Qiao Zhengwo, lying in the west room, was awakened by the noise outside. Listening closely, he realized his dad had returned. Instantly alert, he jumped up, covering his swollen and painful face, and rushed out.
Dad.
You're finally back. I thought I was going to get beaten to death. Xiao Zhengwo pointed at Xiao Yukai. It's him. It's those wild kids, Xiao Yukai and Xiao Youfu. Look at my face. If Mom hadn't stopped them, you wouldn't have seen me today. I haven't even had a chance to honor you properly. They even killed the chickens. They slaughtered all our chickens. Mom fainted from anger. They are unhappy with this family. Dad, if you don't discipline them, will our family even have a future? They think you're old and want to rebel. Stimulated by this, Lei Honghua jumped up from the ground and lunged at Xiao Yukai and his wife. You owe me for my chickens. Pay for my chickens. Before Qiao Jiangxin and Xiao Youfu arrived home, they heard the commotion. They exchanged glances and quickly ran home. As they entered, they saw Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhengwo pulling at Xiao Yukai, who was protecting Lu Afong. Xiao Yukai had several scratches on his face and neck from Lei Honghua's nails.
Dad.
Xiao Jiangxin shouted, lowered his head, and charged forward. With a loud bang, Xiao Zhengwo was knocked aside. Ah! A piercing scream echoed, shocking everyone at the scene. Turning around, they saw Xiao Zhengwo sitting on the freshly sharpened. Oh no, I'm dying.
Mom.
Xiao Zhengwo screamed as he lay on the ground, shaking in pain. Lei Honghua looked over, her eyes widening in shock. It was hot, and Xiao Zhengwo was wearing loose shorts. As he sat down, the shorts rode up, revealing a deep cut about 3 inches above his thigh, with flesh torn apart and bright red blood oozing out. It was a disturbing sight. Lei Honghua felt weak and fell to her knees, crawling toward Xiao Zhengwo as if she had lost her son, crying out, Zhengwo, this is terrible. My Zhengwo. Xiao Zhiwang was startled, but Xiao Yukai reacted quickly. He grabbed a cloth from the wall and pressed it firmly on Xiao Zhengwo's leg.
Ah!
Xiao Zhengwo screamed in agony. Without thinking, Xiao Zhiwang kicked Xiao Yukai, shouting, Get away. If anything happens to the 4th one, I will hold you responsible. Dad. Xiao Jiangxin rushed to help Xiao Yukai and noticed that he also had cuts on his face, neck, and wrist, with veins clearly visible. Without hesitation, he looked up at Xiao Zhiwang and retorted, If the 4th uncle really gets hurt, it would be good for our family. At least you wouldn't have to support this burden at your age. If anything happens to my dad, then our family's future is at risk. You just stood by while my dad was being pulled and scratched by Lei Honghua and her son. Now you care? You really are fair. Xiao Zhiwang was furious, trembling with anger. You killed the chickens and hurt Jangwo. It's your fault. Even if he did something wrong, that doesn't justify your actions. Do you think you can act like this in front of me? Next time, will you come after me? Xiao Jiangxin replied fearlessly, What does this have to do with my dad? It was my doing. Even if it was on purpose, I'm just a kid. The fourth uncle shouldn't hold it against me. Don't you always tell my dad and uncle to be more understanding? Teach the fourth uncle to. Finally, Lei Honghua reached her son, Jangwo. Jangwo, how are you? Are you okay? Jiao Jiangxin rolled her eyes and sarcastically said, What's the big deal? Can't you see there's hardly any blood? It's just a bit of fat. Just put it back. He doesn't do any work anyway. It's better if he lies in bed for 3 to 5 years. He won't eat much, saving food and keeping him from causing trouble outside. You wicked person, shut up. It's your fault my Jangwo is like this. Lei Honghua swiped at Jiao Jiangxin. Jiao Jiangxin leaned back to dodge the attack, gritted her teeth, and kicked Jangwo's leg 3 times. Jangwo cried out in pain, blood oozing from his wounds, looking quite alarming. Lei Honghua, frightened, raised her hands, fingers splayed as if trying to grasp the air, her mouth agape, eyes wide with shock. Jiao Zhuang roared angrily, Jiao Jiangxin. Jiao Yukai quickly stood up to block his daughter. Jiao Jiangxin shouted back, even louder, Are you blind? Didn't you see Lei Honghua attacked first? If you can't handle it, don't act foolish. The village's part-time doctor, who treats the sick and works the fields when not, was pulled quickly by Jiao Youfu, rushing in and shouting, Where? Where? Jiao Jiangxin quickly raised her hand, Here, Uncle Haimao, look at my dad's wrist. The veins are sticking out. Lei Honghua grabbed Lu Haimao as he passed by her. Haimao, my Jangwo, hurry and check on him. Jiao Jiangxin stood up, ready to kick Jangwo again. With a gasp, Lei Honghua quickly released Lu Haimao, bending down to shield her son. Jiao Jiangxin pulled Lu Haimao closer and said to Lei Honghua, Let me tell you, if you keep blocking, it's your son who will suffer. My dad just needs some medicine and a bandage, but my uncle needs stitches. If you keep causing a scene, no one will get treated. Who do you think can wait longer, my uncle or my dad? Jiao Jiangxin's tone was icy, making it clear that if she continued to cause trouble, no one would be treated. Jiao Zhuang, with a dark expression and bulging jaw muscles, met Jiao Jiangxin's fierce gaze, but ultimately remained silent. Lu Haimao was about the same age as Jiao Yukai. They grew up together, but Lu Haimao had studied a bit more. Thanks to his uncle, the village leader, he got a month of training at the county health clinic and now held the title of village doctor. But when it comes to working together, they all have to go to the fields. Xiao Yukai and his brother are capable, and when they earned work points before, the team leader often grouped him with Xiao Yukai or Xiao Youfu. Given the situation with the Qiao family, he had long wanted to stand up for the 2 brothers. At that moment, he ignored the cries of Qiao Jangwo on the ground and carefully disinfected Qiao Yotsai's wrist, applied medicine, and bandaged it. I'll prepare some and topical medicine for you later. Be careful with this area. If you're not careful, you could hurt your tendons and it might affect you later, he said. Lei Honghua was very anxious and kept urging him. Lu Haimao didn't delay on purpose. After bandaging Qiao Yukai, he quickly went to help Qiao Jangwo. Bring out a long bench and let Jangwo lie on it. It hurts a bit. If it gets too much, bite down on a towel. Uncle Zhuang, it would be best if you can hold him down. Lu Haimao threaded a needle like he was fishing, pulling the line while using pliers to push the fat into the wound. Xiao Jianhua's screams had become hoarse, attracting half the village. Finally, they finished stitching up Qiao Jangwo. While applying a bandage, Lu Haimao instructed, change the dressing morning and night. Take the medicine 3 times a day. Avoid touching the wound, and don't move too much when using the restroom. If the stitches come undone, you'll have to redo it. Also, avoid water during this time. He cut the bandage and handed 2 bottles of medicine and some cotton cloth to Lei Honghua. As he packed up his tools, he said 1 bottle is for use and 1 is for topical use. It totals 11. 7 yuan for Jangwo, and 1.1 yuan for Yukai. Lei Honghua shot a glare at Xiao Yukai, went into the house and took out 10.6 yuan to hand to Lu Haimao. You should ask the person who used the medicine for the money. Zhang Wo almost lost his life because of them. Do you really think I can pay for it? Do you think I'm some kind of deity? Xiao Youfu turned to Xiao Zhiwang and said, Dad, all the money we earn is with Mom.
She has to pay.
Lei Honghua retorted, How much can you earn? Don't you eat or drink? Aren't you capable? Don't you want to fly high? Why are you asking me for over a yuan? I'm telling you, don't expect me to pay a single penny. Looking around at the onlookers, Lei Honghua raised her voice. Everyone knows that when I married into the Qiao family, these two brothers were just kids. After all these years, who hasn't relied on me for clothes and food? And now, they've turned into enemies, eating with one hand and cursing with the other. Others might think there's something wrong with me as a mother, but only I know the pain inside. I thought we were family, and we should swallow our pride together. Thinking back on the chaos of the past few days, Lei Honghua's tears were falling like rain. This wasn't fake crying, it was real. Yesterday, they killed one of her chickens, and she got beaten by her husband. Early this morning, another chicken was lost, and she nearly had her throat cut by Qiao Jiangxin. 2 more chickens were killed in the morning, and her youngest son was beaten badly. Finally, when her husband returned, she thought someone would stand up for her and that she would get a chance for revenge, but instead, her precious son needed 11 stitches. Now, I can't even worry about family shame anymore. Xiao Zhiwang interrupted Lei Honghua, saying, What are you all doing here? Go home. Is there anything to see? Have we collected the crops from the fields yet? Xiao Zhiwang didn't want anyone to know about their family issues. Regardless of whether Lei Honghua or the Qiao brothers were right, they would just be the subject of gossip, with people saying he lacked authority as the head of the family. While Lei Honghua was sobbing and venting to an older aunt, Qiao Jiangxin grew impatient and said to Xiao Zhiwang, Dad, do you really think we shouldn't pay for the medical expenses? Lei Honghua quieted down, listening for Xiao Zhiwang's response. She wasn't going to pay. In the village, medical expenses used to be on credit, but after the land reform, there were no more credits. Many villagers couldn't pay their medical bills, so now it was required to pay in cash. If they didn't have money, they had to borrow from others, but she wouldn't owe Lu Haimao anything. She was doing this on purpose. She wouldn't spend a dime and wanted to see who would dare lend money to those 2 ungrateful children. She wanted to bring them down. Xiao Zhiwang sent the onlookers away and shut the door, blocking outside views. He was determined to assert his authority over his 2 sons and wanted everyone to know that he was in charge of this family. Now you want to call me Dad? It won't help. If you have money, pay. If not, then don't. It's not a serious illness, just a scrape. Do you think money grows on trees? Just as Lei Honghua felt a bit smug, Qiao Jiangxin said, Fine, if we have to pay ourselves, then we will. Uncle Haimao, we can offer something else in exchange. With that, Qiao Jiangxin dashed to the kitchen and quickly returned holding a cleaver. Lei Honghua recalled the knife that had pressed against her neck in the morning, and she felt a jolt that made her want to jump up. But Xiao Jiangxin did not come towards her. Instead, she turned and entered the pig pen next door. Inside the pig pen were 2 pigs, the most valuable assets of the family, as their income for the whole year depended on selling them at the end of the year. The pigs had been caught at the beginning of the year and now weighed over 100 pounds each. They had always been cared for by Qiao Jiangxin and Lu Afeng, and they were very important to Lei Honghua. When the pigs saw Qiao Jiangxin approaching, they thought it was feeding time and rushed towards her. Outside, Lei Honghua seemed to understand what was happening and shouted, Stop her, stop her. Ignoring Lei Honghua's loud cries, Qiao Jiangxin swung the knife at the pigs. Lei Honghua's scream drowned out the pigs' cries. Then, with a thud, Qiao Jiangxin turned around to see Lei Honghua collapsed on the ground. Mom? Old lady, are you okay? Lei Honghua's sudden fall startled Xiao Zhiwang and Xiao Zhengwo. Lu Haimao, as a doctor, quickly stepped forward to check on her. She's just fainted from anger. There's no need to panic, he said, then pressed his thumb firmly on Lei Honghua's pressure point. Lei Honghua let out a small sound and woke up. The first thing she said was, "Hurry, my pigs." Inside the pig pen, the two pigs were running around in fear, while Qiao Jiangxin stood with the knife, watching closely. Seeing that Lei Honghua had woken up, Qiao Zhuang rushed towards the pig pen, shouting, "What are you doing? Get out of there. Are you two still going to take care of this?" he said, then picked up a nearby. Lu Wafang was startled and stood in front of Qiao Zhuang, holding her belly. "Father, these pigs were raised by me and Jiangxin. Jiangxin cuts the grass for them every morning, and I cook their food. Since Grandma asked us to pay for our own medical expenses, we have no money and must sell the pigs for meat. If you dare to touch Jiangxin, you'll have to step over my dead body. You've never liked me anyway, so just kill us both." Xiao Yukai quickly stepped in front of his wife, blocking Qiao Zhuang with her. Qiao Zhuang didn't dare to actually harm his pregnant daughter-in-law and yelled into the pig pen, "Qiao Jiangxin, you crazy person, come out now." In the pig pen, Qiao Jiangxin was still butchering the pig. Although she missed with 2.5 of her 3 strikes, the pig's cries were heart-wrenching. Lei Honghua shakily got up and stumbled towards the pig pen, leaning against the wall for support. Looking inside, she saw 2 pigs with injuries, and that sight made her feel dizzy. "Oh my, Dia, you little troublemaker, come out right now. If only you would just hit me instead." "Oh my goodness," Qiao Jiangxin shouted. "I won't come out. My dad owes Uncle Haimao for medical bills, and I have no money. I'm using 2 pounds of pork as payment. I raised these pigs with my mom. Don't worry, when you bought them, they weighed 17 pounds. I will pay you back," Lei Honghua pleaded, her voice trembling. "Please stop. If you keep going, they will really die. I will get you the money. If my pigs die, I won't be able to live either. Old man, hurry up and make that money-losing fool stop. Those 2 pigs are my daughters-in-law."
Buffed.
Lu Haimao quickly lowered his head and covered his mouth. Qiao Zhuang looked at the pigs jumping around in the pen, then at his son and daughter-in-law blocking his way. Frustrated, he pushed Lei Honghua down with a shovel. "You old woman. Why don't you go get the money? Dia, listen to me. If those pigs don't survive, you won't have a good life either. Come out quickly. Your grandma went to get the money. We will pay your dad's medical bills." Qiao Jiangxin's wrist ached as she looked at the terrified pigs, cursing under her breath. They were tough and hard to kill. Turning to Qiao Zhuang, she said, "Do you think I'm foolish? If this happens once, it can happen again. All the work our family does goes to Zhonggong. The work points we earned, the money we get at the end of the year, everything we have is controlled by Lei Honghua. My mom has to ask her for even a few cents to buy toilet paper, and Lei Honghua always scolds her harshly. When we work, they worry we won't survive. We work harder than cows and horses, and our food is worse than pig feed. Yet, they often close the door and cook special meals for themselves. Open your eyes and see how we live like refugees. I'm a grown woman now, and for so many years, I haven't even had my own clothes. I either wear clothes from Qiao Zhengwo or Qiao Fangfang. If I were in another family and worked this hard, wouldn't I have new clothes to wear?" Taking a breath, Qiao Jiangxin continued, "We'll kill this pig. 2 pounds will go to Uncle Haimao, and the remaining 17 pounds of piglet meat is for you. We'll sell the rest. Over 80 pounds of meat can sell for about $40 at 50 to 60 cents a pound. This is the money my mom and I worked hard for all year. Lei Honghua can't touch it anymore. We'll save it ourselves and won't ask her for help again, so we don't have to spend our own money and still get scolded by that nasty woman." Qiao Zhuang, seeing her lift the knife again, quickly pleaded, big girl, listen to me. Don't you want new clothes? We can buy them. Tomorrow at the market, let your grandma buy you a whole outfit. No, let's get 2. Just put the knife down. It's only been a few months. We can't sell the pig until the end of the year for a good price. If it dies, all our efforts will be wasted. Your 4th uncle is counting on selling these 2 pigs to marry a wife." Qiao Jiangxin seemed swayed by Qiao Zhuang's words and asked, "Really? You'll buy me new clothes?" Seeing her soften, Qiao Zhuang nodded eagerly. "Yes, new clothes, 2 outfits. Just come out." Lei Honghua hurried out with a handkerchief and overheard. Instinctively, she retorted, new clothes?
Dream on.
2 outfits? We can't afford that. Xiao Jiangxin, as if activated, swung the knife toward the pig's back, saying, my grandpa's words don't matter. It's all about Lei Honghua's mood. I'll manage my own money and spend it how I want.
Bang!
The knife hit the pig's rear, causing a sharp, prolonged squeal that echoed loudly. Seeing Xiao Jiangxin lose her calm again because of Lei Honghua's words, Xiao Zhuang turned and slapped her face. You troublemaker. You're the source of all our problems. After scolding her, he turned back to comfort Xiao Jiangxin. Big girl, come out. This house isn't for your grandma to control. If I say I'll buy it, I will. Xiao Jiangxin looked at him suspiciously. Really? Xiao Zhuang replied firmly, really? She extended her hand. Then give me the money first. I'll buy it myself tomorrow. I don't trust you. I'm afraid Lei Honghua will whisper in your ear and confuse you. You. Xiao Zhuang was so angry he could hardly contain himself. But looking at the 2 pigs in the pen, he held back his anger. Fine, I'll give it to you. Xiao Jiangxin pressed further. I want 30. Xiao Zhuang nearly fainted. 20. Take it or leave it. I'm sorry, I can't assist with that. Before he could act, Xiao Jiangxin smiled and quickly reached out with both hands, one to grab the handkerchief from him and the other to lift a cleaver. Xiao Zhuang instinctively took a big step back as the knife came close, his heart nearly jumping out of his throat, and he felt a cold sweat on his back. On the other side, Xiao Jiangxin also stepped back with the handkerchief, saying, Thank you, Grandpa.
You really care about me.
Blood relatives are different from outsiders. As she spoke, Xiao Jiangxin glanced at Lei Honghua on purpose. Lei Honghua had been watching Xiao Zhuang closely, knowing he wouldn't give the money to Xiao Jiangxin and was likely planning to trick her. In that brief moment, the handkerchief with the money was in Xiao Jiangxin's hands, and in a panic, she lunged at Xiao Jiangxin, shouting, Ah! My money! Xiao Jiangxin calmly raised the cleaver, causing Lei Honghua to stop suddenly, her shoes almost smoking from the friction.
This was given to me by Grandpa.
Are you trying to take it? Lei Honghua looked at the knife in Xiao Jiangxin's hand with caution, then slapped Xiao Zhuang's arm, followed by her classic move of sitting on the ground and crying, That's all our money. You're just giving it to that ungrateful girl. Woe is me. I can't live like this. Give me back my money. That's for my grandson and for Zhengwo to marry. Xiao Zhuang clenched his fists, surprised that Xiao Jiangxin was so clever and cautious of him. Big girl. Now that you have the money, can you put down the knife? Xiao Jiangxin shook her head, holding the knife in one hand and the handkerchief out to Lu Haimao, saying, Okay, Uncle Haimao, for the medical expenses. While she agreed, she showed no intention of putting down the cleaver. Lu Haimao tried to suppress a laugh, pulling out a 1 yuan bill and a 10-cent bill from the handkerchief, then handed a bottle of medicine to Lu Afong, saying, Don't get it wet. Change it once a day. Lei Honghua's loud cries made Xiao Zhuang's veins bulge, and he shouted, Stop crying. I'm still alive. Lei Honghua fell silent, holding back tears. Come on, big girl, this is dangerous. Give me the knife. Xiao Zhuang forced a kind smile and reached out to Xiao Jiangxin. Xiao Jiangxin turned to the side, stuffing the handkerchief into her pocket, saying, I won't give it up. Listening closely to the voices outside, Xiao Jiangxin said, Dad, we might need this later, so I'll hold on to it for now. Don't worry, no one will bully our family. Xiao Zhuang saw Xiao Jiangxin fidgeting and gritting his teeth. What do you need it for? I have so many sons who would dare to bully us.
Bang!
Before he could finish his sentence, the door was kicked open. The door slammed against the wall, bounced back, hit the threshold, and then returned to the wall, creaking loudly each time. Everyone turned to look at the door. Standing there were the angry couple Li Sanfa, the teary-eyed Xiao Jianhua and his wife, along with Li Sanfa's son Li Xiaobing, and a group of villagers who had come to watch. Xiao Youfu looked nervously at Xiao Jiangxin, his eyes filled with worry. This was bad. They had really come to their door. Dear in-laws. Lei Honghua shouted, and Xiao Jiangxin excitedly exclaimed, See, Dad? I told you we would need it. They came right to our door. Li Sanfa had a fierce look on his face. Earlier, when he entered the village, a few women under the big tree were gossiping about the Qiao family. Upon seeing Qiao Jianhua and his wife, he approached them, subtly mocking Jianhua and speaking sarcastically. After a few polite exchanges, he learned that the whole village knew Qiao Jiwang intended to adopt Li Xiaoping's child. Qiao Jiwang was the first to react and greeted them. "Oh, dear in-laws, what brings you here? Come in and sit down." "Jianhua, why are you just standing there? Please." Li Sanfa waved his hand. "No need to sit. Your family is too esteemed for me to step into your home." His words were clearly filled with anger, and Qiao Jiwang's smile faded. He turned to his son, Qiao Jianhua. "Jianhua, what happened? Did you upset your father-in-law?" Qiao Jianhua's eyes were red. "Dad, are you still my real dad? Why are you doing this to me? How does ruining my reputation benefit you? Didn't you always say to not worry about home and to learn the trade from my father-in-law? Now you." Li Xiaoping covered her mouth and cried softly. Gao Zuelan put her hands on her hips, pulled Qiao Jianhua aside, and confronted Qiao Jiwang. "Enough with the act. What's going on? Don't you understand what's happening? Do you really think we can be bullied? Do you think just because my Xiaoping is having a child with your Qiao family, it has to be your family? She hasn't even given birth yet, and you dare to disrespect my Xiaoping? What will happen if she does give birth? Let me tell you, our Li family can also raise a child. If this goes too far, we'll just part ways." Seeing the situation getting tense, Lei Honghua quickly stepped forward with a smile. "In-laws, what are you saying? Xiaoping is still pregnant." Gao Zuelan, hands on her hips, retorted. "So, what if she's pregnant? It's better for her to come to our home than to stay with your Qiao family and be mistreated." Lei Honghua's forced smile froze. "Oh my, I have always treated Xiaoping like my own daughter." "What are you talking about, Gao? Hey, even at this point, you're still trying to fool us? Are you planning to pass my Xiaoping's child to your old eldest son?" "Who said that?" "Ugh, who else? Your eldest son came to my house today to see the baby. Everyone in the village knows. Now you're denying it? This is too much. I'm telling you, parents like you shouldn't act this way." While Lei Honghua and Gao Zuelan were arguing fiercely, Qiao Jiangxin was quickly counting money. 1, 2, 7, 17, 27, 47, 49, and 73 cents. Wow, she finally found the money. This was her startup capital. Luo Fong observed the commotion at the door, confused. What's going on? Why is the Li family here, saying they want to give the child from the third family to the eldest? Where did they hear that? Qiao Youfu stammered, I passed the message to Jiangxin. Qiao Yukai and Luo Fong turned to Qiao Youfu, looking puzzled. Qiao Jiangxin finished counting the money, stuffed the handkerchief back into her pocket, and, holding a knife, headed toward the front. As she passed by the bench, she kicked Qiao Zhengwo, who was lying there half-conscious. Qiao Zhengwo, who had been motionless, jumped up as if energized by the kick, yelling in anger. Ignoring Qiao Zhengwo's shouting, Qiao Jiangxin rushed toward the door and bumped into Gao Zuelan, who was being held back by Lei Honghua. "Grandpa, Grandma, what are you explaining to them? The child in Aunt San's belly is my uncle's son. They will find out sooner or later, so why not tell them now?" Li Xiaoping reached out to support Gao Zuelan and glared at Lei Honghua, who was so angry she wanted to hit Qiao Jiangxin. "You nonsense, what are you talking about?" Qiao Jiangxin shifted slightly, looking unbothered. "With so many people in our family, what do we have to fear? My grandpa has 4 sons, and they only have 1. No matter how hard they hit, we can handle it. Besides, Aunt San is pregnant. Can they really take her back? It's just a show to scare us. Also, didn't you say you wanted to give the child to my uncle? You even said my mom's baby isn't a son, and that Aunt San should have another for my dad. We all know that. You were just saying it yesterday." After that, Qiao Jiangxin turned to Qiao Jiwang and said, "Grandpa, isn't that right? Just yesterday at noon, we were discussing how Uncle's ungrateful child only cares about his father-in-law and doesn't think about you as his dad. He wants to raise the child over there, and only be close to the Li family. But that child is from the Chow family. Why should we give him to the Li family? Everyone in the village knows this. If they ask around, they'll find out. We don't need to hide anything. Why should we be afraid? Our village is bigger than theirs. Do they really dare to act up in our home? If it weren't for Aunt San wanting to carry on our family line, would we treat her so well? She just has to have a few kids for us. Which woman in the world doesn't have children? Letting her have kids for my uncle is a sign of respect for her. With a man like my uncle, many women would want to be with him. Shut up. Shut up. The angry shouts came from Qiao Jiawang and Li Sanfa. Qiao Jiangxin, seemingly unaware of the situation, waved her hand. Uncle, Dad, come quickly and throw this bunch of nobodies out. After shouting, she comforted Qiao Jiawang, saying, Grandpa, don't be afraid. If anyone dares to touch you today, they will have to step over my dead body. Just a moment ago, when Qiao Jiangxin was angry, the old woman collapsed. Now, seeing Qiao Jiangxin jumping around, Qiao Jiawang felt like he might collapse too. Li Sanfa's family clearly misunderstood the situation. They couldn't explain themselves and wished they had 8 mouths to speak. As a result, this troublemaker was more energetic than anyone else, shouting louder than anyone, acting as if they were ready to risk everything for the old Qiao family. Big girl, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe I will strangle you right here? Qiao Jiawang's tone was filled with anger. Qiao Jiangxin instantly understood. I get it, Grandpa. It's all my fault. You and Grandma are not to blame. I'm young and don't know better, so let me take the blame. It's all my fault. Before Qiao Jiangxin could finish, she pulled on Lei Honghua, who was trying to explain to Gao Cuilan, and flung her forward. Oh yeah, Lei Honghua shouted as she lunged forward, knocking Gao Cuilan to the ground. Gao Cuilan's head hit a tree stump behind her, and she felt dizzy. On the other side, Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai seemed to have awakened some hidden strength as they exchanged glances. They had worked hard but never got anything good, so why should anyone else? Ah Fong, hurry to the room and don't get caught up in this, Qiao Yukai told his wife before running toward the door. Qiao Youfu followed, and as he passed the bench, he kicked over Qiao Zhengwo, who was lying on it. He didn't marry because of this fool's connections, and since he wasn't working anyway, it didn't matter if he was hurt. Qiao Zhengwo fell to the ground with a thud, feeling a sharp pain from his injuries. It's me again. My wound has opened. Oh no, someone help. Gasping for breath, Qiao Zhengwo shouted angrily at Qiao Youfu's back. You two wild ones, just wait. Once I'm better, I will make you pay. And that troublemaker too. Lu Afeng, who was about to follow her husband's instructions and head back to the room, turned around upon hearing Qiao Zhengwo's curses. Without hesitation, she picked up the bench from the ground and aimed it at Qiao Zhengwo. I'll teach you to speak like that. You're just as cruel as your mother. I'll show you what a true wolf in sheep's clothing is. Everyone had gone mad, and if that was the case, no one should live. They had already killed 4 chickens and injured the pig, causing the 4th child to get hurt, and they took the family's money. Any one of these actions was enough for Lei Honghua and Qiao Jiawang to punish her family severely. She didn't want to live anymore, but with Qiao Zhengwo still cursing, she thought she might as well take him out first to feel better. 2 stools came crashing down, and Qiao Zhengwo, with a swollen head, pleaded, I was wrong, sister-in-law, I was wrong. Please stop hitting me, I'm hurt. If you keep this up, I might really die. I'm not scolding you anymore, Lu Afeng said, throwing down the stool. You're really annoying. I don't know why that old woman treasures you so much. With that, she rolled her eyes, stepped on his leg as she walked past, and went back to her room. Qiao Zhengwo lay on the ground with a bruised face, lamenting, You did that on purpose. It must have been on purpose. At the entrance, Qiao Yukai rushed out, aimed at Qiao Jianhua, and jumped, landing a punch squarely on his face. You ungrateful brat. I'll beat you to death. Mom and Dad fight all the time because of you, and you dare bring people to our door? Before Qiao Jianhua could see who it was, he was hit so hard that stars filled his vision, and he fell toward Lei Honghua and Gao Cuilan, who were huddled together.
Ban.
Lei Honghua was about to get up when her son crashed into her, causing her to fall back onto Gao Tsuelon. Gao Tsuelon nearly lost her sweet potato porridge from the pressure and grabbed Lei Honghua's hair, pulling it down violently. In a swift move, she flipped over and pinned Lei Honghua beneath her. "You old bully, I'm going to fight you," Lei Honghua cried out. With her son on top of her, Lei Honghua felt like her waist might break, and when her nose hit Gao Tsuelon's forehead, tears nearly came out. Meanwhile, Gao Tsuelon continued to hold her hair down. Even with a good temper, Lei Honghua couldn't hold back anymore and grabbed Gao Tsuelon's hair in return. "You old hag, I've tried to be nice. I'm going to pull your hair out." Xiao Jiawang watched the chaotic scene unfold, feeling anxious, like an ant on a hot pan. He waved his hands and shouted, "Stop fighting. It's all a misunderstanding." "Oh no. How is this going to end? Li Sanfa, why are you just standing there? Hurry and pull them apart."
Ah.
Before Xiao Jiawang could finish, someone kicked him from behind, sending him crashing into Li Sanfa. Li Sanfa, seeing the incoming person, stepped back and pushed forward with both hands, ready to confront Xiao Jiawang. "Oh, you can't keep acting, huh? I've put up with you for too long." After kicking his father away, Xiao Youfu thought he would feel scared, but instead, he felt a rush of satisfaction. "You clearly said that this baby in the third family's belly is my son, and now you're saying it's not. You're a liar." The onlookers initially gathered to watch the commotion, but as things escalated, some wanted to intervene. However, the two groups were fighting too fiercely, and they didn't dare step in. They could only shout from the sidelines, "Hey, stop it. Don't fight anymore. They're all family. Let's just talk things over. If this keeps up, someone will get hurt." Xiao Jiangxin scanned the scene, noting the clusters of people, Lei Honghua and Gao Tsuelon, her father and Xiao Jianhua, Xiao Jiawang, and Li Sanfa. Oh, and her uncle was chasing after Li Xiaobing. Hey, there was also Li Xiaoping, huddled alone in the corner. Without thinking, she strode over to Li Xiaoping. Li Xiaoping protected her stomach, trembling with fear. "What are you going to do?" Xiao Jiangxin replied angrily. "I'm not like that rude Lei Honghua, who only knows how to fight. I'm here to reason with you. Look at this mess." Xiao Jiangxin pointed at the fighting crowd. "This is all because of you. My uncle, a good man, married you, a troublemaker, and forgot his parents. You must have stirred him up with your wickedness. Just because you're pregnant, you think you're special? What's wrong with my uncle having a son? My grandparents agreed, and you dared to oppose it. This is disrespectful. My grandfather said that in the past, people like you would have been punished. Don't you understand the responsibilities of being a wife? Didn't your family teach you? The elders in our family are still working hard, and you can't even handle our chickens? You ate our chickens and eggs but don't want to help us? You think you're so important just because you have your family backing you? Just look at what you've done." Xiao Jiangxin pointed at Li Xiaoping and repeated the insults Lei Honghua had thrown at Lu Afeng. Just as she was getting into it, she saw Li Xiaoping crouch down, clutching her stomach. Caught up in her anger, Xiao Jiangxin paused as she noticed a calculating look in Li Xiaoping's eyes, who then began to cry out in distress. Xiao Jiangxin turned and shouted, "Grandma, stop hitting her. Aunt San is going to lose the baby." No one paid attention. Xiao Jiangxin shouted again, "Grandpa, don't fight. Aunt San is going to lose the baby." The scene froze. Xiao Jianhua was the first to react, pushing Xiao Yukai aside and rushing towards Li Xiaoping. "Xiaoping, are you okay? Where's Lu Haimao? Quickly, find Lu Haimao." Gao Tsuelon got up from Lei Honghua and pushed Xiao Jianhua aside, saying, "We don't trust the barefoot doctor from Gaoshi village. Let's go to the clinic, hurry to the clinic." Li Xiaoping, seeing that her family and in-laws had finally separated, deliberately made a fuss. Xiao Jiawang slapped his son, saying, "What are you standing there for? Hurry and borrow a tractor." Xiao Jiangxi noticed the hint of joy in Li Xiaoping's eyes and stepped into the middle of the road, declaring, "No one can leave until we clarify this matter." Xiao Jianhua's eyes turned red. "Isn't it chaotic enough already?" Xiao Jiangxin insisted, "Grandpa, You and Grandma promised not to let my uncle marry, saying that third aunt would give him a son. Now you're going back on your word, and my uncle won't have a son. If third aunt won't give my uncle a son, then you must help him find a wife." Xiao Zhiwang pulled Xiao Jiangxin aside, saying, "Get lost. If you think you can do it, then go marry someone yourselves. If anything happens to the child in third aunt's belly, no one will have it easy." A group hurriedly carried Li Xiaoping away, leaving a crowd to watch. Xiao Jiangxin winked at Xiao Yufu, saying, "Uncle, sob, you've been tricked. Grandpa and Grandma are in on it together, saying you need money to marry, telling you not to marry, and that they would take care of your son later. They are deceiving you. They say there's no money to marry you off for 200 yuan, no money to treat you for a skin condition, no money for my education, and no money to help my mom with infertility. But they have money for third uncle's marriage and for fourth uncle's job. They are tricking us to keep us from splitting the family. They want us to support third and fourth uncles, treating us like servants, while dangling the idea of third uncle's son being adopted by you. It's all a lie. Grandpa and Grandma are biased, and Grandpa is too cruel, even deceiving his own son. It's all a scam." Although Qiao Youfu knew that Xiao Jiangxin was pretending, he felt a surge of emotion after working hard for this family for decades and having nothing at nearly 40 years old. "Your grandpa just told me to marry on my own. Everything in our family is controlled by your grandma. If they don't agree, how can I get married?" Someone in the crowd couldn't hold back and asked, "Yufu, is it true what they say outside these days? Did your parents really say that the son from the third family would be adopted by you?" Jiao Youfu nodded honestly, feeling down. "Yes, they always say the family has no money and that marrying a wife costs money. I said I wanted to split the family and save my own money, but they refused. They said not splitting is for my own good, telling me to work hard. They have already discussed with the couple of the third son to adopt their son for me. An uncle from the Jiao family side. Oh, what is this situation that Jiao Zhiwang is causing?" Aunt Nyo quickly jumped in to stir the pot. "Isn't it obvious? The Li family has come to talk. The couple of the third son has no idea about this. Jiao Zhiwang and Lei Honghua are unwilling to spend money for Youfu to marry, and they don't want to let this labor go. They are just deceiving him, wasting his whole life. Hey, he himself got a wife when he remarried with 2 sons. Now his own son is at this age and hasn't even touched a woman's hand. He should feel guilty." "Oh, Aunt Nyo, when Lei Honghua was with old Jiao, both sons were already strong. If it weren't for those 2 hardworking sons, could old Jiao have raised the 2 sons and 1 daughter so well on his own?" "Exactly. I heard their 4th son spent 300 on temporary work last year, and the 3rd son married Xiaoping 2 years ago, paying 100 just for the bride price and buying new clothes and furniture. Adding it all up, it's at least 130 or 40. Old Jiao alone couldn't save that much money even if he worked himself to death. Previously, Youfu and Kai brothers were the ones with the highest work points in the team. Ah Fong is also capable, consistently earning 10 points, and even Jiang Xin could earn 7 or 8 points. Their family has never had a break. When it comes time to divide the grain at the end of the year, the Jiao family always has some money left over. And during the busy season, when have the 2 brothers not signed up for repairing the reservoir or roads? The money they earned was still in Lei Honghua's hands. Hey, that's why you can't be too honest in life. Working yourself to the bone, and in the end, you're still a bachelor." Jiao Youfu lowered his head awkwardly. The term bachelor is really hurtful for a man's pride. Even though there was some acting involved, the embarrassment and awkwardness were real. Seeing that his words had an effect, Jiao Jiangxin said firmly, "Uncle, didn't Grandpa say we should marry ourselves? Let's do it ourselves. You and my dad have worked for the family for nearly 30 years, and everything in this family has your share. Let's use our own share to marry." Jiao Jiangxin waved his hand. "Let's go home, slaughter pigs, and sell grain." Jiao Youfu and Jiao Youtsai's eyes lit up. Lei Honghua and Jiao Zhuang followed them to the clinic, and since they also needed to explain the adoption matter to the Li family, they probably wouldn't be back soon. At home, no one was around, and they were standing on the moral high ground. Lei Honghua and Jiao Zhiwang could control the brothers because the brothers had nothing. If they had money. At the clinic, Jiao Jianhua rushed in with his wife, followed closely by Jiao Zhiwang and the Li Sanfa couple. In Gaoshi village, Jiao Youfu's brothers had borrowed a pig slaughtering knife from the village butcher as instructed by Jiao Jiangxin to kill pigs. Jiao Jiangxin announced that they would sell pork under the big tree at the village's end, offering it to their fellow villagers for 65 cents a pound. It was the autumn harvest season, and everyone was short on oil and meat. Pork prices were higher than usual and hard to find. This price of 65 cents a pound was much cheaper than the current market rate, making many people eager to buy. Before the pigs were even finished being slaughtered, most of the village already knew that the Jiao family would be selling pork under the big locust tree. Some kids left at home to watch over things, thinking about the pork, ran out to find their parents, shouting that the Jiao family was selling pork for only 65 cents a pound. After the first pig was slaughtered, Lu Afong came out with hot water to rinse the pig. Jiao Zhengxin quickly said, "Set up 2 long benches over there. Dad, your hand is hurt, so you should rinse the pig and remove the hair. Uncle, go inside and help catch the pig with Uncle Haimao." Jiao Youfu looked up and asked, "Did we kill both pigs?" Jiao Zhengxin didn't raise his head. "This is a rare opportunity. We won't have this chance again. If we can't sell it all, we'll take it to the neighboring team. The money needs to go into our own pockets." Lu Haimao pushed Jiao Youfu. "What are you still doing? If we delay, Uncle Jiao will be back." Jiao Jiangxin's prediction was correct. At the clinic, after examining Li Xiaoping, the doctor said she might have been startled, which caused some complications, and advised her to rest at home. If they were worried, they could keep her for observation. Jiao Jianhua insisted on keeping her for observation since this was his first child. Once they confirmed that Li Xiaoping was fine, Jiao Zhiwang and Lei Honghua breathed a sigh of relief. They valued Jiao Jianhua as their son-in-law and cared about the grandchild in Li Xiaoping's belly. Gao Zuelan was upset with Jiao Zhiwang and his wife, and she was also angry with Jiao Jianhua. "All right, you all can leave. Let Xiaoping have some peace. Unrelated people shouldn't be here getting in the way." Jiao Jianhua, with a swollen face, said anxiously, "That won't do, Mom. Just let me stay here and watch over Xiaoping." Gao Zuelan shook off Jiao Jianhua's hand and sarcastically replied, "Who's your mom? Who's your mom? Your mom is over there. I am not your mom, so no one can say I'm trying to take someone else's son. Besides, what does Xiaoping have to do with you? You two aren't even married. Xiaoping can come back with me to Li Jiago, and you can go back to your Gao Shirtsen. Your family is too good for us. We don't match."
Mom.
Xiao Jianhua was desperate and knelt down in front of Gao Zuelan. "Mom, I really don't know what's going on. I never agreed to give the child away. This is my own child. I can't be that cruel. If that man tries to take my son, I will deal with him." Lei Honghua felt heartbroken and quickly tried to pull Xiao Jianhua away. Xiao Jianhua shook off Lei Honghua and looked at her resentfully, saying, "Why are you doing this to me? Am I not your own son? You want to give my child to that man without even asking me? Didn't you always tell me to learn from my father-in-law and not worry about anything at home? Now, what is this all about? Do you want to break us up as a couple?" Seeing his own son kneeling in front of someone else made Xiao Zhiwang feel very upset. He was humble in front of his in-laws, but full of resentment towards his own parents. It felt like he had raised a son for nothing. Xiao Zhiwang was frustrated with his son for not being capable and also with himself for not being able to help. But no matter how frustrated he was, this was still his own son, the one he cared about the most. He forced a smile and said to Li Sanfa, "In-law, this is truly a misunderstanding. Jianhua really didn't know about this. It's our fault for not being clear, and we didn't think he would take it seriously." Li Sanfa snorted, keeping his hands behind his back, not even lifting his eyes. His back still hurt. Lei Honghua glanced at Xiao Zhiwang, who gave her a look. She quickly put on a fake smile and approached Gao Zuelan to explain. "Gao, you see, this situation is all our fault, and my family has caused some trouble. But you have indeed misunderstood this matter. You know, my husband's late brother left behind 2 sons, and my family's Manhwa and Jangwo are not from the same background. The boss has not been able to find a wife because of his skin condition, and he keeps pressuring us to help him. Today he wants to split the family, and tomorrow he wants to marry a widow, causing chaos at home. You see, during the busy harvest time, we don't have time to deal with his troubles. I casually mentioned that he should work hard, saying that if he doesn't have a son, he still has nephews, and that sons and nephews are the same. He misunderstood me. Hi girl, we only said that to get him off our backs. If we were really going to adopt, we would definitely go through your family, the lease, and get approval from Manhwa and Xiaoping. How could we do it without informing the child's biological parents? Listen, hi girl, as mothers, we think about our own children. To be honest, that man may have his flaws, but he is a hard worker with a lot of strength. I'm saying this for the sake of Manhwa and Xiaoping. Now, the organization promotes family planning, and the family planning office is everywhere talking about the honor of having only one child. If the first child is a girl, you can have another. If the first is a boy, you can't have more. As older folks, who doesn't want more children for more blessings? If that man continues to live with us, and if Manhwa and Xiaoping want to have more children, he could help them secure a spot. Plus, he would work hard for the children. Having someone to support them would make Manhwa and Xiaoping's lives easier, right? He would just gain a little recognition, but the real benefits would go to Manhwa and Xiaoping. Manhwa is my own son. Shouldn't I plan for my own child instead of making things difficult for him for someone else's child? That would be foolish. Hai Tsuelan's eyes sparkled as she understood Lei Honghwa's intentions. If it were someone else's family, she would have scolded them harshly, but since this was for her daughter, she felt happy for her. At the health clinic, the Li family and the Qiao family resolved their misunderstandings and reconciled. In Gaoshi village, Qiao Zhengxin, along with his uncle and father, was busy selling pork. Form a line, we have plenty. 2 pigs to sell, and we won't run out. Just to be clear, no credit. If you have money, buy it. If not, go borrow some. After today, you won't find such cheap and good meat again. A pig weighing over 100 pounds was split and laid out on burlap sacks for everyone to choose from freely, as it was the busy season for laborers and the prices were low. Most families bought meat, and the fatty parts were all sold out. Although everyone bought different amounts, the crowd made it go quickly. In less than an hour, over 100 pounds of meat were sold in Gaoshi village, and Lu Haimao even bought a whole pig's head. Seeing that the village was almost sold out, Qiao Zhengxin asked her dad to pack up and took her mom to check the remaining meat in the nearby villages. She needed to bring her uncle along to quickly carry the grain while Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhuang were still away. Dad, did I explain everything clearly? Take your time. It's a good time to sell pork since it's in high demand. Our prices are low, and with the busy season, families with some extra money will want to buy meat. Xiao Yukai nodded. There was no turning back now. They had already made 60 or 70 yuan from selling pork, and Zhengxin got nearly 50 from Lei Honghua. With over 100 yuan in hand, Qiao Yukai felt confident. Even if they were kicked out, they wouldn't starve. Once they sold the pork, his brother would have a wife, and it would be worth it, even if Qiao Zhuang got angry. Compared to waiting until the end of the year to sell and having it become his younger brother's wife, it was better to risk it all for his brother's future. Zhengxin, don't worry, I will handle it well. Be careful if you run into Lei Honghua and the others. Avoid confrontation. Xiao Yukai reminded his daughter before he and his wife headed to the neighboring village with 2 baskets. After eating 4 chickens over the past 2 days, he felt energetic and full of spirit. If it weren't for his pregnant wife, he could have jumped 3 feet high. After their parents left, Qiao Zhengxin and Xiao Youfu hurried home. The Qiao family yard was a mess, with wet tables and chairs, and the ground covered in blood and pig hair. Various bowls were filled with red blood, leaving no space to step. Without looking around, Qiao Zhengxin and Xiao Youfu headed straight for the east room. The Qiao family's large tile-roofed house was many years old, built quite high, with beams supporting the roof and wooden boards creating a loft, which was typically used for storage in the countryside. The Qiao family's grain storage is in the attic above, while below are Qiao Jiwang and Lei Honghua's bedroom. Usually, to get grain, they must go through Lei Honghua, since the storage is right above her bed. Qiao Jiangxin looked up and saw that the attic was only half covered, the other half open to the roof, with a bundle of tied-up sacks hanging in the middle. "Uncle, are the bags ready? You catch them below, I'll go up," Qiao Jiangxin said as she set up the wooden ladder and climbed up. Once in the attic, she saw a large rectangular wooden box, about 2.2 meters long, 1.8 meters wide, and 1.5 meters high, with a lock on the outside. Qiao Jiangxin took the cleaver she brought and struck the lock. Although she couldn't break it, she loosened the latch and pulled it out. After removing the top board, the other boards could be moved and taken off one by one. Qiao Jiangxin looked around and thought, wow, they have quite a lot here. No wonder their grain storage is bigger than others. With so much grain, it was surprising that her family was struggling to eat well. It felt like they were being taken advantage of. Unhusked grains were piled directly in the storage without bags, taking up half the space, along with several tied-up sacks. Qiao Jiangxin opened a few sacks to check and found dried peanuts, soybeans, sweet potato slices, and corn kernels. Walking to the edge of the attic, she pulled on the rope tied to the sacks hanging from the roof, and a long fabric tube fell down. One end opened up like a long funnel. When grain was poured in from the top, it would slide down the tube. "Uncle, I'm sending the grain down," Qiao Jiangxin shouted to the floor below. Qiao Youfu quickly caught the falling grain outlet and stuffed it into the sack he was holding. All set. Qiao Jiangxin took a nearby scoop and poured grain into the funnel. The grain slid down the tube into the sack prepared by Qiao Youfu without spilling a single grain. One sack filled up quickly, and Qiao Youfu swapped it for another bag, tying up the full sack and placing it aside. The two worked energetically, and it was clear that the grain in the large storage was slowly decreasing, while the filled sacks rolled around below. Qiao Jiangxin was covered in dust and sweat. Looking into the storage, she realized she couldn't scoop anymore with the scoop and had to use her hands. She decided to give up on the remaining grain, as it was wasting her time. "Uncle, it's almost done," Qiao Jiangxin shouted down, pulling up the grain transport pipe and tying a bag of peanuts to lower it down. Next came the soybeans. Peanuts and soybeans are not cheap. Peanuts can be pressed for oil, and soybeans have even more uses. The soybeans at home are saved by Lei Honghua for seeds and to make tofu and soy sauce at the end of the year. She sets aside quite a bit each year. Even during the collective farming days, the Qiao family made a lot of tofu each year, with most of it fried in oil and preserved with salt in jars, allowing it to last for several months. Every year, several jars of fried tofu mostly belonged to the three siblings of Qiao Zhengwo. They needed to take food to school, so Lei Honghua would often take out a dozen pieces of preserved fried tofu, chop them up, and stir-fry them with other vegetables, giving each sibling a jar to take to school. Now that they are no longer studying, the habit of making a lot of tofu every year has continued. In recent years, there has often been a plate of soft-boiled fried tofu on the dining table, placed in front of Qiao Jiwang. Except for Qiao Jiwang, Lei Honghua, and her two sons, the rest of the family, including Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai, hardly dared to reach for it. This is because Lei Honghua would always say at the table, "This is for your dad. You young ones will have plenty of chances to eat later. Your dad is older now and has worked hard all his life," and similar remarks. So, even if everyone was tempted, they felt too shy to take any. The more Qiao Jiangxin thought about it, the angrier he became, and he started muttering to himself. We grew these beans, we harvested and processed them, and even made the tofu late at night by gathering firewood and water, yet when it comes time to eat tofu, we don't get any. Meanwhile, those who just chase chickens and walk dogs, lying in bed doing nothing, are sick of eating tofu. "Uncle, how were we so foolish before?" That Lei Honghua would say a few words, and we really wouldn't dare to take any tofu? Qiao Youfu pressed his lips together, his temper flaring. "Aren't we foolish? The peanut oil for frying the tofu was also grown by us, and we even shelled them. We chopped the firewood for making tofu too. We really are foolish to the extreme. Jiangxin, go bring the cart over." I will carry all this grain to the door, Xiao Youfu said, turning his head while carrying the grain. Xiao Jiangxin was carrying a bag of peanuts towards the door. The tractor from the village is back. Lei Honghua and the others will probably have to walk back, so we need to hurry. Actually, finding the tractor would be best, but I'm worried that Grandpa and Lei Honghua's wife might involve others in this. Xiao Youfu placed the grain heavily on the ground and said, let's just push it ourselves. We shouldn't drag others into this. Lei Honghua isn't reasonable. If we end up needing help and she causes trouble, it would only hurt them. In the west room, Qiao Zhengwo quietly opened his bedroom door and peeked outside. This was bad. Those two were about to empty the house. They had already killed the chickens and pigs, and now they were taking the grain too. Where are Mom and Dad? Xiao Zhengwo felt anxious, like ants were crawling inside him, but he didn't dare to go out and stop them. Finally, Xiao Jiangxin went out to push the cart to the old house, and Xiao Youfu went back to carry the grain. Xiao Zhengwo hopped on one foot to sneak a look outside. He had to get out and send a warning. He knew that his parents and the Li family had gone to the clinic in town. His sisters-in-laws lived 2 villages away, so he needed to find someone to hurry and notify his parents. Just then, Sengo, who often played with him, was at the end of the village. Last time, he even shared some chicken he had brought. If he promised a little reward, Sengo would definitely be willing to run this errand. Otherwise, if the house was emptied, how would he eat or drink? Where would his future wife come from? Xiao Zhengwo endured the pain in his leg, balancing on one foot, and hopped towards the door. He had wanted to do this when they were slaughtering the pig, but Luo Fong had kept a close watch on him, leaving him no chance. After waiting a moment, he quickly hopped outside while Xiao Youfu was busy in the main room with the grain. Thud, 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 pant, pant. Xiao Zhengwo gasped, his heart racing. Finally, he jumped out of the yard. To move faster, he even put his injured foot down despite the pain. Looking back, he was relieved that Xiao Youfu hadn't noticed him. Xiao Zhengwo quickened his pace, a fierce look in his eyes. When Mom and Dad get back, you'll be in trouble. You little troublemaker, how dare you? As he cursed and turned back, suddenly, his pupils dilated, and the words caught in his throat. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. Xiao Jiangxin, pushing the cart, coldly stared at Xiao Zhengwo, who was hopping and cursing in front of him. Are you going to scold me? Why aren't you scolding me anymore? Xiao Jiangxin said ominously as he pushed the cart forward. Xiao Zhengwo thought about Xiao Jiangxin's strength and felt like fainting. Big yeah, my uncle is bored at home and wants to go out for a bit. Right, just going out for a bit. What do you want to do? You can do whatever. Seeing that Xiao Jiangxin didn't respond, he tentatively suggested, how about I don't go out anymore and just go back? Xiao Jiangxin coldly replied, go back? Your uncle's foot is injured. How can you walk? Let me help you. Xiao Zhengwo sighed in relief. As long as there was no fighting, everything would be fine. He gave a flattering smile and pointed at the cart. You want to push me back, right? Hee, how can I accept that? Xiao Jiangxin shook his head.
No, no, no.
I'll make you fly back. Fly back. Are you joking? I can't fly. Before he could finish, he saw Xiao Jiangxin rushing toward him with the cart.
Ah!
Was Xiao Zhengwo's terrified scream.
Bang!
Was the sound of the cart hitting him. Whoosh bang! Was the sound of him being knocked away, flying through the air, and landing. Xiao Zhengwo felt like the whole world was dark. His insides felt like they had shifted, leaving him unable to scream. He didn't know how long it took, but eventually, the darkness began to blur and then clear up. In front of him were a pair of worn-out shoes. He looked up from the shoes to see Xiao Jiangxin looking down at him. Still want me to push you back? Flying back would be much better. Xiao Youfu came out carrying a bag of grain. What's wrong, Jiangxin? Xiao Jiangxin helped lift the sack from the ground onto the cart and nodded at the half-conscious Xiao Zhengwo on the ground. Looks like he wanted to go out and send a message. Xiao Youfu glanced at him. He's really asking for trouble. Even in this state, he can't stay still. Xiao Jiangxin tossed the rope to his uncle. Don't mind him. Let's tie up the rope and hurry. The two quickly organized the grain and secured it tightly. Xiao Youfu pulled the cart while Qiao Jiangxin pushed. "Let's go." Seeing Qiao Youfu approaching, Qiao Zhengwo lay still on the ground, praying in his heart. "Hurry back, Mom and Dad. If you don't come back soon, I won't be able to hold on." Xiao Youfu squinted his eyes and stepped right on Qiao Zhengwo's back. Qiao Zhengwo felt like his lungs were about to burst from the kick. He seemed to understand what Xiao Youfu wanted to do and shouted in panic, "Wait, wait, Xiao Youfu," pulling the cart, leaned forward sharply, while Qiao Jiangxin pushed with all his strength. The cart, filled with grain, rolled right over Qiao Zhengwo. He let out a sharp scream, feeling the flesh on his body and legs being crushed under the wheels. He was in so much pain that he couldn't even scream anymore, lying on the ground, shaking and trembling, his eyes wide open, with cold sweat on his forehead. Xiao Youfu and Qiao Jiangxin didn't even glance at him as they pushed the cart away. At this time, the policy of unified purchasing and selling was still in place, so farmers could only sell their grain to the grain station. Xiao Youfu pulled the cart straight to the grain station in town, both of them too scared to rest, fearing that Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhuang would come after them if they got the news. The sun shone on them, and sweat soaked their clothes. It was a full 8 miles from Gaoshi village to town. They abandoned the shortcut and took the main road. The shortcut was a small path, closer but rugged and suitable for walking. The main road was longer, but easier to navigate. Moreover, the tractor that delivered Lei Honghua and the others had already returned. If they went home, they would have to walk back on the small path, which would help them avoid running into each other. On the other side, Li Xiaoping, seeing the misunderstanding cleared up, stopped pretending, as staying in the hospital still costs money. The Li family stood still, waiting for Lei Honghua to settle the bill. However, the money had already reached Qiao Jiangxin before the Li family arrived. Seeing that the Li family had no intention of settling the bill, Lei Honghua understood they were waiting for her to speak up. So, with a big smile, she said to Li Xiaoping, "Xiaoping, are you really feeling okay? This is important. How about we observe you a little longer? You see, your parents were too worried about you and didn't bring any money. Why don't you stay for another day and I can go home to get the money?" Li Xiaoping shook her head. "Mom, I'm fine now. The doctor said there's nothing wrong. Let's go home." It was hot, making her feel sticky, and she hadn't brought anything with her. Besides, there was still a lot of work to do at home. Why lie in the hospital and spend money when home is so much more comfortable? Jiao Jianhua noticed that his in-laws looked a bit unhappy, and he secretly blamed his parents for being stingy at such a time, but he still tried to smooth things over. The doctor just checked and didn't prescribe any medicine, so it shouldn't cost much. "I have some money with me. I'll go ask." Lei Honghua noticed her son's dissatisfied glance and felt a chill in her heart. Then she remembered that her son was still working under Li Sanfa and had to consider his feelings. She gathered her spirits and tried to make conversation, complimenting Gao Cuelon. Knowing that Jiao Jiangxin and Jiao Youfu had visited Li Jiago that morning and caused some trouble for the Li family's reputation, Lei Honghua quickly realized an opportunity had come. She patted her chest and said, "What's the big deal? Li Jiago and Gaoshikan are in the same direction. When we pass by Li Jiago, we can boldly go in and ask for a glass of water, and while we're at it, we can explain things to everyone. Don't worry, Gao girl. Jianhua is still learning a trade from our in-laws. I can't let you all carry such a reputation, even if it's not for my in-laws, but for my son." Just then, Jiao Jianhua returned. "It's all set. Xiaoping, can you walk? Come, I'll help you." Li Xiaoping deliberately asked, "How much did it cost?" She had been frightened at her in-laws' place, so the money should come from them. Now that her husband had paid, she intentionally asked in front of her mother-in-law to make sure her mother-in-law understood that they had covered the cost. When her mother-in-law got home, it would be best if she gave her the money or used it to buy something for her to take back to Li Jiago. Jiao Jianhua didn't understand the underlying intentions. There was no medicine prescribed, so it didn't cost much, just a consultation fee and half a day's bed fee, totaling $1.40. Even though the doctor said there's nothing serious, We can't be careless on the way. Luckily, I have a classmate in this town. I'll ask him to help borrow a bullock cart or something. Jiao Zhiwang and his wife didn't go straight back to Gaoshikan but followed Li Sanfa's family to Li Jiago. They happened to miss Sango, who was coming to deliver news from the village. By the time Jiao Youfu and Jiao Jiangxin pulled the cart to the grain station, it was already 1:30 in the afternoon. Outside the grain station, two farmers were already waiting to sell their grain. Since the land was allocated to households, everyone's enthusiasm had been greatly boosted. Any land that could produce crops was not wasted. Farmers treated their crops like their own children, and even during the slack season, they had to check on the fields to feel at ease. As a result, in recent years, they had experienced bountiful harvests year after year. The farmers had extra grain, and more people were selling it. At 2 o'clock, the grain collection staff arrived. As soon as the iron gate opened, Qiao Youfu rushed in with a cart, followed by everyone else. It wasn't that they lacked manners, they were just more anxious than others. By this time, Lei Honghua and her husband must have already heard the news. They might have even come to town, so they needed to quickly pocket the money. Xiao Jiangxin sincerely explained to the two families in front, "Uncle, Aunt, I'm really sorry. My grandparents are in the hospital, and we need the money for their treatment." The two families were honest and kind-hearted. Upon hearing Xiao Jiangxin, they quickly said, "You go ahead. It's urgent to save lives." The grain inspector took out a slotted iron rod and tested the bags of grain that Xiao Youfu had brought. He used the rod to extract some grains, which he then rubbed on a wooden grinding plate. The broken husks revealed that the grain was dry. If it were wet grain, it would produce powder instead. The inspector checked each bag and then had them weighed by the scale operator. The purchase price for the grain was 14 cents per pound. They sold over 800 pounds of grain for more than 119 yuan, plus some soybeans and peanuts. The total from the cart of grain that Qiao Youfu and Xiao Jiangxin worked hard to bring was 144.7 yuan. Holding the money, Qiao Youfu's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he couldn't stop smiling. It was a lot of money, and it was the first time he had received so much. As he smiled, tears filled his eyes. Who knew a cart of grain could be exchanged for over 100 yuan? In the past 2 years, Qiao Jianhua had nearly filled a cart with grain from Li Jiago, but Qiao Zhiwang was unwilling to spend 100 yuan to marry widow Zhang. Shaking, Qiao Youfu counted the money twice but couldn't get it right, so he handed it all to Qiao Jiangxin. "Jiangxin, count this for me. You take it. I feel uneasy with so much money." Qiao Jiangxin didn't hesitate. In front of her uncle, she quickly counted it and then took out a handkerchief to put the money and the money from selling pork together in her pocket. It was already past lunchtime. The two of them left the grain station and went to the state-run restaurant, where they luxuriously spent 2.2 yuan on 10 big meat buns. One for her uncle and one for her. They hurried home while munching on the buns. Her mother was pregnant after all. Both of them were worried about running into Qiao Yukai and his wife, as well as Lei Honghua, and getting into trouble. What Xiao Jiangxin and Qiao Youfu didn't expect was that Lei Honghua and her husband had not yet received the news, and were still in Li Jiago helping to clear up rumors. It really is true what they say. Spreading rumors is easy, but clearing them up takes effort. Lei Honghua stood at the village entrance, chatting with a group of bored women for over half an hour. Gao Cuelon was busy making tea and invited those women to her home for a drink. After finishing her gossip at the village entrance, Lei Honghua continued at the tea table without stopping. She complained about her stepmother and the trouble caused by two others who couldn't stand to see her family's Jianhua succeed, deliberately coming to Li's alley to stir up trouble. "Oh, you don't know. Luckily, my in-laws are reasonable and not impulsive. They brought my Jianhua and Xiaoping to ask about it, and that's how I found out about this mess," she said. Gao Cuelon chimed in, "Exactly, Honghua. Your two brothers are really something. With all this misunderstanding, people might think our Xiaoping did something wrong and that we're keeping Jianhua from going home." The two acted like good friends and praised each other. The women drinking tea thought about the bruises on Qiao Jianhua's face and the marks on Lei Honghua and Gao Cuelon's necks, nodding in half-belief. They then criticized the Chow brothers for being heartless and cruel. After finishing their tea, Lei Honghwa's mouth was almost sore from talking. They declined Gao Tsuelon's warm invitation and headed home. Once they left Li's alley, Lei Honghwa felt too exhausted to even curse. This scene in Li's alley was no easier than a fight. Meanwhile, Qiao Zhiwang was angrily shouting about going back to deal with those two troublemakers. By the time Qiao Zhengxin and Qiao Yufu got home, Qiao Yukai and Lu Afong had already returned. Many people were visibly watching the Qiao family from nearby. Aunt Niu Anla was picking vegetables at her door, keeping an eye on the Qiao family. A new bride with a child stood at her door playing, also watching closely. Next door, someone was sweeping the yard, ears perked up like radar. Everyone understood that with Qiao Youfu having sold pigs and grain, the return of Qiao Zhiwang and his wife would surely lead to a big showdown. Lu Afong, who had been waiting at the door, finally felt relieved when she saw her daughter return safely. "Zhengxin, you're finally back," she exclaimed. "How did it go? Was it smooth? Did you run into your grandmother?"
Come in quickly and take a break.
"Look at all that sweat on you. I'll go get some water. You wash your face and clean up." Qiao Zhengxi noticed that there were no shouting voices in the house, and she understood that Lei Honghwa and her husband had probably not returned yet. Qiao Yukai couldn't hide his anxiety. He had started selling pigs out of determination, but now that the meat and grain were sold, he began to feel scared. "Big brother, do you think Dad will come back and, upon learning about everything, won't be able to handle it and get really upset?" Qiao Youfu glanced at his brother and fell silent. He felt just as anxious as his brother. He turned to his niece Qiao Zhengxin. "Zhengxin, when your grandparents start arguing later, you should quickly take your mom inside and close the door." Qiao Yukai quickly nodded and pulled out the money from his pocket, which was all sweaty, and stuffed it into Qiao Zhengxin's arms. Yes, your uncle is right. You two should hide well. No matter what they say, don't open the door. Your uncle and I can handle it. We can take a beating." Qiao Zhengxin was almost speechless at her uncle and dad's comments. She turned to look at her mom, Lu Afong, who also looked anxious. She said irritably, "You've already done it, and now you're scared? Besides, Qiao Zhengwo is lying down, Qiao Fongfong is married, and Qiao Jianhua has gone to Lijiago. It's just Grandpa and Lei Honghua left. Can't we deal with them?" Qiao Youfu weakly replied, "But Grandpa is our real father. Can we really go against him?" Qiao Zhengxin laughed. "You didn't think that way when you kicked Grandpa earlier this morning." Qiao Youfu awkwardly turned his head away. "I was just angry then. I didn't think it through." Qiao Zhengxin stopped teasing them. All right, it's not a big deal. We can't win an argument or a fight. Even if Grandpa and Lei Honghua are angry, they'll have to hold it in. But it's getting late. If things escalate, it will be embarrassing. It will disturb our rest and annoy the neighbors, making us the talk of the town. Let's have them step outside to cool off for a bit. In a couple of days, they might calm down on their own." Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai said in unison. "How do we get them to cool off?" Qiao Zhengxin looked around the yard. "Where's Qiao Zhengwo?" Lu Afong, unsure of what Qiao Zhengxin was planning, instinctively replied. "When we came back, he had already been carried inside by the villagers. He's lying in his room now and can't get up. Haimao came to check on him and said the stitches from this morning came undone, so he had to redo them." At this point, Lu Afong lowered her voice and asked Qiao Zhengxin, "Also, did you guys drag the food over from him? He's been crying out, saying his legs and back hurt, claiming that you two did it, yelling that you want to kill him." Haimao probably took a look and said he might have a fracture in his right thigh and possibly a broken rib on the left. He said he can only treat minor illnesses. It's best to go to a clinic for a proper checkup. He just left before you came back. Qiao Zhengxin clapped his hands. "This is it. Dad, Uncle, help carry Qiao Zhengwo out." Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai were both shocked by Qiao Zhengxin's words, their mouths agape. Their expressions conveyed the same thought. He's in this condition, and you still want to move him? Qiao Zhengxin said, "Isn't this a fracture? If we don't take him to the hospital, it might affect him for life. We definitely need to inform Grandpa and Grandma about this." They care so much about their son that they won't pay attention to the family, which gives us time to make other plans. Dad, uncle, you aren't still holding on to that nonsense about brotherly love, are you? Over the years, you've taken the blame for him, while he benefits. If it weren't for him, I wouldn't have dropped out of school early, and my uncle wouldn't still be without a wife. We've faced countless beatings and scoldings because of him. It's bad enough that he bullies us. He also loves to complain and stir up trouble. Just last time, when he stole a chicken to eat, my mom got her hair pulled by Grandma and was hit. Before Qiao Zhengxin could finish, Qiao Yukai and Qiao Youfu exchanged glances, stood up decisively, and headed towards Qiao Zhengwo's room. Before long, screams of terror mixed with pain came from the room. Don't move me, don't move me. Big brother, listen to me. Hey, second brother, I'm your brother. Please let me go, don't. You're going to kill me.
Mum.
Listening to the screams, Qiao Zhengxin couldn't help but twitch his mouth. He instinctively looked towards Qiao Zhengwo's door and saw Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai dragging Qiao Zhengwo out together. Qiao Zhengwo was gripping the door tightly, his eyes wide with fear. His immense will to survive made him look nothing like an injured person, but rather like a desperate warrior. Qiao Zhengxin slowly raised his voice and said, "You're shouting so loudly and with such energy, so let's give you another beating." As soon as he finished speaking, Qiao Zhengwo's cries stopped, and his hands loosened from the door frame. He seemed to accept his fate and stopped resisting. He was dragged weakly by Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai to the yard. At that moment, he deeply regretted his earlier arrogance. Was this his punishment? Looking at Qiao Zhengxin, who was crossing his arms, he spoke with fear in his voice, stammering, "W, what do you want to do?" "I tell you, killing is against the law." Qiao Zhengxin looked down at him and replied, "What are you talking about? This was an accident. We were moving the cart, and you chose to lie under it. It's not our fault. Besides, many people in the village can testify that you were fine all afternoon. So if you die later, it won't be our responsibility." Qiao Zhengwo, already sweating from pain, felt his heart race at her words. He nervously stared at Qiao Zhengxin and asked, "W, what do you mean?" Qiao Zhengxin looked him up and down. "Don't you feel pain in your legs, stomach, and body?" Qiao Zhengwo was already in pain from lying down, and being pulled out by the two brothers made him feel even worse. It hurts. Qiao Zhengxin said, "That's right. Uncle Haimao already checked you. He said your leg injuries were treated, but your right foot is broken, and you have a rib fracture in your stomach. The broken foot isn't a big deal. You might just end up limping, which won't matter much since you don't work anyway. But the rib is a problem. If it accidentally punctures your heart, you know what that means. You'll be meeting my grandmother soon. But don't worry, we have connections. Your mother treated my uncle and my dad poorly, and my grandmother has seen it all. Once you go, she will take good care of you. So prepare yourself." Qiao Zhengwo nearly fainted at that moment. No wonder his leg and right chest hurt so much. Even breathing was painful. He thought he was going to die. "Why, you're just trying to scare me, right?" Qiao Zhengwo looked visibly weaker, as if he was really about to pass away. Qiao Zhengxin sneered, "Who would lie to you?
Why would I deceive a dead man?"
Look, no one is taking you to the hospital. It's clear that you're going to die here. Even if your parents hurry back to take you to the hospital, do you have any money? The money at home was given to me today. Do you think I would spend it on your medical bills?
You're doomed.
You always bullied us before, and now it's your turn to face the consequences." Seeing the despair on Qiao Zhengwo's face made Qiao Jiang feel secretly pleased. Lei Honghua and Qiao Zhuang had not yet returned home. Luo Fong wondered whether to start cooking. After all, the family still needed to eat. Qiao Yukai looked up at the sky and muttered, "I wonder where Mom and Dad are." Luo Fong was worried. What if something really happened to the baby in the third family's belly? Why else would they still be out when the sun is almost down? It doesn't make sense. Xiao Jiang thought back to Li Xiaoping's situation. Her acting was so poor that nothing serious should have happened. Only Lei Honghua and the others were genuinely worried, which is why they didn't notice. They're probably still at Li's place. Uncle is the most favored son, and they have to consider Aunt's baby. Besides, Uncle still relies on Lee Sanfa, his father-in-law. Grandma and Grandpa will definitely need to talk to the Lee family about this. But no matter how they explain, the Lee family really got hurt. To calm down Lee Sanfa and his wife, Lee Honghua and Grandpa must have gone with the Lee family to their home. Otherwise, with all the gossip outside, Lee Sanfa wouldn't continue to support Uncle. So, if they haven't returned yet, they must be at Lee's home. Just as Xiao Zheng finished speaking, Lee Honghua and Xiao Zhuang entered the village. As soon as they arrived, a nosy aunt stopped them. "Oh, Honghua, why are you back so late? Is your wife okay?" Lee Honghua was exhausted but managed to smile. It's fine. It was all a misunderstanding, and we've cleared it up. The Lee family is reasonable. Once we explained, everything was fine." At this point, Lee Honghua instinctively added a few complaints. "Oh, they say it's hard to be a stepmother, and I can finally relate. We have a few heartless people at home." But the gossiping aunt wasn't interested in her complaints. After all, many people in Gao's Stone Village could recite those words by heart. She interrupted Lee Honghua, saying, "Oh, Honghua, let's not talk about those old stories. Did you not see Sango in town today? Your pigs have been killed."
Ah?
The fake smile on Lee Honghua's face vanished instantly, and she stared wide-eyed, thinking she misheard. "What did you say?" The woman looked pleased. "I said your pigs have been killed. Both of them. The meat is all sold out, at $6.50 a pound. I bought 2 pounds myself. Lucky for you, your family shared the spoils with the whole village." Lee Honghua confirmed again. "You said my pigs were killed." Her voice rose high, almost piercing the sky. The woman nodded, making a gesture to Lee Honghua, and said slowly, "Yes, your pigs were killed. Both of them. The meat is delicious and fatty." "Aha! Xiao Dei, you wicked person. How dare you touch my pigs?" Thinking of the scene earlier today, where Xiao Jiangxin was holding a cleaver to butcher the pigs, Lee Honghua felt like she was jolted awake and ran home as fast as she could. Even the usually calm Xiao Zhuang was waving his arms, quickly chasing after Lee Honghua. The woman excitedly raised her hands and said, "And also, your grain has been sold." Though she raised her voice, her words were drowned out by Lee Honghua's piercing scream. "Ah, Xiao Yukai, you wild child, my pigs are dead, and you better not live either." Hearing the shouting from afar, Xiao Yukai and his brother became anxious. "Ah, Fong Jiangxin, you two hurry back to your room and don't come out. Your grandma is back," Xiao Yukai said nervously to Lu Fong and her daughter. Xiao Jiangxin turned to Xiao Zhengwo. "You're back so soon? Does that mean Xiao Zhengwo is safe?" Hearing that his mom was back, Xiao Zhengwo felt a rush of joy. His mom was back, he was safe. But Xiao Jiangxin's next words nearly made him lose his mind. "Quick, finish it off. If you don't get rid of the roots, it will grow back in spring." As Xiao Jiangxin said this, she rushed towards Xiao Zhengwo, reaching for his chest. Xiao Zhengwo's mind went blank as he cried out in despair, "Mom, save me." His voice was filled with sorrow. Xiao Jiangxin slapped at Xiao Zhengwo, who instinctively turned his body away. The movement caused him such pain that he nearly collapsed. As Lee Honghua entered the door, hearing her youngest son's shout nearly brought her to tears. She turned to look at her son, and tears really began to flow. The sight of the injured figure on the ground, bruised and unrecognizable, hit by Lu Afong with a stool, was her Jiangua. At that moment, her deep maternal love made her forget about her favorite pig. How could she have forgotten? Her Jiangua was hurt. Those 2 wild kids were angry with her, and now that she and her husband had been gone for most of the day, what if her Jiangua was hurt by those 2? Jiangua? Lee Honghua croaked, rushing towards Xiao Jiangxin. She could hardly speak as she looked at him. Xiao Jiangua was also crying, and in this life-and-death moment, seeing his supportive mother made him unable to hold back his tears. "Mom, please help me. My leg is broken, my ribs are cracked, and if it pierces my heart, I will die. I don't know if I can still honor you. I was disobedient before. Oh no. If I die, don't be sad. Take care of yourself. Jiangua, what should we do? Who did this? Who did this? Lei Honghua felt her heart shatter into pieces, her hands trembling as she reached out to embrace him, looking him over, unsure of where to start. Her Jiangua was already talking about his last words. Xiao Jiangua was desperate, his strong will to survive pushing him to lift his body. Mom, I might still be saved. Quick, take me to the hospital. If we wait any longer, just get me a coffin. I want a red one. And burn 2 paper women for me. I haven't even married yet. Lei Honghua snapped back to reality, muttering, there's still hope. Yes, to the clinic, no, find Lu Haimao. Xiao Jiangua quickly interrupted. Mom, it was Lu Haimao who said I wouldn't make it. Hurry, take me to town and borrow money from my sister. Lei Honghua suddenly shouted at the dazed Xiao Zhiwang. Xiao Zhiwang, you old man, why are you just standing there? Hurry, go borrow a tractor. Xiao Zhiwang, lost in the sorrow of losing a child, was startled awake by Lei Honghua's shout and turned to run outside. Quick, someone help. Please carry my Jiangua out. Lei Honghua called to Qiao Youfu and his brothers. Qiao Youfu was really moved by the scene of parting and rushed forward, lifting Qiao Zhengwo onto the table and carrying it outside. Lei Honghua followed closely, saying, slow down, don't bump into Zhengwo. Xiao Zhengwo seemed to sense the heavy atmosphere and kept groaning. Hearing him, Lei Honghua's tears fell, and she couldn't stop her whimpering. She felt like she was losing a loved one. Once Xiao Zhengwo was taken away, the onlookers exchanged glances. How did this happen? Yeah, didn't Haimao say it wasn't serious this afternoon? Just needed to rest? A man who had a past with Qiao Zhiwang said sarcastically, who knows? You know his 4th brother. He always has to make a fuss. Maybe it's just like last time, pretending to be sick for money. It's the ones behind him that are precious. They rush to the hospital for every little injury, spending money without a care. Aunt Niu, looking curious, asked Qiao Jiangxin, Qiao's eldest daughter, what's going on? When Haimao came this afternoon, we heard Zhengwo say you, and Youfu pushed the cart over him. As soon as she said this, many people's eyes turned to Qiao Jiangxin. With a serious expression, Qiao Jiangxin replied, could we do something like that?
Well.
Qiao Jiangxin hesitated, looking like she had something difficult to say. Aunt Niu became even more curious, saying, what? Just tell us, we're all from the same village, we won't spread it. Qiao Jiangxin paused, you really won't spread it? I'm not sure about this. If my grandparents find out I said anything, they'll be furious. The crowd became more eager. What's really going on? We promise not to tell. Feeling pressured, Qiao Jiangxin finally spoke. This morning, my 4th uncle lost his balance and fell on a. You all know about that, right? Aunt Lu nodded. Yeah, didn't he get stitches? But your grandma said it was your fault. He just lost his balance, right? Qiao Jiangxin nodded. Yes, he played cards all day yesterday and didn't come home. This morning, when he found out we had chicken for dinner and didn't save any for him, he caused a scene and ended up sitting on the my dad had just sharpened. At this point, Qiao Jiangxin paused. Actually, it wasn't just his thigh that got hurt. There was also...
Huh?
A group of people gathered around, their eyes wide with curiosity. Is that the place? Qiao Jiangxin pretended to look ashamed. My 4th uncle is still an unmarried man. When he found out, he couldn't take it and thought about ending his life. He felt hopeless for the rest of his life and wanted to be reborn, so while we were loading things, he secretly crawled under our cart. Qiao Jiangxin was just talking nonsense, not caring about logic. This was the gossip everyone loved to hear. Even though it wasn't very believable, Qiao Zhengwo already had a bad reputation, and people didn't care if it was true. They just wanted to join in the excitement. The more people talked, the more even Lei Honghua and Qiao Zhiwang might start to doubt the truth of the matter. When everyone believed it, Qiao Zhengwo would fall into self-doubt. Even if his family strongly denied it, people would think they were just trying to cover it up. After all, that's how society works. When ignorance becomes the norm, being aware is seen as a crime. Let Qiao Zhengwo face this slowly. Lei Honghua and Qiao Zhiwang hurriedly took their son to town. As the tractor was about to start, Lei Honghua shouted, "Wait, we need money. I have to go ask that troublesome girl for some." Li Xiaoping forgot to bring money to the hospital, and she had already been scolded by her eldest son. They couldn't afford to forget money again. Xiao Zhengwo weakly spoke, "Mom, there's no time. Xiao Dei wants me to hurry up and die. Do you think she'll give you money? If we delay, I might." Lei Honghua's eyes were swollen. "What should we do?" Xiao Zhiwang pressed his lips together and said to the tractor driver, "Dalong, drive quickly." Then he turned to Lei Honghua and said, "Go find Fong Fong. Remember, you gave her 50 yuan as a wedding gift. She's Qianggua's sister. Start with her." Lei Honghua seemed to find hope. Yes, let's find Fong Fong." Xiao Zhengwo held Lei Honghua's hand, and she quickly leaned closer to hear him. "Mom, it was that troublesome girl and the other guy who did this. They pushed the cart over me, trying to crush me. Mom, if I..." Lei Honghua's eyes filled with anger. It was indeed them. Turning to the side, she punched Xiao Zhiwang repeatedly, saying, "Whoa, it's all because of your two short-lived ones. They are not family. They are enemies. Xiao Zhiwang, let me tell you, Zhengwo is your own son. If anything happens to Zhengwo, don't blame me for taking the lives of those two creatures of yours." Although the loud noise of the tractor drowned out most of Lei Honghua's words, Xiao Zhiwang understood the general meaning from the bits he heard. He did not respond to Lei Honghua's insults and pushes, clenching his fists in silence. From the past 2 days' behavior, it was clear that his sons, Youfu and Yukai, had truly distanced themselves from the family. At the Qiao family home, Luo Fong was already prepared for Lei Honghua to cause a scene but was surprised when the couple came back and then left again. It was getting dark, and the onlookers around the Qiao family had also gone home. The two brothers, Qiao Yukai and Qiao Youfu, returned as well. Luo Fong hurried to greet them. "Is everything okay?" Qiao Yukai shook his head. "It's fine. Dad just wanted me and my brother to go with him earlier." What is he thinking? At this point, does he really believe we will still work ourselves to the bone for the family like before?
Qiao Youfu sighed. He really does think that.
Seeing the atmosphere was tense, Luo Fong quickly changed the subject. "Well, the weather is about right. I'll go cook. We sold meat today, and Yukai saved some pig liver and half a pig head for us. We can't let it go bad in this heat. It's perfect for cooking now." Xiao Zhengxi nodded. "Make less food. I bought big meat buns, and there are still 5 left. We can heat them up with rice later." The mother and daughter worked together, and soon the kitchen was filled with delicious smells. The pig liver was stir-fried with chili, the pig head meat was set aside to be marinated for tomorrow's stir-fry, and the bones from the pig head were used to make soup. The family of 4 gathered around the table, enjoying their meal. Luo Fong and Xiao Yukai had been busy selling pork and hadn't eaten lunch. Xiao Zhengxin realized how hungry they were when she heard her mother's stomach rumbling while cooking. Without needing to be invited, the hungry family dove into the big bowls of food: big meat buns, stir-fried pig liver, and pig head soup. They only slowed down after feeling somewhat full. Luo Fong remarked, "These past few days have been like living in luxury, with chicken and meat. Usually we don't even eat like this during holidays." Xiao Zhengxin replied while sipping soup, "Isn't that obvious? During the holidays we only buy a small piece of meat, cut it into a few pieces, and we have to count them. If anyone reaches for more, she glares at them with wide eyes. She always says that young people should be well-mannered. It's one thing at home, but in someone else's house, it's a different story. Who doesn't want to eat meat? If everyone only thinks about themselves." She goes on and on with her lectures. That shameless old person talks about manners here, but then turns around to serve Qiao Jianhua and Qiao Zhengwo. The words change completely. At this point, Qiao Zhengxin mimics Lei Honghua, saying, "Oh, Jianhua, you are still growing. Even if we parents don't eat, you must eat first. Don't worry, your 2 older brothers won't fight you for this piece." Thinking back to previous scenes, Qiao Zhengxin rolled her eyes. My grandfather acted as if he were deaf and blind, with no reaction at all. Xiao Yukai and his brothers quietly ate their meal without saying a word. Lu Fong sighed. "This meal is the most comfortable one I've had in years." Xiao Jiangxin didn't even look up. Of course, there's no one watching, no one scolding. You can take what you want. It's so easy and relaxing. Mom, don't worry. Once we split up, every day will be this comfortable. Luo Feng's eyes lit up. Will your grandparents really agree? Xiao Jiangxin scoffed. If they don't agree, it just means we haven't been tough enough. Otherwise, who would want to live a chaotic life? Luo Feng glanced at her husband and cautiously asked, what if she insists on dragging us down? Xiao Jiangxin replied calmly, let her try. As long as we stay strong, they won't last long without food. Hurry up and eat. After that, let's see what useful things we have at home. Even if we do split up, someone like Lei Honghua won't give us anything. Since they're not around, we can pick what we need first. Let's gather pots, pans, and farming tools now. Otherwise, when we need them later, we won't have time to buy anything. Xiao Jiangxin said. Xiao Youfu and his brothers exchanged glances and quickly sped up their eating. Since the pig is already slaughtered and the grain sold, they might as well take what they can. Their reputation might not be good afterward, but Xiao Jiwang and Lei Honghua's reputation will be even worse. It doesn't matter. After finishing their meal, everyone got busy with their own tasks. Xiao Yukai went to the storage room, which is where farming tools are kept. For farmers, these tools are essential. When the collective was disbanded, the farming tools were distributed among the members. Additionally, Xiao Jiwang bought some himself, so they had enough tools at home. There were 5 sickles. He picked out 2 good ones. There was 1 4-pronged rake and 1 3-pronged rake. He chose the 4-pronged rake, as the other one was too heavy for his father, who was getting older and might struggle to use it. There were also hoes carrying poles and baskets. In Lei Honghua's bedroom, Luo Feng held a piece of fabric close to her chest. This is the one my sister-in-law gave me. I asked her for it a few times, but she always said she couldn't find it, even though it was clearly hidden in the cabinet. Xiao Jiangxin looked at the fabric in his mother's hands. It was a rough piece of bright red cloth with plum blossoms on it. Seeing Xiao Jiangxin looking over, Luo Feng explained, I had another pregnancy after you, and when your aunt came to visit me, she gave me this cloth. I wasn't home, so she left it with Lei Honghua to pass on to me. That year I got married, your aunt had a baby, and your grandmother gave me some fabric. We didn't have any extra fabric tickets at home. I couldn't let my newborn nephew go without, so I gave up my piece. Your aunt remembered it and saved up for many years to give me a piece of fabric. While they were talking, Xiao Youfu walked in. Jiangxin, have you seen a gray box? Xiao Youfu asked, looking at the open wardrobe. Jiangxin shook her head. What box? Xiao Youfu scratched his head. It's my mom's. I saw her with a box before. She said it was left to her by my grandfather. Inside were a pair of green bead earrings and 2 gold bracelets. Last year, when we talked about Widow Zhang, I asked your grandfather to sell those gold bracelets. My mom surely hoped I would settle down. He agreed, but the next day he told me they weren't gold, they were copper and not worth much. I thought, even if they aren't gold, they are still my mom's and I want to take them. Xiao Jiangxin thought for a moment. Does it have the characters for good fortune and happiness engraved on it? Xiao Youfu shook his head. I don't know, but both bracelets have small squares on them with some characters inside. I don't recognize those letters. Xiao Jiangxin understood. She had seen them before in the hands of Li Xiaoping and Qiao Zhengwo's wife, who said they were part of Lei Honghua's dowry, one for each daughter-in-law. She saw Li Xiaoping showing off to the new bride in the village. Clearly, Qiao Zhiwang was lying. If it were really made of copper, Lei Honghua wouldn't have hidden it for so many years or passed it on to her daughter-in-law. The more they looked into it, the more they realized that Qiao Zhiwang was not a good person. Forget about the younger brother. Their uncle and father were his own sons. Even after everything, he could still be so heartless as to keep those 2 gold bracelets for himself, not even fearing that their mother would come looking for him at night. That was part of someone else's dowry, meant for her own children. These 2 old folks had no shame. Search thoroughly. If you can't find it, come in with A and dig. This place is small. It must be in this room. This is the dowry, and if it's lost, Lei Honghua won't forgive us. The three of them immediately began searching the room. Lu Afong and Qiao Youfu searched the cabinets, while Qiao Jiangxin checked under the bed. They searched everywhere but still couldn't find the box their uncle mentioned. Qiao Youfu felt a bit disappointed and turned to go to Qiao Zhengwo's room, while Lu Afong went to grab a quilt. Qiao Jiangxin didn't give up and carefully examined the room. It was a large space with a loft above. One half had a bed and the other half had a wardrobe, boxes, and a basket for drying clothes. The whole room was easy to see. As she glanced down, she bent over to look under the bed. There were quite a few jars of pickled vegetables under there. This was food. Lei Honghua didn't trust leaving it outside, worried someone might steal her pickles, so she always kept them under her bed. Qiao Jiangxin dragged out each jar one by one. In the shows from the future, wealthy people often buried valuable items under the bed or in the cracks of bricks. Maybe Lei Honghua did the same. There were about 8 or 9 jars. The outer 4 or 5 were filled with vegetables, while the inner ones seemed empty. They had no water, and the lids were covered with wooden boards and had spider webs on them. After checking the ground and finding nothing wrong, Qiao Jiangxin dragged out the empty jars, preparing to check the back wall when she suddenly noticed something odd about the innermost jar. Carefully, she pulled it out, removed the items on top, and opened the lid. Sure enough, there was something inside. Reaching in, she pulled out 2 waterproof paper packages. One package contained the small gray box her uncle mentioned. When she opened it, she found a pair of bright green beaded earrings, a dark ring, and 2 gold bracelets with good fortune symbols. Qiao Jiangxin picked up the other paper package. It was heavy. Carefully opening it, he found another tightly bound oil paper package inside. When he opened it, he discovered yellowed newspapers. Inside the newspapers were neatly arranged silver coins and 2 small yellow fish. Qiao Jiangxin cursed under his breath and took everything out. He went to the kitchen and found 6 or 7 old cups stacked together to wrap them up and put them back as they were. For another oil paper package, he found 2 pieces of rotten wood covered in pig waste from the pig pen to wrap it up. After putting everything back in place, including tidying up the bed and wardrobe, Qiao Jiangxin finally left with the items. On the other side, Zhao Dalong dropped off Lei Honghua and her family at the clinic and was ready to head back. This tractor was no longer the property of the collective. When the production team was reformed, all the assets built over 30 years were divided up in just a few days. Aside from small items like farming tools and baskets, there were also 5 cows, a mule, a hand tractor, and a diesel engine for grinding grain, along with large water pumps. To acquire this tractor, his family held several family meetings. In the end, his father and uncles, along with his generation of cousins, decided to give up all the large items and pooled money to get the tractor. Over the years, several families used it together, and during holidays or market days, they would run to town for extra income, which was shared among the 4 families. He didn't like lending the tractor to others, even if they were from the same village. Moreover, Lei Honghua and Jiao Zhuang were not very considerate. They borrowed it in the morning without offering any fuel money or even a thank you, and now, as dinner time approached, they were back to borrow it again. If it weren't for the fact that Zhao Dalong had to call Jiao Zhuang uncle, and this involved a serious matter, he wouldn't have made this trip. Did they think the tractor didn't need fuel or maintenance? When the team divided the large items, Jiao Zhuang didn't want any big items, only money, claiming he had several sons who could work and took a good amount of money home. Now he was back to borrow the tractor. If they didn't show any appreciation after this, borrowing in the future would be out of the question. Seeing Jiao Zhuang's family get out of the car without saying a word, Zhao Dalong drove off quickly with the tractor. Hey, Dalong. Can you give me a hand and help carry Zhengwo inside? Zhao Dalong pretended not to hear and drove off quickly with the tractor. Xiao Zhengwo is a young man who has always been well-fed over the years. He is tall and strong, weighing around 120 pounds, which makes it a bit difficult for Qiao Zhuang to carry him. Lei Honghua had no choice but to support him, and together, the couple helped Qiao Zhengwo inside. Doctor, please come quickly, we need help. The nurse and doctor on duty were startled by Lei Honghua's desperate shout, their hearts racing. When they saw that Xiao Zhengwo could still groan, they felt relieved. Where does it hurt? Quickly, lie down here and don't move. Pain? Is it the right side of your ribs? Here? It hurts. When the doctor gently touched him, Xiao Zhengwo cried out in pain. After lifting his shirt to examine him, they noticed bruises on his skin, confirming he had been injured by a heavy object. The doctor made a diagnosis. Yes, you have a broken rib, and your right leg has a slight fracture. You need to go arrange for a hospital stay. Lei Honghua's face fell. Doctor, is my son going to be okay? He'll be fine. Is it really okay if his rib is broken? What if it hurts his heart? Will he die? Lei Honghua asked with tears in her eyes. The doctor instinctively replied if it were to hurt the heart it would be serious, but you don't need to worry about that. Wah. What do you mean don't worry? Isn't the heart near the ribs? Please, doctor, you must save my son. Lei Honghua suddenly knelt down and hugged the doctor's leg. Please, ma'am, get up. The heart is on the left side and your son's injury is on the right side, so there's no need to panic. Despite the doctor's efforts to explain, Lei Honghua and her family still felt uncertain. Xiao Zhiwang, anxious, hurried to get money from Qiao Fangfang. Qiao Fangfang lives with her in-laws in a village nearby. When she saw Qiao Zhiwang come, her heart sank. He wouldn't come at this late hour unless it was serious. Even though she was prepared, she was still shocked to hear her brother was in the hospital. She quickly went to get her dowry money and told her in-laws before heading to the hospital with Qiao Zhiwang. Qiao Fangfang's husband, Deng Ming, also informed his parents and followed behind Xiao Zhiwang and his daughter. Out of concern, as her husband, he felt it was right to go along. Xiao Zhiwang has 4 sons but only 1 daughter, Qiao Fangfang, whom he has always cherished. There was no preference for boys over girls like in other families, so Qiao Fangfang had a good life at home and a strong bond with her parents. Xiao Jiangxin thought it was good that Lei Honghua's family of 3 hadn't returned that night. The next morning, when Xiao Jiangxin woke up, Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai had already gone to the fields. They were true farmers and food was essential. Even though they thought about splitting the family, they couldn't let the crops go to waste. Luo Feng's pregnancy was important to Xiao Yukai and Xiao Jiangxin, and even Xiao Youfu valued it greatly. After all, there's an old saying in the countryside, a nephew at the door means the family line continues. He and Yukai had the same mother, grew up together, and worked side by side, hardly ever apart. In terms of feelings, they valued each other much more than Xiao Zhiwang, their father. Previously, the family raised chickens and pigs, and Luo Feng handled all the household chores like washing clothes, cooking, and fetching water. Now, with no chickens or pigs left and Xiao Zhiwang's family not at home, Luo Feng felt restless. She wanted to join everyone in the fields to pick corn. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai disagreed, but Xiao Jiangxin thought for a moment and said, "Let Mom come along. She can do some light work and not tire herself out too much." Xiao Zhengwo's injury isn't serious, and since they left in a hurry yesterday, they didn't take anything. If they come back today and find Mom alone at home, she might be at a disadvantage. So, we can pick the corn and leave it to dry on the mountain, no need to rush back. Mom can find a shady spot to shell the corn. As the sun rose higher, Qiao Jiangxin carried a basket and followed Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai to pick corn. Even though she had worked all her life, she hadn't done this in over a decade. She wore long sleeves, but the sharp corn leaves seemed to have a mind of their own, scratching her face, neck, and wrists, making her feel hot and itchy with sweat. After carrying the corn to a nearby tree, Qiao Jiangxin didn't go back into the cornfield. Instead, she picked up a sickle to cut the half-dry corn stalks. At the town clinic, Qiao Zhengwo lay half-reclined on the bed with a splint on his leg, speaking animatedly. The doctor said he was mostly fine. The rib fracture and the in his right leg wouldn't be life-threatening and would have no lasting effects after healing, so he felt rejuvenated. Remembering what happened yesterday, he spoke quickly and urgently. The bumps on my head were caused by that awful Luo Feng. She usually keeps quiet, but she has a heart as cold as a snake's. And that Xiao Youfu, I'm his own brother, yet he still treats me like this. If I weren't so lucky, I would have met my end long ago. Lei Honghua felt her heart break as she listened to her son's troubles. Xiao Fongfong sat beside her, gently rubbing her back to comfort her. Mom, what's going on? Everything was fine for so many years, so why has it suddenly changed? Not only did they kill the chickens, but they also dared to cause trouble at the Li family's place, beating Zhang Wo, and even selling the pig. Are they trying to rebel? Lei Honghua looked bitter. How would I know? It's all so strange. Maybe their previous good behavior was just an act. These two brothers seem honest, but their hearts are like venomous snakes, ready to bite at any moment. Humph, after all these years, they finally found their chance. Xiao Fongfong thought differently and raised an eyebrow. Mom, tell me everything that happened in the last couple of days. Lei Honghua paused. Her daughter was clever. She then recounted all the recent events in detail. Xiao Fongfong quickly identified the key point.
It's all about Daya.
Mom, in each of these incidents, Daya is involved. The older brothers are clearly being influenced by her. Remember when I told you about that family? You hesitated, saying she was still young. She's 16 now, almost 17, hardly a child. In our village, girls get married, and even have children at that age. You were too kind-hearted, and now look what happened. Lei Honghua slumped her shoulders in silence. She had heard about this before. The Qin family in town, who run a coffin shop, were looking for a match for their 22-year-old son, Chen Sheng, and were willing to offer a bride price of 300. Chen Sheng. His family is well off, but it's said that when his mother was pregnant, she craved rabbit meat, and he was born with deformities. His upper lip and nose are split, making him look frightening as a child, and as he grew, his teeth grew in a way that made him look even scarier. The Qin family has 2 sons. The other one drowned while bathing at 10, so they're counting on Chen Sheng to carry on the family line. They spoil him, and he has become arrogant and temperamental. It's said that he even dares to hit his own mother. Xiao Fongfong advised, Mom, it's 300 yuan. After working hard all year, what do we have left? Last year, the temporary worker we hired for Zhang Wo nearly emptied the house, right? Zhang Wo is about to get married soon, and with the current situation, I doubt we can keep the older siblings. It's better to minimize our losses and keep the benefits for ourselves. Lei Honghua's eyes sparkled with calculation. 300 yuan? I could sell my 2 pigs for over 100 each, and we still have plenty of grain at home. Xiao Fongfong thought for a moment and realized her mother wanted more. Mom, isn't it simple? Once we take this money, we can have the Chen family come and take action. If the older siblings are reluctant to part with their daughter, won't they have to pull out more money? In the end, this money will return to you, and we can still collect the bride price. As long as Qiao Daya gets married, those 2 fools will be easy to handle. Lei Honghua sighed in relief, a fierce look in her eyes. Since they don't want to live a good life, they can't blame me for being ruthless. When Xiao Zhiwang got home, the house was empty, quiet as if it weren't a home. Walking through the yard, he looked at the empty chicken coop and pig pen, his face tight and lips pressed together. He had come back to gather things and get some clean clothes since Qiao Zhengwo would be on 4 fluids for several days, and with his injury, it wasn't convenient to go back and forth. He would need to stay at the clinic for a while. Entering the room, he remembered Qiao Zhengwo saying that the grain at home had been sold off. Xiao Zhiwang set up a ladder and climbed to the attic. The grain storage door was left open, and a few mice, startled by the noise, scurried away. Seeing this scene, Xiao Zhiwang's already tense face turned even colder. Climbing up, he checked the grain storage and felt a rush of anger. He nearly spat blood. The half-full storage now had only a fistful of grain left at the bottom, and the peanuts and soybeans were gone, leaving just a few bags of corn and sweet potato slices.
Beasts.
Wasteful children, wasteful children. He retied the sacks and secured the storage door before climbing down. Suddenly, he remembered something, froze for a moment, then hurriedly descended the ladder. Once on the ground, he quickly lay down and peered under the bed. Seeing all the jars were there, he finally relaxed. Soon, he stood up, turned around to close the door, and then crouched down to pull out the jars from under the bed one by one. Looking at the dust on the wooden cover of the urn, his tense expression finally relaxed. No one had touched it, but he still took everything off and opened the lid, reaching inside to feel around. When he touched the oil paper package he remembered, his expression softened completely. This was the most treasured item in the family. Back when the landlord of Gaoshir village was overthrown, he was just in his 20s, full of passion and eager to show off. He was also one of the first to rush into the Gao family to smash things. The silver dollar and the small yellow fish came from that time. He saw the young master of the Gao family stuffing things into a chamber pot through the window. When he rushed in to smash things, he pretended to vent his anger by picking up the chamber pot and throwing it into the outdoor latrine. Later, when it was quiet at night, he secretly went back to retrieve it. As long as he had these items, he wasn't afraid of his ungrateful sons. Now that the family was in such chaos, keeping these treasures under the bed was no longer safe. His two ungrateful sons were currently arguing about dividing the family assets, and they might even come to fight over the urn. Xiao Zhuang thought for a moment and remembered the abandoned pig pen. He opened the door, closed the yard gate, and carried the urn to the pig pen. The pigs were gone, but the manure was still there. This manure was very valuable for a farming family. The two pigs at home used to have 2 big bundles of wild grass and straw thrown in every day to make the pig pen comfortable for them. First, it kept the area dry and cozy for the pigs to lie down. Second, it helped create fertilizer. The wild grass and straw, trampled by the pigs and mixed with their waste, became the main fertilizer for the fields in the next season. Xiao Zhuang entered the pig pen with a 3-pronged rake and he forcefully lifted the straw mixed with pig manure. The pigs raised earlier this year had been fertilized 3 months ago, and now it was quite thick again. After digging down several centimeters, he uncovered the mud beneath the straw. He tossed aside the rake, switched to and began digging a hole. He also went to get some tiles to cover it, hurriedly stuffing the 2 oil paper packages from the urn inside, then covering it with tiles before filling it with dirt. Once the dirt was packed tightly, he covered it with manure again. When Xiao Zhuang stepped out of the pig pen barefoot, 40 minutes had passed. He washed his hands and feet, then started to tidy up his things before closing the door and heading to town. Meanwhile, in town, Qiao Fangfang and Lei Honghua were excitedly heading to the coffin shop after discussing their plans. Lei Honghua agreed with Qiao Fangfang that she would only ask for 200 as the bride price instead of 300. The remaining 100 would cover the 50 she spent on medical fees and the trouble of making this trip. Her mother let go of 50, and the Qin family still had benefits to gain, so how could she not be happy? When they arrived at the coffin shop, Qiao Fangfang praised a plump woman. After some small talk, she pushed her niece forward. This young girl just doesn't understand. Everyone is just looking at the man's face. Can good looks feed you? When it comes to living together, you have to consider the in-laws and the family situation. Only we who have been through it understand this. So I know that if my daughter marries your Chensheng, she will surely have a good life. Chensheng's mother stood a bit taller after Qiao Fangfang's compliments. Chensheng's reputation in the area was not great, and due to his looks, she had tried to find matches through matchmakers but had no success. Some even insulted her, saying she was a toad wanting to eat swan meat. So the couple decided to hold their ground and announced that they would offer a bride price of 300 as long as they found a suitable match. They believed that for 300, they could find a hard-working and kind daughter-in-law. Although she was pleased, she still had to maintain a certain attitude. Otherwise, people might think anyone could enter their family.
Fangfang, you truly understand.
But let me be clear. Since we can offer 300 as a bride price, my Chensheng has his requirements too. We can't just accept anyone. This girl, for instance, needs to be quick and capable. After all, no one wants to marry a lazy person. A man works hard all day and wants hot soup and food when he gets home. The household chores should be taken care of by the woman, don't you think? Also, as you said, when a woman marries, it's about providing for her needs. A man choosing a wife also looks for attractiveness. If he marries an unattractive woman, Their children may not be appealing, and that can cause problems at home. As parents, we also want a daughter-in-law that our child will like, so they can have a happy marriage, right? After Chen Sheng finished speaking, his mother smiled at Xiao Fangfang. Xiao Fangfang quickly replied, "Oh, my dear sister, let me tell you, if you ask around in our Gaoshi village, you'll find my niece is the most capable. She started learning to wash and cook when she was just 5 or 6 years old. The household chores are all managed well, and the work in the fields is not left behind either. At just 13, she can earn 8 or 9 work points, even better than some men. Moreover, she is quite attractive, although she is a bit thin and dark. With some care, she will definitely be a beauty." Chen Sheng's mother was very pleased and asked, "Can you handle this matter?" She chuckled, "Don't blame me for being straightforward. After all, you are a married aunt." Xiao Fangfang smiled confidently. "Don't worry, my mom is in charge at home, and she has already agreed. You can go ahead and take a look. Once the bride price is settled, you can take her away." After sending Xiao Fangfang off, Chen Sheng's mother hurried home to find her son. Even though the news was out, not many came to propose. It was hard to find 2 suitors, and the introductions were all quite disappointing. They were either lazy girls in their mid-20s or unattractive ones, and there were even some who were widows. Did they really think the Chen family would settle for just anyone? The more they looked down on her son, the more determined she became to find him an outstanding bride. When Chen Sheng heard his mother tell him to go to Gaoshi village to meet a potential bride, he lay on the bed without moving. In this hot weather, why can't the girl come to town to meet instead? "I'm not going. If you want to go, you go by yourself." Chen Sheng's mother pushed him gently. "You don't care about getting married. What else can you do? I'm telling you, this time is different. She's a beautiful and hardworking girl, not yet 17. Chen Sheng waved his hand. "No way. You always say that. Last time, you tricked me into going to Shiwan village, and what did I find? A girl with a sharp face and big teeth, who looked like a monkey. Can you trust that matchmaker? She could make the dead sound alive, and even called that big-toothed girl a fairy. You haven't even seen her, yet you praise her so much. I won't believe it. You should go see for yourself." Chen Sheng's mother, unable to persuade him, gritted her teeth and said, "Fine. I'll go see her myself. If I find her suitable, then you can go see her too, okay?" Chen Sheng finally showed some interest and looked up at his mother's back. "Just make sure she's not too ugly. I don't want to be laughed at for marrying an unattractive wife." That day, Chen Sheng's mother rode her bicycle to Gaoshi village. She asked a relative, Aunt Lu, who lived in a tricky area, about the Qiao family. What she found out was shocking. The Qiao family was a complete disaster. The family dynamics are quite complicated. There's Qiao Zhiwang, who is biased and unkind, and his brother Qiao Yukai, who is unfilial and causes trouble. In the middle is Qiao Zhengwo, who is lazy and has been hurt, along with Qiao Jianhua, who is overly eager to please his father-in-law. Hearing about this messy family, Chen Sheng's mother felt her heart sink. With such a family, how could they raise a good daughter? Aunt Lu loves gossip, and in her circle, the one with the latest news is the most admired. The news about the Qiao family is well known in the village, but for Chen Sheng's mother, it feels like fresh information. She was passionately sharing her thoughts, criticizing Lei Honghua and her husband, then moved on to Qiao Youfu and his brother. They enjoyed pointing out flaws in those without power while finding good qualities in those with it. Everyone likes honest people but doesn't respect them, including Aunt Lu. However, as she spoke, she noticed Chen Sheng's mother's expression darkening. Aunt Lu paused, wondering if she was unhappy with the gossip. Since Chen Sheng's cousin runs a shop in town, Aunt Lu didn't want to miss this chance to connect. "If you don't want to hear the bad, let's talk about the good," she suggested. "Well, every family has its little troubles. They say every household has its own difficulties. Although Youfu and Yukai have been causing a stir lately, they are both very capable. And their daughter, at such a young age, can earn her own keep. A few years ago, before the collective was disbanded, she was already able to do a man's work." Chen Sheng's mother's eyes brightened. "Really?" Seeing her interest, Aunt Lu nodded eagerly. "Of course. You can ask anyone in the village if I'm lying. Chun Sheng's mother then asked, if she's so capable, doesn't she look strong like a man? Aunt Lu shook her head. Oh no, that's not true. She's quite beautiful, just like her grandmother. Her grandmother, Sister Yang Mei, was the most beautiful woman in the area when she was young. If her family hadn't suddenly been labeled wealthy and lost relatives one by one, she wouldn't have fallen ill and passed away so early. If she were still alive, she would definitely be the most beautiful elderly lady around. Chun Sheng's mother saw that Aunt Lu was getting off track and quickly brought the conversation back. Auntie, which girl from the Chiao family are you talking about?
Can you show her to me?
Aunt Lu was about to nod but suddenly froze, looking back at Chun Sheng's mother with confusion. Why do you want to see the girl? Remembering Chun Sheng's son and the recent rumors about the Chen family looking for a bride, Aunt Lu said, You came all this way? You can't be? Chun Sheng's mother didn't think to hide it and smiled. That's right. I'm looking for a wife for my son Chen Sheng. Aunt Lu raised her voice. You're Chen Sheng and that girl? The smile on Chen Sheng's mother's face slowly faded. What's wrong? Is my son not good enough for a country girl? Aunt Lu regained her composure. No, that's not what I meant. I just thought that girls seems to be under 17. Chun Sheng's mother replied with a half smile. 17 is not too young. I remember you were talking about someone when you were just 16, right? The sun was setting, and the bright sunlight gradually faded, darkening the sky. Xiao Jiangxin accompanied Lu Afong home to cook. When they arrived, the house was still empty, and Lu Afong let out a sigh of relief. Xiao Jiangxin went into the kitchen and looked around, picking up a water bucket. Mom, you sit down for a bit. We're out of water. I'll go fetch some. Aunt Nyo, are you picking vegetables? Passing by a tile-roofed house, Xiao Jiangxin greeted Aunt Nyo with a smile. Aunt Nyo was in a dilemma, but Xiao Jiangxin's warm greeting made her decide. She looked around and waved to Xiao Jiangxin. Girl, come here. I have something to tell you. Xiao Jiangxin, puzzled, stepped up to her porch with the bucket. What is it? Aunt Nyo said, When you were washing your hands and face by the well, there was a woman in a checkered dress standing nearby. Do you remember her? Xiao Jiangxin nodded. I remember. What about her? Aunt Nyo lowered her voice. I overheard her talking to Aunt Lu. It seems your aunt and grandmother have promised you to her son. I asked Aunt Lu, and that man is her cousin's son. He has a coffin shop in town, and is named Chen Sheng. He looks. At this point, Aunt Nyo squinted her eyes in disdain. But as soon as Xiao Jiangxin heard this, she understood who Aunt Nyo was talking about. In her past life, Lei Honghua had also wanted to marry her off to someone named Chen Sheng. She didn't expect it to happen over a year earlier this time. Aunt Nyo had a hidden message in her words. Chen Sheng's mother seems quite satisfied with you, but you should find out more about her son yourself. Don't be confused and suddenly discover you have a fiancé. Xiao Jiangxin coldly fetched 2 buckets of water from the well, quickly lifting them onto her shoulders with a yoke. Not far away, Che Jinmei, who was washing vegetables, looked up and momentarily lost her focus on Xiao Jiangxin's figure. Those 2 large buckets of water seemed weightless on Xiao Jiangxin's small shoulders. Although the yoke was bent under the load, she moved swiftly. If she had to carry those 2 buckets, sigh, there's no one dependable at home. The men are weak, and the younger ones can't be relied on. It was a rare blessing to have a college student in the family, but then a storm came and put a stop to it. Thinking about her son, who had been back for several days, she still hadn't dared to tell anyone. When people asked why he was back, she just told them the school had a break. Remembering her son made Che Jinmei even more anxious. He was just a year away from graduation and a job assignment, so why was he suddenly persuaded to withdraw? What should she do now? The older one coughs all day, the younger one needs to go to school, and the eldest came back from school looking half dead and hasn't recovered yet. All the work in the fields falls on her alone. Recalling the compliments she received when her son got into college, Che Jinmei felt bitterness in her mouth. She was supposed to enjoy her later years, but at this rate, she wouldn't even make it to old age. Sigh, if only someone could help her share the burden. Thinking this, Che Jinmei looked at the distant figure and murmured, Wendy is 24 now. It's time to consider a match for him. But thinking of Chi Sujin, she sighed again, tired, and picked up her vegetable basket to head home. Not just her son Wendy, but she herself felt overwhelmed. That evening, dinner was once again missing from the table of Qiao Zhuang's family of 3, but the atmosphere at home remained light, with laughter occasionally ringing out during the meal. The leftover braised pig's head from yesterday was sliced thin, and a bowl of stir-fried pickled vegetables accompanied the white rice for dinner. After eating, a light rain began to fall from the sky. The tired family went to bed early, except for Qiao Jiangxin. She sat on the doorstep, hugging her legs, watching the swaying branches outside the yard and listening to the sound of raindrops hitting the tiles and leaves. She really enjoyed the feeling of the cool breeze with a hint of moisture on her face, making her feel relaxed all over. She thought back on her life. She had lit kerosene lamps, watched outdoor movies, stolen melons at the village entrance, caught fish in the river, and used corn stalks as sugarcane. Even though it was tough, she was happy back then when she was still young. Later, Qiao Zhengxin's eyes dimmed. In her later years, she fell into a messy marriage and lived a life filled with troubles. After working hard for half her life, she became seen as a failure, and when her mother passed away, she was left with nothing. She had often encouraged herself, believing that if she endured all the hardships, happiness would surely come. But later, she realized that after enduring all the pain, even more challenges awaited her. Who could predict what would happen next? So, the most important thing was to find joy in the present. In the evening, Aunt Nyo's words to Qiao Jiangxin didn't stick with her. In her past life, she had escaped from Chen Sheng, so why would she fear him in this life? However, since Qiao Fangfang and Lei Honghua dared to plot against her, she wouldn't let it go easily. She remembered that Qiao Fangfang's in-laws had a fiery younger sister who hadn't married yet. From Qiao Fangfang's complaints, it was clear that the sister was quite favored at home. Qiao Jiangxin clearly recalled how, in her past life, that sister had fought fiercely with Qiao Fangfang. Her father had confronted Qiao Fangfang about introducing her to Qinsheng, and he had run into that sister, who insulted him since he was Qiao Fangfang's brother. Internal strife was not her concern. She wanted to focus on external conflicts, but she wouldn't back down easily. If Lei Honghua and her daughter didn't face serious consequences this time, she wouldn't be called Qiao Jiangxin. Meanwhile, Qinsheng's mother went straight to find Qiao Fangfang when she got home. With Qiao Fangfang's guidance, she visited Qiao Zhengwo at the clinic and exchanged pleasantries with Lei Honghua. Satisfied with the answers she received, Qinsheng's mother happily returned home to share the news with her son. Qinsheng perked up when he heard his mother praise Qiao Jiangxin so highly. The next day, after breakfast, he rode his bike excitedly toward Gaoshi village. Qiao Jiangxin was carrying corn from the field to dry on the big stone flat when she saw a man riding a bicycle toward her from a distance. Prepared, Qiao Jiangxin tightened her grip on the sickle in her hand. The body and appearance we have are given to us by our parents. She has experienced a world that many have not, and she understands that a cleft lip is a condition that no one wishes to be born with. She does not judge Chen Sheng for his looks, but she dislikes him. In her past life, after being rejected by Qiao Yukai and his wife, Chen Sheng even considered forcing Qiao Jiangxin. Besides needing money for her brother's medical expenses, this was also a reason why Qiao Jiangxin married Chen Wendy early. As soon as Chen Sheng stopped his car, Qiao Jiangxin threw a sickle at him. Chen Sheng was surprised that she attacked without warning and with a weapon aimed at him. He instinctively turned his head to the side, and the sickle whizzed past his ear. Feeling the sickle rush by, even the domineering Chen Sheng was startled. Before he could react, a corn cob came flying at him with a whoosh and hit him hard in the face. Chen Sheng felt as if he had been struck on the head, and everything went dark with stars flashing before his eyes. "Ah, you worthless person, I will kill you." Chen Sheng's curse was cut short as another corn cob struck him in the mouth, making him fall to the ground, his 2 protruding teeth stained red. Qiao Jiangxin, carrying a heavy backpack, charged forward and knelt on Chen Sheng's stomach. The pressure made him feel like his breakfast was rising in his throat, only to slowly settle back down. With a corn cob in each hand, Qiao Jiangxin swung them like propellers, hitting Chen Sheng repeatedly in the face. I will kill you. I will end you. With old grudges and new anger, Qiao Jiangxin showed no mercy. At first, Chen Sheng curled up, instinctively protecting his stomach. But soon he shifted to protect his face. When Qiao Jiangxin hit his fingers with a corn cob, he winced in pain and moved his hands away from his face to protect his fingers, using his wrist as a shield. Stop hitting me, please. After 5 or 6 minutes, Qiao Jiangxin, panting heavily, looked at the beaten Chen Sheng on the ground, barely recognizable. It was as if she suddenly came to her senses. In a panicked tone, she exclaimed, "Oh no, what did I just do? Did I really do this?" She glanced around to see if anyone was watching, and upon realizing no one was paying attention, she sighed in relief. "Oh no, have I lost control again? Aunt said she would introduce me to a wealthy family, but it can't be this one, right?" After mumbling to herself, Qiao Jiangxin squatted down and poked Chen Sheng with a corn cob. "Hey, are you still alive? If you're not, just make a sound." Seeing that Chen Sheng didn't respond, Qiao Jiangxin became even more anxious.
Please don't die.
"I didn't mean to. I just can't control myself." As she spoke, her voice began to tremble. "What should I do? I just lost control and accidentally hurt 4 chickens at home, and yesterday, I accidentally hurt 2 pigs. I almost crushed my uncle with a cart. My uncle is still in the hospital, and I don't know if he can be saved. You absolutely cannot have anything happen to you. My family is already hiding my issues, but if something happens to you, everyone will know I have problems. What will I do then? I heard your family is very wealthy, and I was hoping to marry into your family for treatment." While Qiao Jiangxin cried, she kept shaking Chen Sheng. "Please wake up. As long as you're alive, I promise to be more careful in the future. Why are you so fragile? I haven't even shown my true strength yet." After being shaken violently, Chen Sheng finally came to his senses. He looked at Qiao Jiangxin in fear and slowly moved away, trying to distance himself from her. You have problems." Seeing he was alive, Qiao Jiangxin couldn't hide her joy, but when she heard his words, she became alarmed and quickly waved her hands. No, I don't." Her voice grew quieter, sounding less confident. I can get better. It's not like it happens all the time, just occasionally." As she said this, Qiao Jiangxin hurriedly moved closer to Chen Sheng. "I have good qualities too. I'm capable and I look good. Several villagers have praised my looks, saying I could definitely marry into a wealthy family." Chen Sheng, supporting himself on the ground and enduring pain, kept scooting backward. You stay away. I'm telling you, I could never marry you. Stop dreaming, you crazy person." Qiao Jiangxin pouted. "I can really get better, and it's not something I want." Chen Sheng ignored her and tried to get up to leave. Qiao Jiangxin spread her arms to block him. "You can't leave. Even if you don't want to marry me, you have to promise you won't tell anyone, or I won't be able to get married. Dream on, you crazy person. Get away from me." Chen Sheng's face was filled with fear as he hoarsely shouted. His bruised and twisted face, along with his blood-stained teeth, seemed to frighten Qiao Jiangxin. Qiao Jiangxin's tone softened as he anxiously said, "Please don't tell anyone. I can make it up to you. Yes, I can compensate you." Chen Sheng warily looked at Qiao Jiangxin. "You, a farmer from the countryside, what can you offer as compensation? I'm telling you, the way your family has plotted against me, this matter isn't over." Qiao Jiangxin, seemingly frightened, exclaimed, "Don't you want a wife? I can get you a wife, a beautiful high school girl you know." Chen Sheng waved his hand. "Get out of my way." Qiao Jiangxin, with determination, said, "I'm serious. Her name is Deng Xiangsui, and she lives nearby." Chen Sheng paused. He knew Deng Xiangsui. She was educated and attractive, but also quite proud. Last time, his mother even sent someone to propose, but her parents turned him down, saying he was not good enough. "You can help me marry Deng Xiangsui? If what you say is true, then today's incident will be forgotten." I promise I won't say a word about your issues. Chen Sheng's anger faded. Xiao Jiangxin's eyes sparkled. Whether it works out depends on your abilities, but even if it doesn't, you won't lose out. At worst, you could get some money. Seeing Chen Sheng look at him in confusion, Xiao Jiangxin continued. You don't know, right? Deng Xiangsui's sister-in-law is my aunt. My aunt introduced me to you, so you can have her collect the bride price and write a receipt. Then you just need to go pick up Deng Xiangsui. A sister-in-law is like a mother. Although Xiao Jiangxin's words were not very clear, Chen Sheng understood what he meant. A sister-in-law is like a mother. If the mother accepts the bride price, the daughter has to marry. Thinking of Deng Xiangsui's graceful figure and fair skin, Chen Sheng's eyes lit up. He was determined to have a taste of this beauty. Compared to the dark and thin madman in front of him, Deng Xiangsui was like a fairy from the heavens. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth against the pain and bent down to pick up the bicycle. Seeing that Chen Sheng was clearly interested, Xiao Jiangxin relaxed his stance. Wait, let's be clear. Our matters will be settled. If you cause me more trouble, you'll never find a wife. Chen Sheng just wanted to hurry home, give the betrothal gifts to Qiao Fangfang, and leave her a note. He had no desire to get entangled with Xiao Jiangxin. Moreover, he cautiously glanced at Xiao Jiangxin, who would want to mess with a crazy person. Remembering what he had heard about her recent actions sent a chill down his spine. She had killed 4 chickens the day before and 2 pigs yesterday, almost causing serious harm to his uncle. If this continued, how many lives did he have for her to toy with? All right, I agree. Let's forget about our issues. Since you gave me this idea, let's call it even for the trouble you caused me. Can I leave now? Chen Sheng said, his eyes filled with caution as he wanted to leave quickly. Xiao Jiangxin stood in front of the bicycle, showing no sign of moving. You swear that if you tell anyone about my condition or come to bother me because of today, you will never marry. Chen Sheng gritted his teeth and faced the threatening Xiao Jiangxin. Fine. I swear that if I tell anyone about your condition or come to bother you, I will never marry. Can I leave now? Xiao Jiangxin slowly lowered her arm. Chen Sheng, still wary, pushed the bicycle away from her, trying to keep his distance as he hurried past her. Just as the back wheel of the bicycle crossed her line, Chen Sheng quickly hopped on, eager to escape. Suddenly, Xiao Jiangxin erupted in anger, letting out a beast-like roar. She turned and threw a corn cob at Chen Sheng. The cob whizzed past his head, and he pedaled furiously, crouching low as if being chased by a ghost, too scared to sit properly on the seat.
Bang! Ah!
A corn cob hit him on the back of the head, causing him to cry out in pain. Crazy person, crazy person. Chen Sheng didn't need to look back to imagine the fierce face of the person chasing him. Watching Chen Sheng flee in panic, Xiao Jiangxin couldn't help but smile. Xiao Fangfang's mother-in-law was not easy to deal with. When Deng Ming was dating Xiao Fangfang, she looked down on her in every way. If it weren't for her son's stubbornness, it was uncertain if Xiao Fangfang would have even entered the Deng family. Let Xiao Fangfang enjoy her life from now on. Chen Sheng returned to town, looking battered. His mother nearly fainted when she saw him. He was the pride of their family. When Xiao Fangfang introduced a girl with mental illness to her son, she started to doubt and thought her son was up to something again. Chen Sheng, who had just escaped a dangerous situation, was already angry. Seeing that his mother didn't believe him made him even more upset. Are you blind? Do you think this injury on my face is fake? You went to Gaoshi village yourself yesterday to check on her, and this is how you found out? If I hadn't gone there myself and almost ended up marrying her, I wouldn't even know how I would have survived. Chen Sheng's mother weakly replied, I saw her yesterday, just a thin girl. How could she be as scary as you say? Chen Sheng waved his hand. Whether I'm telling the truth or not, you could have put in some effort to find out. If she isn't lying, Gaoshi village has been quite lively these days. She said that a couple of days ago, when she had an episode, she killed several chickens and even stabbed a pig. Her uncle is still in the hospital because of her. We don't even know if he can be saved. They say his bones are shattered. Chen Sheng's mother knew about Xiao Fangfang's brother being in the hospital since she had visited him yesterday. Her expression darkened. I'm going to find Xiao Fongfong. How dare she introduce such trash to us? Does she think our family is a garbage dump? And she praises her like she's a fairy. Seeing the bruises on his mother's face filled with anger, Chinshim quickly stopped her. Mom, don't rush. What good will it do to confront her now? She can easily say she didn't know. I have my own plans. Don't ruin my chances. Chunxing's mother said, clearly unhappy. They're going too far. Chunxing thought about Deng Xiangsue and patiently explained, aren't they just looking for someone to take their crazy daughter off their hands? Our family can provide a good dowry, and if it works out, they would profit greatly. They would sell their mentally ill daughter at a good price. But they never expected that she would have an episode at a crucial moment, and now we have the upper hand. With enthusiasm, Chunxing looked at his mother. Mom, remember what I told you about Deng Xiangsue? Hearing the name Deng Xiangsue made Chunxing's mother's face darken immediately. Don't mention her again. There are many good girls in the world, and we don't need to hang our hopes on just one family. Besides, she's great in many ways, but her whole family is snobbish. Her mother is a loudmouth. You don't remember the last time she yelled at us in front of our store? Chunxing quickly tried to please her. Mom, I really like Xiang Chui. Just look at her figure. I'm telling you, she's definitely going to have sons. Plus, she's a high school student. Not only is she pretty, but she's also educated. The kids we have will be smart. Chen's mother shot him a glance. Even if she can have a genius, it won't matter. No matter how much you want her, she won't marry you. Can you at least have some pride? They've insulted us, and you're still thinking about her? Chen's mother had no good feelings toward the Deng family. They had a shop, a skilled man, and a strong son. Was that not enough for their daughter? Chun Shang made a face at his mother. Mom, just set everything else aside. Isn't Xiang Chui a rare gem? Yes, your Xiang Chui is pretty and educated, and she can have kids. Is that enough? Chen's mother replied irritably. Chun Sheng quickly grabbed his mother's arm. Mom, if we want to marry her, there's an opportunity right now. Chen's mother scoffed, not even looking up, still cursing Deng Xiang Chui in her mind for charming her son. Chun Sheng wasn't upset. Mom, you might not know this, but Xiao Fongfong is from the Deng family. Chen's mother looked up. What? From the Deng family? She truly didn't know. The incident with that loud woman from the Deng family yelling at her in front of her shop was from last year. She had vaguely heard that the Deng family had married a daughter-in-law this year, but hadn't paid much attention. Yes, from the Deng family, and she's Xiang Chui's real sister-in-law. As soon as her son said this, Chen's mother began to think conspiratorially. Wow, this woman is definitely doing this on purpose, trying to introduce a crazy person to us. They must still hold a grudge and want to harm my son. Mom, let me finish, Chenxing shouted in frustration. Seeing the anger in her son's eyes, Chen's mother immediately fell silent. All right, son, I won't say anything more. What do you want to do? Chun Sheng's expression softened. I've seen many girls, but none compare to Sister Xiangsue. I want her. There's an opportunity right in front of us, and I have to try. If it works out, great for everyone. Even if it doesn't, we can still get something from the Deng family. First, it's to get back at the humiliation we faced, and second, my bride price will increase so I can find a good girl. Either way, this deal is a win for us. Chen's mother looked at her son in confusion. Chun Sheng continued, Mom, a sister-in-law is like a mother. Xiao Fongfong is not only the aunt of that crazy person from Gaoshi village, but also Sister Xiangsue's sister-in-law. If she wants to scheme against us, I can scheme back. Mom, later you should take some money to find her and say we are interested in that girl. Offer her the bride price, and that girl will become part of our family. Oh, and make sure she signs a note. Write it vaguely, just say she received 300 for the bride price, without any names. It's best to add that if she changes her mind, she has to pay back double the bride price and make her sign it. Once she signs and we give her the money, we can go to the Deng family to pick up our daughter-in-law. Chen's mother's eyes lit up. Great idea. It's a win-win. If it works, we get a daughter-in-law. If not, we still get our bride price back. Since she accepted the money and signed it herself, even if the Deng family denies it, that's their problem, not ours. We'll stand firm. They accepted the bride price, so either they send the girl over or pay us back. Humph. That woman thinks she can scheme against us. I've tolerated her long enough. Once her daughter is in my hands, I'll see who ends up begging for mercy. The mother and son chatted excitedly for a while, growing more enthusiastic. Prompted by her son, Chen's mother quickly retrieved an iron box from under the bed at home, filled with the bride price she had prepared for her son. When they arrived at the hospital, only Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhenghua were there. Chen's mother smiled and exchanged pleasantries with Lei Honghua before subtly steering the conversation toward Gaoshi village. I've been to Gaoshi village twice in the past few days. Your family has been quite lively lately. Frustrated, Lei Honghua felt a connection and began to share her troubles with Chen's mother. Talking about the difficulties of being a stepmother, she criticized Qiao Yukai and also spoke poorly of Lu Afong and Qiao Zhengxin. My dear niece, you say we are just simple country folks. How can we act like this? How can we continue living like this? In this house, we have to deal with all sorts of daily needs, small illnesses, and the expenses of a big family. Everything comes from hard work, and you don't know how much it takes. It has truly worn me down. If it weren't for the kids, I might have lost my temper long ago. And then there's my fourth child. Even if they aren't from the same mother, they are still brothers from the same father. What deep hatred could lead to such actions? Being a stepmother is really hard for me. Sob, sob, sob. Chen's mother looked at Lei Honghua, who was tugging at her clothes and crying, feeling quite conflicted. Her son had indeed told the truth. The Qiao family had harmed animals and nearly caused serious trouble for people. However, the targets of this harm had shifted from that crazy girl to the two stepbrothers. A cold glint flashed in her eyes. These two stepbrothers must be a thorn in the stepmother's side. She could blame them while also profiting from the crazy girl. This lay woman must have known she went to Gao's stone village to inquire, so she was trying to cover it up with half-truths. Chen's mother's comfort and her criticism of the Qiao family's eldest and second sons did not come. The crying Lei Honghua found it hard to continue her one-woman show. Suddenly, she broke into a sweat, realizing she had forgotten that they still needed to marry off Qiao Zhengxin. Wasn't she just airing their dirty laundry? Oh no, she almost ruined everything. Feeling both angry and frustrated, Lei Honghua quickly tried to make amends. Well, we can't blame them entirely. The main issue is that our family has been poor these past few years, and I, as the elder, haven't done my part, which led to misunderstandings. Actually, my granddaughter wants to marry for the sake of family harmony. Last year, my eldest son wanted to marry a widow, but they couldn't agree on the bride price. They thought I only cared about my own children, but the truth is, we just couldn't afford it. You don't realize how expensive daily necessities are until you're in charge. With so many children, each one wanting to start their own family and needing food and clothes, as the saying goes, a young boy can drain his father's resources. Where could we save money? Just being able to eat enough is a blessing. Everyone keeps asking me for money. Where am I supposed to get it? They have been calling me mom for 20 or 30 years. Can I really just ignore it? The truth is, I don't have the means right now. Otherwise, I wouldn't want my sweet granddaughter to leave home so early. While trying to explain, Lei Honghua carefully observed Chen's mother's expression. My granddaughter is obedient, capable, and good-looking. She's still young, but when she gets older, there will be many suitors knocking at our door. If it weren't for these two issues, I would want to keep her around for a few more years. Chen's mother understood Lei Honghua's meaning and forced a smile. I know what you're saying. I've seen her, and she is indeed capable and well-mannered. When will Fong Fong have time? Have her come to my shop, so I can discuss this with her. If everything is fine, we can settle this matter. Lei Honghua was delighted.
Great.
When her father comes back, I'll have him pass the message to her. After sending Chen's mother off, Lei Honghua couldn't hide her smile. Forcing Qiao Youfu's brother to give up his money was one thing. She wanted to ruin that troublesome girl, Daya. If Daya had a hard time, then Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai would also suffer. Humph. If they dare to go after her third and fourth sons, she would show those ungrateful people what it meant to shoot themselves in the foot. Just thinking about Daya's shock at being promised to someone like Chen Sheng and Xiao Yukai and her husband begging her made Lei Honghua feel so pleased. She couldn't wait for the old man any longer. After giving a few instructions to Qiao Zhengwo, who was lying on the bed, she hurried out. When Qiao Fongfong received the news, she was even happier than Lei Honghua. Without waiting a moment, she made an excuse about needing to go to the clinic and followed Lei Honghua. Watching the mother and daughter leave happily, Deng's mother could no longer maintain her fake smile. She turned to her son with a sarcastic tone. Is there no sense of being a daughter-in-law anymore? Once a girl is married, she's like spilled water. The other day, she took money to her family, and now she's constantly bringing meals and keeping company. Who does she belong to? Is she not supposed to help at home? I'm telling you, don't give her any money, or who knows where it will end up. Deng Ming replied helplessly, Mom, you know I don't have any money. She's just borrowing for emergencies, and we'll pay it back later. Besides, that money is Fongfong's savings. How she spends it is her choice. Mother Deng raised her voice. Her money is our family's money. How she spends it is her business. Since things are so clear, I haven't seen her contribute a single cent for the meals I've provided these days. So, it's okay for her to eat and drink for free, but when it comes to money, we become two separate families? Deng Ming defended his wife. Mom, what are you saying? You should stay out of our matters. Deng Xiangsui was already unhappy with Qiao Fongfong. Hearing her brother argue with their mother, she coldly chimed in, Brother, how can you speak to Mom like that? What did she say wrong? The food sent to the clinic these days wasn't just for show, was it? There are 3 adults here, and Qiao Fongfong would probably take the whole pot if she could. How can we keep this up? If it were just 1 or 2 meals, it would be fine, but it's every meal. We don't know how long this will go on. She should understand basic manners and contribute to the food expenses without us having to ask. Even if she has no money, don't we have food at home? People who are considerate bring something when they are invited out. Only the Qiao family would take advantage like this, acting shamelessly. Qiao Fongfong had no idea that her in-laws were unhappy about the meals she had sent to her family. She was happily heading to the coffin shop to discuss the marriage and dowry with Chen's mother. When Chen's mother saw Qiao Fongfong arrive, she was very welcoming, offering tea and snacks, clearly treating her as an honored guest. Fongfong, we've met your family, and my son Chen Sheng is very pleased. But I'm not sure. Have you talked to your daughter about this? What's the process we should follow? Qiao Fongfong waved her hand. No need to complicate things. We're just ordinary people, without many traditional customs. Just give the dowry, and you can take her home. Chen's mother pretended to hesitate. Isn't that inappropriate? If we give you the money and you change your mind later, wouldn't we be left with nothing? At this point, Chen's mother seemed to remember something. It's not that we don't trust you, but 300 yuan is a significant amount. Plus, girls can be a bit vain. We've been through this before, and my son Chen Sheng is just average looking. She continued, how about this? I'll give you the money, and you leave me a receipt. If you don't give my son a wife, I expect the money back. Qiao Fongfong's eyes sparkled. Leaving a receipt is fine, but you'll need to take her yourself. We can only help keep her second brother and sister-in-law from interfering. Mother Chen chuckled, of course, but I need to add one more thing. You and your mother cannot back out. The Chen family will handle everything else, but the most important thing is that you, as the middleman, must not change your mind. If word gets out later and you regret it, it will harm my son Chen Sheng's reputation, and that would be a loss for everyone. I have no issue if your parents try to stop this. It's normal for them to be reluctant to let their daughter marry. But you, as the middleman, must stand with us. If you come back to say you want to cancel the engagement, then we would have worked for nothing. If that happens, you will have to pay. Qiao Fongfong thought for a moment and joked. How could she possibly change her mind about letting Dia marry? All right, it's settled. I will stand with your Chen family, and I will never back out. Qiao Fongfong quickly glanced at the note and confidently signed her name on it. The Chen family promptly handed her 300 yuan. After leaving the Chen family's coffin shop, Qiao Fangfang felt a bit dazed. Everything went too smoothly, and she couldn't help but feel regretful. If she had known earlier, she could have asked for an extra 80 or 50 yuan, and maybe the Chen family would have agreed. What a loss. Holding the thick stack of cash, Qiao Fangfang headed straight to the clinic. Lei Honghua was walking back and forth in the yard, and when she saw her daughter, she hurried over. Fangfang, how did it go? She asked, her voice filled with uncontainable joy. Qiao Fangfang smiled widely. Mom, do you still not trust me to get things done? Saying this, she took the money out of her pocket briefly before putting it back in. It's done. I got the money back. Lei Honghua's face lit up with a big smile, and she pulled Qiao Fangfang to a corner. Great, great. Let's go over there. It was best to keep the money hidden. The clinic was busy, and it wouldn't be good if someone saw. The ward upstairs had several people in one room, which wasn't convenient either. The mother and daughter walked to the big tree in the corner. Qiao Fangfang checked that no one was around before taking out the money, moistening her fingers to count it. The bills quickly flipped through her fingers. When she counted to 20, she paused. Mom, this is 200. You count it. You said before that the other 100 is for returning my 50 as a backup, plus my commission. Saying this, Qiao Fangfang confidently stuffed the remaining bills into her pants pocket. Oh, dear, you child. Give it to me. Lei Honghua reached out to grab it. Qiao Fangfang turned to the side. No, we agreed on this before. Besides, you still owe money to Ge and Jiangwo. I'm your daughter too. After taking away the 50 you borrowed from me, I only got 50 for this trip, while those two brothers did nothing and still get to share 100. Reluctantly, Lei Honghua pulled back her hand. All right, if you're going to be so calculative, I guess I've wasted my love on you all these years. By the way, has the Qin family said when they will go to Gaoshi village to pick someone up? Qiao Fangfang asked. They haven't said, but since they took the money, it should be in the next couple of days. Why, do you want to go back to see the excitement? Lei Honghua snorted. How could I not go back at such an important moment? Jiangwo has been getting treatment for a few days, and the doctor said there's no major issue now. He just needs to take his medicine and rest at home. At this point, Lei Honghua glanced at Qiao Fangfang's pocket. You know the situation at home. Staying one day means paying for one day. You and Jianhua have settled down, but Jiangwo is still nowhere to be seen. Seeing that the conversation had reached this point, Qiao Fangfang pretended not to understand, and Lei Honghua lost interest in hinting further. Because of Jiangwo, I held back my feelings before, but now that he's fine, it's time to deal with those ungrateful people. It's really outrageous. After sending off Qiao Fangfang, Lei Honghua went back to the hospital room to pack her things. When Xiao Zhuang returned from Li Jiago, Lei Honghua asked him to find Xiao Jianhua's classmate. Previously, when Li Xiaoping was discharged from the clinic, she rented a vehicle from Xiao Jianhua's classmate. In Gaoshi village, dried corn cobs were being beaten with sticks, causing most of the corn kernels to fall out. Xiao Zhengxin, along with his uncle and parents, harvested 2 acres of corn. After drying and threshing it, they took it directly to the grain station to sell. First, the conditions are a bit better now and they don't eat as much cornmeal anymore. Second, it's safer to keep the money in their pockets. After all, the storm hasn't passed yet. Just as Xiao Zhengxin and his uncle returned from selling the corn, they were stopped by a woman in the village. Daya, your grandpa and grandma are back. Xiao Zhengxin and Xiao Youfu's expressions tightened, and they hurried home with the cart. Outside the Qiao house, a few people were peeking in, and the front door was half open. Oh, Daya and Youfu are back. They've returned. Youfu, your parents are back, but they haven't made a sound inside. Your mom hasn't even scolded anyone. Hurry and go check if she's upset. A man holding a bowl joked. Yeah, could it be that the country can't be fixed? Did he become Is your mom upset? Xiao Youfu started to feel anxious. Lei Honghua wasn't even cursing anymore. Before either of them could speak, the door was pulled open from the inside, revealing Lei Honghua's stern face. Stop talking nonsense. You're the one who's Your ancestors are all eunuchs. If you spread rumors, you'll end up in the worst place after you die. The man holding the bowl turned pale from Lei Honghua's scolding. You old hag, what rumors? Isn't it true that your family's Jangwo can't do anything anymore? That's why he ran off to end it all under someone else's cart? What do you mean I'm spreading rumors? Everyone knows the truth. But since you slandered me, I won't let it go. Just watch, soon everyone will know, and I'll make sure you hear about it. Taking advantage of the argument between Lei Honghua and the man, Qiao Jiangxin quickly squeezed into the house. Seeing Qiao Yukai and Lu Afong standing in the yard, though their expressions were uneasy, they didn't seem to have been in a conflict, which relieved Qiao Jiangxin. Mom, Dad, are you okay? Qiao Yukai glanced at Qiao Zhuang, who was standing nearby with his hands behind his back, then shook his head at Qiao Jiangxin. At the entrance, Lei Honghua and the man were evenly matched in their shouting, making it hard to tell who would win. Frustrated, she slammed the door and stormed inside. Qiao Zhuang looked at the pile of corn husks in the yard, and his expression seemed to soften a bit. He asked Qiao Youfu, "The corn has all been harvested, right?" Qiao Youfu and his brother exchanged glances. Qiao Jiangxin replied, "Yes, we finished harvesting. It was exhausting, but we got a good price for it." Qiao Zhuang's face darkened instantly. You sold the corn right after harvesting it?
Qiao Jiangxin met Qiao Yuvang's gaze.
What else were we supposed to do? We worked under the hot sun to support Qiao Jianhua and Qiao Zhengwo, right? Qiao Zhuang's suppressed anger boiled over, and he pointed a trembling finger at Qiao Jiangxin. Have you lost your mind? You sold all the food? Do you want everyone to starve? Qiao Jiangxin took a big step back and muttered softly, "You can decide for yourselves if you want to live or not. We'll be fine." Qiao Zhuang coldly replied, "What exactly do you want to do?" Qiao Jiangxin calmly said, "We don't want to do anything. We just don't want to support you anymore and don't want to be exploited by you." Lei Honghua glared at Qiao Jiangxin and shouted, "Who are you insulting, you little brat? You're the one who is useless. I think you want to drive us crazy." Qiao Jiangxin suddenly looked up. "How do you know?" As usual, Lei Honghua glared fiercely at Lu Afong. "Lu Afong, are you dead? Look at what kind of ungrateful child you've raised." Lu Afong, being called out, replied, "Mom, Jiangxin is still young. Please don't hold it against her." On the lounge chair under the eaves, Qiao Zhengwo shouted impatiently, "Mom and Dad, why waste time talking to them? Just make them hand over the money from selling pigs and grain, or else we'll take action." "I'm still here. Why should the money go to you?" Lei Honghua echoed Qiao Zhengwo. "Zhengwo is right. You need to hand over the money from selling pigs and grain. We can still be a family, but if not, don't blame me for being harsh." Qiao Jiangxin retorted, "You're just a wicked woman. I'm not afraid of you being harsh. You think you can scare me? You all are half in the ground already, relying on the next generation, and you still want to make things difficult for my uncle and my dad. Aren't you afraid that when you can't move anymore, we won't treat you like people? Are you worried we might throw you in a ditch? Are you planning to rely on Qiao Jianhua for support in the future? Or do you expect to live off Qiao Zhengwo, who spends all night playing cards?" When she said this, Lei Honghua was so furious she looked like she was having an asthma attack, searching for something to hit with. "You're driving me crazy," she yelled. Fearing she might really get sick, Qiao Jiangxin started singing a mocking tune. Get angry, being angry will take you away sooner. Worry, worrying will lead you to your end. Panic, panicking will leave you hanging on the wall. Hurry, hurrying will bring the whole village to feast." Lu Afon couldn't hold back her laughter. Cough. Qiao Yukai tried to suppress his smile. With a red face, Lei Honghua pointed at Qiao Jiangxin. I'll make you pay for this, you little brat." Qiao Zhuang watched Lei Honghua chase after Qiao Jiangxin like a big goose, yelling and cursing, and felt his head was about to explode. "Enough. Everyone stop it." Qiao Zhuang's powerful shout finally brought silence to the yard. He scanned the faces of his two sons with a sharp gaze, finally resting on Qiao Jiangxin. The old woman was right. This one was the troublemaker. "Since you are so unhappy with this family, You can leave. We can't provide you with a good life, but we found a good family in town for you. They run a shop. Before Xiao Zhuang could finish, Lu Wafeng interrupted him. Dad, Jiang Xin is still young. We can talk about marriage later, and her father and I are here, so you don't need to worry. Before, Xiao Zhuang had been like a heavy weight on Xiao Youfu and Xiao Youcai's family, a figure they feared and respected. But recently, even Lu Wafeng couldn't understand why she had been so afraid of them. They were just two old men. What was there to be scared of? Xiao Zhuang didn't expect Lu Wafeng, who usually acted timid, to stand up to him. His tone turned cold. This family is not for you to decide. If the girl has turned out this way, it's because you, as her mother, didn't teach her well. If her bad reputation spreads, who would dare to marry her? I'm doing this for her own good. While there are still people interested, we should let her go, so we can have some peace. Seeing Lu Wafeng about to speak again, Xiao Zhuang quickly added, This is our Qiao family's business. We don't need your approval. She is a Qiao. If you have a problem, go back to your Lu family. We don't need a daughter-in-law like you. As soon as he said this, Lu Wafeng turned pale. Being sent back to her family in front of everyone was a huge humiliation for her. It not only showed how little they valued her, but also denied her contributions over the years, as if she could be discarded just like that. Xiao Jiangxin was also furious and shouted, You old man, you don't deserve to be an elder. All you do is bully my mom, and you really think I'm still the well-mannered child you used to know? While shouting, Xiao Jiangxin bent down and took off her shoes without thinking, throwing one at Xiao Zhuang's face. The shoe hit him hard, and even the usually calm Xiao Zhuang lost his temper. You disrespectful little brat, I'll strangle you. Seeing Xiao Zhuang charge at Xiao Jiangxin, the tension escalated. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Youcai stepped forward at the same time, each grabbing one of Xiao Zhuang's arms. Dad, calm down. Yes, Jiangxin is still young. She doesn't understand. Don't take it out on her. Exactly, Dad. She doesn't know better. We'll scold her later. Let go of me. Let go. I'll teach her a lesson, fool. Fool. Xiao Zhuang was held back by his two sons, his legs flailing in the air, unable to get close to Xiao Jiangxin. He was so angry that he felt like he could breathe fire. Being hit in the face by a younger generation was a huge humiliation. Xiao Zhuang had never experienced such disgrace in his life. Seeing that Xiao Zhuang was about to lose his temper, Lei Honghua, worried about his health, tried to comfort him despite her own anger. Old man, just hold on. It's not worth it. Tomorrow, after the Qin family takes their people away, we'll deal with those ungrateful kids. The much-anticipated showdown in the village ended with a whimper. Xiao Zhuang and Lei Honghua swallowed their anger, occasionally casting dark looks at Xiao Jiangxin and the others. Since things had come to this point, Lu Wafeng could no longer serve their family, so she only cooked for 4 people that night and took the pot back to her room to eat. Lei Honghua stood outside their room, fuming. Xiao Jiangxin was so excited by the shouting that she grabbed A, ready to confront Xiao Zhengwo. Though the was snatched away, Xiao Zhengwo was so frightened that he fell off the bed, causing Lei Honghua to wail even louder. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Youcai seemed to understand something. Whenever Lei Honghua caused trouble, they would rush to confront Xiao Zhengwo without hesitation, threatening to deal with him in the middle of the night. Xiao Zhuang wanted to intervene but couldn't stop them, leaving Lei Honghua too scared to speak up and instead going to cook quietly. The couple was filled with frustration and didn't let Xiao Zhengwo sleep alone that night, moving a recliner into their room for him. The 3 of them tossed and turned, unable to sleep. They were both angry and anxiously waiting for dawn, for the Qin family to arrive and for Xiao Jiangxin to face consequences. The next day, despite Lei Honghua's tired eyes, she was full of energy. She woke up early, opened the door, and prepared to welcome today's special guests. But they didn't expect that the guests they were looking forward to were currently at the Deng family's house, filling the room. When Xiao Fangfang woke up in the morning, she was humming a song because today was the day her niece, Dai, would enter the Qin family. Early in the morning, I washed the pot and prepared to make breakfast, hoping to go out and stroll afterward. Maybe I would see the scene of Xiao Jiangxin crying and shouting as she entered. Knock, knock, knock. There was a knock at the door. Who is it? Xiao Fongfong wiped her hands on her waist and got up to open the door. At the door stood the Qin family, led by Qin Sheng, who was pushing a bicycle with a red paper attached to the front. He was wearing a new white shirt. Sister-in-law, good morning. Hearing the voices outside, Deng's mother came out of the room. Xiao Fongfong was confused by Qin Sheng calling her sister-in-law. She thought the Qin family had come to invite her to go to Gaoshi village to pick up Xiao Jiangxin. She quickly corrected him, sister-in-law? I'm an aunt, not a sister-in-law. What are you all doing here? I already said I wouldn't get involved in picking anyone up. You need to figure out how to take them away yourselves. I can only help by talking to my family. Deng's mother, just coming out, heard this and asked, Fong, who is it? What do you mean you won't get involved? Who are you taking away? A hint of panic crossed Xiao Fongfong's face. Mom, why are you up? It's nothing really. But Qin Sheng raised his head and politely greeted Deng's mother. Mom, you're up. Good morning. Before Deng's mother could respond, Chen's mother pushed past Xiao Fongfong and approached Deng's mother, holding her hands like close friends. Mother-in-law, congratulations. Look at how fate has brought our Qin Sheng and your Xiang Chui together. They keep circling back to become one family. They really are a perfect match. Without waiting for Deng's mother to react, Chen's mother waved to a short, sturdy man behind her. Hey, what are you waiting for? Set off the firecrackers. Let the neighbors share in our joy. Chen's father quickly set up the firecrackers and lit them, followed by a loud bang that echoed. As the firecrackers went off, many neighbors came out to see what was happening. Deng Ming, Deng's father, and Deng Xiangcui, who were still sleeping, were also awakened by the noise. Chen's mother's old friend stood at the door, grabbing the neighbors who came to watch and began to share the love story of Qin Sheng and Deng Xiangcui. Qin Sheng's aunt excitedly pointed at a neighbor. Oh, you don't know. They say you don't know someone until you fight with them. Before, this mother-in-law came to my sister's house to scold us, and who would have thought that they would end up as one family? My nephew has been thinking about Xiao Chui for a long time, and it seems that Xiao Chui has noticed it too. You know the saying, marry a man for food and clothing. My nephew is the only son in the family, and his parents have skills and a shop, plus they can offer a good bride price. Isn't that like he is actively seeking to marry her? My nephew was so excited. He immediately slammed the table when he heard about the 300 in bride price. Another woman quickly chimed in, yes. Qin Sheng really cares for Xiao Chui. He loves her deeply. Aunt Chen pretended to be shy and pushed the woman playfully. Oh, you're so shameless. At your age, still talking about love. The woman raised her voice. Isn't it love? Qin Sheng has looked at so many girls, but he only thinks about the girl from the Deng family. Besides, what's there to be embarrassed about? Tonight, they'll be cozy under the covers, and now she's shy? Later, she won't even dare to open her eyes. Her words made everyone laugh, haha. Inside the house, Mother Deng finally snapped back to reality. She glared at Qin Sheng, whose face was still bruised, and shouted angrily, Who is this ugly creature? Who is your mother? Did your mother pass away, and now you're looking for one? I could never give birth to someone like you. What did I tell you last time? You think you can dream of my Xiang Chui? While scolding, Mother Deng turned and yelled, Head of the family, Deming, hurry and bring a knife. This troublemaker has come to our home. Mother Chen grabbed Mother Deng's hand and explained to the people around, the mother is just reluctant to let her daughter go. The more noise they make, the better life this young couple will have. Mother-in-law, please listen to me. Meanwhile, Qin Sheng saw Deng Xiangcui walking out of the room, still sleepy, and rushed toward her. He needed to bring either his wife or money back home today, but he really hoped to take Deng Xiangcui home because he truly liked her. With so many people watching, he felt justified in his actions. This opportunity wouldn't come again. Without saying anything, he hugged her and gave her a kiss, thinking that if rumors spread, she wouldn't be able to refuse him. Deng Xiangcui saw Qin Sheng's face getting closer and suddenly became alert, screaming and stepping back. Mom, get away. Chun Sheng grinned mischievously. Xiao Chui, we're already engaged. Why are you still so shy? Deng Ming had just put on his clothes and come out of the room when he saw Chun Sheng hugging his sister. He kicked Chun Sheng away. Meanwhile, Deng's mother was caught up with Chun Sheng's mother, unable to break free, while his daughter's screams echoed. In a panic, she grabbed Chen's mother's hair and slammed her against the wall. The whole courtyard was filled with shouting and screams. Xiao Fangfang watched the scene in front of her and almost fainted. She rushed forward to pull at Chun Sheng's mother. Aunt, what's going on? Mom, let go first. There's a misunderstanding. Chen's mother forcefully swung her arm and pushed Xiao Fangfang to the ground. Ignoring the pain, she broke free from Deng's mother, who was being aggressive. Not daring to approach again, she stood a distance away and yelled at Deng's mother. You old troublemaker, you took our Chen family's betrothal gift and now you don't want to acknowledge it? Just the other day, you were eager to marry off your daughter, and now that we've come to pick her up, you pull this stunt? Let me tell you, you can't back out now. Look at how practiced you are. How many people have you tricked? No matter what happens today, your daughter is coming home with us. If not, I'll report you to the police for fraud. Xiao Fangfang stood there, mouth agape, but quickly reacted and grabbed Chen's mother's arm. Aunt, you must be mistaken. We're not talking about my sister. Before she could finish, Deng's mother charged over. Stop talking nonsense. Who took your betrothal gift? With your son's looks, who would dare to marry him? And you think you can take my Xiang Chui? You even dared to break into our home to forcefully take a girl. If you don't report us, we will report you. Your whole family should be arrested. Chen's mother shouted. Your family took it. You took our 300 in betrothal gifts, real money, with a written agreement. Deng's mother lowered her head and charged at Chen's mother. You're lying. May lightning strike you. As Chen's mother circled around Xiao Fangfang to avoid the advancing Deng's mother, she pulled out a note from her pocket. Your daughter-in-law took it. I handed it to her myself. She came to propose and accepted our 300 in betrothal gifts, agreeing to let us come pick her up this morning. As she spoke, Chen's mother pushed Xiao Fangfang lightly. Xiao Fangfang widened her eyes in shock and quickly regained her composure. She hurriedly waved her hands at Mother Deng, saying, Mom, it's a misunderstanding. I did receive 300 yuan as a betrothal gift from the Chen family, but I wasn't talking about my sister-in-law. Before Xiao Fangfang could finish explaining, Mother Deng, having heard her admit to receiving the money, threw a heavy bag at her face. Dazed, Xiao Fangfang spun around and then collapsed to the ground. It was early in the morning, and such a big commotion was caused by this troublesome woman. Hearing his wife's cries, Deng Ming quickly left his sister's side and rushed to Xiao Fangfang. Fangfang, are you okay? Seeing blood at the corner of her mouth and her confused expression, he shouted at Mother Deng, Mom, what are you doing? Why are you hitting Fangfang? She's my wife. You believed what they said without even listening to her side? They also claimed Xiang Sui is their daughter-in-law. Do you believe that too? I know what kind of person Fangfang is. You're doing this on purpose. If you can't stand us, just let us go. We won't be a bother to you anymore. Mother Deng, who had not cried when being bullied or when being pulled and hit by Chen's mother, finally broke down in tears at her son's words. Those watching from the doorway sensed something was wrong and quickly went to call for help. Soon, voices could be heard outside. The village leader is here. The village leader is here. Stop fighting. The noisy Deng household finally quieted down. The Chun and Deng families filled the living room, and the village leader, Deng Mingjun, was a relative of the Deng family. Though he wanted to support his own family, he was cautious because the Chun family was from the town, while they were from a village on the outskirts. What's going on? Speak clearly and honestly, he said, maintaining a serious expression. It's early in the morning, and you come to someone's house to take their daughter? Are you bandits or troublemakers disrupting social stability? Don't forget that our party and our ancestors paid a heavy price to ensure we can live peaceful lives. You can't just barge in and take people as if there are no laws. Are you trying to destroy this stable environment we've worked hard to maintain, making us live in fear like before? Today, if you can't explain this matter clearly, I will ask your village leader if there is any dissatisfaction with our party or our organization. Once these words were spoken, not only did the Qin family fall silent, but even those watching from outside dared not make a sound. The Deng family felt empowered, their heads held high as they looked down on the Qin family with disdain. Chen Sheng was naturally hot-tempered and didn't care for lofty principles, especially since he had a strong reputation. Deng, don't preach to me about principles. I, Chen Sheng, am not afraid of you reporting me to the police. Paying debts and settling matters is only right. You say our village is dissatisfied with the organization, but I say your village is the one truly dissatisfied. You rely on having a daughter to act recklessly. How are you any different from those capitalists who exploited the poor? Chen's mother, seeing her son getting fired up, quickly joined in. Yes, my son is right. Don't think you can bully us just because you have more people. Even if this goes to higher authorities, the leaders will support us. Deng glanced at the Qin family, his tone softening. All right, let's hear the whole story from each of you. Chen's mother immediately began to explain, saying that Xiao Fangfang had come to their home, claiming her younger sister was interested in marrying Qin Sheng. Xiao Fangfang denied it, but the Qin family produced a signed document clearly stating that they had received 300 in betrothal gifts. Not only had Xiao signed it, but she also left her fingerprint. Xiao argued that she was only helping her niece, not her sister-in-law, and that the Qin family was twisting the facts. The Qin family disagreed, stating that it was impossible for a married sister-in-law to take charge of her niece's marriage when her parents and relatives were still alive. It made more sense for a sister-in-law to help find a match for her sister. Deng's mother glared at Xiao Fangfang, saying, "We are still alive, and it's not up to an outsider to decide our daughter's marriage. Daming, look at the wife you chose. I warned you that she seemed untrustworthy, but you didn't listen. Now, she could sell your sister. What will happen next? Will she chew up our bones too?" Deng Ming looked coldly at Xiao Fangfang. "Did you really do this?" Xiao Fangfang felt trapped, like being caught in a sticky situation. She could only watch her husband with tears in her eyes, repeatedly explaining, "Daming, believe me. It's not true. I didn't do it. They set me up. It's not like this." Chen Sheng didn't care about that. Now that the matter is clear, you all need to solve your family's issues yourselves. Our family has genuinely lost 300. His gaze was fixed on Deng Mu, who stood behind Deng Xiangsue. You either bring Xiangsue to our home honestly, or, if you break the agreement, you'll compensate us for the betrothal gifts and follow our customs by setting off firecrackers at our home. Once the message was clear, the Qin family stopped insisting, as they couldn't push too hard. "We won't force you to give us an answer today. We'll come back tomorrow. You all need to resolve your family's matters." After the Qin family left, Deng Xiangsue, pale and distressed, clung to her mother, crying uncontrollably, "Mom, I don't want to go to the Qin family.
Please save me."
It's that wicked Xiao Fangfang who took the money. Let her go." Tragedy struck unexpectedly, and Deng Mu held her daughter tightly, both of them crying loudly. Deng Fu lowered his head, smoking, unsure of what to do. Deng Ming couldn't hold back any longer and slapped Xiao Fangfang across the face. "Fool. Why haven't you taken out the money?" Seeing her son act, Deng Mu released her daughter and rushed to grab Xiao Fangfang's hair, dragging her towards her son's room. She had wanted to hit Xiao Fangfang for a long time, but her son always protected her. "You shameless person. Hurry up and give me the money. If anything happens to Xiangsue, I swear I'll make you pay." Xiao Fangfang screamed for help from her husband, but Deng Ming turned away, unable to watch. Deng Mu rummaged through Xiao Fangfang's cabinet and found 10 bills, filled with rage. "Where's the rest of the money? Where did you hide it?" Deng Mu slapped and kicked Xiao Fangfang. Xiao Fangfang protected her head, trying to dodge. "Please, Mom, stop hitting me. I know I was wrong. I was deceived. I wouldn't dare to sell Xiangsue." Deng Mu, breathing heavily, gritted her teeth. "I'm asking you about the other money. There's only 100 here. What about the other 200? Xiao Fangfang kept moving backward, crying, "Please, Mom, stop. I'll tell you, there's still 200. It's with my mom. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." After starting to cook, Lei Honghua went into her room. Soon, she came out with a dark expression, shouting, "Those shameless thieves! That short-lived creature left behind a beast that stole my eggs and ate them all." Lei Honghua was furious. She thought only a few eggs would be taken, but now half a jar of eggs was completely gone. Xiao Jiang rushed towards Xiao Zhengwo, and from a distance of over a meter, he kicked him hard in the collarbone. Xiao Zhengwo cried out and flew backward, crashing onto the table, causing everything on it to fall. Lei Honghua looked at her son in shock, her eyes wide open. Zhengwo, my Zhengwo." Xiao Jiang clapped his hands. "Can you keep your mouth shut now? If you're worried about your son living too long, just keep talking." Xiao Zhiwang pointed at Xiao Jiang, his lips trembling. "He's your fourth uncle, and he's injured. You're so heartless. Aren't you afraid of retribution?" Xiao Jiang rolled his eyes. "Now you realize I'm cruel? I wouldn't hesitate to confront my own grandfather. Why would I care about a fourth uncle born from a wicked mother? If he dies, just bury him on the mountain. Keeping him alive is a waste of food." As she spoke, Xiao Jiang shot a fierce glance at Xiao Zhengwo. "Stop glaring at me. If you want to glare, go glare at your mother. It's not like I want to hit you. She wants me to. I knew it yesterday, when she couldn't keep her mouth shut. Besides, we haven't split the family yet. Everything in this house belongs to all of us. Why should only you eat the eggs? Who took care of those chickens? You two are so lazy, wanting to eat eggs without doing any work. You don't even deserve the chicken droppings." Xiao Jiang grumbled as she returned to the table to continue eating. Xiao Jiwang glared at the four people at the table, but didn't say anything. It would be fine if they directed their anger at each other, but if they didn't, it would only make things harder for Zhengwo. With a tight-lipped expression, Xiao Jiwang helped Xiao Zhengwo into the house and coldly told Lei Honghua, "Close your mouth. Less talking and more doing. This is a critical moment. Just bear with it." Lei Honghua, feeling frustrated, turned and went into the kitchen, unable to speak her mind but muttering silently in her heart. The short-lived thief. All the eggs she had saved in the jar were gone. She had worked hard to save them to give to Xiao Ping for her grandson's health. Now they were stolen, and Lei Honghua felt heartbroken. After finally making 2 bowls of noodle soup, just as she was about to eat, a little child ran in with news. Uncle, you have a visitor. A tractor is here, and Aunt Fong Fong has returned too." Lei Honghua's eyes lit up, and she quickly put down her soup to go outside and greet them. She discreetly glanced at Xiao Jiangxin, thinking how great it was that the troublemaker's family had arrived. Xiao Jiwang raised his eyelids slightly, gently blowing on his soup. His frown slowly relaxed. Once the troublemaker left, their family would still be as harmonious as before. Outside, a group of people angrily approached the Qiao family, followed by a crowd of onlookers. Recently, the Qiao family had become the center of attention in the village, adding some excitement to their dull lives. "Fong Fong, you're here," Lei Honghua greeted with a smile. But as she looked at her daughter being pushed forward, her smile faded. "Fong Fong, what happened? Your face, who did this? Which heartless person hurt you?" Lei Honghua looked at the bruises on Qiao Fongfong's face, her voice rising in anger. How could she not be angry? Her daughter, who she had never let anyone harm, was now hurt. Xiao Fongfong's eyes were filled with tears, and she struggled to hold back her sobs, glancing nervously to the side. Following her gaze, Lei Honghua turned to see the hateful, sneering face of Mother Deng. "Oh, dear-in-law, you're here too." Before she could finish her sentence, Lei Honghua suddenly realized and raised her voice. "You hurt my Fong Fong?" Mother Deng showed no shame. "Yes, I did. I wish I had hit her harder." Lei Honghua's face turned red, then purple with anger. With trembling lips, she jumped up and confronted Mother Deng. "I raised my daughter to send her to your family as a bride, and this is how you treat her? Do you think this is the old society where it's acceptable to hit and scold your wife? Are you that twisted person who finds joy in mistreating your daughter-in-law?" Deng Ming quickly stepped forward to advise, "Mom, please calm down. Let's go inside and talk. We don't want to embarrass ourselves in front of others." Lei Honghua angrily pushed Deng Ming away and slapped him across the face. If that old woman dared to hit her daughter, she would hit her son too. How dare you call yourself my son's mother? You've treated my daughter so poorly that she's barely recognizable, and I should care about what others think. Deng Ming was stunned by the slap. Deng's mother, furious, lunged at Lei Honghua. I was going to give you some face, but since you have none, I won't hide anything anymore. You want to hit my daughter? With a daughter raised like yours, we can't accept that in our family. I'm returning her to you personally. Xiao Zhiwang came out of the room and pulled Lei Honghua aside. Enough of this chaos. If there's something to discuss, let's discuss it properly. Is there no sense of decorum left? This was directed at both Lei Honghua and Deng's mother. Deng's mother was already furious, wanting to take it out on the Qiao family. Her daughter had almost been sold off by Qiao Fongfong, and money had been taken from her. Now, she came to demand an explanation but ended up seeing her son slapped in front of her. If looks could kill, Lei Honghua and her husband would be in serious trouble right now. Right, decorum, as if your Qiao family knows anything about it. Deng's mother shot back at Xiao Zhiwang before turning to scold her son.
You deserve that slap.
First, I told you that you shouldn't marry a girl from the Qiao family, but you insisted. Now you've brought trouble upon yourself and your family. Second, at this point, I thought you would support your own sister, but instead, you worry about her reputation and want to protect her. Do you think she appreciates your kindness? Do you feel that slap was unfair? You brought this on yourself. After saying this, Deng's mother turned to the onlookers and raised her voice. My son wants to protect the Qiao family, but they don't appreciate it. Fine, I won't either. Today, I will expose the dirty deeds of the Qiao family for everyone to see and let them judge if this kind of daughter-in-law deserves to be treated this way. Xiao Fongfong covered her face and began to cry, looking at Deng Ming, wanting to tug at his sleeve. Deng Ming gently pulled his sleeve away, keeping his head down and silent. He was a man and cared about his pride. In front of so many people, being slapped by his mother-in-law shattered his dignity and pride. Plus, his mother's blaming words only added to his resentment towards Xiao Fongfong. He liked her, but this time, she really messed up. Why couldn't she just apologize properly and convince her mom to return the money instead of causing a scene at the door? Hadn't he treated her well enough? Thinking this, Deng Ming looked at Xiao Fongfong with cold eyes, making her feel uneasy. On the other side, Deng's mother spoke loudly and passionately. It's this girl from the Qiao family who, while we are still alive, crossed us and sold my daughter, secretly accepting a bride price. Today, when they came to ask for her, we found out what happened. Her words caused an uproar. Every family has daughters-in-law, and if their daughter-in-law acted like this, they would be even harsher than the Deng family. Many people turned to look at Xiao Fongfong, ready to defend the Deng family. Hasn't Fongfong only been married for half a year? She's so bold. Oh my, I've never heard of such a thing. This new bride sold her sister-in-law behind her family's back? That's too harsh. The in-laws are still young, and if they can't accept their sister-in-law now, what will happen later? Some who didn't get along with Lei Honghua bluntly said, "Hey, this is what happens when the foundation is weak."
What can you expect from that family?
Maybe this is all Lei Honghua's doing. Deng's mother continued, "This young lady is right. This matter is indeed related to the Qiao family. You don't know, but Xiao Fongfong sold my daughter for 300 yuan and 200 of that went back to her family." Upon hearing this, many gasped in shock. Oh my, this is unbelievable. Just now, Xiao Zhiwang was criticizing others for their lack of manners, but their family's rules are unheard of. This girl sold her sister-in-law to support her family. Xiao Zhiwang, hearing the whispers around him, could no longer stand it. He lowered his voice and said, "Mother-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? We still don't know what kind of person Fongfong from my family is, do we? Since she married into your Deng family, she has been working hard. You can't slander her like this. I know you have looked down on our Fongfong from the beginning, but wasn't it your son who eagerly pursued her? This is definitely a misunderstanding. You also came from a daughter-in-law's position and have a daughter. There's no need to pressure our Fongfong so harshly." Xiao Zhuang was trying to reason with Mother Deng, while Lei Honghua, looking worried, pulled Xiao Fangfang aside to ask quietly. Fangfang, what's going on? Why are you so bold? You even dared to sell your sister-in-law? You usually seem smart. How did you get confused this time? Even if you dislike that girl, you shouldn't act now. Your in-laws are still young. Even if you're anxious, you should wait until there's a baby before causing trouble. What were you thinking? Xiao Fangfang quickly interrupted Lei Honghua's rambling. Mom, what are you saying? Don't you know me? I'm not that foolish. I've been set up. Ugh, it's the Qin family. We clearly told them it was about the older girl, but this morning they went to the Deng family to pick someone up and suddenly said it was not the older girl but my sister-in-law. Ugh, Mom, I've been tricked. Now I can't clear my name even if I jump into the Yellow River. Ugh, I accepted the money, and I signed the papers too. How did I not notice that there was no name written on it? Ugh, what do I do now? The Qin family said either they send the person over or pay money. Mom, please help me. They will kill me. Lei Honghua's eyes widened in shock. What did you say? It wasn't the older girl? How did it change to your sister-in-law? While the two mother and daughter whispered, Mother Deng noticed them and thought they were colluding. She pushed Xiao Zhuang away and roughly grabbed Xiao Fangfang by the hair, throwing her to the ground. Very good. A family full of tricks. They trapped me over there and are plotting something bad over here. The Qiao family of four dragged two long benches from the yard and leaned over the wall to watch the commotion outside. Although Lu Afang didn't get along with Xiao Fangfang, as a daughter-in-law herself, she felt a bit sorry for her current situation. She sighed. It's one thing to be bold usually, but she thought everyone else would tolerate her like we do. It seems she has learned the hard way. Xiao Youfu stared outside and quietly asked Xiao Zhangxin, Zhangxin, are your grandparents really family with us? With all this trouble they're causing, shouldn't we do something? If the Deng family goes after your grandparents, how will we explain ourselves? Xiao Zhangxin scoffed. Help Xiao Fangfang? I wish she would get hurt. She's nothing but trouble. Xiao Zhangxin didn't plan to hide her feelings, especially since her father and uncle grew up with Xiao Fangfang and her siblings. Plus, Xiao Fangfang was the only girl in the family, and her father and uncle used to care for her. As they got older, they thought more about family ties and were willing to give in, but some things were clear, and they had given up hope. It was better this way to avoid being soft-hearted and getting tricked. Do you think Xiao Fangfang got hurt for no reason? Do you think your grandparents have been holding back from confronting us these days? They are clever. We've finished all the food and livestock at home. Can Lei Honghua really hold back? They are waiting to deal with us. Xiao Zhangxin spoke slowly, as if telling someone else's story. Just a few days ago, a woman from the village came by. Her family runs a coffin shop in town. You can ask around. They have a son who is quite famous in town for his bad temper. He does nothing all day and looks rough. Xiao Zhangxin pointed to her lips. His mouth is all messed up, with his teeth sticking out. Hearing this, Xiao Youfu remembered, I know who you're talking about. I saw him in town when I went with your grandfather to deliver grain. He has a bad temper. I remember a kid who went with his elder to deliver grain and said that guy was strange. He got chased and hit, losing his front teeth. That kid was only 7 or 8. Xiao Youfu spoke with disdain, clearly having a very low opinion of Qinsheng. Xiao Zhangxin nodded. Yes, that's him. His name is Qinsheng. When he gets angry, he even hits his mother, let alone a country kid. His family is trying to find him a wife, but the Qin family has a terrible reputation and high standards. They want a hardworking, pretty girl and are demanding a bride price of 300. Now, Qiao Fangfang has come to say they want to marry me off to him, and it seems they've already accepted the money. Lu Afang was enjoying her time when suddenly she found out about her daughter. Her daughter was married off with a bride price of 300 yuan to someone like Qinsheng. She felt a rush of confusion and gasped, nearly falling off her chair. Xiao Yukai quickly caught her. Xiao Zhangxin was also sweating with fear. Mom, please don't panic. Let me explain. Chen's mother secretly came to see me, and it was Aunt Niu who told me. The next day, Chen Sheng came over. Our family was causing a lot of noise those days, so I lost my temper and gave him a good beating. I scared him, saying my uncle almost beat me to death and that all our livestock had died. He probably thought I was really crazy. I also hinted to him that there was a remarkable unmarried sister in my family. If I'm not mistaken, the Chin family must be upset with that sister for introducing a crazy person, which led to Chin Sheng getting beaten. So, they probably set a trap for her, and it seems like it has reached the Deng family. Look, the Deng family has come to confront us. Luo Feng no longer felt pity for Qiao Fong. Instead, she watched with satisfaction as Deng's mother pulled her hair. She muttered softly, "Good. Serve her right. How can an unmarried sister interfere in Jiangxin's marriage? She deserves it." Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai didn't dare to step in to help anymore. It was clear that Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhuang knew about the situation, which explained why they said they found a match for Jiangxin in town yesterday. Someone like Qin Sheng was supposed to be a match? This was not a match. It was a disaster. They even dared to secretly accept a bride price, waiting at the door for the Qin family to come and take her away. How despicable. It felt like things hadn't changed since before the liberation. The two brothers silently cheered. Good. But they didn't hit hard enough. They should deal with all of them at once. But what they didn't expect was that there was a calm person among them. Qiao Fongfong's father-in-law, Deng Shuibing, pulled his wife, who was about to lose her temper, and said, "All right, now is not the time to show off. We are here to resolve the issue with Xiang Sui. We didn't come all this way just to argue. The Qin family said they would come tomorrow, so we need to settle this quickly." Xiao Zhuang glanced at the people surrounding him, pointing and whispering, and smiled. Yes, you're right. If there's a misunderstanding, let's clear it up. Come in. Don't just stand at the door. Deng's mother held her head high, snorted at Lei Honghua, and then followed Deng Shuibing inside. Xiao Zhuang entered and saw 4 people leaning against the wall, his temples throbbing. Are you all just lying there? We have guests, and you don't even know to make tea. Xiao Jiangxin rolled her eyes and pointed seriously at a tree, saying to Luo Feng, "Mom, do you see that bird's nest up there?" Luo Feng looked closely at the tree. It really does seem like it. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai also looked in the direction of Xiao Jiangxin's finger. I wonder if there are any bird eggs at this time. I don't know, it's too high. If it were lower, we could climb up to check. Xiao Zhuang was so angry his face turned green. He couldn't lose face in front of the Deng family, so he forced a smile. I'm sorry, it's unfortunate at home. I'm getting old and causing trouble. My words aren't worth much at that moment. Lei Honghua realized her daughter would have to work under them in the future, so she quickly helped pull out chairs and smiled awkwardly.
Please sit down.
I'll go make tea. Deng Shuibing waved his hand. All right, we're not here for tea. Let's get to the point. Lei Honghua paused for a moment, then quickly explained to the Deng family, Dear in-laws, I understand this situation best. You've really misunderstood. I know my daughter Fong is innocent, and as her mother, seeing her like this, which mother wouldn't be anxious? So, that's why I accidentally hurt Daming. I apologize for that. Deng's mother snorted. Lei Honghua's words implied that she hit her son because her daughter was misunderstood by the Deng family, and in her anxiety, she acted out. It also seemed to blame her for not clarifying the situation before hurting Qiao Fong. How could they have caused such a big issue, and now it sounded like it was still the Deng family's fault? Deng's mother raised her eyebrows, her tone icy. You're right. When it comes to our children, which mother isn't anxious? You care for your daughter, and I care for mine. If we're talking about innocence, my daughter Xiang Sui is the truly innocent one. A good unmarried girl suddenly has an unexpected fiancé and is even forced to go home. Just this morning, after that commotion, not only did our Deng family get splashed with a lot of mud, but as for my daughter Xiang Sui being involved in this, I would rather she face some hardship than. At this point, Mother Deng choked up. Even if this matter passes, Xiang Sui's reputation is already damaged. In today's society, if a girl falls into trouble, she often has to marry just to clear her name. My daughter was even chased to our doorstep with firecrackers, accused of being greedy and seeking marriage for money, and the other party is someone like Qin Sheng. From now on, She will surely be pointed at by gossipers, and even her chances for marriage will be affected. This is a lifetime of trouble caused by Qiao Fangfang. Thinking of this, Mother Deng shot a fierce look at Qiao Fangfang, as if her gaze were a knife. Startled, Qiao Fangfang instinctively moved closer to Lei Honghua. Lei Honghua's expression stiffened for a moment. She looked up at the Qiao family members who were watching from the wall and quickly lowered her voice to explain. Mother-in-law, here's what happened. My granddaughter just turned 16 this year, and as you know, our family has been going through a lot lately and needs money. You see, my second daughter-in-law is about to give birth, and my eldest son hasn't even found a wife yet. I thought the Chen family was well off, and my granddaughter is a bit lazy, so marrying her there wouldn't be a good match. Just when my son Zhengwo was in the hospital, I heard about this situation, so I asked my daughter Fangfang to check it out. I assure you, we told the Chen family that it was my eldest daughter, and even if Fangfang is bold, she wouldn't dare to marry off her younger sister without your permission. Either the Chen family made a mistake or they set a trap targeting you. By the way, our Qiao family lives far from town and has no conflict with the Chen family. Look at how this has turned out. My daughter Fangfang has been dragged into this mess. Mother Deng was almost furious at Lei Honghua's shameless remarks. I really see what it means to turn black into white. So according to you, Fangfang is the one being harmed by my daughter Xiangsui? Lei Honghua quickly raised her hand. Oh, I didn't say that. But if you think so, there's nothing I can do. Deng's mother suddenly stood up, and Deng Xuebing slammed his hand on the table, saying, Enough, everyone be quiet. Qiao Zhuang pretended to scold Lei Honghua. You should say less too. Deng Xuebing looked at Qiao Zhuang with a cold expression. I don't care if this is a misunderstanding or intentional. You need to solve the mess you created. Let me be clear, my daughter will never marry into the Qin family. Now that this has happened, my daughter Xiaozui's future marriage might be affected, but we can discuss that later. First, we need to deal with the current issue. The Qin family wants either to send someone over or to pay compensation. Sending someone is not an option, and since you received the money, you need to pay. I won't beat around the bush. You can ask around about who I, Deng Xuebing, am. I am not someone to be trifled with. If my daughter Xiaozui has a hard time, your daughter will have an even harder time. If anything happens to my daughter, your daughter will be the first to face the consequences. Deng Xuebing's fierce words made not only the Qiao family, but even Deng's mother sit up straight. Her husband may not handle things often, but he is definitely someone who can be ruthless. If pushed too far, he could easily remarry after losing a wife, but it would be simple to make life difficult for a daughter-in-law. Qiao Zhuang and his wife were unaware of who Deng Xuebing was, but Qiao Fangfang had a vague idea and began to understand what her father-in-law meant. With a worried expression, she grabbed Lei Honghua's arm, saying, Mom, hurry and get the money. However, Lei Honghua was reluctant to take out the money she had put in her pocket. She forced a smile. Oh, it doesn't have to come to this. The Chun family misunderstood. We can go and explain things clearly and just send Daya over. Qiao Fangfang broke down, Mom. Are you trying to drive me to my end? The Chun family clearly looked down on Qiao Jiangxin and set a trap for themselves. They were influential in town, running a coffin shop and doing business throughout the area, which made them quite powerful. Deng's family had made it clear that if anything happened to Deng Xiangsui, they would take drastic measures. At this moment, her mother was still trying to avoid responsibility. Wasn't that just a roundabout way of threatening her? Xiao Zhuang finally realized what was happening and turned to Lei Honghua, saying, Get the money out. Lei Honghua stiffened her neck. This is the bride price for Daya, not for the Deng family. Xiao Zhuang raised his voice. I said, Get it out. Lei Honghua saw Xiao Zhuang getting angry, so she shrank her neck and went into the house with a frown. After a while, she slowly came out. Qiao Fangfang quickly stepped forward to take the money. Lei Honghua raised her arm and said, You and Damon go to the town together. First, talk to the Chen family and say. She glanced at the wall not far away. Tell them about Daya. If they want her, we won't need to return the money. If not, we can lower the price a bit. You can tell them 200. If they really don't want her, then you can return the money. Understood? Deng's mother didn't know what Lei Honghua and Xiao Fangfang were whispering about, but the way the Xiao family was acting today made her look down on them even more. She regretted letting her son persuade her to let Xiao Fangfang, a family in decline, into their home. They were selling their granddaughter without even trying to hide it. Deng's mother instinctively glanced at a few people not far away, looking up at the sky and then down at the ground. Even if they weren't all from the same mother, they were still family. With such a mindset, this family was likely falling apart soon. How could she expect good days from such a morally lacking family? Could she really hope Lei Honghua would raise a good daughter? Deng's mother sneered. How, you don't think the Qin family is easy to deal with, do you? Do you think they would be satisfied just because you returned $300? Let's not even talk about how domineering the Qin family is. Even ordinary people wouldn't let you off so easily. After all, the Qin family's son has a reputation to uphold, and it's not just Xiang Sui who has been affected. Local customs apply to both men and women. If there are issues, it won't only be blamed on the woman. The man will also face criticism. Deng's mother said coldly, the Qin family is in a crucial moment of finding a match for their son. Don't they understand the importance of reputation? They wouldn't risk Qin Xing being criticized for the girl not being interested, poor character, or not being able to find a wife, just so you can return the $300 intact? Lei Honghua frowned. Then what should we do? In broad daylight, do you think they can trick us? At this point, Lei Honghua shot a suspicious glance at Deng's mother and sarcastically said, or do some people want to take advantage of this misunderstanding to get something from our Qiao family? Deng's mother was almost having a heart attack. She didn't want to reason with that rude woman Lei Honghua at all. I don't know what you want, but our family has one thing to say. You caused this problem. You solve it yourselves. Lei Honghua stiffened her neck. If we solve it, we solve it. Old woman, I'm going with you. The family arrived in a hurry and left just as quickly. Xiao Jiangxin was watching with great interest when the Deng family, along with Qiao Zhiwang and his wife, left. Xiao Zhengwo peeked out from the main house and met Xiao Jiangxin's gaze. Startled, he quickly pulled back and slammed the door shut. After locking it from the inside, he realized his fingers were trembling. There was no one left at home. How could his parents forget about him? Would those ungrateful people take this chance to harm him? Xiao Zhengwo's heart raced. He didn't want to stay at home any longer. If those ungrateful people continued to act wildly, he wouldn't survive. His strong desire to survive made Xiao Zhengwo think quickly, and soon he came up with a key idea. Separation. Where else could he go if he didn't stay at home? Besides, this was his home. Why shouldn't he stay here? If anyone should leave, it should be those ungrateful people. After all, weren't they the ones insisting on separating? Let them all get out. When his father was younger, he could control Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai, but now that his father was old, those two brothers no longer listened and even dared to resist. Why should they stay? Moreover, in just a few days, they had caused so much trouble. The family fortune was already depleted. The Li family was causing trouble, and today the Deng family showed up, all related to that troublesome Qiao Fangfang. Xiao Zhengwo had a bad feeling. If his parents continued to hold him back, he would be the first to suffer. But he didn't know that all his thoughts were already anticipated by Qiao Jiangxin. In the yard, Qiao Jiangxin was analyzing the consequences of Lei Honghua and Qiao Zhiwang's visit with her uncle and aunt. There's no need to think. The Qin family definitely won't be happy. If they don't get the person, they at least want money. But the Deng family won't back down either. Their daughter faced this situation for no reason. They must be furious and would want to blame Qiao Fangfang. There's no way they would pay to resolve this issue themselves. So, the Qiao family has to pay. To force the Qiao family to come up with this money, they might even beat Qiao Fangfang in front of Lei Honghua and her husband, pushing the Qiao family to pay up willingly. Qiao Youfu sighed. Your grandfather has always cared for your aunt. If the Deng family really goes this far, your grandfather will definitely not ignore it. Xiao Jiangxi nodded. So this is our opportunity. Lu Fang turned to her daughter. Splitting the family? Xiao Jiangxin smiled slightly. If they have to spend money, they will definitely think about the money we have. Plus, with Xiao Zhengwo suffering recently, he will surely encourage grandfather to separate us. If I'm not mistaken, they will ask us to pay a sum of money, with the condition that we can leave. Lu Afong couldn't hide her happiness. As long as we can leave, what's the harm in giving them the money? Xiao Yukai and Xiao Youfu exchanged smiles. Yes, as long as they fairly divide the house and land. But Xiao Jiangxin was not pleased. Oh, Mom, you are too kind. If you approach them with this attitude, do you believe Lei Honghua and grandfather won't try to take advantage of us? They might even propose unreasonable conditions, like asking us to help them farm or demanding large amounts of support money. Xiao Yukai and his brother fell silent, as they understood that Xiao Zhiwang and his wife could definitely do such things. Just as hope seemed to fade, Lu Afong anxiously tugged at Xiao Jiangxin's sleeve. Jiangxin, what should we do? Xiao Jiangxin remained calm. Right now, we are not the ones who should be anxious. It's them. So we can't show that we desperately want to split the family. We need to stay calm. They might want to separate us, but we don't have to agree. This family is great. We have a place to live, food to eat, and we can still deal with Xiao Zhengwo and entertain ourselves by annoying the older couple. We just need to wait for Lei Honghua to come to us asking to split. Will they really pay to separate? Xiao Fongfong should bear the consequences of her own actions. If Lei Honghua truly cares for her daughter, they can borrow money. If that's not possible, isn't there still Xiao Jianhua? After thinking it over, Xiao Youfu and the others realized she was right. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiangxin's analysis was mostly accurate. The Deng family had gone to the town to return the betrothal gifts, but the Qin family refused and demanded compensation. Lei Honghua's attempts to promote her granddaughter were rejected, and she was even spat on by Chen's mother. The Deng family had no patience for Lei Honghua's antics and, in front of the Chen and Xiao couples, severely punished Xiao Fongfong. Xiao Fongfong hit her head on the floor, blood covering half her face, which alarmed the town leaders. The Chen family was frightened, and Lei Honghua was left in despair. In the end, everyone made a compromise. The Chen family reduced their demand for 300 in compensation to 100, insisting it must be delivered by tomorrow. Xiao Fongfong didn't even go to the hospital and was dragged back by the Deng family. Lei Honghua hurried home, wiping her tears, planning to use the division of property to pressure Xiao Youfu and his brothers to hand over the money. The sunset was fiery, and the sun slowly sank, casting a golden glow across the sky. Today, Xiao Jiangxin and the others did not go to the fields, as most of the grain had already been harvested. Lu Afong, pregnant, was in the yard picking vegetables. Xiao Jiangxin came out of the shower room, wiping his wet hair with a cloth. As he stepped out of the yard, he saw the exhausted Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhiwang walking in. They didn't speak, and their spirits seemed low. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai were chopping firewood. The two brothers exchanged a glance, both realizing something was wrong. After all, Jiangxin had already explained the situation to everyone. The way they looked made it clear they had suffered outside, both mentally and physically. Xiao Zhengwo, who had been hiding in the room, saw his parents return through the door. He quickly unlatched the door and opened it, revealing a surprised expression. "Mom and Dad, you're finally back." He looked as if he had just reunited with his beloved after a long time apart. Lei Honghua tried to lift her spirits and forced a smile at Xiao Zhengwo, but her heart was too heavy, and the smile did not come. Xiao Zhengwo wasn't foolish. Seeing them like this, he knew something was wrong. Once his parents entered the house, he quickly leaned on his cane and approached them. "Mom, what happened? Did things not go well?" His concern immediately brought tears to Lei Honghua's eyes. Remembering her daughter's terrible situation made her heart ache. Without thinking, she grabbed her eldest son's arm and cried, "Oh, Jiangua, your sister has really been harmed by that troublesome person from the Dai family. If I had known the Deng family were like this, I would never have agreed to your sister marrying into that family." "Oh, my Fong Fong." Lei Honghua wiped her nose and continued to complain, "Jiangua, you don't understand. That old woman was hitting your sister, and Deng Ming just stood there like a coward, ignoring it. The whole street could hear your sister crying. We wanted to intervene, but Deng Shuaibing was so mean and even pushed your father, making him stumble. If I hadn't been there to support him, he might have fallen. They are bullying us. Xiao Zhiwang listened to Lei Honghua's cries, keeping his head down in silence. The Chen family was more powerful than the Deng family, and the Deng family was a step above the Qiao family. In the end, the ones who suffered were always the Qiao family at the bottom. Moreover, he was already 60, while Deng Shuaibing was only in his 40s, in his prime. In this society, the one with the strongest fist is the boss. Holding back his anger, he quietly advised his son, Jiangua, I'm getting old. The Deng family dared to hit your sister in front of us because they think our family is weak. Your sister has 4 brothers, yet she is being treated this way. Look around. Which family with many brothers lets their daughter-in-law be bullied? Sighing, he added, you need to be more sensible and strong in the future. Lei Honghua, still crying, said, where did my Fong Fong get 4 brothers? Those 2 ungrateful ones hardly count as brothers. Today, the Deng family was shouting at us from their yard. Did those 2 ungrateful ones say a word? You treat them like sons, but they don't see you as a father. They might even be secretly pleased about what happened to my Fong Fong. Xiao Zhengwo was unsure how to respond, but the opportunity to speak came to him. He quickly said, Mom, didn't they want to split the family? Let's kick them out. A family should stick together to have a good life. Look at how many problems have come up lately, all related to them. First it was my brother, then me, now it's my sister. Who knows who'll be next? To be honest, while you were out for so long today, I kept the door locked and didn't dare go out. Even then, they tried to push the door several times. I couldn't even breathe loudly. Mom, if this keeps going on, please stop trying to find me a wife. Just find someone so I can go to their house instead. I can't stay here anymore. If you can't bear to part with them, then just let me go. As soon as Qiao Zhengwo finished speaking, Lei Honghua's hard-earned tears came flowing out again. Woo Zhengwo, your words are breaking my heart. At this point, Qiao Zhengwo quickly pressed on. Mom, do you know how that crazy girl threatened me? This afternoon, when you weren't home, she was peering in through the window, staring at me. She said that while you were away, she would take me and throw me into the river.
She even sang.
It was really scary. As he spoke, Qiao Zhengwo mimicked the eerie tone of Qiao Zhengxin and sang, throw me in the afternoon, let me float at night, pull me out in the morning, and have a feast by noon, and after dark, there will be more bags on the mountain. His voice trembled as he grabbed Lei Honghua's wrist. Mom, listen to me. If you were in my shoes, wouldn't you be scared? I still have injuries. If I hadn't locked the door this afternoon, they would have had the chance to act. By nightfall, there would be more bags on the mountain and I would be buried inside. Outside the courtyard, Luo Fong heard the sobs coming from the main house and gently nudged Qiao Zhengxin with her elbow. They're crying. It seems like they've suffered a big loss. Your grandma used to cry with some drama, but this time it seems so sincere, just like when she thought your uncle was going to die. It seems your aunt has been badly dealt with by the Deng family. Qiao Zhengxin nodded. Wasn't this expected? Let's eat quickly. They'll probably come looking for us soon. We need to be well-fed and energized to deal with them. Sure enough, just as Qiao Zhengxin's family of 4 finished eating and was about to clear the bowls, Qiao Zhuang came out calling. Sit for a bit after eating. I have something to say to you. Luo Fong instinctively glanced at Qiao Zhengxin, her eyes saying, see, I told you. Seeing that Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai were both looking at Qiao Zhengxin, Qiao Zhuang felt even more annoyed with her. I'm talking to you. Why are you looking at that girl?
What?
Do you not have any sense? Now you have to watch a child's expression? Qiao Youfu and Qiao Youcai's faces turned red. Dad, why are you saying such things in front of the kids? Qiao Zhuang, with matters on his mind, didn't beat around the bush. Haven't you all been wanting to split the family? You've caused so much chaos just to do that, and now everyone is having a hard time. Before, I was thinking too much. I always believed that a family should work together in harmony. I forgot that as trees grow, they branch out, and that each of you has your own thoughts now. I also forgot that as people get older, they can become harder to deal with. Xiao Jiangxin's eyes turned cold. That shameless old man, even now, was trying to blame uncle and dad. He implied that our family was selfish and ungrateful to the elderly. Xiao Zhiwang was still feeling sorry for himself. How about this? You hand over the money from selling the pigs and grain. The eldest can go to your third uncle's house and bring him over as a witness. Then this family can be divided as you wish. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai remained silent, both looking at Xiao Jiangxin with complicated expressions. This was exactly what Jiangxin had analyzed earlier. Eldest and second, what do you say? The two named hesitated. Following Xiao Jiangxin's instructions from the morning, they reluctantly said, Dad, we don't want to separate anymore. Xiao Zhiwang softened his expression. Good kids. I knew you were filial. What? What did you just say? Can you repeat that? Xiao Zhiwang's eyes widened. The kindness he was trying to show faded. Did he mishear? Xiao Yukai straightened up. Dad, we said we don't want to separate anymore. This was unexpected. Xiao Zhiwang was momentarily confused. Weren't you always insisting on separating? Didn't you think we were unfair to you, favoring Jianhua and Zhengwo? Why the change now? Xiao Youfu secretly glanced at Xiao Jiangxin. We thought it over calmly. The family is quite good. We have a house and food. You may have treated us unfairly before, but now that we've sold the pigs and grain and received the money, we feel balanced and no longer see it as unfair. At worst, we can just stay like Jianhua and Zhengwo, sitting while they work the fields. Let's see if they can handle it. Lei Honghua turned pale. She and Xiao Zhiwang had already agreed on their roles. One would play the good cop, the other the bad cop. Xiao Zhiwang wanted to separate, and she would stop him. In the end, Xiao Zhiwang would fight for the two ungrateful ones, and she could only helplessly take the money they handed over, divide some poor land and shabby houses, and let them leave. This way, not only have they achieved their own goals, but these two brothers will also remember Xiao Zhiwang's kindness in the future. What's going on now? They say they won't split up, and they will still compete with her for Jianhua and Zhengwo without giving up any land? How will they continue this act? What will she do about Fengfeng's money tomorrow? For a moment, Lei Honghua felt like her heart was being tossed into a frying pan. If the Qin family doesn't send the money tomorrow and goes to the Deng family looking for trouble, won't Fengfeng be in danger? Without thinking, Lei Honghua quickly said, No, you need to separate. Didn't you always say I was biased? Your dad is right. When a tree grows, its branches spread. There's an old saying that says far fragrance, near stink. Look at how chaotic the house has become. Splitting up is like marrying off a daughter. If you keep holding on, it will turn into enmity. After she spoke, seeing everyone silent, she gave a look to Xiao Zhiwang, old man. Don't you agree? Xiao Zhiwang was taken aback for a moment, then quickly replied, Your mom is right. Sometimes, when there are too many people living together, conflicts are bound to happen. Over time, it can affect relationships. I was mistaken before. It's better to separate. Having explained the reasoning, Xiao Zhiwang began to appeal to emotions. I know you're upset with me, but this is how it is in the countryside. Every family has to support the younger ones. Now that Jianhua and Zhengwo have grown up, they are no longer your burden. Don't worry, I've been teaching them to remember your kindness and to be grateful. As brothers, they should support each other. In the future, when Jianhua and Zhengwo succeed, they won't forget their two older brothers. Xiao Jiangxin blinked and started performing Grandpa, my uncle and dad have been reflecting these past few days. You think my uncle and dad are selfish and dislike the elderly? You've misunderstood them. Their selfishness is that they care about you. Do you think we want to split up? We can't stand seeing you work so hard and seeing Lei Honghua and her son take advantage of you. That's why we thought about separating, to save you. This isn't about disliking the elderly. This is true filial piety. While saying this, Xiao Jiangxin exaggeratedly glanced at Xiao Zhengwo, who stood behind Xiao Zhiwang. This is how we feel. You've worked hard your whole life. It's time to enjoy your old age. Children will have their own blessings. All the uncles who should settle down have done so, and those who haven't will soon. You've raised them well, and we've talked to Grandma about splitting the family. You can stay with us. At this point, Qiao Jiangxin looked helpless. We were worried about Grandpa when we wanted to split the family, but when we saw he wasn't happy, we thought, even if we care about you, you just like to work hard like an old ox. Qiao Jiangxin almost said it outright. You've never faced hardship, you're stubborn. You don't want to be a person. You prefer to be a beast of burden. Xiao Zhiwang understood the meaning and pressed his hand on his left side, feeling upset. But he couldn't get angry. He had to hold it in, feeling frustrated. He forced a stiff smile. Okay, I misunderstood you. You are all good kids. I've always known you are the most filial. After a few kind words, Xiao Zhiwang returned to the main topic. Jianhua and Zhengwo should stand on their own now. You can't always rely on your support. You are all my sons, and I feel bad for holding you brothers back. After thinking it over, let's split. Otherwise, I won't have the face to see your mother later. Lei Honghua nervously watched Xiao Jiangxin and the others, silently urging them to agree. If they did, she could step in and keep the drama going. Facing Qiao Zhiwang's heartfelt words, Qiao Jiangxin was fiddling with her fingers, Lu Wafeng was distracted, Qiao Youfu was scratching his head, and Xiao Yukai was gazing at the moon. Xiao Zhiwang and Lei Honghua were almost in pain from frustration, thinking, have these four lost their minds?
I'm talking to you. Didn't you hear me?
Xiao Zhiwang was close to losing his temper. Qiao Jiangxin looked up, glancing around. Grandpa, I'm listening.
You want to split the family, right?
Xiao Zhiwang slowly exhaled. Yes. Xiao Jiangxin smiled widely. You should have said so earlier. We've been unhappy with Lei Honghua and her son for a while. I knew you had a plan. How about this? You separate Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhengwo, and we can live well together. Xiao Jianhua is already married. Without a dowry, people will look down on her. Let Lei Honghua take her son to the Li family as a companion for Qiao Jianhua. Xiao Zhiwang groaned in frustration, bending over, one hand on his stomach and the other clenched, tapping his chest. Hey, are you okay? Even though Lei Honghua was feeling overwhelmed herself, she quickly checked on Xiao Zhiwang, worried about his state. It wasn't that Lei Honghua loved Xiao Zhiwang so much. She knew that she and Xiao Zhengwo could only rely on him. If something happened to Xiao Zhiwang, what would happen to her and her child? Xiao Jiangxin and the others blinked innocently, looking confused about the situation. Grandpa, what's wrong? Weren't you going to divide the family assets? Our family of 5 works hard. If we can just separate those 2 lazy ones, our lives will definitely get better. Xiao Zhiwang took several deep breaths and decided to stop appealing to emotions. He looked coldly at the 4 of them, his disgust evident. Fine, since you don't want to divide the family, then just like before, all the family money will be managed by your mother. You all need to hand over the money from the grain and pigs you sold a few days ago. Xiao Jiangxin smiled slightly. Do you really think that's possible?
You.
Xiao Zhiwang glared fiercely at Xiao Jiangxin. Xiao Jiangxin interrupted him. Stop with the you already. I know what you want to say. Just the same old insults, right? We've been insulted for years. We're used to it now, so don't waste your breath. Let's just talk about things properly. Stop scheming and pretending to be a caring father. You don't deserve it. We've been respectful to you, which is why we've put up with everything. Otherwise, just based on you two, it wouldn't have been tolerated. Xiao Jiangxin glanced at Xiao Zhengwo behind Xiao Zhiwang, and that coward back there. If we really wanted to, we could bury you at midnight and no one would even know. Lei Honghua was about to jump up and shout, but Xiao Zhiwang shot her a look, and she settled down. Xiao Jiangxin smirked. You see, every time we were mistreated, you acted like you couldn't control her. But now it seems manageable, doesn't it? Don't think we don't know what you're planning. You just want us to hand over the money, then kick us out of this house, and expect us to pay you a yearly allowance, right?
Ha!
You really think everyone else is foolish and that you're the smartest. Before, we felt unfairly treated, which is why we wanted to leave. Now we've figured it out. Look at how many days it's been. Qiao Fongfong is on the brink of death, and Xiao Zhengwo is barely hanging on. Once they are gone, you will be in a hurry too, and then it will be too late. Ha ha ha, everything in the house will belong to us, right? Xiao Jiangxin said this with excitement, her eyes sparkling as she stared at Xiao Zhiwang and the others, as if to say, I must keep pushing forward to send you all off to reunite soon. Not only was Xiao Zhengwo already frightened, but Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhiwang also felt a chill down their spines. Boss, second brother, do you know how cruel she is? Are you just going to stand there? Xiao Zhiwang said to Xiao Yukai. Xiao Yukai looked back and forth between Xiao Jiangxin and Xiao Zhiwang, still wearing his usual overly honest expression. Dad, you know I haven't studied much, and I'm not smart. I listened to her. Xiao Zhiwang shouted angrily, useless coward. You're not even a man. Xiao Jiangxin stood up with a cold face. You should worry about your precious daughter first. If you can't come up with the money by tomorrow, she might not even make it back from the Deng family. Lei Honghua panicked too. Since you know, why don't you just get the money? Fong Fong is your own aunt. How can you be so heartless? I am heartless. Xiao Jiangxin replied firmly.
You.
Xiao Zhengwo, terrified, pushed Lei Honghua from behind. Mom, we need to split the family. We need to separate them. Do you really want to send a parent to their grave? Give them what they want.
I don't want to live with them anymore.
I refuse. If you don't split, I'll go to Li Jiago to get married instead. I'd rather go there than live with them. Just look at their eyes. They're always thinking about how to get rid of me. Seeing Xiao Zhengwo break down, Lei Honghua quickly stepped forward to calm him down. Zhengwo, please calm down. Xiao Zhengwo leaned on his cane. I can't calm down. I won't calm down. Xiao Jiangxin felt irritated by the shouting. She took off running, lifted her leg, and kicked out.
Bang!
Her foot hit Xiao Zhengwo on the hip.
Ah!
Xiao Zhengwo fell to the ground. Still young, he quickly extended his hand to catch himself to protect his injured leg. But the momentum caused him to spin 360 degrees and crash hard onto the ground, embracing the earth warmly. Lei Honghua raised her hands to her head, wide-eyed, and let out a frantic scream.
Jianggu.
Xiao Zhengwo looked serious, struggling to speak. After a long pause, he managed to say a few words like a whisper, take me to Li Jiago. Lei Honghua shouted, separate. I want to separate. After yelling at Xiao Zhengwo, she turned to Xiao Jiangxin and the others, roaring, separate. Today, anyone who comes to this house will have to separate. Xiao Jiangxin put her hands on her hips. You think you can just say separate and it happens? Do you want to take our house and land? We won't separate. We'll make it hard for you. All of this is ours. Seeing Xiao Jiangxin's arrogant attitude, Lei Honghua almost fainted. Old man, say something. Xiao Zhiwang frowned. Whether we separate or not is not up to you. After saying that, he turned and left the house. Xiao Youfu and his brother were confused about their father's behavior. He was in the middle of an argument and just walked away. Xiao Jiangxin chased after Xiao Zhiwang's back, scolding, Grandpa, why are you running? Is avoiding the issue helpful? We are a family. We should communicate. If we talk things through, there will be fewer misunderstandings. Arguing is just a way to communicate intensely. You can't just run away. Feeling the sharp tone behind him, Xiao Zhiwang instinctively quickened his pace. Seeing Xiao Zhiwang hurry toward the village entrance, Xiao Jiangxin turned back to the yard, her gaze fixated on Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhengwo. Xiao Zhengwo shivered instinctively, while Lei Honghua, like a protective hen, squatted in front of him with open arms. What do you want to do? I tell you, if anything happens to Zhengwo, I won't let you go. Realizing something was off, Lei Honghua quickly added, no, if anything happens to me and Zhengwo, your grandpa and third uncle won't let you go either. Xiao Zhiwang rushed out and quickly returned. After scaring Lei Honghua and her son a bit, he ran back. Seeing that Lei Honghua and Xiao Zhengwo were fine, he finally sighed in relief. Xiao Yukai and his wife instinctively looked outside. It was empty, nothing there. The couple turned to their daughter. Didn't Jiangxin say her grandpa went to find the secretary? Xiao Jiangxin gave them a reassuring look, signaling them to watch Qiao Zhuang. Sure enough, Qiao Zhuang, seeing that Lei Honghua and her son were okay, stood at the door, looking out as if waiting for someone. Before long, footsteps and quiet voices could be heard outside. Then came Qiao Zhuang's warm greeting, "Old secretary, uncle, brother Zhenfu, come in, quickly." Xiao Jiangxin looked towards the door and saw several people with flashlights and reed poles entering. The leader was the old secretary, followed by the former team leader, Qiao Jincheng. Qiao Jincheng was about 10 years younger than Qiao Zhuang, but held a higher status, so even Qiao Zhuang had to call him uncle. Another was Huang Zhenfu, a well-known good person in the village. Seeing the guests, Lei Honghua quickly stood up from the ground, welcomed them to sit down, and personally fetched a piece of red sugar from a corner of the room, breaking it to offer to the 3 guests along with some water. The old secretary glanced at the warmly welcoming Lei Honghua and waved his hand. All right, we are all from the same village. No need to be polite. Let's get down to business." He then looked at Qiao Zhuang. "How do you plan to divide this family?" Qiao Jiangxin's eyebrows jumped in surprise. "Grandpa, are you really going to separate Grandma and Uncle Four? Even if Uncle Four is shouting about going to Lijiago for a dowry, you don't need to be in such a hurry, right? At least ask if Uncle Three is willing to take them." Huang Zhenfu looked confused. "What do you mean about going to Lijiago for a dowry?" Xiao Zhuang quickly smiled. No. Don't listen to her nonsense." Xiao Jiangxin raised her voice higher. "What do you mean I'm talking nonsense? Before you came in, Uncle Four was still shouting about going to Lijiago for a dowry." "Old secretary, Uncle Zhenfu, here's the thing. My grandpa was just pouring his heart out to us, saying that he has treated us poorly over the years. He said that now Uncle Three and Uncle Four are grown up, it's not just my uncle and dad's responsibility anymore, and it's time to divide the family. Uncle Three has gone to Lijiago, and my grandpa is planning to separate Grandma and Uncle Four." Xiao Jiangxin said in one breath, pulling Qiao Jincheng to explain. "My grandpa also said that in the future, Uncle Three and Uncle Four should be grateful and repay my uncle and dad. But we don't want to divide the family. Didn't the leader say that unity is strength? You all hurry and persuade my grandpa." The old secretary exchanged glances with the others. Everyone had a basic understanding of the Qiao family situation, but this was their family matter, and they didn't want to interfere. After all, it's hard for even a fair official to settle family disputes. Lei Honghua was anxious, constantly nudging Qiao Zhuang with her elbow. Qiao Zhuang was embarrassed and scolded Xiao Jiangxin. "Be quiet. There are so many elders here. It's not your place to speak." Xiao Jiangxin pouted. "I didn't say anything untrue." Qiao Zhuang forced a smile and said, "Uncle, don't listen to her nonsense. Our family has been troubled by them recently, and I'm sure you've heard about it. It's embarrassing to say, but as parents, how can we harm our children? We rely on farming all year round, and with so many kids at home, we can only take care of some things and neglect others." Qiao Zhuang looked helpless. The kind-hearted Huang Zhenfu comforted him. "Uncle Zhuang, we understand. Only those with sons and daughters can appreciate the difficulties involved." As he spoke, Huang Zhenfu turned to Jiao Youfu and began his specialty, moral persuasion. In short, he reminded Jiao Youfu to not forget his roots, to remember the kindness of his parents, and that filial children will be rewarded. The elderly are getting older, and the young should be more accommodating. Jiao Zhuang felt much better. Zhenfu is right. The old party secretary tapped his smoking pipe, clearly impatient with Huang Zhenfu's chatter. "All right, let's get to the point. Zhuang, how do you plan to divide the family?" Jiao Zhuang hesitated, finding it difficult to speak, but he steeled himself. "I want to separate the eldest and second children. You all know the fourth hasn't married yet, so he needs to stay with us. The third has been learning a trade from his father-in-law these past 2 years, and we'll help him with that. So, let's just divide it into 2 parts." As Jiao Zhuang spoke, his voice grew softer, and he could feel his ears and neck starting to heat up. The old party secretary and Jiao Jincheng instinctively glanced at Jiao Youfu, their expressions complicated. They knew very well how hard Zhao Youfu and his brother had worked during the collective days. Even Lu Afong and her daughter had been like old workhorses, and the family was mostly supported by the four of them. Jiwang, please explain a bit more. Since he had already lost face, Jiao Jiwang didn't mind anymore. We'll give them the lower house to live in, and their share of the land. They sold the grain and livestock from this household, and they need to pay us back for that. We're getting older, and the fourth hasn't started a family yet, so this money will be our retirement fund. We'll divide some of the household items for them, and in the future, they will provide us with 150 pounds of grain each year, plus 20 yuan for support. That should be about it. By the way, even if we are separated, we are still family. In spring we plant, and in autumn we harvest. We should help each other out. After Qiao Zhiwang said this, there was silence in the room. No one spoke, not even the kind-hearted Huang Jinfu. The Qiao Youfu brothers looked very sad. This was their father. Qiao Jiangxin sneered, "Grandpa, this isn't really separation. Just say you want to kick us out instead of pretending it's a division." The old party secretary and Qiao Jincheng had a good impression of the Qiao Youfu brothers, but only a child who cries gets milk. Even if they wanted to speak up for them, they needed Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai to express their feelings first. They couldn't just step in when the brothers were willing to accept this situation. With Qiao Zhiwang's conditions laid out, everyone was waiting for Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai to respond. But the two brothers stood there like fools, saying nothing, which made everyone feel frustrated. No wonder they were bullied. They were too honest and not assertive enough. But at that moment, Qiao Jiangxin stepped forward, and their eyes lit up as they all looked at her, clearly thinking, "Child, if you have grievances, speak up quickly." Qiao Jiangxin started to wipe her tears and grabbed Qiao Jincheng and the old party secretary, crying, "Uncle, we were just pretending to want to separate because we care about Grandpa. He has worked hard all his life, and we want him to enjoy his old age. But this kindness seems ungrateful to him. I know Grandpa favors my third and fourth uncles, but he shouldn't force us into a corner. If we give away the money from selling grain and pigs, what will we have left? My third uncle spent over 200 on his wedding, and my fourth uncle spent 300 on his job. Even my little aunt had to buy things for her marriage and received a dowry. What do we have? Wah, my third and fourth uncles and little aunt have lived happily, while we have worked hard all our lives, only to end up being kicked out? My mom is pregnant, and the 2 rooms downstairs are the worst in the house. The room I'm in was added on when the family couldn't fit in anymore. My third uncle has succeeded, but Grandpa only thinks about my fourth uncle, who isn't married yet. How can he forget that my eldest uncle is also single?" At first, Qiao Jiangxin was just pretending, but as she cried, her emotions became genuine. Lu Afong recalled her years of sacrifice since marrying in, and tears flowed down her face. Even Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai had red eyes. Jiao Qingcheng gently patted Jiao Jiangxin's back, saying, "Good child, don't cry. Everyone in the village sees the effort your family has put into this home. Your uncle and father grew up under my watch. How could I not care? They should call me uncle too." The old village leader quickly added, "Yes, yes, this division of the family property isn't just up to your grandfather. It needs everyone's agreement. If you have any thoughts, just share them. Why else would we be here? You could decide on your own, right?" Jiao Jiangxin stopped crying. "Can we also make requests?" "Yes, go ahead." Wiping her tears, Jiao Jiangxin said, "Grandfather, we have contributed to this family for many years. You need to acknowledge that. If we are really going to divide things, it must be fair. You always say that the older family members support the younger ones and that Uncle San and Uncle C will repay us in the future. We cannot continue to be the ones who give and lose out. First, Uncle San has been married for over 200 days and is learning a trade, while Uncle C spent 300 on his job. Annie has a dowry, so you must give my uncle and my dad 200 each. My uncle also wants to marry, and my dad wants to learn a trade. Second, the house was built with bricks made by my uncle and my dad. Either Uncle San and Uncle C should build their own houses, or they can't take ours after we raise them. Third, my dad and my uncle have supported this family for most of their lives. The care for grandpa and grandma should also be handled by Uncle San and Uncle C. Fourth, didn't you always say that Uncle San and Uncle C would repay us? Now the opportunity has come. My uncle and dad are getting older, so let's follow your standards for support. From now on, each year, Uncle San and Uncle C should give my uncle and dad 150 pounds of grain and 20 yuan each. When Jiao Jiangxin listed her 4 points, Lei Honghua jumped up in anger. You're talking nonsense. This is crazy. After venting at Jiao Jiangxin, Lei Honghua turned to the old village leader and Jiao Qingcheng, saying, Uncles, don't listen to that troublemaker. Go ask anyone in the world if family property is divided this way. If it were like this, why would we even divide anything? This is no different from kicking us out. No, it's even worse. Not only do they want to kick us out, but they also want me and my family to give them 150 pounds of grain and 20 yuan every year. The more Lei Honghua spoke, the angrier she became, feeling like her head might explode. Angry, she jumped up and shouted at Qiao Youfu and his brother, ungrateful beasts. They say that a biological mother is not as good as a nurturing one. It was I who raised you. You should support your family, yet you have the nerve to ask me to help you in your old age. Do you think you deserve that? The old village chief tapped the table with his smoking pipe. Zhou Wang's family, calm down, calm down. Even after splitting the family, we are still relatives. There's no need to make things too ugly. We should discuss everything together, and as elders, you should act like elders. You can't be the only ones making demands. Others should have a say too. Lei Honghua was furious. She realized that Xiao Jiawang had called witnesses to take sides. She turned and punched Xiao Jiawang's chest. Is it you? Is it you? Did you and your son plan this together? Look at your firstborn. You are pushing us to our limits. Woe is me. I can't go on like this. Jiangua, my mother and I have no way to live. While cursing, Lei Honghua sat down on the ground, hugging Xiao Jiangwo and crying, even pulling her own hair in frustration. It was quite a scene. The old village chief and Xiao Jincheng looked grim, and even the usually kind Huang Jinfu was taken aback. This woman was not easy to deal with. Huang Jinfu glanced at Xiao Youfu and his brother with a hint of pity in his eyes. Xiao Jiawang, being a man, cared about his pride. Seeing Lei Honghua making a scene in front of so many people made him feel more embarrassed than when he had imposed harsh conditions on his 2 sons. Shut up, you! Xiao Jiawang shouted. Lei Honghua paused her crying and slowly quieted down. Xiao Jincheng sighed. Jiawang, what do you think of Diya's proposal? Xiao Jiawang remained silent, his face cold. He was cursing inwardly. What do you think? Don't you have a son? If your son had to split the family this way, how would you feel? Xiao Jincheng spoke earnestly. If Dia wants to split this way, it must be hard for you, right? And what about the conditions you proposed earlier? Do you think they are fair? Youfu and Kai have contributed most of their lives to this family, helping raise their younger siblings. Even after they have established their own families, you want to drive them away? If we hadn't heard it ourselves, we wouldn't believe you are a father. The old village chief nodded. I believe Dia has some valid points. Although there are 4 brothers in the family, Youfu and Kai have put in over 20 years of hard work, while the other 2 brothers have benefited from that. Once the family is divided, everything I worked for over 20 years is taken away, and the wealth I earned in half a lifetime goes to those who benefited for over 20 years. That just doesn't seem fair. Seeing Xiao Zhuang ready to argue, the old party's secretary raised his hand to stop him. And there's one more thing to consider. Before, we said the older brother should give way to the younger brother, but now that the older brother is older, shouldn't the younger brothers also respect him? Not to mention the blessings, there's also the wealth, right? After all these years of hard work, if we look at their strength compared to Jianhua and Zhangwo, who do you think has suffered more? You know you're getting older and will need support from the children, but you've pressured them for so many years. What will happen to them in the future? I think Dia is right. It's only fair that Jianhua and Zhangwo give their 2 older brothers 150 pounds of grain and 20 yuan for support each year. Xiao Zhiwang was initially furious, but Hearing the old party secretary accuse him of pressuring the children made him feel cold. Old secretary, are you trying to break me? We are father and son. Even 10 fingers have different lengths. How can you say I'm pressuring the children? You all think I treat you Fu and Yukai unfairly, but as a father, I always want to help my weaker child. The eldest and second are known for their abilities, but you know what the fourth is like. No matter what, the eldest and second will only get better. I know I owe them, but I never wanted to harm them. I just want all my children to be well. At this point, Xiao Zhuang seemed to make a significant concession. Well, the younger generation will have their own fortunes. I won't worry about it anymore. If Zheng Wo begs or starves, that's on him. The two of us old folks can still work, and the responsibility for support can rotate among the 4 brothers. They can take what they need. The farmland should go to them, and the 3 rooms in the north will belong to them. The east room will be for us, and the 3 rooms on the west will go to the 3rd and 4th sons. But they must at least pay half for the money from selling grain and livestock. After saying this, Qiao Zhuang turned to the old party secretary and Qiao Jincheng, feeling this was his biggest concession. The kind-hearted Huang Jinfu chimed in, "Oh, we're all family. Why make it so serious? Yofu, you're the younger generation. Uncle Zhuang is clearly not that kind of person. From his perspective, his concerns are indeed valid. Parents hope their children will all do well. If one falls behind, they surely want to help them catch up, right?" Before Qiao Jiufang could respond, Qiao Jiangxin jumped in, "No way. Grandpa, you're being unfair. My uncle hasn't even married yet. You should use that money to help him." Xiao Zhuang pressed his lips together, "But your 4th uncle hasn't married either." Qiao Jiangxin scoffed, "He spends more than those who are married. If you have money, give it all to him, and we won't complain. But why should you use my uncle's and dad's resources to satisfy your fatherly feelings?" The old village chief and the others turned to look at Qiao Zhuang after hearing Qiao Jiangxin's words. Qiao Zhuang frowned. "Don't you all know how much money we have left?" Qiao Jiangxin smirked. "So you agree with what I just said? If you admit it, why should we give up the money from selling grain? Besides, you're forcing us to split up, and we don't want to. If we divide, you'll have to share the house too." Hearing Qiao Jiangxin's refusal to split the family, Qiao Zhengwo shouted to his parents, "Dad, Mom, let's just split it as they say." Were his parents out of their minds? At this time, they were still thinking about taking more money, without considering if they would even survive this? No, they would survive. They were older, and that wild girl wouldn't harm them. His brother, Qiao Jianhua, would be fine too. He was living at Li's family and wouldn't come back. Only he, the unfortunate one, was left. "Dad, why are you still arguing over such small amounts at a time like this? Besides, the eldest sister isn't wrong. When the second brother got married, the dowry was just 50 pounds of grain. The eldest brother hasn't spent any family money. The money they spent probably doesn't even match what the 3 of us siblings spend on school and clothes in a year. After working hard for so many years in this family, you should be kinder. Dad, if you keep doing bad things, it will come back to us. Taking money from them is just to give to me, right? I don't want it. I don't want it, okay? I'm the one refusing it. So please don't make it hard for them. Just let them go. I'm begging you." Qiao Zhuang turned pale from his youngest son's words. He glanced at Qiao Jincheng and the others, feeling even more determined to silence Qiao Zhengwo. "You ungrateful thing. If it weren't for you, would I have to sacrifice my dignity? If it weren't for your lack of ambition and fear of you starving, could I really push your older brothers to their limits? You beast, with your heartless words, since you don't want it, I won't be the bad guy anymore." Qiao Zhuang quickly shifted all his actions onto Qiao Zhengwo. He worried about his unambitious son, and even if he acted harshly, people would only see him as a caring father. "Fine, let's do as they say. Let the eldest and second take the money. After all these years, I owe you both. This is what you deserve, and I will make sure you get it." Qiao Jiangxin rolled her eyes. "Grandpa, we raised the pigs and harvested the grain, so this money isn't really yours to give." The old village head and Qiao Jincheng felt it was enough and quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Alright, as long as we clarify things, there's no problem. Even after the division, we are still family. There's no need to act like enemies. Xiao Jiangxin noticed the old village head's kind intentions. This family was like this, no matter how much pressure, nothing more could be forced out. They couldn't really kick the three of them out. If they did, her dad and uncle would face serious consequences. The division agreement was quickly written up in 4 copies, one for each brother. The family was split into 2 parts. Qiao Zhiwang and his wife with the unmarried Qiao Zhengwo and married Qiao Jianhua, while Qiao Youfu, still single, stayed with his brother Qiao Yukai. Originally, the division should have been in 4 parts, but according to the village rules, unmarried Qiao Zhengwo was not considered an adult and would follow his parents. Qiao Youfu, the old bachelor, ended up with his brothers. If he never married or had children, his later years would be cared for by his brother Qiao Yukai. Once they received the division agreement, not just Lu Afong, but Qiao Youfu and his brothers were incredibly excited. They were free. The heavy shackles that had weighed down on them shattered at that moment. From now on, they could take charge of their own lives. This felt as exhilarating to them as the nationwide liberation had once been. Qiao Zhengwo also breathed a sigh of relief. His life was safe now, and he no longer had to worry about threats from the back mountain. After sending off the 3 witnesses, Qiao Zhiwang and his wife felt as if half their lives had been taken away. Jiao Jiangxin noticed it was just past 7, so she arranged for her father and uncle to go to the riverbank overnight to collect stones, preparing to build a wall as soon as they woke up the next day. After Jiao Youfu and Jiao Yukai left, Jiao Jiangxin turned and entered her neighbor's house, where her third uncle, Jiao Juxing, lived. He and Jiao Zhiwang were brothers, but their families had been estranged for many years. Jiao Zhiwang had 3 brothers, and the eldest had passed away. Jiao Zhiwang was the second brother, and Jiao Juxing was the third. The 2 brothers had once supported each other, which is why they built their houses close together. Jiao Jiangxin remembered that when she was about 7 or 8 years old, the village had a busy harvest and everyone who could work in the fields, including the elderly and children, went out. However, at that time, Jiao Jianhua's 3 siblings were still in school and had to come home for lunch, while Lei Honghua stayed home to take care of the livestock and cook. Jiao Juxing had a grandson named Xiaobao, who was less than 5 years old, smart and adorable, and the whole family loved him dearly. The son was strong, and the elders were reluctant to take the child outside, so since Lei Honghua wasn't working in the fields, they asked her to watch him. Lei Honghua agreed verbally, but found Xiaobao too noisy, so she told him to go find his grandmother. She was too lazy to take him herself, fearing that others would think she didn't want to watch him, so she just pointed the way for Xiaobao to go on his own. Later, Xiaobao was found in the pond, already lifeless. Jiao Juxing's family was devastated. To avoid responsibility, Lei Honghua argued that she was busy and hadn't noticed. She claimed that Xiaobao's drowning was just bad luck for him, that his mother was unfortunate, and that Jiao Juxing's family had lost their good fortune and were haunted by water spirits. This angered Xiaobao's mother so much that she almost lost her own unborn child. Jiao Juxing's wife, Li Shimei, hit Lei Honghua, who then reported her. In the end, Jiao Juxing's family had to pay medical expenses and couldn't bear the humiliation, so they reported Lei Honghua for practicing superstition, leading to her being detained for over a week. This incident caused a deep rift between the 2 families, turning the brothers into bitter enemies. To this day, when they encounter each other in the village, both families ignore each other as if the other didn't exist. When Jiao Jiangxin visited, Jiao Juxing's family was very cold. However, when she explained her reason for visiting, Jiao Juxing was moved. "Did you say you want to sell the 3 rooms near my house?" he asked. Upon hearing this, Li Shimei and their children looked at Jiao Jiangxin. Jiao Juxing had only 2 sons, and although they had separated their households, they all lived together. With the grandchildren growing up, the oldest was about the same age as Jiao Jiangxin and was nearing marriage age, so the house was becoming too crowded. The neighbors on both sides are very close, and there's no space to build if we want to expand. Xiao Jiangxin nodded. "Yes, We have already divided the family, and the division documents are signed. Those 3 rooms belong to us. Tomorrow, my uncle and dad will start building a wall to separate us from them. Uncle, you know what my grandmother is like. We would rather find land to build a new house than stay close to them. I just wonder if you mind the trouble, and if you are willing to take this house. Before Qiao Juxing could respond, Li Shimei stood up. Of course, we are willing to take it, Li Shimei said with a hint of meaning in her words. Humph. Back then your grandfather had 4 sons, and was quite powerful. Your uncle and dad were capable and made him proud. Now, he only has the 4th son, who is a bit of a troublemaker. Qiao Zhengxin sold the 3 rooms allocated to her family to the neighbor Qiao Juxing for a low price of 210. They agreed that Qiao Juxing's family would keep it a secret for now. The harvest was just collected, and the farm work would be less busy in the coming days. Qiao Zhengxin planned to build a house. She chose a location for the new house in the northern part of the village, away from the Qiao family. It was still a barren land. Due to its proximity to the mountains and the reservoir, not many people lived nearby because some were hesitant to build there. Although there weren't many people now, Qiao Zhengxi knew that in a few years, the provincial road would pass through there, making travel much easier. There might even be a bus stop in the future. When her parents or uncle got older and couldn't work anymore, they could open a small grocery store downstairs to stay busy. Even though they sold the house, the family still had to live in their current home. Qiao Zhengxin and her uncle Qiao Juxing agreed to vacate the house before the new year. When she returned home, her dad and uncle were not back yet. Qiao Zhengxin counted the money she had. Previously, Lei Honghua was unwilling to pay the medical fees, but she managed to get 49.3 from them. She sold the grain for 144.7, spent 1.2 on buns, leaving her with 143.5. The 2 pigs brought in 107.9. In total, Qiao Zhengxin had 300.7 in cash. This didn't include the 210 from her uncle and the items she took from under Qiao Zhuang's bed. The money from her uncle was not available yet. Being a young girl, Qiao Zhengxi knew she couldn't just ask for the money verbally. She had to wait for her dad and uncle to go and write the contract to receive it. Although the money from selling the house hasn't come in yet, at this time, a regular worker in the big factories in the city only earns a little over $30 a month. Having $300 on hand is already quite a lot, so Qiao Zhengxin can finally relax and start building the house. Xiao Youfu and Xiao Yukai, excited by the division of the family, brought back a load of stones and planned to go out again by moonlight. Lu Wafeng stood at the door. Are you going again? Xiao Yukai smiled. Since I can't sleep anyway, it's nice and cool now for working. You don't need to worry about us. If you're tired, just go to sleep. Qiao Zhengxin called out to Xiao Yukai. Dad, I want to go with you. I can help push the cart and I'm not tired either. Seeing this, Lu Wafeng said nothing more and quietly went back into the kitchen. She needed to see what was there. They would surely be hungry after working. In contrast to the enthusiasm of Qiao Zhengxin's family, the mood of Qiao Zhuang and his wife was much lower. Qiao Zhuang listened to Lei Honghua's sobs and said irritably, All right, enough already. When will you stop? Lei Honghua, her voice choked with tears, replied, All you do is scold me. Why didn't you say anything earlier? You said to get the money out, but now what? They've taken everything, and if we don't get the money from the Chen family tomorrow, we won't have food to eat. We're going to starve. Do you think I want to cry? The more she thought about it, the sadder she became, and the tears she had been holding back flowed again. Forget everything else, but if we can't get that money from the Chen family tomorrow, what will happen to Fong Fong? The Deng family is not human. They might really hurt her. Qiao Zhuang was very annoyed. Now you want to cry? Were you blind when you took the money? I think all the education she got has gone to waste. Seeing Lei Honghua persist, Qiao Zhuang said, All right, tomorrow I'll go to Li Jiago to ask. Didn't Jianhua mention it before? The bride price we gave to Xiaoping was all taken back by the 3rd family from Li's. Besides, Jianhua has been working with the Li family for over a year now. Last time he said that Li Sanfa always calculated his wages. He should be able to get the money from the Chen family. We can borrow some from him first. With tear-filled eyes, Lei Honghua asked, "Will the third family agree?" Xiao Jiawang replied impatiently, "If they don't agree, are they just going to watch Fong Fong get hurt?" Xiao Zhengwo, lying in a chair, chimed in, "How could they not agree? She's their sister, and besides, the food they eat still comes from our family. Why shouldn't they share the money they earn? You didn't say you wouldn't give it to them. Isn't this just borrowing? If they are unwilling to cooperate, you can't expect anything from them in the future. In my opinion, you spoiled them too much before. They haven't even separated yet, enjoying everything at home while pocketing the money they earn. You always say I'm not ambitious and keep talking about how successful my brother is. But look, in the end, the only one left by your side is me." Xiao Zhengwo is a selfish person. His life motto is, "Don't do things that are urgent, and don't do things that aren't urgent. Don't do what you can do, and definitely don't do what you can't do." He avoids hard work and anything that doesn't benefit him. His lifelong wish is to do nothing, just ride along with the family, and if he can't thrive, he's fine with just getting by. People around him and his parents like to compare him with Qiao Jianhua, and he has never liked Qiao Jianhua. Especially after his temporary worker was fired, Qiao Jianhua and his wife acted strangely in front of him, and he remembers it well. This family is shared between him and Qiao Jianhua, and Qiao Jianhua's earnings should be split, as he also contributed. Why should he keep all the money? Before the separation, he could tolerate it since it didn't affect his easy life. But now it's different. They have separated. Every benefit his brother takes has to be shared with him. The next day, shortly after Qiao Jiangxin's family got up, Lei Honghua and his wife also woke up. They quickly made breakfast and left lunch for their son, who struggles with daily tasks, before rushing to Li Jiago. Qiao Jiangxin knew they were going to discuss Qiao Fengfeng's situation with Qiao Jianhua. This was the perfect opportunity to build a wall while they were away. In half a day, they built a wall about 1.3 meters high, dividing the yard into two halves. Luo Feng looked at the separated yard with joy. After discussing, the family sealed the wall and used the other side for entry and exit. After dinner, the family sat in the yard chatting, and Qiao Jiangxin shared her plans. She wants to build a house farther away from the Qiao family, ideally in the northern part of the village. Luo Feng was fully supportive. She didn't want to mix with the people from her hometown. However, Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai were a bit hesitant. Qiao Jiangxin understood, as people have their feelings. She quietly expressed her concerns. That old woman suffered such a big loss. She must be wishing to take it out on us. Right now, she is too busy with her own troubles to bother us, but she definitely won't let it go. After the new year, my mom will be giving birth and thinking about what happened with Xiaobao. Qiao Yukai felt nervous when Qiao Jiangxin pointed something out. Let's move away. It's better to keep our distance. Qiao Youfu agreed, but if we build another house, won't we be giving this one to them for free? They would be so happy to take advantage of us. Qiao Jiangxin sneered, they can dream. I already asked Uncle San, if we sell this house to them, they want it. Qiao Youfu was a bit surprised. Uncle San wants it? Did you go to see him? They didn't chase you away? Qiao Jiangxin nodded. Uncle San is reasonable. They hate my grandparents and we're just caught in the middle. Besides, she isn't even my real grandmother. With all the trouble at home lately, they know what's going on. Luo Feng spoke with excitement. If Uncle San buys the house, your grandmother will probably be furious. She reported Aunt San for superstition and was taken to the commune for over 10 days. During the day, she had to grind grain and at night, she had to study. She came out looking terrible. If you ask her who she hates most in her life, Aunt San would definitely be in the top 3. Qiao Youfu whispered, but it's not just her who hates Aunt San. Uncle San and his family must hate her too. After everyone agreed, Qiao Yukai took Qiao Jiangxin to visit the old party secretary's house and then brought him along to Qiao Jiuxing's home. In front of the old party secretary, both sides quickly wrote a simple house sale contract to finalize the deal. At this time, the land for building houses was being claimed by everyone. As long as it was unowned land in the village, anyone could occupy it. After greeting the old party secretary, Qiao Jiangxin took his uncle and father to the North Village to claim a sizable piece of land and began clearing stones and weeds. The Qiao family had split up, and the news was still fresh when it spread that Qiao Youfu and his brothers were going to build a house in the North Village. People were buzzing with gossip, discussing everything. Some criticized Lei Honghua for being heartless, others accused Qiao Jiwang of favoritism, and some even said that Qiao Youfu and his brothers were unfilial. There were even some who came forward to annoy others. Of course, those who came forward were mostly older folks who had nothing better to do and loved to gossip. Taking advantage of her age, an older woman advised Qiao Youfu, "Hey, we are all family. Young people should be generous. Everyone will grow old one day. No matter what, parents are important." Lu Afeng was also stopped while washing clothes at the well. "Afeng, to have a happy family, the daughter-in-law is very important. As the saying goes, a good daughter-in-law brings prosperity for 3 generations. We must not stir up trouble between father and son. Instead, we should encourage the men to be respectful and not go against their elders." Lu Afeng and the others felt uncomfortable confronting the older woman, so they just nodded along. But Qiao Jiangxin was different. She was young and still a child. One day, she faced off against the 3 strongest elderly women in the village. She knew the rhythm of clapping and stomping from her own experiences. Qiao Jiangxin jumped higher than the others. When one elderly woman tried to clap in front of her to intimidate her, Qiao Jiangxin simply lay down. The woman's son and daughter-in-law came over to help her up and apologize before she stood again. Against another elderly woman known for her sharp tongue, Qiao Jiangxin wasn't intimidated. She took a sip of water and, while the woman was shouting, she swished the water in her mouth and sprayed it right into the woman's open mouth. The crowd was stunned for several seconds. This move didn't cause any real harm, but it was quite impactful. The elderly woman was furious and chased after Qiao Jiangxin, who was faster. With a water bottle in hand, she managed to shout louder than her opponent, making the woman cry. The last elderly woman, seeing her friends lose, decided it was her turn to show off. She approached with a smug attitude. Being a woman herself, she didn't understand how fierce women could get during an argument. The insults flew back and forth, with Qiao Jiangxin matching the other woman's words. When the woman cursed Qiao Jiangxin's future, Qiao Jiangxin countered with a curse of her own. As the woman backed away, Qiao Jiangxin playfully slapped her own cheeks, bent over, and bounced toward her, keeping up with the rhythm. She believed in using cleverness to outsmart others, making sure that as long as she wasn't embarrassed, the embarrassment would fall on them. In the end, the aunt who participated in the relay lost, her eyes red and angrily shouting about reporting to the police. Qiao Jiangxin became famous overnight after her 3rd victory. However, the impact was significant. On the downside, her fierce reputation spread throughout the village and even hinted at reaching neighboring villages. On the upside, no one dared to bring trouble to her family anymore. Lu Xinyan, who came to the village to exchange eggs, watched Qiao Jiangxin's 3 matches and became more excited each time, even feeling the urge to become her apprentice. If she learned those skills, she would surely be able to stand up to the toughest woman in the courtyard, Granny Li. But thinking of Gu Yunzhou made her frown as she reluctantly carried her eggs home. Meanwhile, Che Jinmei, who had valued Qiao Jiangxin, began to hesitate. She was indeed capable, but her personality seemed a bit too fierce. Would she be difficult to manage? Qiao Jiangxin had no time to pay attention to the village gossip. She and her uncle were busy every day. In Gaoshi village, no one ever bought bricks. They made their own molds, dried them, and fired them. For many days, Qiao Jiangxin worked with her family to make and dry bricks. As the bricks were nearly ready, they prepared to start the foundation. The Qiao family announced they would pay 80 cents a day for labor, including lunch, and soon a dozen strong workers showed up, including several sturdy women. Qiao Jiangxin dismissed a few, who tried to be tricky, and hired 9 people. In just 3 days, they finished digging the foundation and laying stones. The Qiao family kept their word, paying daily in cash and providing a decent lunch with some meat. Lai Honghua and her husband knew that the Chiao brothers were building a house and thought that the old house would eventually belong to them, so they made some sarcastic remarks. However, seeing the neighbors treat the workers to meat and fish every day without offering anything to the elderly couple only fueled their resentment towards Qiao Jiangxin's family. In Lai Honghua's mind, every penny spent by the neighbors was taken from her. Finally, on the day the Chiao brothers completed the foundation, Lai Honghua heard that the neighbors had returned. Quietly, she picked up a pair of worn shoes and a pair of scissors and, under the moonlight, headed towards the north of the village. The 4 members of the Chiao family sat at the dining table discussing the house. Qiao Youfu quickly shoveled a big mouthful of rice into his mouth, swallowed it in a few bites, and looked up at everyone, saying, "After we finish eating, I'll take the mat and go guard the foundation." Qiao Jiangxin was taken aback, but immediately understood her uncle's intention. It's not that guarding things is about fear of losing them, but rather about the fear of gaining too much. Although it's said that after the founding of the country, one cannot become a spirit and must believe in science, she herself has been reborn. One can choose not to believe in such things, but one must still show respect. Moreover, given her own extraordinary experience, she has some belief in it. In rural areas, there are many taboos when building houses. People's hearts are hard to read, and one fears that others may act maliciously. Many people have dark thoughts. Even if relationships seem good, they cannot stand to see others do better than themselves. If you are struggling, they will comfort you, but if you are doing better than them, they may secretly try to hinder you. Especially during house construction, various troubles can arise, revealing the ugliness of the world. In her past life, Qiao Jiangxin had heard many such stories. For example, in one family, after moving into their new house, only an old man remained after 3 years. The rest all suffered accidents, and later a knife was found lodged in a beam of the house. Another family buried a chicken head in their foundation, and the whole family fell ill or passed away. There were even cases of buried underwear, axes, scissors, and swords. These stories were endless. Qiao Jiangxin thought for a moment, it's hot today, and there are many mosquitoes outside. If it rains, the surrounding area is all wasteland. Guarding this place will take a long time. She didn't refuse her uncle's offer to keep watch. She believed in some of it. After all, even in modern times, construction sites for large buildings, bridges, and roads require someone to oversee them, along with elaborate rituals and offerings to ensure success. One cannot dismiss this. Over 5,000 years of culture has survived for a reason, adapting through many dynasties to reach the present day. Qiao Youfu was very determined. Don't worry, it's just a tough time for now. We should keep watch. This is important. Qiao Yukai nodded. Brother, I'll join you. It's better to have company. Before they finished their meal, a small head peeked in from outside. It was the granddaughter of their neighbor, an 8-year-old girl named Li Zi. Big sister, Li Zi called softly. Qiao Jiangxin waved to her. Li Zi, come in. Have you eaten yet? We cooked tofu today. Li Zi shook her head, timidly glancing at the adults in the room, and quietly spoke to Qiao Jiangxin. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Help me, someone's being hurt. Woo, don't hit me. Or someone will die. Lei Honghua's screams echoed far and wide. Not far from the north of the village, 2 other families heard the cries and opened their doors. Lu Xinyan held a flashlight and followed an elderly man outside. Who is it? What happened? The other family also came out, saying, it sounds like it's coming from the new house construction. Could someone be stealing? Let's go check it out. Li Shimei's daughter-in-law, Huyu Xiaobao's mom, was following Qiao Jiangxin and the others. Hearing Lei Honghua's screams, she excitedly ran back. While running, she gleefully shouted, Oh no, someone has died in the north of the village. Everyone, come out. Someone is causing trouble at Qiao's house foundation and got caught. Her loud shout brought half the village out of their homes. Some carried reeds, others held flashlights, and some brought old lamps. What's going on? Someone has died in the north of the village? Did you hear that? It seems something happened at Qiao's foundation. Let's hurry and check it out. I hope it's not someone who was caught stealing. Who knows? Maybe someone was up to no good. Do we know who it is? Not sure, but it must be someone from the village. Let's see who it is, come on. Lei Honghua cried out as she was hit by falling tree stumps, her screams growing weaker until they stopped. Xiao Youfu, worried that someone might die, quickly tried to stop Xiao Jiangxin. Jiangxin, stop. If she dies here, it will bring bad luck to our new house. Xiao Jiangxin stood up, breathing heavily. Don't worry, she's still alive. If I wanted to really hurt her, I wouldn't be using this rotten stump, but a big rock. As they spoke, many people were already running toward them. The first to arrive were the two families living in the north of the village. One was Elder Chung with a little girl. Elder Chung had come to Gaoshi village for reform in the 1960s. Many people who lived with him in the cow shed had either left or passed away. Later, he was vindicated but chose not to return, staying alone in Gaoshi village. Before the collective was disbanded, he was in charge of the village's 2 cows. After the disbandment, he bought one of the water buffalo and continued to care for it. Occasionally, city folks would visit him, and during the new year, someone would take him away. Many people in Gaoshi village speculated that he must have a significant background. Another person is Gao Haitao, the only heir of the former landlord Gao family in Gaoshi village. He has been living in the north of the village because the villagers have excluded him. What's going on? Asked Grandpa Chung. Gao Haitao replied, I heard someone calling for help, so I came out to see. The Qiao brothers didn't know what to say. Qiao Jiangxin, sounding terrified, said, we don't know either. After finishing our meal, we came to check and saw someone digging in my family's land, mumbling some kind of spell we couldn't understand. I was so scared that I quickly picked up a piece of wood and asked who she was. When she heard me, she jumped up to attack me. I was frightened and just started swinging my eyes shut. Xiao Jiangxin seemed very shaken, trembling as she spoke. If my uncle and dad hadn't heard the noise and come over to stop me, I would still be in shock. It scared me to death. Grandpa Chung turned on his flashlight and shone it on the figure on the ground, asking, who is it? Xiao Jiangxin replied, I don't know. It's too dark to see. The flashlight illuminated Lei Honghua's face, but it was hard to tell who she was. She had bruises and blood, looking frightening, and it was unclear if she was alive or dead. Lu Xinyan gasped in fear. Xiao Jiangxin echoed her gasp. What is this? Is it a person or a ghost? Is she dead? I saw her holding a sharp object trying to stab me, so I hit her out of fear. Gao Haitao leaned in closer to take a look. I don't recognize her. She shouldn't be from our village. Grandpa Chung checked Lei Honghua's breathing and felt her neck artery, saying, it's okay, she's just fainted. While they spoke, a crowd arrived from behind, creating a commotion in the north of the village. What's happening? I heard someone was killed. Who is it? Is everything all right? Lu Xinyan looked at Xiao Jiangxin and shouted, I don't know whose family she is from, but she came to our new foundation to do something superstitious and was caught. She was holding a sharp object to harm someone, which scared that girl so much that she hit her with a piece of wood and knocked her out. My uncle said she's not dead. She just fainted. Xiao Jiangxin glanced at her, not recognizing her, but thought she might be a guest from Grandpa Cheng's family, as they often had visitors from the city. Gao Haitao shifted to the side and called out to the people behind him, everyone come and take a look and see if you recognize her. Many people gathered around. Why does this feel a bit familiar? This face is unrecognizable. How can we tell? The clothes suggest it's a woman, probably in her 50s. Even her mother might not recognize her. Anyone who comes from the north of the village must be from our village. What on earth is buried here? One woman kicked the ground and then gasped. Oh no, what is this? Scissors. Who would bury scissors in someone else's foundation? What kind of hatred is this? Oh, and there's a pair of old shoes too. My goodness, did the Qiao family dig up someone's grave? Did they come to bury this? With that woman's exclamation, the crowd erupted in noise. Although the government discourages superstition, many of the older generations still believe in it. Burying scissors and old shoes in someone's foundation is a serious grudge that could last for generations. One woman whispered, yes, it's a curse. It won't spare anyone. It's a matter of life and death. She felt uneasy saying this. Even though things are not as strict now, the pressure from before still lingers. Her words seemed to touch on superstition, and she nervously glanced around, quieting down. One woman shouted, "Oh, the more I look, the more she resembles old Lady Lei." Everyone, look. Didn't she wear this black short coat while washing the winnowing basket today?
Wow, you're right.
The onlookers exchanged comments, and a younger member of the Qiao family ran back to call for Qiao Zhiwang. Before long, Qiao Zhiwang, Qiao Jincheng, and the old party secretary arrived. Qiao Zhiwang looked at Lei Honghua, lying on the ground in a terrible state, his eyes glaring daggers at Qiao Jiangxin. Qiao Jiangxin pretended to be scared and stepped back, landing right in Aunt Nyo's arms. Aunt Nyo, who already disliked Qiao Zhiwang and felt unfair for her good friend Yang Mei, didn't need anyone to say anything. She was ready to confront Qiao Zhiwang with full force. I've seen stepmothers who are biased and those who are cruel, but I've never seen anyone as vicious as Lei Honghua around here. Do you think Lei Honghua dares to act so recklessly without some people supporting her? It's one thing for a stepmother to be cruel, but I've never heard of a biological father wanting to cut off his own descendants. What are you staring at? I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. Qiao Jiangxi knew that she had hit her injured foot and quickly said, "Oh no." Yelling like that, "My grandpa won't really break my grandma's leg, will he?" Aunt Nyo replied irritably, "If he breaks it, she deserves it. If your grandpa were a real man, he would have done it long ago to stop her from causing trouble and making your lives miserable." Lei Honghua was carried back to the Qiao family's yard, and Lu Haimao hurried over. Qiao Youfu stayed behind to guard the foundation, while Qiao Yukai returned to get mats and water. Qiao Jiangxin and Lu Afong leaned over their wall, watching the scene in the opposite yard. Lei Honghua was being held down, and Lu Haimao quickly checked her injuries, saying, "The other injuries are fine, but her leg is broken. You should take her to the clinic." Qiao Jiangxin shouted, "Good job, Grandpa." Finally showing some manly spirit. The onlookers cheered. Uncle Jiao Wang is really something. If he says he'll break it, he means it. This woman should be taught a lesson for being disobedient. If you had acted like a man earlier, would we have these problems at home? Hey, it's not too late. As the head of the family, how can you not control a troublesome woman? Before, Uncle Jiao Wang just didn't want to act. Well, that might not be true. He could also be afraid of her. The doubts in Qiao Jiao Wang's mind disappeared instantly. Who says I'm afraid of her? I was just thinking about my two sons. They did this behind my back, making everyone think I'm a cruel father. They really think I'm soft-hearted. I wouldn't just break her leg. I'd do worse. Qiao Jiangxin's eyes lit up. Good. Acceptance is key. Lei Honghua, if you seek revenge later, make sure you don't target the wrong person. Remember to go after your man. Qiao Jiangxin casually stirred the pot, and Qiao Jiawang acknowledged the most serious injury on Lei Honghua. Everyone praised Qiao Jiawang for being manly and condemned Lei Honghua for her wrongdoings. Lei Honghua groaned in pain, realizing that being caught doing such things in public had ruined her reputation in Gao's Stone Village. Lu Haimao asked again, "Uncle Jiawang, should we take her to the clinic? Injuries to bones and muscles take a long time to heal. We need to be careful. If not treated properly, it could have lasting effects." Qiao Jiawang waved his hand, "Going to the clinic all the time? At our age, we're not young anymore. Besides, farming families don't have the resources to keep running to the clinic. Just get 2 boards to tie her leg up. This will teach her a lesson about what she can and cannot do." Qiao Jiawang looked coldly at Lei Honghua on the ground after speaking. How can the family afford to go to the clinic now? Going to the clinic costs money for treatment and accommodation, and someone has to take care of you. Previously, there was a daughter married nearby who could help, but now with the situation as it is, it's not easy to visit her. Last time, when they asked Xiao Jianhua for 100 yuan, Li Xiaoping got angry, saying that the old couple only cared about their daughter and not their son, and that they should rely on their daughter for help in the future. Qiao Jiawang and Lei Honghua explained Xiao Fangfang's situation and the Deng family's attitude, promising that they would pay the money back later. Xiao Jianhua still looked unhappy. Even though he eventually gave the money, he had some reservations about Xiao Zhiwang and his wife. So, Xiao Zhiwang couldn't go back to ask for more help anytime soon. Lu Haimao listened to Xiao Zhiwang with a half-smile. Well, Uncle Xiao, you know my rules. Last time, when Xiao Zhengwo was run over by a cart, Lu Haimao came to check on him. Although he didn't prescribe any medicine, the Xiao family didn't complain about the consultation fee. Xiao Zhiwang remained silent. I know. He turned and went back to his room, quickly returning with about 10 yuan in change. Last time, when Xiao Zhengwo was hospitalized, he borrowed 50 yuan from Xiao Fangfang, and when he was discharged, there was still over 23 yuan left. This 23 yuan was all the money Xiao Zhiwang and his wife had at the moment. Xiao Zhiwang hesitated. Well, Haimao, country folks are tough. It doesn't need to be too delicate. Lu Haimao understood and found 2 boards to bind Lei Honghua's injury. He also provided a bottle of ointment for external wounds and a small bottle of antibiotics. In total, he charged 4 yuan and 30 cents, which was much cheaper than the last time he stitched Xiao Zhengwo. Lei Honghua was lifted onto the bed, and no one paid attention to her soft moans. Xiao Zhengwo frowned in dissatisfaction. Dad, why did you have to be so harsh? With tears in her eyes, Lei Honghua felt that only her own child cared for her, and it was only Xiao Zhengwo who spoke to her all night. But then Xiao Zhengwo continued, Look, if your leg is broken, who will do the housework? Who will cook? What will we eat? Lei Honghua's previously relaxed brow furrowed again. She felt she couldn't rely on anyone. Xiao Zhiwang glared at Lei Honghua fiercely. You fool. What you did was reckless. If you want to harm yourself, that's one thing, but you're dragging the whole family down with you. Do you know what people are saying about me outside? Everyone thinks I spoil you and can't stand you having good fortune. What good does this do you? You did it and you got caught. How come they didn't just get rid of you right away? Xiao Zhiwang was still angry. I warn you, stay away from that place in the future. If you cause any more trouble, I might as well just get rid of you myself. What were you thinking? Once they finish building their houses, won't there be 3 empty rooms here? I really don't understand what's going on in your head. You're just looking for trouble. No matter how much Xiao Zhiwang scolded, Lei Honghua listened quietly. She knew she had acted too hastily this time. She didn't regret what she did. She just wished she had been more careful to avoid getting caught. After this incident, Qiao Youfu and Qiao Yukai moved directly to the new foundation to sleep. Qiao Jiangxin often ran between home and the foundation. Originally, everyone planned to finish the foundation and then invite 2 more workers to help Qiao Yukai and his brother gradually build up. But now, Qiao Jiangxin and her mother felt sorry for Qiao Youfu and his brother, who were exposed to the wind and sun at the foundation. They wanted to put the house up as soon as possible, so in addition to the 2 workers, they also invited several strong villagers who had helped dig the foundation last time. With Qiao Youfu and his brother, there were a total of 13 strong workers, and the house visibly rose higher. Xiao Jiangxin helped Lu Ofang cook every day, running back and forth between home and the construction site. In the process, she became familiar with the girl Lu Xinyan, who had spoken up for her that day. Lu Xinyan was 2 years older than Xiao Jiangxin and was a very optimistic girl. After getting to know her, she often followed Xiao Jiangxin around. She was curious about everything in the countryside, going with Xiao Jiangxin to pick vegetables, wash clothes by the river, and even go to the market together. What's your relationship with old Master Cheng? Xiao Jiangxin was also curious about her. I don't have much to do with old Master Cheng. It's Gu Yunzhou who has a connection with him. Old Master Cheng is Gu Yunzhou's uncle. Xiao Jiangxin asked in confusion. Who is Gu Yunzhou?
Well,
Sai, like me, he's had a tough life, Lu Xinyan said, her tone suddenly dropping when she mentioned Gu Yunzhou. He grew up in our courtyard with us, and was the most outstanding among our group. He was the child everyone talked about. By the age of 21, he was already a lieutenant. If that incident hadn't happened, he might have already been a deputy commander by now. Lu Xinyan seemed to have found someone to confide in and slowly spoke to Qiao Jiangxin. He is 23 this year and got engaged to my cousin 3 years ago, but he was shot during a border mission last year. Lu Xinyan pointed to her chest. This spot is less than an inch from the heart. The bullet is still inside him, and even the best doctors at the military hospital are afraid to remove it, worried that it could be fatal. Phew, Lu Xinyan sighed in frustration. Even if they don't remove it, he can't continue his training and suffers from various side effects. It's like having a ticking time bomb next to his heart. No one can say when it might be too late. Xiao Zhengxin was confused. Then why did you come to this countryside? Don't you have skilled doctors in the city who can find a solution? Lu Xinyan's expression darkened further. His family wants him to leave for a while my family hopes I can stay with him. Zhengxin, the more noble someone seems, the more shameless things they can do, yet they often manage to present a calm facade. Through Lu Xinyan's sharing, Xiao Zhengxin began to understand. In summary, after the older generation of powerful figures stepped back, the younger generation of the Gu family, lacking in talent, began to lose influence in the military. However, with the emergence of the exceptional Gu Yunzhou, the entire family benefited and regained some power. Some sharp-eyed elders had already set their sights on Gu Yunzhou, and the Lu family acted quickly, arranging for their eldest daughter, Lu Xinyue, to be engaged to him early on. Lu Xinyue was beautiful and talented, making a name for herself at a young age in the arts troupe. Everyone believed she and Gu Yunzhou were a perfect match. Everything seemed to be progressing well until Gu Yunzhou had his accident last year. The entire Gu family became restless. They had just begun to rise in the military, and now it felt like everything was falling apart. If it weren't for Gu Yunzhou's older brother, Gu Yunhai, who happened to be in the same mission and earned a promotion for his bravery, the Gu family's newly acquired power might have slipped away again. Xiao Zhengxin blinked. So that Gu Yunzhou is your cousin's husband? Lu Xinyan's face turned serious, her tone sarcastic. How could someone as outstanding as my cousin marry a useless person who could die at any moment? She doesn't have to lift a finger. Just frowning is enough for my uncle and aunt to rush to her aid. Lu Xinyan turned to Xiao Zhengxin. Aren't you curious why we came to the countryside? Because my cousin, who is Gu Yunzhao's fiancé, is going to marry his older brother. He, as the person involved, must avoid the situation. Otherwise, it would be awkward for everyone. Xiao Zhengxin's eyes widened in surprise. What? Your cousin is being too much, isn't she? She breaks off the engagement and then turns around to become his sister-in-law. Do the elders in Gu Yunzhao's family agree with this? Isn't he afraid that this will be too much for him? This outstanding son really has it rough. Lu Xinyan scoffed. It's not that my cousin is shameless. Everyone knows that Gu Urge realized he might not live long and didn't want to hold my cousin back, so he took the initiative to break off the engagement. My cousin, with her high morals, disagreed. The elders of the Gu family, fearing that my cousin would be wronged, suggested that the eldest son, Gu Yunhai, fulfill the engagement. My cousin reluctantly agreed after much persuasion from my uncle and aunt. Xiao Zhengxin couldn't help but sigh. Wow, this poor guy is really pitiful. He was the pride of the family and a standout among the next generation, but when something goes wrong, he is abandoned by his family and even rejected by his beloved. Turning to Lu Xinyan, Xiao Zhengxin asked, "What about you? What does this have to do with you?" Lu Xinyan shrugged. My uncle and aunt are worried that Gu Urge might not die right away and that it would be awkward for him and my cousin to live under the same roof. Or they might be afraid that Gu Urge could recover and wanted to use me, an easy-to-manage orphan, as a. Since I'm a medical staff member at the military hospital, they conveniently assign me to take care of him, hoping we would develop feelings over time. Xiao Zhengxin's mouth dropped open. So, you became your ex-cousin-in-law's fiancé? Wow, this world is really chaotic. Lu Xinyan quickly replied, No, I haven't. I like someone else. He is a surgeon at the military hospital named Ouyang Ruofei. He is gentle and refined, much more handsome than Gu Urge. My uncle and aunt know about this, and so does Gu Urge. He just sees me as a neighbor. Lu Xinyan sat beside Xiao Zhengxin, resting her chin on her hands, and said softly, Zhengxin, you think Gu Urge is pitiful too, right? There's actually something even more terrifying. I overheard someone say that Gu Yunhai might get promoted for his mission by stepping on Gu Yunjiao's back, and everyone in the Gu family seems to accept this. They're using him to climb higher, taking everything from him and forcing him to this countryside. Jiangxin, is the honor of a family really that important? Do you have to scheme against your own relatives? Xiao Jiangxin smirked. What about him? Is he just going to give up? If he hadn't agreed, it would be hard to pull off something like this. Lu Xinyan shook her head. I don't know. I just see him getting quieter every day. Even if he wanted to fight back, what could he do? The bullet in his body is like a ticking time bomb. Until we find a solution, we don't know how long he can live. To resist, he needs to stay alive first. The house is being built because Dad and Uncle are working together. Xiao Jiangxin designed 2 small 2-bedroom apartments side by side, with a kitchen and storage outside. Now everyone is cooking together, and if Uncle marries Aunt in the future, it will be easy to separate. The tiles have been brought back, and they will be installed in a few days. After that, they just need to paint the walls inside. Xiao Jiangxin carried 2 bowls toward the north of the village, one with fish bones and the other with cooked fish. After the house is built, there are fewer taboos, and when the Qiao family comes home for meals, Lu Xinyan sometimes checks at the door. So now, there's no one left to watch the house during lunch.
Xinyan,
Xiao Jiangxin called out, but Lu Xinyan hadn't responded yet when her dog happily ran out. Its tail wagged so fast it seemed like a blur, and it kept licking Xiao Jiangxin's feet and nudging her leg with its head. Xiao Jiangxin couldn't help but smile, and jokingly scolded, "You're the fastest, aren't you?" Lu Xinyan came out of the yard with a pair of chopsticks. It ran out before you even said anything. Seeing the chopsticks in her hand, Xiao Jiangxin handed her the dish. "Are you eating? Here, take this." Lu Xinyan took the dish, without hesitation, and led Xiao Jiangxin inside. "Have you eaten? Wanna join us? I made stuffed tofu with meat." Inside, Grandpa Chung called out, "Come here, girl." Xiao Jiangxin looked inside to see an old square table with Grandpa Chung and a man sitting there. The man sat up straight, expressionless, and nodded politely when he saw Xiao Jiangxin. She smiled back, greeted Grandpa Chung, and politely declined, "I've eaten." "You all enjoy. I'll take some bones for the dog." Lu Xinyan stopped insisting and took the bowl of fish inside. The dog had already arrived at its bowl, standing still and looking up at Xiao Jiangxin, wagging its tail nonstop. It occasionally stuck out its tongue to lick its lips, drooling a little. Xiao Jiangxin walked over and placed the bowl in the dog's bowl, saying, "Go ahead, eat." The dog's attention was fully on its bowl. Xiao Jiangxin squatted beside it, gently stroking its fur. "You see, I often bring you tasty food, so you need to keep an eye on our new house. Just walk around outside when you can. If you see any bad people, go and bark at them. Be a little more active, okay? I'll bring you more treats tomorrow." Lu Xinyan came out holding a bowl of rice with stuffed tofu and the fish that Xiao Jiangxin had brought. She turned her chopsticks around and insisted that Xiao Jiangxin try a piece of the stuffed tofu. Xiao Jiangxin reluctantly took a bite and nearly spat it out. She lowered her voice and asked, "Who made this?" Lu Xinyan replied with a blank expression, "I made it." Xiao Jiangxin sighed, "What a waste of tofu and meat. You really are something. I've never seen stuffed tofu with bitter melon before. And why did you add so much salt while cooking? It's way too salty. No wonder you said the dog doesn't like your cooking." Lu Xinyan was flustered. How was I supposed to know? When we lived in the big courtyard, we always ate in the cafeteria. After I got to the military hospital, there was a cafeteria there too, so I rarely cooked for myself. I tried my best. Aunt Lu said bitter melon is cooling, so I thought it would be good for the hot weather. As she spoke, Lu Xinyan cautiously peeked inside the house. "Luckily, you brought more food." When I heard your voice, Grandpa Cheng's eyes lit up. "It's a shame for an old man and a patient to eat this." Lu Xinyan popped a piece of fish into her mouth, satisfied. Aunt's cooking is still the best." "Jiangxin, ask Aunt if she wants another daughter. I can be her daughter too." Xiao Jiangxin rolled her eyes. "My mom doesn't want another daughter, and this is my cooking, so it has nothing to do with her." Lu Xinyan's eyes brightened. Xiao Jiangxin quickly raised her hand. Hey, I don't want another daughter either. In her previous life, she married into the Qin family and cooked for over 30 years. For many years, to help with family expenses, Xiao Jiangxin even made lunch boxes to sell at construction sites. Her cooking skills were definitely impressive, even in the surrounding areas. Moreover, most people are reluctant to use oil when cooking, usually just making a stew, so how good can it taste? Lu Xinyan looked at the large jar beside her and said, Jiangxin, teach me how to cook, starting with this fish. She lowered her voice and added, I think Brother Gu really likes it, and fish soup is very nutritious. Last time when I went to the market with you, I heard people say that buying fish helps nursing mothers. Xiao Jiangxin glanced at the big jar under the eaves. Didn't you say that jar is full of your son's fish? The dog climbed up and splashed around, and you chased it in circles. While stuffing her mouth with rice, Lu Xinyan replied, After raising a child for so long, it's time to give back to my mother. Xiao Jiangxin paused and said, How about this? I'll teach you to cook, and you teach me to read? Lu Xinyan remembered that Jiangxin had said she started school at over 7 years old, but only completed 3 books before being forced to work at home. Okay, it's a deal. I'll teach you to read. I graduated high school, so it will be easy for me. Xiao Jiangxin's eyes lit up.
Great.
I'll take the bowl back and get the books. You wait for me at home. At home, Qiao Fangfang was in 5th grade and Qiao Zhengwo and Qiao Jianhua had both graduated from middle school, so they had plenty of books. While no one was watching next door, Xiao Jiangxin sneaked into the storage room and came out with a clean sack that she had carefully saved before they split up. In her past life, she suffered from a lack of education and was often looked down upon. Especially when she accompanied the Che couple to the hospital, Xiao Jiangxin struggled to understand the complicated processes on the electronic screen. She had to awkwardly ask people for help repeatedly. Some were kind and pointed her in the right direction, while others were impatient and made her feel embarrassed. Whenever this happened, she would bend over anxiously, repeatedly apologizing. Even when she sold lunch boxes or worked part-time, her lack of education caused her many troubles. Chen Wendy and Qin Jixiang never wanted to talk to her because they thought her words were foolish. They didn't even want to take her out or explain what she was doing wrong. She could only say to her, What do you know? Jiang Xin could only prepare meals for the family, making sure to brew medicine for her in-laws on time every day. When her sister-in-law and brother-in-law returned, she would cook a couple of their favorite dishes. While they laughed and chatted, Jiang Xin felt unable to join in because she lacked education. In a time when smartphones were popular, she still used a basic phone. She didn't know how to shop online or order takeout. She tried to fit in and worked hard to learn, but her memory was poor. She asked Chen Wendy to teach her how to use her phone, but he said, You're so slow. It's a waste of time to teach you. When she sought help from Qin Ji, he impatiently echoed his father's words. Her lack of education was a deep-rooted insecurity from her past life. Being uneducated also left her far behind the times, with no one willing to help her. Jiang Xin carried her books and walked through the village toward the north. In this life, she still had a chance. She didn't want to be left behind by the times. She wanted to study hard, at least not to be like in her past life, a semi-illiterate. Woof, woof, woof. A sharp barking sound came from nearby. Jiang Xin looked up, feeling disgusted. It was the dog from the Qin family, just as annoying as the people there. Go away. She instinctively stomped her foot, and the dog backed up 2 steps but continued to bark at her. Be quiet, or I'll make you regret it. Jiang Xin bent down to pick up a stone. People inside heard the barking and the commotion outside and came out to check. Stop barking, little dog. Chen Wendy called out to the barking dog. Jiang Xin looked up and felt a moment of daze. Wearing army green pants and a white shirt, Chen Wendy looked much cleaner compared to the villagers, exuding a refined aura. To a country girl who had never seen much of the world, Chen Wendy appeared tall, handsome, kind, and educated, a truly remarkable man. Jiang Xin had thought so too back then, even though his gaze toward her had always been indifferent. She remembered that in her past life, When Chae Jin-mei brought her to visit, Chen Wendy stood at the door, looking just like this. That image was etched in her memory from her youth. At that time, Jong Xian didn't understand what liking someone or love meant. But she believed that marriage meant a lifetime commitment and that they should treat each other well. So, when Chen Wendy's manuscript was returned repeatedly and everyone mocked him for being useless, Xiao Jiangxin couldn't bring herself to blame him. She took on the responsibility of the whole family, like a man. She worked hard in the fields, stubborn and meticulous. Whenever there was a conflict between their family and others, she was always the first to step forward, like a fierce woman. But after Chen Wendy became successful, he forgot that during his quiet years, it was Xiao Jiangxin who supported the family. When he was not recognized, she was his only fan, even though she couldn't understand what he wrote. He only remembered that marrying a woman like Xiao Jiangxin was a blemish on his life. Xiao Jiangxin turned away and walked past him. Even though she had taken revenge in her past life, her hatred was still unresolved. She felt her life wasted on him. Chen Wendy watched her figure disappear from view. He knew her, Xiao Dia. His mother had mentioned her many times, saying she was capable like a man. She was also pretty, hardworking, and skilled at farming. Just now, Xiao Jiangxin's indifferent gaze made Chen Wendy's heart ache. He didn't understand why Xiao Dia looked at him that way. His mother was right. Xiao Dia was attractive, like a vibrant wildflower full of life. But she wasn't his type. He preferred someone like Qi Sujin, a refined lily. She spoke softly, was cultured, shared his interests, and had a rich inner world, unlike a crude village girl who only knew how to farm and shout at others. Chae Jimei appeared at the door and recognized Xiao Jiangxin. Wendy, this is the Xiao family's eldest daughter I told you about. Mom wasn't lying, right? She really is quite pretty. If she were a bit fairer and dressed up, she'd be even more attractive than your classmate from the Qi family. Chen Wendy's eyes flashed with impatience, but his voice was gentle. Mom, please stop. One is a wild grass from the countryside, and the other is a pure and noble lily. They can't be compared. Chae Jimei's expression darkened. Wendy, I never said the girl from the Qi family was bad, but Qi Sujin isn't someone from our kind of family. Chae Jimei remembered the last time Qi Sujin visited her home. She wore a pure white dress and wiped the chair with a handkerchief several times before sitting down. Even the dog seemed to find her presence unpleasant, as it pushed past her feet with a look of disdain, shaking off its fur. Such a girl, so different from the countryside, how could she fit into the Qin family? How could she help support the Qin household? Chae Jimei held onto Chen Wendy's arm and earnestly advised, Wendy, I've been through this. Life is about daily needs, not just poetry and songs. You are already 24. Delaying further will only hold you back. Qi's daughter may be willing, but her parents are not. They want a substantial bride price, and even if we borrow or gather the money, what then? Will we have enough to eat? What about our whole family? Your younger siblings are still small, your father is not well, and I'm getting older. This family will eventually be in your hands. Chae Jimei patted Chen Wendy's hand. Dio is different. She is known for her abilities in our area. Only she is suitable for our family. Seeing her son remain unmoved, Chae Jimei's tone grew frustrated. If you graduated and got a stable job, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to pursue a relationship with Qi Sujin. But now? Our whole family is counting on you, and you want to go to some chaotic dance with your classmates, risking your future. If the school hadn't intervened, we might have had to rescue you from a labor camp. I still can't bear to let others know about this. Wendy, do you know how upset your father is? Please, be more considerate and think about the family. I know you're not happy, but this is life. Listening to Chae Jimei's heartfelt plea, Chen Wendy felt suffocated. Why couldn't he be with Sujin? He replied with a hint of humiliation. Mom, even if I don't graduate or get a job, I can still earn money to support you. Give me 6 months. If I can't earn enough to buy rice and flour, I will marry Xiao Dia as you wish. Chen Wendy made his statement and turned to lock himself in his room. He is an ambitious person who managed to get into university with excellent grades from a small village. In college, he became somewhat well known in the literature department. Before attending university, he clearly understood that he was not from the same world as the people in Gao Shi village. The villagers did not understand the national situation or care about the new government regulations. They did not appreciate poetry or literature, nor did they realize how vast the world in books could be. They were unaware of their own dreams and romantic ideals. Their lives were barren, focused only on this year's wheat harvest or how long it had been since it rained. They would argue fiercely over small profits, defending their interests passionately. Such people, such an environment, and such a wife were not what he wanted. Chen Wendy sat at his desk and let out a long sigh. He picked up a draft of his piece titled Village Night that he had written the night before. Remembering his current situation made his shoulders droop. He had only one more year to change his fate and never return to this small village. But fate had other plans, and an unexpected event occurred at the worst time. At the beginning of the semester, after returning to school, he was pulled by a few classmates to attend a social dance. Chen Wendy had heard that it was a lively event for city folks. He initially didn't want to go because he didn't have much money, but Chi Sujin wanted to experience something new. In an abandoned factory, the dim light, flickering bulbs, young men and women, and loud music created an unfamiliar yet exciting atmosphere for Chen Wendy. However, just as the dance began, they were surrounded by the police. The crackdown that started in August 1983 caught up with him in September. Everyone was separated and questioned one by one. Chen Wendy, who was holding hands with Chi Sujin and about to enter the dance floor, was arrested. Fortunately, they were not completely unlucky. The quota for that month had already been met. Some classmates who had attended multiple times were sent to labor camps in remote areas the next day, and it was said they could not return to the mainland after serving their sentences. Chen Wendy was a well-liked student in the literature department, known for his kindness and courtesy, appreciated by both teachers and fellow students. The school leaders intervened later. Chen Wendy and Chi Sujin were dating, while the other two were also first-timers and just stood by watching. Although they were saved from being sent to the desert to plant cotton, the school still advised them to leave. Their futures were ruined. Chen Wendy felt very unwilling, but he was helpless. He remembered what Che Jinmei had just told him. This is fate. I won't accept my fate, Chen Wendy said, straightening his back. I won't stay in this poor mountain village forever. I have education. My perspective and my spirit are different from theirs. I will show everyone. Chen Wendy whispered a few words, picked up a pen from the table, and wrote a line in his notebook. No one supports my ambition, but I can still reach great heights alone. Xiao Jiangxin carried her books to Grandpa Cheng's house and sat under the big tree in the yard, shoulder to shoulder with Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan pointed at the book and explained it to her, while Xiao Jiangxin listened attentively. The sun hung high in the sky, slowly setting in the west. Looking up, Xiao Jiangxin reached back to rub her tired neck. It's about time. Let me teach you how to cook. Lu Xinyan jumped up. Okay, I'll go catch some fish. More than 2 pounds of fish were scooped out of the tank, flapping their tails in the air. Xiao Jiangxin skillfully cleaned the fish, while the dog sniffed the fishy smell in the air, eagerly circling around them. Go away, this is our food. You can't lick it. Lu Xinyan shooed the dog away. The dog, spoiled by affection, wagged its tail and tried to get closer. Lu Xinyan quickly grabbed the dog. Jiangxin, come here. This silly dog won't listen. Let it chase the fish. Xiao Jiangxin cooperated, turning and pressing the back of the knife against the dog's neck, making a fierce face as she moved it back and forth. Let's get it. The dog looked up, its eyes wide with fear, ears down, as if trying to protect its neck, letting out terrified whines. Oh, oh. After breaking free from their hold, the dog's legs trembled. Xiao Jiangxin and Lu Xinyan laughed uncontrollably. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The dog shook its neck and fur. It was fine. Tilting its head, it looked at the kitchen knife in Xiao Jiangxin's hand, showing a thoughtful expression. Lu Xinyan approached and held it again. The dog was no longer afraid. sticking out its tongue and grinning. Standing at the window, Gu Yunzhou looked at his silly dog, his mouth twitching. It was over. His silly dog probably thought it was invincible. The Qiao family's house had started to be tiled, while Qiao Jiangxin still went to Grandpa Cheng's house every day to find Lu Xinyan. Lu Xinyan, having nothing to do, happily spent time with Qiao Jiangxin. Every day, she would peek out the door early, waiting for Qiao Jiangxin to visit. During this time, there were workers eating at the Qiao house every day, and the dog's meals improved significantly. Even at its worst, it could get some soup mixed with rice. It was a large, dark golden retriever, strong and shiny, and Lu Xinyan said it was a patrol dog. Food was precious at this time, and most families wouldn't spoil their dogs like this, especially since the Qiao family was short on money. But lately, Qiao Jiangxin had been running to the north of the village every day, passing by the Qin family. The two dogs from the Qin family seemed to sense Qiao Jiangxin's hostility, howling every time they saw her. One time, Qiao Jiangxin got angry and grabbed a tree branch from the nearby fence, chasing one of the dogs for 2 miles. By the time she reached Cheng's house, she was out of breath and sweaty, and she hadn't even caught up, feeling frustrated. The dog came over to lick her, and looking at its sturdy build, Qiao Jiangxin turned and took it out to find trouble. When the two dogs from the Qin family saw Qiao Jiangxin coming, they barked at her. The golden retriever sensed Qiao Jiangxin's tension and immediately went into battle mode, darting out and grabbing one of them, shaking it. In one encounter, the Qin family's dog had its ear torn. The other dog, hearing its companion's cry, tried to sneak up from behind, but the golden retriever turned and tackled it, overpowering it. With one bite, it left 2 holes in the front leg of the other Qin family dog. A dog from a nearby house, hearing the commotion, rushed over, probably wanting to join in. But seeing the 2 Qin dogs covered in blood, it quickly skidded to a stop, tucked its tail, and ran away. Qiao Jiangxin felt a rush of satisfaction and quickly called the golden retriever to retreat. When the Qin family members came out, all they saw was the back of the golden retriever and dust rising from the ground. From that day on, Qiao Jiangxin absolutely adored this dog. She felt it was much more useful than Qinji, whom she had raised for over 20 years in her past life, and she thought of bringing it treats every day. The Qiao family's house was completed, and Lu Ofeng, with her big belly, was cleaning inside, checking this and that, her eyes shining with happiness. Things from their old home were slowly being moved to the new house. Lei Honghua lay in bed for 2 days, but she couldn't stand the nagging from Qiao Zhengwo and Qiao Zhuang any longer. With 2 sick people at home, Qiao Zhuang sent word to Li Jiagou and the town, but neither Qiao Fengfeng nor Qiao Jianhua came back. Qiao Fengfeng was in a difficult situation and didn't dare return home. The Deng family held a strong grudge against the Qiao family, so Qiao Fengfeng didn't mention it and was busy trying to win back Deng Ming's heart. Meanwhile, in Li Jiagou, Li Sanfa had taken on work again, and Li Xiaoping was also getting bigger with child. Gao Cuilan remarked, "Your mother is hurt, but you still have your father and brother at home. If that doesn't work, you have a sister who married nearby. What can you do as a grown man by going back? Your father is busy with work. You can't just go back and expect your mother-in-law to be fine, right? Xiaoping is about to give birth, and we have no money. There will be many expenses once the baby arrives. Your parents should be thinking about this. You shouldn't even be told." Qiao Jianhua knew his mother-in-law was hinting at the time his parents came to take that 100 yuan. Plus, there was indeed work to do. After finally getting a couple of days off, he wanted to spend time with Li Xiaoping, so he didn't return to the village. He just sent a message for Lei Honghua to take care of her injury and not to overexert herself. Qiao Zhuang couldn't cook, and Qiao Zhengwo was picky. With no one from outside returning, the 2 men at home complained all day, leaving Lei Honghua to get up and cook by herself. During this time, her spirit had really declined, and perhaps because she wasn't causing any trouble, the Qiao family enjoyed a period of peace. On the day the Qiao family was moving, Lei Honghua couldn't help but stand by the door, watching the commotion across the yard. The house they had divided was coming back, and in the future, She and Fong Fong or Jianhua would have a place to stay when they returned with their children. Xiao Zhengwo was genuinely happy. His family was finally moving away, ensuring his safety, and he felt a sense of accomplishment. Just as Xiao Zhuang came in from outside, Lei Honghua signaled to him, old man, they are moving out. It seems they're almost done moving. I saw they locked up. You know they have misunderstandings about me. You should go ask them for the key." Xiao Zhuang replied, his face dark with frustration as he had just returned from the old party secretary. "Let's not talk about this anymore." Lei Honghua was dissatisfied. "What do you mean? Let's not talk about it. Didn't you say last time that they're moving out is good for us? How can such a big house just sit empty? This house needs to be occupied. It has no life, and after a while, it will fall apart. It needs people to keep it alive." Xiao Zhuang interrupted Lei Honghua. The two animals sold the house to Lao San. Lei Honghua choked up, then raised her voice. "What did you say?" "Sold it too." Xiao Zhuang turned around, glaring at Lei Honghua. "Yes, sold it to Lao San. They are doing this to get back at me, all because of you. If it weren't for the bad things you did, would they be so ruthless?" Lei Honghua couldn't accept it. "How can they sell our house? I don't agree. This is our family's house, and we are still alive. They can't sell it without our permission." As she spoke, Lei Honghua angrily headed towards Qiao Juxing's house. Xiao Zhengwo didn't understand why Qiao Zhuang and his wife were so upset. So what if they sold it? He had a place to live. It was none of his business. Come on, they already gave it to them. They can sell their own house. Why are you arguing? If they want to buy it, why shouldn't they? Mom, have you forgotten how much they hate you? Why wouldn't they do something to annoy you? Instead of arguing here, you should be begging them not to turn those 3 rooms into a pig pen or a toilet. With red eyes, Lei Honghua turned back. "Shut up. Don't call him uncle." Xiao Zhengwo's spirit instantly deflated, and he muttered softly, "Whether you call him that or not, he's still family. I think you've been acting strange lately, getting really angry. I think that girl Daya is right. No one in the family has been doing well lately. Maybe it's because of you." Lei Honghua clutched her chest, nearly overwhelmed by Qiao Zhengwo's words. She took a moment to compose herself and said to Qiao Zhuang, "Old man, you go find them. This house cannot be sold. Even if we can't use it, it can't be sold to the neighbors." Qiao Zhuang's face was cold. If it weren't for Lei Honghua's injuries and the fact that they still needed her at home, he would have wanted to slap her. He had been tolerant for the sake of the kids, but now things were like this. Jianhua and Fong Fong didn't even come to see her, showing that the children didn't think much of her as a mother. Not only did her own children ignore her, but even Youfu and Yu Kai had been driven away by her. Xiao Zhuang's heart was starting to race. He was protecting Lei Honghua while feeling deeply hurt by everything that had happened. The 4th son is clearly out of touch, and now the 3rd son is ignoring the family too. The first 2 are also at odds, so he won't be able to rely on any of his 4 sons in the future, right? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated Xiao Zhuang became, especially since Lei Honghua wouldn't let up. "Shut up. If you say one more word, I swear I'll make you regret it," he threatened. Lei Honghua met Xiao Zhuang's fierce gaze and felt a chill, not daring to speak again. Finally, the world was quiet. Xiao Zhuang glanced over at the pig pen, feeling a bit more at ease. It's fine, he still had those things. As long as he had money, he wasn't afraid of anything. On the other side, the Qiao family was preparing to warm the house. They originally planned to cook a couple of dishes just for their family to enjoy. But unexpectedly, the old party secretary, Qiao Jincheng, Aunt Niu, Lu Haimao, and even neighbors from the Gao and Cheng families came over to help. Lu Afong was very happy. The more people came to help, the livelier it would be, and a lively atmosphere meant better days ahead. Xiao Jiangxin hurriedly took the ox cart from Cheng Dazhang's house to the town with his uncle. Aunt Niu brought over more than 20 eggs, and the Gao family sent a lot of fruits and vegetables. "I'll go buy pork and fish, and you go get some wine." Seeing his uncle silent, Xiao Jiangxin turned to look at him and found him curled up, hugging his legs, staring blankly at a nearby village. That was Shujia Cave, where the widow he talked about last year lived. Uncle, uncle, Qiao Jiangxin called out to the distracted Qiao Youfu. Qiao Youfu came back to his senses, smiling a bit sheepishly. What did you just say? I didn't catch that. Qiao Jiangxin felt a bit sad. His uncle had few friends in his life, especially female friends. People said he had a contagious disease and avoided him, even crossing the street to steer clear of him. Over the years, there had been some proposals, but none had worked out.
There were several reasons for this.
First, people were put off by his appearance, and when inquiries were made, many spread rumors about him having a contagious disease, saying negative things. Second, his family was unwilling to spend money, making it hard to marry, and without a proper bride price, it was even harder. Third, having a domineering stepmother like Lei Honghua at home made it difficult, as she expected him to help support his younger siblings. Last year, that widow was the only one willing to share a life with his uncle after all these years. She even took the initiative to visit uncle, so he must have liked her. I'll go buy meat and fish later, and you can get the drinks. We'll meet at the entrance of the Supply and Marketing Cooperative.
Qiao Youfu nodded. Okay.
Qiao Jiangxin didn't say anything else. She remembered that in her past life, the widow didn't find a suitable match so quickly. First, the bride price she wanted was still quite high for the current rural area, and she specified that this money should be kept for her son from her previous marriage, not brought to the husband's family. Even for a first marriage, the bride price for a young woman was mostly just a few dozen yuan. Even Li Xiaoping's bride price was only 100. Second, the widow was picky about who she would consider. Uncle, are you thinking about Aunt Qin? Qiao Jiangxin couldn't help but ask. Qiao Youfu's face turned red. Don't say that. It could harm her reputation. Widows already face enough gossip, and if she is still thinking about her son, it would only make things harder. Qiao Jiangxin said, Uncle, we have split the family now, and you can make your own decisions about your marriage. Maybe you should ask around in Shujia Cave tomorrow. You and Aunt Qin might have a connection. Qiao Youfu felt a bit tempted but quickly shook his head. It's been almost a year. She might have already married. Last year, she came to me and said she needed 100 to get in the door, and the other 100 could be owed. I couldn't come up with that, and I felt embarrassed to see her. At that time, she seemed to need money urgently because someone in her family was sick. Qiao Youfu felt a tightness in his heart. She stood at the village entrance waiting for me. I went back to find her grandfather and grandmother, and in the cold winter, she waited for me in the freezing wind for over 2 hours. I still couldn't get the money from your grandfather. When I told her that, I can still remember the look in her eyes. He recalled the scene when Qin Shui was waiting for him in the cold wind, stamping her feet. When she saw him approach, her eyes lit up with hope, but when he told her he couldn't get the money, her eyes quickly dimmed. He had tried to explain to Qin Shui that his family was struggling, especially since the third son had just married and spent a lot of money. He wanted her to understand. Not long after, however, the family spent 300 to hire a temporary worker for the fourth son. The two villages were not far apart, and since there were relatives moving between them, someone would surely tell her about this. I feel ashamed to see her. In her eyes, I might just be a useless coward. I know her well. If it weren't for the urgent need for money, or if she didn't truly want to be with me, she wouldn't have come looking for me. Qiao Youfu said in a low voice, filled with bitterness. Qiao Jiangxin didn't know how to comfort her uncle. She could only silently curse Qiao Zhiwang and Lei Honghua. Uncle, I remember you said you met Aunt Qin on your way to the town? Qiao Youfu nodded and managed a faint smile. Yes, at that time, she was carrying a heavy load of grain and had a child with her, going to the town to pay taxes. I happened to be pushing a cart with your dad to do the same. Seeing that she was struggling, I offered to help by stacking her 2 bags of grain on our cart. She thanked us the whole way, saying, "Thank you, big brother," and asked for our names and where we were from. While Qiao Youfu talked about Qin Shui was being urged by a woman in Zhejiang. Shui, I know your in-laws are good people, and you've supported Shunwen for so many years. The child is growing up. You've done your part. I know you don't like hearing this, but I'm saying it for your own good. You're still young. You can't spend your whole life like this. The second half of your life is long, and it's tough to be alone without someone who understands you. Qin Shui replied, Mom, I have Juzi and my parents with me. How can it be lonely? The woman countered, Yes, you have children and elders around now, but don't you think it will feel lonely when the kids grow up and start their own families and the elders are gone? What will you do then? Being all alone. Your age is awkward. You need to act quickly. If you find someone, you should think about having children together. Otherwise, how will you both manage your lives? Qin Shui smirked. You just said I'm young, and now you're saying I'm too old. The woman raised her fingers and tapped them together. A woman's time for having children is limited. If you wait another couple of years, you'll be in your mid-30s. Even if everything goes smoothly, you might be 35 or 36 when you get pregnant. After 10 months of pregnancy, if you delay a few more years, by the time you're 60, your child won't even be 20 yet. Plus, having children at an older age isn't good for your health, and your energy won't be the same. So, if you have plans, you need to act quickly. Seeing her daughter silent, the woman urged, Look at you, with such high demands. You want to think about the child from before, ask for a bride price, not want to be a stepmother, and still hope to find a man who is hardworking, honest, and capable. If there were such good families, they would have already gotten married by now. So, aren't your conditions just making it harder for others? Qin Shui sighed, Mom, I already have a child. If the other person has a child too, and we want to have our own, it would be so complicated. I know how hard it is to be a stepmother. I can't treat everyone equally. I would naturally favor my own child, and I don't want my child to feel wronged because of someone else's child. So if I become a stepmother, I would just be a bad one. Since I already know I can't do it well, why should I take on that role? The woman fell silent, feeling downcast. In the end, you're still blaming me. Seeing her mother's voice choke with emotion, Qin Shui quickly turned to comfort her. Mom, I'm not blaming you. I'm just feeling sorry for you. Qin's mother had also remarried. She had a son and a daughter with her first husband, who died when he was taken to war. She then married into the Li family, which also had 3 children. The family was poor and struggled to feed 5 children, often going hungry. Qin's mother was timid, and her new husband was strong-willed. The older 3 children were also a handful, and her in-laws were always watching. Qin Shui and her brother nearly starved in that household. Eventually, their uncles from the Qin family learned of their situation and took Qin Yang, the boy, back to their home. Each uncle took turns caring for him for a year. As for Qin Shui, being a girl, the Qin family did not want her, so she stayed with her mother in the Li household, living a hard life until she married at 19, when things improved a bit. A few years ago, Qin Shui's stepfather passed away, and her mother was driven out by her stepson and daughter-in-law from the Li family. With nowhere to go, she had to return to the Qin family to find her biological son, Qin Yang. By then, Qin Yang was married with children. He was somewhat cold towards his mother's return but didn't say much. However, his wife and the Qin uncles did not treat her kindly. Qin Shui had feelings for her mother. When the Qin family rejected her, at least her mother had always kept her by her side and never thought of abandoning her. Especially during the years of famine, it was common for people to starve to death. Mother worked hard to protect her, saving her own meager rations to send to Qin Yang, allowing her and her brother to survive. Her mother was small and couldn't earn much, spending her life in the kitchen. She was soft and timid, never speaking loudly or arguing with anyone, and worked hard all her life without ever receiving a kind word. Qin and her brother felt resentment towards her, and the children from their stepfather's family disliked her too, leaving her in a difficult position. Before, she had to lower herself at her stepfather's house, and now she was doing the same at her brother and sister-in-law's home. Qin Shui felt a lump in her throat. Mom, I used to resent you, but now that I have children, I understand your struggles. You couldn't support me and my brother, so you remarried. At that time, Uncle and Grandma told you not to worry about us, that you could find someone better without us, but you still chose to take us with you. Even in the hardest times, you never abandoned us. You did what a mother should do. The main reason my brother and I suffered was that we didn't have a father. Chin's mother began to sob quietly. It's my fault for not being capable. Because I have been through it, I want you to find someone while you are still young. If you have your own children, you will have someone to rely on. If I had children with the Lee family, I wouldn't be facing this situation at my age. I know you care about Juzi and want to leave him some money, but your aunt mentioned a family that agreed to let you take Juzi with you. They have asked about it several times. You should go meet them. Their wife passed away, leaving a daughter who wasn't raised. You won't have to be a stepmother, and it's in your hometown. I will be there, and so will your brother and sister-in-law. We can look after each other. Qin Shui nodded and followed her mother back to the village. When her sister-in-law saw her, she also had a cold expression. At noon, she went with her aunt to meet the boy's family. As soon as they entered, they saw a large gathering of people, from elderly folks to babies, all crowded together. Her aunt introduced her. These are all relatives from their side, just to meet you. Qin Shui nodded awkwardly as some of the women her age pulled her to sit at a table for tea. After finishing the tea, everyone left, leaving Qin Shui with the boy, Qin Dehui, and his widowed mother, Xia Xiaoxiao. Qin Dehui had known Qin Shui since they were young. He was about her age and had married at 20. His wife had given birth to a daughter the following year. His daughter was only a little over a year old when his wife passed away. Later, when the daughter was over 3, she also died due to improper care. He has been single for nearly 10 years now. Xia Xiaoxiao greeted Aunt Qin and Qin Shui and went to the kitchen to cook. Qin Dehui sat awkwardly on a low stool, unsure how to start a conversation, and kept rubbing the calluses on his palms. Seeing the awkward atmosphere, Aunt Qin tried to make small talk with Qin Dehui, praising his abilities. Qin Shui glanced around the house, which could only be described as dirty and messy. There were pigs, dogs, and chickens, and the yard, living room, and entrance were all covered in chicken droppings. Next to the entrance to the living room was a dog bowl and a chicken feed bowl, both covered in flies. Qin Shui stood up, pretending to inspect the house, and looked into the kitchen. She saw Xia Xiaoxiao scoop water from the pig feed bowl to rinse the pot used for cooking pig food before starting to stir-fry. She cooked pumpkin, added a scoop of water to the pot, took a bowl of cold rice from the cupboard, and mixed it with some pig fat and salt. The lunch consisted of a soup rice, boiled pumpkin, 2 halved salted duck eggs, and a bowl of homemade pickled garlic. Aunt Qin's expression was a bit unpleasant, but she laughed it off, saying, "Shui, this is how it is in the countryside. Your Aunt Xia knows how to manage, or she wouldn't have built such a big house." Qin Dehui also looked a bit unhappy. He had just bought 2 pieces of tofu that morning. Xia Xiaoxiao called everyone to eat, saying, "Sorry for the mess. I'm getting older and don't like to clean up much. We're all familiar with each other, so let's just have a simple meal." With 2 more mouths to feed, people say that a growing boy can drain his father's resources, so we need to be careful with our spending. Once Shui settles in, she can take care of the household chores, and we can invite her aunt over for a nice meal. As Xia Xiaoxiao spoke, she chuckled. "I think my Dehui and Shui have a connection. Dehui is hard-working and filial. He only listens to me, his mother. That's our family rule." Qin Dehui blushed and quietly interrupted Xia Xiaoxiao. "Mom, what are you saying? I'm grown up now. I listen to myself." Qin Shui could barely smile anymore. It was clear she was being pressured. She made an excuse to leave before even finishing her meal. As soon as Qin Shui stepped outside, she heard her aunt arguing with Xia Xiaoxiao. "What's wrong with you? When you couldn't find a wife, you begged for one to come back. Now that I've brought someone to you, you're acting all picky. Do you think people are foolish?" Xia Xiaoxiao's voice was also loud. "Cousin, she's just a widow who's been married before. She even has a son. Her brother and parents are in the village. She can't just run away. If she can find someone like my brother, she must be very lucky. But she has a burden, and my brother doesn't. I'm worried she might deceive him. What have I done wrong? I've done everything for her, practically serve her food myself. And now, before she even steps in, she's giving me attitude. Does she think I didn't prepare enough for her? Does she even deserve it?" Qin Shui felt furious, but held back her anger, thinking of her mother. Her mom was already facing gossip and cold looks from the villagers, and she didn't want to give them more reasons to mock her. Holding in her frustration made her tremble. With red eyes, she walked away, her mind flashing to a figure. That person lifted the heavy load she was struggling with and placed it on the cart. In the cold wind, the person hunched over, nervously and cautiously watching her, their eyes filled with deep shame and timidity. The Chow family's warm gathering had 2 tables set up. One of the table sets was borrowed from the Gao family. The food was decent, with fish, meat, tofu, and eggs. The old party secretary brought his 2 grandsons. Qiao Jincheng brought a child, Lu Haimao brought his youngest son, and Aunt Nyo also brought a child. All were boys. During these tough times, while no one was starving, it was still hard to get meat. In Gao's stone village, the prices for gifts were low. Even the more well-off, like the old party secretary, could only afford around 80 cents to $1. Aunt Nyo, who was good friends with Qiao Youfu's mother, brought 20 eggs as a generous gift. The Gao family contributed only what they grew themselves, a pumpkin, a few eggplants, and some vegetables. So when everyone came to the gathering, they usually sent just one representative from each family. Even if the meal was modest, the elders would often bring along a beloved younger family member who wouldn't take up a seat but would stand by with a bowl, enjoying some food. Old party secretary, "Uncle, come in," Xiao Yukai said with a big smile, waving at the door. Aunt Nyo helped bring the dishes in, her voice loud like thunder. Today's dishes were made by Daya. I didn't expect her cooking to be so good. She can compare with the master chef. The children obediently followed their elders, their eyes fixed on the table, swallowing hard. Xiao Youfu brought a bottle of locally produced ergotu. This liquor, priced at 1.75 yuan a bottle, was quite impressive for a farmhouse to serve to guests. Sure enough, when the old party secretary, Grandpa Chung, and others saw the bottle of ergotu, their eyes lit up. Once all the dishes were served, everyone took their seats. Xiao Jiangxin called the children to get their bowls and line up for rice while he carried a bowl of special dishes prepared for Lu Xinyan. Xiao Jincheng glanced around and asked Xiao Yukai, "Didn't you call your dad?" In the minds of the older generation, no matter the situation, they still considered themselves a family, and for such an important event, the elders should be present. Before Xiao Yukai could respond, Xiao Jiangxin continued, "Uncle, he still calls my grandpa. Shouldn't his own son take the initiative to come? Besides, we moved here from our hometown. Don't they know that? Since my grandpa didn't come, it means he doesn't want to. Originally, when we built the house, my grandparents weren't happy. If they don't want to drink, why should we go and show off in front of them? That would just cause trouble for everyone." Aunt Nyo, while serving her grandson, said to Qiao Jincheng, "If they can't get along, it's best to stay apart. Look at how things have turned out. Uncle, do you still expect them to be a loving family? Didn't you see last time when Lei Hanhua buried things in their foundation? It was almost." Being mindful that today was a good day, Aunt Nyo didn't finish her thought, but everyone understood what she meant. "I think, since they've separated, it's better for each to live their own lives. In the future, if the old couple can't move around anymore, you can just compare the amount of grain that Jianhua and Zhengwo bring in each month. That's all that needs to be done." Aunt Nyo handed the bowl full of food to the waiting child and continued, "And to go over and invite them? I can guarantee that if the 2 brothers really went to invite them, Lei Honghua would just get more arrogant. She would be thinking of controlling you and trying to take charge here. Let's not even talk about others. Among those who came today who was invited by Yufu and Yukai, didn't everyone come here on their own accord? Even outsiders know to come and warm the house. The elders seem blind to that, and you still want to invite them?" Regarding the unpleasant matter with Lei Honghua, she took the initiative to come and should be sent away. Xiao Jiangxin really wanted to hug Aunt Nyo and give her a kiss. Her words hit the nail on the head for the Qiao family. She expressed what they couldn't say. Sure enough, after Aunt Nyo spoke, the old party secretary and Xiao Jincheng fell silent. Lu Haimao quickly tried to change the subject. "Let's not talk about anything else. Come on, let's eat." As Xiao Jiangxin was bringing in the dishes, the dog rushed out upon hearing the noise. Lu Xinyan quickly came out to take the dishes. You're so busy today. It's nice that you thought of me. Ha. Now I don't have to cook. Gu Yunzhou was sitting at the table, studying a blueprint. Xiao Jiangxin squatted down to pet the golden retriever. Don't worry, buddy. After everyone finishes eating, I'll bring you a bone. Gu Yunzhou looked up at Xiao Jiangxin, his voice gentle. It has a name. It's called Little Fish. He then raised his hand. Little Fish, come here. The golden retriever happily ran over. It was the first time Xiao Jiangxin heard Gu Yunzhou speak. He was very thin, his face pale, and his lips lacked color. Little fish? Like the kind you eat? Gu Yunzhou's gaze returned from Little Fish without answering the question, instead saying, Thank you for the dishes. Xiao Jiangxin replied politely, You're welcome. Waving at Little Fish, she said, Let's go. Turning around, Xiao Jiangxin quietly murmured, What were they thinking, naming a perfectly good dog Little Fish? Gu Yunzhou paused in petting the dog. He also thought the name wasn't great, but it had already been named Little Fish when he adopted it. Meanwhile, Lei Honghua hadn't cooked, waiting for Qiao Yufu and his brothers to come and invite them over. As mealtime approached, there was still no sign of them outside. Xiao Zhuang couldn't hold back any longer and snapped at Lei Honghua. What are you sitting there for? Are we going to eat? Lei Honghua's expression was also displeased. She glanced at the door. No matter what, she and Xiao Zhuang were elders. Even if they didn't come to invite them, shouldn't they at least bring out some dishes? For such an important occasion as Qiao Qian's housewarming, shouldn't they show some respect? Were they not afraid of being laughed at for disrespecting their elders? Just wait a bit longer. You won't starve, Lei Honghua retorted to Qiao Zhuang. Qiao Zhengwo was already hungry. Hearing his mother say they had to wait, he couldn't help but shout, You're not hungry, but I am. Are you just waiting for those two ungrateful ones to invite you to dinner? What a joke. Do you really think they'll invite you? If the roles were reversed, would you invite them? You all wish they would treat you poorly. Come on, just get to work instead of daydreaming all day. You all seem to have forgotten what just happened. Xiao Zhuang, feeling embarrassed and angry, shouted, Shut up. Xiao Zhengwo immediately fell silent but muttered under his breath, Fine, I'll be quiet, but if you forget everything, how can you expect someone to invite you to dinner? Why don't you think about asking Uncle San next door to invite you? What's wrong with the elders? You're still Uncle San's brother. Go eat at his place and see if he treats you well. Xiao Zhuang couldn't hold back any longer and turned to hit Xiao Zhengwo with a cigarette. Xiao Zhengwo screamed like he saw a ghost. Mom, look at Dad. He's taking his anger out on me because no one invited him to dinner. Lei Honghua, already upset, rushed to protect Xiao Zhengwo and glared at Xiao Zhuang. Those ungrateful kids don't respect you, so why take it out on Zhengwo? Xiao Zhengwo peeked out from behind Lei Honghua and said, Exactly, what does this have to do with me? You should reflect on yourself. 3 of your 4 sons have left. If you hurt me too, I might just go live with someone else. Xiao Zhuang was so angry, he couldn't find words to respond. Lei Honghua pushed his hand away and continued, You just bully us at home. If you really had the ability, go cause a scene in the north of the village. They sold the house behind your back to the 3rd son, and they won't even call you. Do you still have the face to complain? Xiao Zhengwo, who was initially defiant, raised his voice. Mom, stop trying to stir trouble. If you want to cause a scene, don't drag me into it. You've had enough of this. I'm still young and haven't even married yet. Lei Honghua felt a lump in her throat, her head pounding, and turned to glare at Xiao Zhengwo. You coward. You deserve to be bullied. We didn't cause trouble. Those ungrateful kids don't respect us as parents. Xiao Zhengwo became anxious. His mom was looking for trouble again, and it would surely affect him. He was so scared he felt like jumping up and shouting, Stop talking nonsense. You always stir up trouble between my dad and them. After all these years, what good has come of it? My sister and I are almost beaten to death. Are you jealous that I'm living longer than you or afraid I'll die after you? People say you're a wicked woman, and I didn't believe it until now. You've harmed others, and now you won't even spare me. You still want to save face? It's not just my dad who has lost face, you have too. I feel like my dad, my sister, and I have all been dragged down by you. After venting at Lei Honghua, Qiao Zhengwo immediately turned to Qiao Zhuang. His dad is such a fool. He might really cause trouble if his mom pushes him. Is it so nice to listen to your dad? He prefers to hear women instead of his own son, which causes trouble for us. People say that when children and parents are at odds, it's the parents' fault. The older siblings were fine at home, but you listened to mom and forced them out. Now I'm stuck with the mess. Maybe I should just be separated from you too. The trouble is over for you, and now it's my turn. Thinking of the troubles he faced with Qiao Jiangxin, Qiao Zhengwo's voice nearly cracked from stress. I'm telling you all, don't take yourselves too seriously. Mom, stop causing trouble. Look at what you've become. My sister and brother won't even look at you anymore. If I were them, I wouldn't just ignore you. I'd make sure you faced consequences. Just now, Qiao Zhuang was scolded by Lei Honghua and was shaking with anger. Now, the couple was being scolded by their son, and the impact was almost too much for them to handle. One was pounding his chest to calm down, while the other was searching for a chair to sit on. They were both out of breath. Qiao Zhengwo, oblivious to the tension, said, "Seriously, Mom, if you cause more trouble, it might be the end for you, but don't drag me into it. No one in our family is going to stand up for you. Qiao Fongfong and Qiao Jianhua won't even look at you. Don't push me away too." Lei Honghua was so furious that she started hitting her thigh and cursing Qiao Zhuang. "Look at what you've raised. There's not a good one in the Qiao family." Qiao Zhuang couldn't hold back anymore and threw a cigarette at Lei Honghua, then stood up and kicked Qiao Zhengwo's leg. Qiao Zhengwo yelped and fell to the ground. "Ouch. Just finish me off. Who will take care of you in the future? I'm the only one left, and if you ruin me too, there will be no one left to support you." Qiao Jiangxin had no idea that because of Qiao Zhengwo's outburst, they avoided a big argument that day. That night, after everything was sorted, Qiao Jiangxin lay in bed counting the expenses. With the renovations, they added some new items to the house. Not only had she spent all the money she had, but she also used the 210 yuan from selling the house that she got from Qiao Jiuxing. Uncle's marriage can no longer be delayed. Whether in this life or the last, Uncle has always been devoted to his family. In the previous life, he even risked his life to carry bricks and dirt to save Dad, which led to his early death due to exhaustion. Qiao Jiangxin sincerely hopes that Uncle can have a warm companion, a loving family, and a happy home with a wife and children. This has always been Uncle's desire as well. However, getting married costs money, and in the short term, Qiao Jiangxin only thought of the items from Qiao Zhuang's jar. She didn't plan to touch the 2 gold bracelets left by Grandma, as they were meant for Uncle and Dad. The old coins are not worth much now. Qiao Jiangxin focused on the 2 small goldfish instead. Money can be earned later, but Uncle's health and the need for a wife cannot wait. This year Uncle is already 38, and in 6 months he will be 39. The next day, Qiao Jiangxin took 1 small goldfish and went to the county town with Uncle. After several bus rides, they found the largest gold shop in the county. The staff did not look down on them for their worn clothes and were polite when Qiao Jiangxin inquired. "Sir, our finished gold jewelry varies in price due to craftsmanship," the staff explained, pointing to the glass display. "This simple design costs 55 per gram." Then she pointed to a beautifully crafted phoenix headpiece, saying, "This one is the most expensive. It takes the master 2 months to make, priced at 75 per gram." Qiao Jiangxin asked directly, "What about the buyback price?" The salesperson paused for a moment, then quickly understood. "Sir, the buyback price is 41.87. Qiao Jiangxin took out the small goldfish wrapped in cloth and placed it on the counter. "We want to sell." The salesperson smiled more sincerely and quickly called the manager. The manager, a man, took Qiao Jiangxin to verify the gold and weigh it. 1 small goldfish equals 1 tael, or 31.25 grams. At 41.87 per gram, the total was 1,308.44. When they left the gold shop, Qiao Jiangxin had an extra 1,013 yuan in her worn bag, along with 2 gold rings weighing over 2 grams each. 1 ring was for Mom, and the other would be given to Uncle's future wife. Mom is timid, and Uncle's future wife's character is unknown. Since the bracelets should not be shown to avoid any trouble with Qiao Zhuang, Qiao Jiangxin decided to keep Grandma's gold bracelet safe for now. Jiangxin, where did that little yellow fish come from? After leaving the jewelry store, Qiao Youfu finally dared to ask. He had been too nervous to speak inside the store. With his appearance and lack of education, he was afraid of saying something wrong and embarrassing his niece. If it weren't for being in an unfamiliar place and worrying about his niece being bullied, he would have just waited outside. Qiao Jiangxin didn't hide anything from her uncle. I found it under Grandpa's bed before the family split up. Qiao Youfu was taken aback, a flash of pain crossing his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, Qiao Jiangxin quickly reassured him. You saw it too. That little yellow fish costs over 1,300. Grandpa has the money. He just doesn't want to spend it on you. Everything is mutual. Grandpa doesn't only have you as a son. Over the years, you and my dad have done what you needed to do. Even if Grandpa regrets it later and wants to act like a caring father, you must remember to love yourself first. Qiao Youfu forced a smile, trying to change the topic. Jiangxin, where are we going next? We're going to the county hospital for your checkup. You've been putting it off for years. Now that we have money, let's get it checked out. A mix of emotions surged in Qiao Youfu's heart, and he nodded firmly. Okay. The uncle and niece asked for directions and found the county hospital. Looking at the bustling building and the bicycles and cars parked outside, Qiao Youfu felt a wave of anxiety. Was this a place for someone like him, a rural farmer? He glanced down at his worn-out shoes with a big toe sticking out and his patched-up pants, then looked at the well-dressed people around him. He said to his niece, Jiangxin, is this going to be expensive? If it's too much, I can manage. After all I've gotten by all these years. You've always wanted to study, so we need to save money and not spend it carelessly. Your mom is going to give birth next year, and there will be more expenses at home. Qiao Jiangxin pulled her uncle inside. Come on, it won't cost much. In her previous life, her uncle's skin issue was treated here by an old doctor without costing much. Qiao Youfu followed Qiao Jiangxin and waited in the corridor. When it was his turn, Qiao Jiangxin accompanied him inside. An elderly doctor with gray hair and reading glasses carefully examined the lump on Qiao Youfu's head. How long has this been going on? Qiao Youfu felt very uneasy and stammered, Doctor, it's been over 20 years. Does it hurt and itch often? Yes, when it itches, I feel like I could tear my skin off, and even when it bleeds, I can't stop. When it hurts, I just want to bang my head against the wall. Seeing that the doctor didn't look down on him, Qiao Youfu's tone became more natural. That's not pleasant. It's actually not a big problem. Why didn't you come to see me earlier? Look at how much of your scalp is permanently bald. While speaking, the doctor glanced at Qiao Youfu's clothes and held back some unspoken thoughts. Looking at the patched clothes of Qiao Youfu and Qiao Jiangxin, it was clear they weren't from a well-off family. Poor people often avoid doctors. They think they can endure minor illnesses and wait for serious ones to resolve themselves, as they can't afford treatment and live in fear. But Qiao Youfu had truly suffered a lot from this condition. He sighed and advised, if you're sick, you need to see a doctor. Many illnesses don't cost much to treat. If you wait until it gets serious, it will only worsen because of the delay. For your condition, while it's not easy to cure completely, it's not hard to manage and won't cost much. It tends to heal itself in winter and shows up in the heat of summer, so in winter, just avoid certain foods and pay attention to your health. In summer, keep your scalp clean and dry, and avoid wearing hats to let it breathe. Don't eat foods that can irritate you, like spicy or fried foods, and try to avoid fish and peanuts. Make sure to rest well and especially avoid smoking and alcohol. The doctor was very patient, explaining while writing a prescription. I'll prescribe some herbal powder for you. Use it to wash your hair twice a day, morning and evening, then apply iodine for disinfection. Remember, don't scratch it anymore. I'll also give you some detox pills to reduce heat and toxins, which can help with the redness and pain caused by internal heat. Additionally, I'll prescribe some other pills to help with the inflammation and promote healing. Qiao Youfu followed Qiao Jiangxin to the pharmacy. When it was time to pay, He stared at his niece anxiously. The total for 2 large bags of herbal powder, a bottle of disinfectant iodine, 2 packs of pills, and the consultation fee came to 13 yuan and 73 cents. Seeing her uncle's flustered expression, Qiao Jiangxin quickly reassured him, "Uncle, it's not expensive. The doctor said you only need this for the hot weather. Once you start the treatment, you can feel normal again. Usually just listen to the doctor and pay attention. As long as it doesn't come out, there's no need for more medicine." The uncle and nephew came out of the hospital with medicine when suddenly a dog barked. Qiao Jiangxin looked around in surprise, thinking she heard a dog's call. Before she could find the source, a military jeep that had just stopped at the hospital opened its door, and an old golden retriever jumped out. Lu Xinyan got out of the car and waved at Qiao Jiangxin. Jiangxin, over here." Qiao Jiangxin's eyes lit up, and she hurried over to them. Seeing that Qiao Jiangxin noticed her, Lu Xinyan turned and helped another unfamiliar man assist Gu Yunzhou out of the car. Gu Yunzhou saw Qiao Jiangxin walking towards them with a smile and tried to force a polite smile in return. His eyes looked empty, and he appeared tired and weak, moving as if in slow motion. That forced smile was hard to look at. Lu Xinyan noticed the medicine in Qiao Youfu's hand and asked, "Did you come to see the doctor too? I didn't hear you say you were coming to the county yesterday. You could have come with us today." Peng Zhihua looked at Qiao Jiangxin and asked, "Who is this?" Lu Xinyan quickly introduced Jiangxin. "This is Brother Peng Zhihua." "Brother Peng, this is Jiangxin. She is my uncle's niece, and we are neighbors from Gaoshi village." Peng Zhihua politely smiled at Qiao Jiangxin as a greeting. Qiao Jiangxin glanced at the car behind them and sweetly greeted Gu Yunzhou and Peng Zhihua. "Hello, Brother Gu, Brother Peng. Are you going back to Gaoshi village today?" Gu Yunzhou seemed a bit dazed, lost in thought. Peng Zhihua understood what Qiao Jiangxin wanted to ask and checked his watch. "We should head back at 2 this afternoon. If you can wait, you can join us." Qiao Jiangxin's eyes brightened. "That's great. My uncle and I were just thinking of going to the department store and also planned to head back at 2. Watching the 3 walk into the hospital, Qiao Jiangxin felt a storm of emotions inside. Gu Yunzhou, how did he end up like this? But thinking about his experiences, she felt it was understandable. His situation was already bad enough, and now it was just getting worse. "Uncle, let's go. We'll check out the department store." Qiao Jiangxin called to Qiao Youfu while thinking about Gu Yunzhou. He needed to find a way to get through this on his own. It seemed like modern medicine couldn't help him much now. Yesterday, everything seemed fine, so why has it suddenly changed like this? Did something happen that she doesn't know about? Xiao Zhang felt a bit curious and thought she should ask Xian Yan when she got back. Meanwhile, Vice President Wang, who had been waiting at the hospital, received Gu Yunzhou. Gu Yunzhou sat quietly on the chair, forcing a tired, polite smile. Vice President Wang knew his background. He was the former heir of the Gu family from the Jizhou military district. He looked up at Lu Xinyan, as he had worked at the military hospital before and knew her. "Nurse Lu, what seems to be the problem with Captain Gu?" Lu Xinyan quickly replied, "Vice President Wang, it's like this. Gu Urge has been experiencing worsening aftereffects lately. We're worried it might be related to the bullet near his heart, so we wanted to come for a thorough checkup." Vice President Wang reached out to check Gu Yunzhou's pulse. "What symptoms does he have?" Lu Xinyan thought for a moment. "Sometimes when he eats, his hands shake while holding chopsticks. He often forgets to breathe and struggles to catch his breath. He can't sleep at night, and even when he does, his limbs go numb quickly. Sometimes when it gets bad, he can't move at all. He can't eat, and when he forces himself to take a few bites, he breaks out in cold sweat." He. Lu Xinyan looked at Gu Yunzhou with concern and said firmly, "He told me before that he feels fear, suffocation, and a sense of impending death." Peng Zhihua's pupils contracted as he looked in shock at his good friend. Gu Yunzhou still sat there quietly, like a good child, his gaze empty. Listening to Lu Xinyan, he forced a smile and said, "It's not that serious. Don't listen to her nonsense." Peng Zhihua's eyes turned red, and his hands clenched into fists. Yunzhou was a soldier. He had faced life and death countless times. No matter the mission, he always charged to the front. Even when a bullet nearly pierced his heart, he never expressed fear.
Why? Now?
Vice President Wang's expression grew serious. From the pulse, it seemed like emotional distress was causing an imbalance in his organs, leading to stagnation of energy and blood. Emotional turmoil was causing blockages in his internal organs. Captain Gu Yunzhou came back to his senses and showed a weary smile to Vice President Wang. Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Wang. Vice President Wang advised him, Captain Gu, you're still young. Don't overthink things. Take care of your health and don't put so much pressure on yourself. Don't stay locked up in your room alone. It's good to go out and interact with others more often. The bullet near your heart can't be removed for now, but it's not as dangerous as people say. Just pay attention to it, and you should be fine. Gu Yunzhou nodded with a smile. Vice President Wang sighed. It wasn't just Gu Yunzhou who deserved sympathy. Even he, an outsider, felt sorry for the boy. The Gu family was too harsh. When they needed something, they treated him like he was nothing. This young child was trained like an emotionless machine, pushed to excel, with all the pressure of the family's success placed on him. Other families celebrate their children's achievements, but the Gu family uses oppressive methods. They say they fear their child will become arrogant and lazy, yet they never offer praise or encouragement. Now that the child has reached this point and faced some setbacks, instead of offering love and support, they immediately elevate someone else. They even took his fiancée and forced him to this countryside. It's truly unfair. Even the old Gu could see this. No wonder the previous generation was ineffective. I'll prescribe some calming herbs to help ease your pain, but the most important thing is for you to find peace within yourself. Many things depend on fate. If something can't be forced, it means it's not meant to be, whether it's love or family. In the hall on the first floor, Gu Yunzhou sat quietly on a bench waiting for Lu Xinyan and Peng Zhihua to get his medicine. Lu Xinyan, with red eyes, pulled Peng Zhihua to a corner. Are you really a good friend of Gu Erge? He's already hiding out here in the countryside. Can't you let him have some peace? Every day, the letters are about Gu Yunhai and Lu Xinyue, or what the Gu family is doing for Gu Yunhai. Are you hoping Gu Erge suffers even more? What good does it do to remind him of these things? It only makes him feel worse. Peng Zhihua rubbed his face in frustration. How was I supposed to know it would turn out like this? I'm just upset for Yunzhou. Lu Xinyan really wanted to slap him. You're upset for Gu Erge, but all you're doing is rubbing salt in his wounds. You're telling him how close Lu Xinyue is with his brother? Remind him that he has failed. Remind him that the Gu family has given up on him. Remind him that Grandpa Gu is fully training his older brother. Remind him that Uncle and Aunt Gu do not love him, and even his fiancée no longer wants him. Are you really feeling sorry for him, or are you trying to provoke him to the point of madness? Lu Xinyan's voice trembled. You know very well that we grew up together. While everyone was playing, he was the only one being pushed by Grandpa Gu to run on the playground. Other kids were being pampered by their parents, but Gu Erge fell and got hurt all over, and he wasn't allowed to shed a single tear. We all know how much effort he has put in to become who he is now, and what's the result? He is already in enough pain, and you keep provoking him. I'm starting to suspect you are a traitor sent by Gu Yunhai to drive Gu Erge to despair. Peng Zhihua clenched his fists, his jaw tense, unable to say a word in response. He had no idea it would turn out like this. Lu Xinyan lowered her head and wiped away her tears. I warn you, if you send any more nonsense messages to Gu Erge, and if something happens because he can't take it anymore, it will be your fault. You will be the one responsible. Peng Zhihua kept his head down, his face flushed, speaking in a voice barely above a whisper. Don't worry, I didn't understand before, but now I see how serious it is. I won't do it again. He turned to look at Gu Yunzhou, who seemed lost in thought not far away. Yunzhou will definitely get through this. We have so many brothers waiting for him to come back. Xiao Zhengxin, along with her uncle, was heading to the department store to buy supplies, as the family was lacking in everything. Not only food and daily necessities, but even clothes. No one in the family had a single outfit suitable for going out. The years from 1980 to 1985 were the first golden opportunity for entrepreneurs after the reform and opening up. At this time, the national economy was taking off, with a shortage of goods and huge market demand. However, even in this rapidly changing era, setting up a street stall required wisdom and great courage. Xiao Jiangxin looked down the street, where there were people pushing boxes tightly wrapped in quilts, selling popsicles. There were also snack stalls, writing services, and even stalls for repairing lighters and pots. In the corners of the street, there were shoe repair stands. During this time, worn-out shoes were usually repaired, and nobody talked about throwing them away. Although there were many scattered stalls and plenty of customers, both buyers and sellers were quite cautious. Because there are no relevant policy documents yet, as long as no one gets caught, there's no problem. But if someone wants to make a big deal out of it, they can't escape the accusation of being a speculator trying to undermine capitalism. Looking around the street, Xiao Jiangxin pulled her uncle towards one of the tea stalls. "How much is the tea?" A woman carrying a child cheerfully replied, "Sister, plain water is 1 cent a cup, mint tea is 2 cents a cup, and sweet water is 5 cents. Xiao Jiangxin looked at the table, which had several large willow cups covered with square glass lids. "I'll have 2 cups of mint tea." Xiao Youfu tugged at Xiao Jiangxin, saying, "Jiangxin, I just want plain water." He had heard the young woman say that plain water was cheaper by 1 cent. Xiao Jiangxin replied, "Uncle, mint tea is refreshing." The woman quickly removed the lids from the 2 cups and pushed them forward, saying, "Sir, it's so hot today, and mint is refreshing. If you buy 2 cups, you can get more plain water." Xiao Jiangxin handed over 4 cents and picked up one of the cups, drinking it eagerly. Xiao Youfu was also very thirsty. Hearing that he could get more plain water, he stopped hesitating, finished his cup in one go, and even got half a cup more. After drinking, both felt much better. Xiao Jiangxin led her uncle further into the street. She wanted to buy things and also learn about the market to see if she could find any profitable opportunities. At that time, television and media were not widespread, information was limited, and the market had a serious imbalance between supply and demand. The flow of information, funds, and goods did not play a good regulatory role, and there was no nationwide trading platform. The entire market was chaotic. Suppliers couldn't find sales channels, and buyers couldn't find supply channels. When they tried to ask around, people were secretive and wouldn't share. Xiao Jiangxin and her uncle browsed through the stalls, looking at items they needed at home. They chatted with those who seemed friendly, but most people were quite cautious. An hour later, Xiao Youfu had his hands full with items: a glass-covered kerosene lamp, several large pieces of fabric, and daily necessities like toothbrushes, toothpaste, and towels. The quality was good, and the prices were much cheaper than those at the department store. Xiao Jiangxin squatted at a shop looking at shoes, holding up a pair of sandals and asking if there was a smaller size. The stall owner, a woman with short hair, glanced at the shoes in Xiao Jiangxin's hands, pushed aside her son who was asking for money to buy ice pops, and said, "Yes, just wait a moment. I'll go get it for you." After the other person went in, Xiao Jiangxin quickly turned to look at the boy next to her, who was about 8 or 9 years old. "Do you want an ice pop?" It would be so nice to have one in this weather." "Here, I'll ask you a question, and if you answer it, I'll treat you to one." The boy's eyes lit up. "Really?" Xiao Jiangxin nodded. "Really?" The boy was eager. "Ask me." Xiao Jiangxin thought about the information she had just learned and asked cautiously, "Do you know when the resource exchange fair is?" The boy nodded. "The resource exchange fair? I know. My parents just mentioned it yesterday. It's on the 7th of every month." Xiao Jiangxin was surprised that there really was a fair, and her heart raced. "Do you know where it is?" The boy glanced back at his home, as his parents had told him not to say too much. Xiao Jiangxin took out 50 cents. "If you can answer this, I'll give you this 50 cents to buy an ice pop." The boy swallowed hard. Ice pops at the market could cost just a few cents, and with 50 cents, he could buy 5 creamy ice pops. "I heard my parents say it's at Beiqiao Pingchong, but I think you need some kind of ticket to get in." After he finished speaking, he reached for the money in Xiao Jiangxin's hand. She let go, and when he saw she really gave it to him, His eyes sparkled with joy. "Thank you, sister. Please don't tell my mom," he said before running off. A short-haired woman came out holding a pair of sandals and yelled at the boy's back. "You little rascal! Why are you running so fast? Dinner will be ready soon." After scolding him, she turned and smiled, handing the sandals to Qiao Jiangxin. "Hey, sister, do these fit?" Qiao Jiangxin took a quick look, paid for the sandals, and tucked them under her arm as she left. Due to time constraints, the two quickly bought some stuffed buns from a street vendor to eat. They hurried to the hospital entrance, and when they saw the car still parked there, Qiao Jiangxin felt relieved. After a short wait, Lu Xinyan and the others came out of the hospital. Qiao Jiangxin and her companion quickly stood up. "Xinyan, Brother Gu, Brother Peng, have you eaten?" "We bought some buns," Qiao Jiangxin said, holding up the oil paper bag. Lu Xinyan didn't seem very cheerful. "We've eaten already, just had something in the hospital cafeteria." "Did you take care of your business?" "I did." "Do you have anything else to do?" "We're not in a hurry," Qiao Jiangxin replied, glancing at Gu Yunzhou. Peng Zhihua opened the car door and got into the driver's seat. "Let's go. There's nothing else." The car started, and Qiao Jiangxin looked at the half-visible head of the passenger seat, a flash of pity in her eyes. She had experienced this stage in her past life and understood how much pain the other person was feeling. In her previous life, the Qin family all wished for her to die, hoping she would leave on her own, and they treated her with cold indifference. Chen Wendy even came with Qi Suzhen to discuss moving to a small town near the border, claiming it was for inspiration. Her own son stood against her, while her mother lay in the hospital waiting for help. During that time, Qiao Jiangxin also kept quiet, handling everything alone. But she was a bit better off than Gu Yunzhou, who only hurt himself and not others, while Qiao Jiangxin brought destruction to everyone. The harm from family is the sharpest knife in the world. Moreover, according to Lu Xinyan, Gu Yunzhou lost his career, health, and loved ones all at once, and then was abandoned and betrayed by all his relatives. It was devastating. Qiao Jiangxin turned to Lu Xinyan beside her and glanced at the front seat with her eyes, asking if everything was okay. Lu Xinyan shook her head gently, without speaking. "Let's talk about it when we get back." Qiao Jiangxin understood. The journey was very quiet. At first, Peng Zhihua tried to find topics to discuss with Gu Yunzhou, but he was not in a good mood. Peng Zhihua dared not mention the military, the courtyard, or even the Gu family and Jizhou. Without those topics, he didn't know what else to say, and soon everyone fell silent. Luo Feng looked at the items Qiao Jiangxin had bought and kept nagging. She complained that Qiao Jiangxin bought too much, but her hands eagerly examined the fabric, her eyes sparkling. Qiao Yukai spoke up for his daughter. She bought what she wanted. Jiangxin knows what she's doing. Luo Feng paused and quickly explained, "Jiangxin, I'm not blaming you, I just can't help but feel reluctant." Qiao Jiangxin smiled. "Mom, I understand." Luo Feng sighed in relief. "That's good. Later, I'll measure you and make you an outfit with this floral fabric. You're already grown up, yet you don't even have a decent outfit to wear, always wearing Qiao Fengfeng's old clothes." Qiao Jiangxin glanced at Luo Feng's belly. "Mom, I bought quite a bit. We can all make something. This is quite a task. How about we send it to the tailor?" Luo Feng quickly waved her hands. No need. I can handle it. I have some free time now, and everyone is not in a hurry to wear it, so let's not waste that money. I will take my time." Qiao Jiangxin stopped arguing and let her mother take care of it. She turned and went outside. Just as she left her house, she ran into Lu Xinyan, who was coming out of Cheng's house. "Jiangxin," Lu Xinyan said, her voice choked with emotion. "What's wrong? Is it about Brother Gu?" Lu Xinyan shook her head. "No, Brother Peng is trying to talk to him." Qiao Jiangxin couldn't help but ask, "Talk about what?" When she was in pain in her past life, her neighbor advised her, "You should be happier like me and not dwell on unhappy things." "Why are you being so dramatic? It's not a big deal. Think about your family, your husband, and your children. If you act like this, it will make them sad." These seemingly comforting words did not help Qiao Jiangxin at all. Instead, they made her feel worse. Lu Xinyan lowered her head. What else can they say? It's the same old stuff. The two walked to the shade under a big tree, and Lu Xinyan complained to Qiao Jiangxin, the Gu family is so unfair. It was clearly Grandpa Gu who wanted to keep second brother Gu close. Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu want their son to please his father and make them proud, pushing second brother Gu to do so, and then they blame him for not being close to them. They think second brother Gu is favored by Grandpa Gu, but they don't see how hard he works. Instead, they feel sorry for Gu Yunhai, who is always by their side. What are they thinking? Second brother Gu finally gets a couple of days off to see his parents, and he is so happy. But Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu don't care about how hard he has worked or if he has lost weight or how he is eating. They just keep reminding him to say nice things about Gu Yunhai in front of Grandpa Gu. Lu Xinyan poured out her frustrations to Qiao Jiangxin. Today, Vice Dean Wang said that second brother Gu is feeling trapped and stressed, and if this continues, he could drive himself crazy. Before, Uncle Gu and Aunt Gu always felt that second brother Gu was overshadowing Gu Yunhai and felt sorry for him. Now, the tables have turned. They no longer feel sorry for second brother Gu. Instead, they are proud of Gu Yunhai. How can parents be so biased? This kind of disparity is hard for anyone to bear. Jiao Jiangxin comforted. Many things cannot be forced. My family is the same. Look at my dad and my uncle. They are both my grandfather's sons. In my opinion, Gu Yunzhou is too emotional. When people look down on him, he feels he has to prove himself even more to make them admire him. But because his family has denied him, he starts to doubt himself too. Is his worth really judged by the Gu family? He wants emotional support from his parents, which makes him feel they favor one over the other. When you have expectations, you can end up disappointed. If you want to be tough, just let go. Pretend they are gone. There are many orphans living well in this world. Do people like the Gu family deserve our emotions? Do they deserve a place in our hearts? When you stand at a high place, look down at them, and you will see that the things you once thought were out of reach are now right in front of you, and you don't even want to look at them. Peng Zhihua finally managed to get Gu Yunzhou out for a walk, but as soon as they stepped out, he heard Jiao Jiangxin say this and quickly scolded. What nonsense are you talking about? He nervously checked Gu Yunzhou's expression, knowing how much he cared about his parents. Lu Xinyan quickly stood up, scared. We were just chatting casually. Gu urged, please don't take it to heart. Jiao Jiangxin stood up, brushed off her pants, and looked at Gu Yunzhou. If you can't figure it out, don't think about it. It is what it is. When life gives us trouble, we need to comfort ourselves even more. How can we help our enemies hurt us? You have to believe that every dead end hides a turning point. Gu Yunzhou forced a smile and nodded at Jiao Jiangxin. Thank you. Sure, Jiao Jiangxin said, turning to leave, thinking that he was quite polite and good-looking. After taking a few steps, she stopped and turned back. Let me add a few more words. We should try not to blame ourselves for things that are someone else's fault. Even if it is our fault, we can shift the blame to others. It's their mistake, not ours. Be a little kinder to yourself. Your limits can be lowered, and if it really comes to it, you can have no limits at all. I once knew someone like you who always made things hard for themselves, but later they figured it out. They were so exhausted every day, living worse than a dog. If life is worse than that, why even bother? They went a bit crazy, and in the end, their whole family was driven crazy by them, but they themselves were in great shape. Originally a serious matter, made Lu Xinyan laugh when Qiao Jiangxin said it. Gu Yunzhou squinted slightly, the corners of his lips curling up, and he laughed too. This time it was not forced. It came from the heart. Lu Xinyan and Peng Zhihua exchanged surprised glances, looking at Qiao Jiangxin as if to say, you should say more. Qiao Jiangxin looked seriously at Gu Yunzhou. I apologize for my previous words. I am not you, so I cannot judge you freely. We have different perspectives and cannot fully understand each other. When advising others, it's easy to have all the right words, but when it comes to ourselves, we might just want to give up. But no matter what, I hope you remember this. You must save yourself countless times. Keep going. I can't help the enemy deal with myself. I must save myself countless times. Every dead end hides a turning point. Gu Yunzhou repeated Xiao Zhengxin's words in his mind. Watching her leave, his empty gaze was filled with a hint of emotion. After dinner, Xiao Youfu followed the doctor's instructions, using the medicinal powder to wash his hair. Xiao Zhengxin held a bottle of iodine and used a cotton swab to help her uncle disinfect. Jiangxin, it really works. I feel so much better. My whole head feels refreshed, Xiao Youfu said excitedly. After years of suffering, this moment of relief was truly enjoyable. Xiao Zhengxin felt a pang in her heart. Then you must listen to the doctor, take your medicine, avoid certain foods, keep a regular schedule, and maintain hygiene. Don't pick at it. It will get better. Once it goes down, you'll be just like everyone else. Xiao Youfu nodded, his eyes full of hope. I will pay attention. I've noted everything down. As long as I can get better, I won't mind the heat or even the cold of winter. I will be careful. Xiao Zhengxin applied the medicine, tightened the bottle cap, and brought up another topic. Uncle, you came with me to the city today, and you know how much money I have. What do you think about visiting Aunt Qin at Shujia Cave? Xiao Youfu's shoulders slumped, and he remained silent. Xiao Zhengxin continued, I asked around, and Aunt Qin is still looking. She hasn't settled on anyone yet. If you care, you should go visit her. No matter the outcome, at least you won't have regrets. If you keep hesitating, what if Aunt Qin ends up with someone else? It will be too late to regret then. Xiao Youfu was startled. He must have been thinking about it, but he lacked the courage. Xiao Zhengxin encouraged him. We can take out 200 yuan now. We have separated our family, built a new house, and treated your illness. We will get better and better. Uncle, you should hold your head high. No matter how bad it gets, can it be worse than before?
We don't want you to have regrets.
A determined look flashed in Xiao Youfu's eyes. All right, I'll go to Shujia Cave tomorrow. No matter what happens, I won't think about it anymore. Lu Afong and Xiao Yukai, who were sitting nearby, quickly offered suggestions. Brother, borrow a bullock cart from Uncle Ching tomorrow and go to town to buy some food. Doesn't the Su family have a child? Said Xiao Yukai. Lu Afong nodded. Yes, first ask her privately what she thinks and listen to her conditions. If she agrees, we can send someone to discuss it. At this point, Lu Afong looked at Xiao Zhengxin. If you feel uncomfortable going alone as a man and woman, worried about what others might say, you can bring Zhengxin along. Xiao Youfu quickly looked to Xiao Zhengxin for help. It would be best if Zhengxin could come along since there are often rumors about widows. Xiao Zhengxin, amused by her uncle's childlike expression, said, Okay, I'll go with you. If anyone asks, we can say Aunt Qin helped me at the market and you're just accompanying me to thank her. Just then, someone knocked on the door. Brother Peng? Xiao Zhengxin called out. It was late at night, and she was a bit puzzled about the visitor's intentions. Peng Zhihua nodded to everyone as a greeting. Comrade Xiao, I need to talk to you about something. Can we speak privately? Xiao Zhengxin replied, Sure, and followed him outside. Xiao Youfu, feeling uneasy, stood at the door watching. Lu Afong asked Xiao Youfu, Brother, isn't that a guest from Uncle Cheng's house next door? Xiao Youfu nodded, Yes, Zhengxin and I came back in his cart this afternoon. He shouldn't be a bad person. Xiao Zhengxin stood in an open area outside. Brother Peng, what do you need to talk about? Peng Zhihua spoke softly. It's about Yunzhou. You and Xinyan are close, so you know a bit about Yunzhou, right? Xiao Zhengxin nodded. I know. Peng Zhihua continued, This afternoon, you mentioned you had seen someone like her before? Can you tell me what happened and how she was treated? What happened afterward? There was a hint of urgency in Peng Zhihua's tone. Xiao Zhengxin looked up. She passed away. The air seemed to freeze at that moment. After about 10 seconds, Peng Zhihua hoarsely asked, You said she was in great shape, right? How could she have died? Xiao Zhengxin sighed. You all saw the doctor today, so you should know that if Brother Gu can't control himself and gets stuck in a negative mindset, he will lose interest in everything, even having thoughts of ending his life. I knew someone like that before. Her situation was similar to Brother Gu's. She was abandoned and mistreated by her family, even pressured. Her husband and son, the family she devoted herself to, all turned against her. Her only relative left her, and her whole world collapsed, making her feel that life had no meaning. So, she chose to end it all with her family. Peng Jihua gasped. Yunzhou wouldn't do that. His weapon is only aimed at enemies. Xiao Jiangxin thought, yes, that's the scariest part. Brother Gu's illness is the gentlest kind because it won't harm others, only himself. So, your support and encouragement as friends are very important. Peng Jihua recalled what Xiao Jiangxin had said in the afternoon and Brother Gu's reaction, and he spoke softly. Comrade Xiao, I have a request. You've encountered patients like this before, and I felt that what you said this afternoon was helpful for Yunzhou. I've tried to talk to him a lot, but it hasn't worked. He seems even more restless. Although he doesn't show it, I've known him for many years, and I can sense it. I can't stay here too long. I have to return to my team tomorrow morning. I'm really worried about him. Could you come by sometimes to talk to Yunzhou and help guide him? Xiao Jiangxin didn't respond. She wasn't a doctor, so how could she guide him? Peng Jihua thought she was unwilling, considering that a girl from a farming family hardly had any free time with all the work in the fields. He hurriedly took out a stack of money and pressed it into Xiao Jiangxin's hands. I'm not asking you to work for free. For now, don't worry about your field work. Consider this as hiring you. Xiao Jiangxin was startled and quickly pushed the money back. Brother Peng, that's not what I meant. Peng Jihua pushed it back again. You're right. Vice Dean Wang said the same thing today. He suggested that Yunzhou should get out more and try to think positively. He can't sleep at night, and his spirit is getting worse. He talks less and less. We know about his pain, but we don't know how to help him. Xinyan can only feel anxious watching, and I can't always be here, so just consider it a favor for me. Don't be modest. Let's just agree on this. You're close with Xinyan, so please help her, okay? Peng Jihua, worried that Xiao Jiangxin would refuse, quickly ran off. Hey, Xiao Jiangxin reached out to him. Luo Fong, pregnant, came out of the house and asked, Jiangxin, what does that young man want with you? She sounded a bit worried. Jiangxin would turn 17 after the new year, which is an age when girls can go out in the countryside, and a strange man showing up was concerning. Moreover, he was from out of town, and she feared her daughter might be deceived. Xiao Jiangxin smiled and said, Mom, what are you thinking?
He just wants to ask me about something.
Luo Fong sighed in relief and awkwardly said, then, you should head back. There are many mosquitoes outside. Back home, Xiao Jiangxin looked at the money in her hand, 5 large bills, 2 2-yuan notes, and some change. It was clear that someone had given her all their money at once. Xiao Jiangxin thought for a moment and put it in her pocket. Not to mention that Lu Xinyan and Gu Yunzhou are good people, but just considering their status, it wouldn't hurt for a village girl like her to befriend them. Besides, she could empathize with Gu Yunzhou's pain. Having received the money, she worked hard. When she went for psychological counseling before, it was charged by the hour. After a restful night, Xiao Youfu got up early the next day. He used some powder on his hair, applied medicine while looking in the mirror, and kept adjusting his outfit. The thin white tank top was from Qiao Zhengwo's school. He wanted to buy a new one and gave the old one to Xiao Youfu. This was also the only piece of clothing that didn't have patches. His pants were a pair of coarse cloth shorts, and with the sandals Xiao Jiangxin bought him yesterday, Xiao Youfu stood up straighter than usual. When Xiao Jiangxin got up, she saw this scene and teased, Wow, uncle, you look lively. Xiao Youfu's face turned red, and he felt quite awkward. After a simple breakfast, Xiao Jiangxin borrowed a bullock cart from Grandpa Cheng and took her uncle to the town. At the supply and marketing cooperative, they bought 2 boxes of peach crisps that both children and the elderly enjoy and headed toward Shijia Cave. Xiao Youfu was very nervous. Although he had met Qin Shui last year, he had never been to Shijia Cave before. This was the home of Qin Shui's ex-husband, where her in-laws also lived. Upon entering the village, Xiao Jiangxin stopped the ox cart and walked over to the woman under the tree who was unraveling a sweater. Annie, could you tell me which way to Qin Shui's house? The woman looked up at Xiao Jiangxin and then at Xiao Youfu on the cart nearby. Her eyes lit up with curiosity. What do you need from Qin Shui? Xiao Jiangxin showed a shy expression and stammered, I came to thank her. I had a good experience at the market before, and I was quite surprised. Aunt Qin took off her coat to help me, so I came to return the coat and say thank you. The woman's excitement faded a bit as she pointed to a side road. Just go straight, and after you pass the pond, her house is the one with a big tree in front. Okay, thank you, Auntie, Xiao Jiangxin said, turning to leave. The unfamiliar ox cart in the village attracted a lot of attention. Before Xiao Jiangxin reached the Su family's door, she saw an elderly woman outside, sorting through items, and curiously looked over. Grandma, is this Aunt Qin's house? Xiao Jiangxin scanned the crowd watching and called out, I'm from Gaoshi village. Aunt Qin helped me a lot at the market, and we came to thank her. When Liao Fuzhen heard that they were from Gaoshi village, she understood immediately and quickly invited them inside. Once inside, a boy who was writing at the table looked up. Recognizing Qiao Youfu, he smiled and greeted Uncle Qiao.
Ah, yes.
Zhuzi. Qiao Youfu replied awkwardly, his face turning red in front of Liao Fuzhen. He handed the peach pastry he was holding to Zhuzi. Here, peach pastry for you. Zhuzi's eyes lit up with excitement at the pastry, and he instinctively turned to look at his grandma. Liao Fuzhen waved her hand at Zhuzi. Zhuzi, go call your mom back. She's working with your grandpa on the back mountain. Zhuzi, not fully understanding, thought about the guests and the pastry, and happily ran out. Liao Fuzhen watched her grandson smile, a hint of sadness crossing her eyes. Soon, she perked up again, inviting Xiao Jiangxin and the others to sit down and poured them some water. You are from the Qiao family in Gaoshi village, right? She asked carefully. Xiao Youfu felt more composed. Yes, from the Qiao family, the one from last year. Liao Fuzhen smiled. Last year, Zhuzi's grandpa hurt his back, and Shui took Zhuzi to deliver grain all by herself. Thanks to you all for helping along the way. Xiao Youfu quickly waved his hand. No, it was nothing. It was the right thing to do. Liao Fuzhen glanced outside and said, Xiao Shui is a poor child, but she is also very filial. She is still young, and if there is a suitable match, we support her to find someone else. But as you can see, my son is still so young. Xiao Youfu didn't understand what Liao Fuzhen was trying to say, and just lowered his head to drink water. Xiao Jiangxin also remained silent. At that moment, outside, Qin Shui returned, carrying A and following behind her son. Her face was sunburned, her forehead was sweaty, and her black pants were rolled up to her knees as she walked barefoot, her feet covered in mud. Liao Fuzhen instinctively stepped forward to help her wash her hands and feet. Xiao Jiangxin thought to herself that the two elders of the Su family seemed easy to get along with. It's rare to see a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law so harmonious. Xiao Jiangxin stood up and went outside to play with her son, while Liao Fuzhen took them to the side shed. They both instinctively left space for Qiao Youfu and Qin Shui to talk privately for a while. Qin Shui walked in, and Xiao Youfu awkwardly stood up, then pulled out a nearby bench, signaling for her to sit. Qin Shui glanced at Xiao Youfu and quietly asked, Why are you here, Qiaoge? She quickly looked away, avoiding eye contact. Xiao Youfu felt embarrassed and couldn't look at her, stealing glances instead. He stammered, I have separated from my family. Oh, and I built a new house. Last year I didn't have money, but now I have managed to save some. If you still want to. His voice trailed off. Qin Shui raised her head. You separated from your family? Yes, I moved out, sold the house I got, and built a new one in the north of the village, living with my family. You know, my mother isn't my biological mother. Now that I'm on my own, if you are willing to come, we can live together. Qin Shui looked outside at Xiao Jiangxin talking to her son, then glanced at Liao Fuzhen, who was absent-mindedly drying peppers, and remained silent for a long time. Xiao Youfu felt a chill in his heart. You don't want to? Qin Shui quickly replied, No, it's not that. I want to be with you. Then, gathering her courage, she asked, I want to keep the betrothal gifts for my in-laws. Can I bring my son with me to live with you? He won't change his surname or household registration. When he gets older, he can still return to the Su family, but for these few years, he will live with us. Can you accept that? After saying this, Qin Shui didn't dare to look up at Xiao Yufu. She was very aware that the conditions she proposed were quite unreasonable. Her bride price was already much higher than average, and she was not young anymore, being a second-time bride with a son. The key point was that the bride price would not be refunded, and she would also have to take her son with her. At this time, people across the country were struggling to make ends meet, with many still barely getting by. At the age of her son, it was crucial for him to grow properly. The saying "a growing boy can be a burden" has its truth. They were all farmers, relying on their land for food, with every grain of rice representing hard work. How much more work would Xiao Youfu have to do to support another child? The most important issue was that the son would not change his household registration or surname, and after growing up, he would return to the Su family. This meant that Xiao Youfu would be raising someone else's son without any benefit to himself. Although Xiao Youfu was a single man, he was honest and hardworking. He had separated from his family, lived on his own, built a new house, and could even provide a bride price of 200 yuan for his first marriage. These points could be confidently presented by a matchmaker. So, in any comparison, Qin Shui was at a disadvantage. Although Xiao Youfu was not clever, he was not foolish either. His expression dimmed, and he felt a mix of emotions, remaining silent for a long time. She was the first woman who had shown him kindness and acceptance, and he had developed feelings for Qin Shui.
Xiao Youfu quietly said, You said last year.
Qin Shui sighed. Yes, last year I said I would save 200 for my child, and the child would stay in Su family. But at the end of last year, when I came to find you, there was an accident with my son. He is still so young and I worry about him, so I want to keep him close for a few years. After a pause, she continued to explain, Let me tell you about the Su family situation. Zhuzi's grandparents only have his father, and now that his father is gone, Zhuzi is their only hope. So, he cannot take your surname. When he is older and can be independent, he will return to the Su family. This means he will eat at your house, but when he can work, he will come back to the Su family. Qin Shui looked directly at Xiao Youfu, speaking clearly. She did not want to deceive him. Xiao Youfu opened his mouth, wanting to ask why. If Zhuzi was going to live in Gaoshi village, they still needed to give the 200 bride price to his former in-laws. But when he thought about how the elderly Liao Fujin couple had lost their son, and considering their age, the honest Xiao Youfu felt a bit hesitant to speak. He thought about how Zhuzi's father had passed away. Just because he married Qin Shui, did that mean he had to take care of her parents too? If that were the case, what difference would it make for him to take on this responsibility? No, he was even less than just taking on the responsibility. Qin Shui noticed that Xiao Youfu wanted to ask something, but she didn't explain. They sat there, and every minute felt like it was dragging on. After a while, Xiao Youfu rubbed his face and said, Can I think about it? Qin Shui stood up. Sure, think it through.
This is not a small matter.
Xiao Youfu slightly hunched his back and walked toward the door where Xiao Zhengxin was waiting. Outside, Liao Fujin glanced at Xiao Youfu before heading inside to find Qin Shui. Xiao Zhengxin looked at his uncle's expression and felt a pang of worry. It seemed they hadn't reached an agreement. What's wrong, uncle? Xiao Youfu said quietly, feeling a bit wronged. Aunt Qin said that 200 in bride price should be left for the Su family, and Zhuzi would be raised in Gaoshi village, keeping his surname and not changing his household registration. When he grows up, he'll return to the Su family. Xiao Zhengxin turned to look at Zhuzi. At around 8 or 9 years old, he was well taken care of, with clean clothes and a round face, showing that his family spoiled him. Raising him in Gaoshi village wasn't a simple matter. Meals, clothing, health, and education would all be his uncle's responsibility. Not to mention the cost of food. Xiao Zhengxin had been a mother in his past life too. When Chunji was 11 or 12, he could eat up to 8 meals a day. If Zhuzi wanted to be independent, he would need at least 14 or 15 years, or even 18 years. His uncle would be 38 next year, and his physical strength wouldn't be the same as before. He would also need to have his own children. If Aunt Qin really married in, pregnancy and childbirth would be inevitable, and the whole family would rely on his uncle. Xiao Jiangxin even darkly thought that when that time came, his uncle would work hard like a draft animal, while Aunt Qin managed the household. Would they end up favoring Zhuzi, who had no father, and pour all their resources into him? And what was this talk about leaving 200 for the in-laws? Wasn't that clearly meant for Zhuzi? Uncle, what do you think? These conditions do seem a bit unfair. Why don't we head back for now? With 200 in bride price, you're a good person, it's your first marriage, and we've built a new house. It doesn't have to be Aunt Qin. If not, we could increase the bride price and find a 25 or 26-year-old woman for marriage. That would be better than raising someone else's son for free. Xiao Youfu opened his mouth and glanced inside the house. Inside, Liao Fuzhen was asking Qin Shui something while Qin Shui looked up and caught a glimpse of Xiao Youfu outside. Their eyes met, both filled with helplessness. Xiao Youfu remembered how Qin Shui had waited for him in the cold wind for over 2 hours last year. Seeing the disappointment in her eyes when he said he hadn't received the money made his heart soften. Jiangxin, Zhuzi is a good kid. Your Aunt Qin. She might have her own difficulties. Even though she wants to leave, she still wants to make sure her in-laws are settled, which shows she is a caring person. Xiao Youfu quietly defended Qin Shui. Xiao Jiangxin was a bit surprised. Did her uncle have feelings for Qin Shui? She quickly advised, Uncle, you need to think carefully. Zhuzi will need care for many years, and if anything happens to the old couple, will Aunt Qin have to come to you? So if you marry her, you will not only have to take care of Zhuzi, but also the Su family elders. You're just looking for a wife to live with. You don't need to put such a heavy burden on yourself. We should follow the customs for the betrothal gifts and meet her family properly. Even if you want to take on this responsibility, you need to consider your own abilities. After the new year, you'll be 38, and your health will decline. You will still have young children to care for, and expenses will be high. How can you manage everything else? Xiao Jiangxin felt her uncle was being foolish in love, and tried to pull him away. Did Qin Shui think her uncle's interests meant she could make unreasonable demands? She hadn't made such demands before the new year.